In a world where everyone can change professions, those who hold careers stand at the pinnacle of society. In his previous life, Lin Chen struggled and fought his way to the apex of this world, only to be betrayed by his starstruck sister, who ripped out his heart and gifted it to her. Good brother, reborn into this life, Lin Chen vowed to prioritize his own well-being. Sister? She holds no significance to me. Accompanying him from his past existence is the only infinite-level profession, Swarm Sovereign, granting him the unparalleled ability to endlessly cultivate and evolve his insect horde. Blade Insect evolves once into Bloodscythe Insect, twice into Predator, and thrice into Reaper. Brain Insect evolves once into Spirit Sight Insect, twice into Shockwave, and thrice into Shrieker. Moreover, there are mythical units, such as the Queen, Titanic Giant Insect, and the Great Devourer, with the might of countless insects. Lin Chen sets forth to conquer the realms, compelling even the divine to kneel at his feet, that I alone am a calamity. Chapter 1. Reborn after being stabbed. Lin Qingxue. Why? As Lin Chen opened his eyes, he roared in anger, his face contorted with intense rage. Lin Qingxue. How could you betray me after all these years of care? To think you would strike me down for a star you've never even met. Painfully, Lin Chen shut his eyes. The scene from moments ago replayed vividly in his mind. Just moments ago, his good sister Lin Qingxue had forced him to drink a narcotic and had personally carved out his heart. Lin Chen could only watch in horror, utterly powerless to cry out. He could only witness Lin Qingxue standing before him, coldly declaring, "Since childhood, you've tried to control me. Only today, for Brotherly Kuan, do I feel free." Brotherly Kuan said that if I bring him the heart of the sovereign you found from the abyss, he would agree to be my boyfriend. With that, Lin Qingxue resolutely plunged a sharp knife into Lin Chen's heart, tearing it out while he bled to death. The past unfurled like a clockwork mechanism, scenes flashing before him. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chen felt nothing but scorn, a cold smile gracing his lips. Not allowing you to stay out late, not letting you frequent bars, not permitting you to smoke, that I asked at what you consider oppression. After all these years, my care for you has been in vain. Lin Chen was not a native of this world, but had traversed here. After his arrival, he was adopted by the parents of this life. When they passed away, Lin Chen was merely 15. To support Lin Qingxue, he rose at 4 in the morning to work at a breakfast shop before heading to school. After classes, he would toil until late at night before returning home. Even upon arriving, he would be met with complaints from Lin Qingxue about his tardiness, her hunger demanding he cook and do laundry. Through harsh winters, blistering summers, early mornings, and late nights. This relentless cycle persisted for years, a torment beyond words. Who could have imagined that in Lin Qingxue's heart, the brother who had devoted himself to her care for so long was worth less than a star he had never met? Surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen finally grasped the truth. Have I been reborn? Back to a week before the college entrance examination. This year, Lin Chen is 18. Only a week remains until the exams. I remember that I failed my career transition back then, but thanks to my excellent grades, I managed to enroll in an ordinary university. After graduation, I became an office worker. Later, I inadvertently acquired the career template, Blood Sorcerer, which allowed me to become a professional. This time, right, the heart of the sovereign, with a name in mind, Lin Chen inhaled deeply and hurried out the door, racing towards a merchant shop. In the modest display window of the shop, a dark red crystal lay carelessly within. The heart of the sovereign. Upon seeing the item, Lin Chen's breath quickened. If I recall correctly, this is indeed the heart of the sovereign. The heart of the sovereign. In the future, countless nations and powerful beings would expend billions and even mythic-level equipment to acquire this item, simply because it is the only item of infinite quality. In the realm of Blue Star, quality is categorized as common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, extraordinary, yellow, perfect, purple, epic, red, legendary, gold, and mythical, colorful. Never has anyone heard of an existence with the quality of infinite. It is precisely for this reason that countless nations and powerful individuals strive to invest substantial resources to secure the heart of the sovereign for meticulous study. In my previous life, this heart of the sovereign went unrecognized until many years later when a powerful figure named Lu Go fortuitously identified it. Only then did its name gain recognition. Lin Chen strode directly into the shop. Before the attendant could approach, he noticed a group of individuals selecting equipment. Upon seeing Lin Chen, their eyes lit up. Lin Chen, it's you, kid? I was wondering who it was. The class's notorious miser has come to shop. Surely you're not here to apply for a job, right? Ha ha ha. This group consisted of Lin Chen's classmates. Each wore expressions of mockery, as if they were witnessing a farce. He had always lived frugally, striving to provide a better life for Lin Qingxue through diligent work. Naturally, this drew the derision and disdain of his classmates that a particularly well-dressed young man stepped forward, provocatively stating, Lin Chen, are you here to look for work? What a pity, this shop is owned by a friend of mine, and they're not currently in need of any cleaners. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the classmates behind him, each one doubling over in amusement, as if their bellies ached from laughter. Lin Chen cast them a dispassionate glance, choosing not to respond. Having lived 2 lives, his mind was far more mature. Moreover, he was on the verge of acquiring the only item of infinite quality in this world. A swarm of flies was hardly worth his consideration. Lin Chen called over an attendant. "Hello, I would like to purchase this item." He pointed directly at the heart of the sovereign. "Sir, are you certain? This is merely an ordinary red crystal. Its price has reached 10,000 credit points," the attendant kindly advised. The value of a red crystal was only a few hundred credit points. Though this one was somewhat exquisite, it hardly warranted a price of 10,000. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's actions, his classmates erupted in laughter. Has Lin Chen lost his mind? Does this guy really think he belongs in a merchant shop? Probably too embarrassed to admit he can't afford it and is pretending to make a purchase. I say, Lin Chen, we've been classmates for a long time. Why pretend with us? 10,000 credit points for a worthless stone? Is Lin Chen out of his mind? Ha ha. To them, Lin Chen was merely putting on a facade. Who didn't know that Lin Chen was a well-known miser? He meticulously counted every penny for meals, and now he was suddenly willing to buy a crystal for 10,000 credit points. Absolutely impossible. Lin Chen remained unfazed, nodding firmly. I'm certain. I want to buy this item. The attendant, resigned, replied, "Very well, sir. I'll wrap that up for you." No need. Lin Chen grasped the heart of the sovereign in his hand, instantly feeling a warm sensation. This peculiar wave, if felt by others, would seem merely intriguing. However, with the experience from his previous life, Lin Chen understood this was a signal from the heart of the sovereign. Quickly completing the payment, Lin Chen exited the merchant shop amid the jeers of the crowd. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out the door, his body suddenly froze. An audio cue resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection of absence of professional template. The heart of the Overlord meets activation conditions. Fusion commencing. Fusion complete. You have acquired the unique profession of infinite quality, Overlord of the insectoids. A soft chime echoed in his ears. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Overlord of the insectoids? A profession? Could it be that the heart of the Overlord is a professional template? Let me see just how formidable an infinite-level profession truly is. Lin Chen was elated, hastily opening the panel to scrutinize the details. Name: Lin Chen. Profession: Overlord of the insectoids. Unique: profession quality. Infinite: unique. Strength: 0.8. Normal adult male is 1. Speed: 0.9. Normal adult male is 1. Mentality: 1.2. Normal adult male is 1. Defense: 0.7 health points. 5 mana points. 10. Talent 1. Heart of the Overlord. Acquire the maternal world for nurturing the insectoids. As long as the insectoids exist, you can resurrect infinitely. Talent 2. Infinite evolution. You may infinitely evolve an insectoid unit, choosing among evolution, fusion, or mutation. Talent 3. Heart of Infinity. You can possess additional professional templates. Talent 4. Reciprocity. Each insectoid unit will augment your attributes, such as strength, speed, and mentality by a certain proportion. This is simply extraordinary. Gazing at the description of the Overlord of the insectoids, Lin Chen was nearly overcome with the impulse to leap for joy. Without delving into further details, just the second and third talents alone were sufficient to leave all professionals on Blue Star utterly astounded. It is essential to understand, Blue Star is not solely a domain for humanity. Monstrous beasts and abyssal creatures roam freely. Humans can barely huddle in a corner to survive, struggling incessantly. Thus, the survival capability of professionals is of utmost significance. And this skill, which allows for infinite resurrection as long as insectoid units exist, is nothing short of miraculous. One could say, from this moment forth, Lin Chen need not entertain concerns regarding peril, as he could venture into the abyss and lairs of monstrous beasts, territories others dared not enter, without the dread of meeting his demise. Calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen composed himself. This profession is indeed powerful, yet the prerequisite is to develop it. Right now, I must focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. In this world, the chasm between professionals and ordinary individuals is insurmountable. Professionals stand exalted, enjoying the finest privileges that in stark contrast. Ordinary people are scarcely regarded as equals, relegated to the most menial physical or clerical labor, often scorned by others. Apart from status, what I desire most is the resources available within the professional university. Lin Chen pondered in his previous life. Lin Chen's transition ritual had failed, resulting in the awakening of no profession. Despite his exceptional academic performance, he was merely sent to an ordinary university. In this life, Lin Chen must gain admission to a professional university. Only in this manner can he acquire sufficient resources to nurture his future as the overlord of the insectoids. With a heart brimming with excitement, he made his way home. Before he could even take a seat, creak, the front door of the house swung open. A figure clad in a red dress, reeking of alcohol, staggered in. Upon seeing this person, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Lin Qingxue. This individual was none other than his dear sister from his previous life, Lin Qingxue, who had orchestrated his demise. Chapter 2. Awakening, the Zerg Sovereign. It appears that Lin Qingxue has once again ventured out to indulge in revelry with her close companions, only returning at this late hour. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Chen would inevitably chastise her, then laboriously prepare a hangover remedy to ensure Lin Qingxue could rest comfortably. However, today, Lin Chen merely cast her a fleeting glance, devoid of any intention to greet her. In his previous life, Lin Chen had devoted himself to protecting Lin Qingxue, attending to her every need. Yet, what had that devotion yielded? A fate of being poisoned and having his heart extracted. In this life, Lin Chen resolved to let go, pretending as though this sister did not exist. Lin Qingxue, inebriated and reeking of alcohol, stumbled as she walked, yet upon spotting Lin Chen, she adopted a defiant demeanor. Hey, Lin Chen, I merely went out for a drink. What can you do about it? You forbid me from drinking, smoking, or staying over at a friend's house. Do you have any idea how much that torments me? If you want to let me drink, I'll drink anyway. Lin Chen shot her a sidelong glance and responded with a single, curt syllable. Oh, is that what you call a response? Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen would have rushed over with concern, ready to lecture her. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual demeanor. Was there a glimmer of indifference in his gaze? How could that be? A mere illusion. It had to be an illusion. Regaining her composure, Lin Qingxue began to assert herself once more. Lin Chen, what is this attitude? Even if I went out to drink, you don't need to act this way. People like you are so outdated. The folks at the bar are good people. Only someone as antiquated as you would think poorly of bars. Lin Chen remained steadfast, responding with another solitary word. Oh, Lin Qingxue, now incensed, demanded. What exactly do you mean by that, Lin Chen? Throughout our lives, you have never spoken to me in such a tone, always gentle and soft-spoken. Now, I feel utterly wronged. Lin Chen rose, turning towards his room and coldly stating, from now on, I will no longer concern myself with you. Do as you wish. With that, he slammed the door shut behind him, leaving Lin Qingxue standing in a daze at the threshold. What on earth is happening? Lin Qingxue stood there, bewildered. She could not comprehend why Lin Chen, who had always cherished her and never raised his voice, suddenly displayed such coldness. Confusion, doubt, and anger swirled within her, culminating in a profound sense of grievance as tears streamed down her cheeks. In a fit of irritation, she wiped her face and declared, You said it. Next week, I'll go see my brother Li Kuan. He is far more handsome than you. His abilities surpass yours by 1,000-fold. With that, she stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Meanwhile, within his own room, Lin Chen was utterly unconcerned with Lin Qingxue's feelings. He sat cross-legged on his bed, attuning himself to the innate talents of his profession. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit world. This was the Mother Nest realm, the very birthplace of the Zerg. The Mother Nest realm was vast and empty, shrouded in a gray mist that obscured the horizon. Lin Chen stood upon a small island reminiscent of a floating isle. At its center lay a stone tablet. He approached and pressed his hand upon it, prompting a notification to materialize. Please select an action, breed, evolve, other. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose breed. Please select the type of breeding. As if summoned, several images appeared on the screen. Blade Bug, basic melee unit, strength, 11, speed, 17, spirit, 02, skills, blood frenzy, acid, breeding energy requirement, 10. Stinger Bug, basic ranged unit, strength, 07, speed, 07, spirit, 07, skills, venom spit, salvo. Brain Bug, basic magic unit, strength, 03, speed, 02, spirit, 14, skills, fireball, resonance, will link. Only these 3 Zerg templates were illuminated, the others remained locked. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen made his choice to breed a Blade Bug as a foundational melee unit. The Blade Bug possessed a well-rounded array of attributes, capable of both enduring damage and inflicting it, a veritable powerhouse. In contrast, the Stinger Bug and Brain Bug resembled archetypal archers and mages. While they could deal substantial damage, they were also fragile and lacked resilience. Lin Chen required a bodyguard for his own protection. Should he choose the latter two, he would find himself in the position of guarding them instead. Breeding Blade Bug 1 requires 10 energy points. Remaining energy points, 10. Confirm? Zerg do not manifest from nothingness. They necessitate energy points for creation. Acquiring energy points is straightforward. One simply needs to deposit energy-rich substances into the Mother Nest's incubation pool. Naturally, the energy content of the substance varies. For instance, coal, oil, and fuel yield more energy points than wood. Confirmed. The moment he uttered the word, a brilliant light enveloped him. Before him materialized a Blade Bug. Pitch black and approximately 1 meter tall, its arms resembling razor-sharp mantis blades, exuding an aura of menace. The blades shimmered with a dark light, seemingly capable of rending apart all existence. In the depths of his being, Lin Chen sensed a connection to this blade bug. With but a thought, he could command it to perform any action, even to the point of self-destruction without hesitation. Impressive. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It looks formidable. Now, he was ready to embark on a hunt. Indeed, it was a hunt. In this era, humanity was compelled to huddle within enclaves, defending against threats from the abyss and ferocious beasts. Beyond the safety of these enclaves lay peril, yet it also promised wealth. The pelts, bones, and flesh of ferocious beasts were invaluable materials, employed across various domains: construction, culinary, and research. Moreover, many professions required specific materials to enhance their skills or facilitate job changes. Thus, someone had to venture beyond the enclaves. Numerous adventurers made hunting their primary vocation, setting out daily to slay ferocious beasts and procure materials for monetary gain. In his previous life, Lin Chen had also been a hunter after becoming an adventurer. Now, he was determined not to follow the same mundane path of labor as before. After all, slaying ferocious beasts was far more lucrative than conventional employment. Consequently, after hatching his first blade bug, Lin Chen resolved to pursue hunting. One reason was to amass wealth, and another was to acquire energy points. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen exited his room and made his way towards the outskirts of the city. The outskirts served as a buffer zone between the enclave and the wilderness, where ferocious beasts were relatively scarce. It was a favored hunting ground for lower-level adventurers. However, even at this lower level, the area was fraught with danger. Each year, thousands fell victim to beast attacks in the outskirts. Thus, despite the lucrative rewards of hunting, many adventurers opted to forego this perilous path. After all, what was wealth compared to one's life? Chapter 3. The Terrifying Might of the Zerg. So this is the outskirts? As Lin Chen traversed the area, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Though he had once been a level 90 blood sorcerer, a pinnacle of power in his previous life, in this life, he was merely an ordinary person. The beasts that roamed the outskirts could easily claim his life. Thus, upon entering the outskirts, Lin Chen summoned his blade bug to stand guard around him. I'll simply linger in the outskirts. A blade bug should suffice for my protection, as the ferocious beasts here typically range from levels 1 to 3, he mused. Just as he passed through a crumbling wall, a ferocious roar erupted from the side. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a wild boar, approximately 2 meters in length. Its entire body drenched in a crimson hue, standing menacingly to his right, panting heavily, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The bloodfang boar? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he cast a basic identification spell. Fierce Beast, Bloodfang Boar. Level 2 Common. Health 10. Strength 14. Speed 13. Spirit 06. Skill Charge. This Bloodfang Boar is notorious as a killer of novices. At first glance, the boar's level may seem modest, no more than 3 at best. However, its strength and speed are nothing short of terrifying. In comparison to many level 4 fierce beasts, it is not to be underestimated. Moreover, when paired with the charge skill, it can catch many inexperienced novices off guard, leading them to meet their demise beneath its fangs. Yet, upon encountering the Bloodfang Boar, Lin Chen's initial reaction was not one of fear, but rather exhilaration. The boar's fangs are worth a fortune, capable of fetching nearly 2,000 credits in the city. Haha. This is quite the windfall. At present, Lin Chen's most pressing need is money. Though practitioners are powerful and respected, they are also exorbitantly expensive to maintain. Not to mention the necessary equipment, skills, health potions, mana potions, and so forth, which amount to astronomical figures. In his previous life, Lin Chen was a level 90 blood sorcerer, fully aware of the significance of wealth to a practitioner. Thus, this Bloodfang Boar is a target he has set his sights upon. With a mere thought, Lin Chen commanded his blade worm to attack. Hiss! The blade worm emitted a shrill cry, dashing forth like a specter, its blade-like arms radiating a palpable aura of death. Yet, being a level 2 fierce beast, the Bloodfang Boar did not shy away from the blade worm. Instead, it charged forward, its fury igniting as it roared, enveloped in a blood-red glow. Charge! The Bloodfang Boar barreled toward him, its momentum akin to that of a tank. It is no exaggeration to say that even a small vehicle could be overturned by its charge. However, the blade worm showed no intention of retreating in the face of such a terrifying charge. Rather, it surged forward. Just as the boar's fangs were about to pierce the blade worm's body, the creature sprang into action. With a powerful leap, it evaded to the side, vaulting directly above the Bloodfang Boar. In the next instant, it swung its blade-like arm. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. Your blade worm has struck the Bloodfang Boar's weak point, dealing critical damage. 12. A blood hole suddenly appeared on the boar's head, and it fell heavily to the ground. The Bloodfang Boar has perished. You have slain the Bloodfang Boar, gaining 10 experience. Your summon creature, Blade Worm, has gained 10 experience. A soft chime resonated in Lin Chen's ears. Truly, the insect race is a natural killing machine. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. This Blade Worm, though merely level 1, effortlessly dispatched the level 2 Bloodfang Boar, showcasing the inherent lethality of the insect race. Approaching, Lin Chen skillfully extracted the 2 fangs from the bloodfang boar and stowed them in his backpack. Next, he extended his hand. Retrieve corpse. Ding. Retrieving the bloodfang boar's corpse, gaining 15 energy points. A single bloodfang boar corpse yields 15 energy points? Lin Chen felt as though he could hardly breathe. To put it into perspective, hatching a single blade worm requires merely 10 energy points. Thus, slaying 2 bloodfang boars could allow him to hatch 3 blade worms? This is simply astounding. Consider the countless bloodfang boars that inhabit a quarantine zone. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? No one knows. If he were to eliminate them all and reclaim their energy, how many energy points would he accumulate? It would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure. Just imagining a swarm of several 100,000 insects paints a vivid picture, even if they were all level 1 blade worms. They would be capable of overwhelming a small city. Ha ha ha. Truly, this infinite level profession template is beyond comprehension. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily towards the sky. With the heart of domination, it could be said that as long as Lin Chen proceeds with caution, he is destined to become a pinnacle figure within this world. Having sufficient energy points, he decided to hatch a stinger worm first. Lin Chen nodded. Hatch stinger worm. Hatching stinger worm 1 requires 15 energy points. Remaining energy points, 15. Confirm? Confirm. A flash of light enveloped the scene, and before him appeared a stinger worm. Slightly smaller than the blade worm and devoid of the 2 gleaming blade-like arms, the stinger worm's back was notably raised, revealing its glistening black spines. While its strength and speed may not surpass that of the blade worm, it serves as a ranged unit with considerably higher damage output. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps due to the lingering scent of the bloodfang boar's carcass, after taking just a few steps, 3 rust rats gathered around him. Excellent. This saves me the trouble of seeking them out individually. Lin Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, he displayed an expression of excitement. 1 blade worm and 1 stinger worm are sufficient to handle the 3 rust rats before him. Attack. Lin Chen issued a direct command. The blade worm charged forward without hesitation. The 3 rust rats screeched in alarm, engaging the blade worm in combat. While the blade worm had dispatched the cumbersome bloodfang boar with ease, it found itself at a disadvantage against the agile rust rats, particularly given their numbers. Your summon creature, blade worm has taken 2 damage. Your summon creature, blade worm has taken 3 damage. Your summon creature, blade worm has taken 2 damage. Observing this situation, Lin Chen remained unperturbed and issued another command. Fire. Instantly, the stinger worm sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of spines launched from the stinger worm's back, striking with incredible speed, akin to bullets, and accurately piercing the skull of 1 rust rat. Your summon creature, stinger worm has hit the rust rat's weak point, dealing critical damage, 12. Your summon creature, stinger worm has slain the rust rat, gaining 20 experience. With a single strike, the rust rat met its end. Splendid. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled anew. The stinger worm's prowess far exceeded his expectations, akin to a sharpshooter with unerring accuracy. With the stinger worm joining the fray, the remaining 2 rust rats were swiftly eliminated within a minute. 1 piece of equipment dropped. Longsword, common strength 04, equipment requirement, level 1. Casting a glance at it, Lin Chen quickly lost interest, stowing it in his backpack, intending to dismantle it upon entering the city. Just then, a chime sounded. Ding! Your level has risen to 2. Granting you 1 attribute point, please allocate it. Chapter 4, The Golden Soul Rat Boss. He leveled up. Without hesitation, Lin Chen allocated the attribute point to Spirit. Spirit influences spell strength and mental attributes. As a master of the insect race, commanding them in battle demands a high degree of mental fortitude. At this moment, his energy point reserves had also reached a total of 21. He commanded the hatching of 2 blade worms. Although the spiny insect is a ranged unit, its fragility renders it inadequate for the protection of Lin Chen. To draw a comparison, the spiny insect is akin to an archer, while the blade insect embodies the roles of a tank and a warrior. The primary function of an archer lies in dealing damage, whereas tanks and warriors are capable of providing protection and absorbing damage, all while inflicting considerable harm themselves. Before long, 2 blade insects hatched before Lin Chen, standing quietly on either side of him. Now, with 3 blade insects and 1 spiny insect at his command, this formidable force would suffice for Lin Chen to roam the fringes, provided he did not encounter any rare-level ferocious beasts. With ample time remaining, he resolved to continue leveling up. A glance at the twilight sky revealed that dawn was still a few hours away. Indeed, a few hours were sufficient for him to reach level 3. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the quarantine zone, a strikingly beautiful woman, panting heavily and glistening with sweat, exclaimed, "Uncle Li, this gold-digging rat has an excessively thick bloodline. We pursued it from the chaotic forest all the way to the fringes, and it still retains 10 of its health." This woman, known as Lu Yanran, was the esteemed young lady of the Lu family from Jiangnan City. Beside her, Uncle Li, with a wry smile, replied, "Young lady, while the gold-digging rat possesses virtually no offensive capabilities, it is still a level 5 boss, after all. Thick blood and high attack power are characteristics typical of boss-level creatures, so there's little we can do about it. Alas, the master invested 5 million credit points to gather intelligence on this boss. You must bear with it." Lu Yanran sighed and responded. Despite the expenditure of 5 million credit points, it will be worth it. One must understand that the gold-digging rat is guaranteed to drop a hidden class template. With the awakening ceremony merely a week away, she wished to avoid awakening as a mundane class. Hidden classes are formidable professions that stand apart from ordinary ones. Each hidden class possesses extraordinary abilities. For instance, the Holy Light Warrior is not only superior in attributes compared to a regular warrior, but also boasts potent talents and skills such as Holy Light, Healing, and Judgment. The disparity in status between the two is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. It is said that everyone aspires to become a professional, while professionals yearn to become hidden class holders. This illustrates the immense power of hidden classes. The young lady is bound to acquire a powerful hidden class template, Uncle Li remarked, but for now, let us eliminate this gold-digging rat first. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yanran stepped back to allow Uncle Li to advance. Li Dao, a level 12 warrior and a protector of the Lu family, charged forward. Triple slash, he bellowed, lunging towards the severely injured gold-digging rat and bringing his great sword down with force. The gold-digging rat, a rodent radiating a golden glow, was now drenched in its own blood, shrieking in pain. With no means to evade the forceful triple slash, the rat could only endure the onslaught. In an instant, crimson numbers floated above its head. The barrage of attacks continued relentlessly, and within half an hour, its health was nearly depleted. Just one final blow, and we shall slay it. Lu Yanran exclaimed joyfully. Well done, Uncle Li. Indeed, my lady, Li Dao replied with a triumphant smile, preparing to deliver the final strike to the gold-digging rat. However, at that moment, a sudden cry emanated from the rat. In its moment of desperation, a golden aura enveloped the creature. To the astonishment of both, the gold-digging rat began to swell like a balloon, rapidly transforming into a size comparable to a car. In an instant, its health was fully restored, and its name changed to Golden Soul Rat. This is bad. It has evolved. Li Dao exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Yanran's expression mirrored her astonishment. Although there were instances of ferocious beasts evolving under duress, the probability was exceedingly low. Even in all of Jiangnan City, there were only 3 or 4 recorded cases. How could it happen to this gold-digging rat? With a fearsome roar, the wounds on the Golden Soul Rat vanished, replaced by intertwining patterns of gold and crimson, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Beast, Golden Soul Rat, Level 7, Boss. Health, 208. Strength, 84. Speed, 37. Mentality, 17. Skills, Soul Gathering, Gold Digging, Bite, Charge. What terrifying attributes. Li Dao's face turned pale as he beheld the stats of the Golden Soul Rat, his body trembling slightly. Although he was a level 12 warrior, his strength and health barely reached half of the Golden Soul Rat's. Not to mention, his mana and health were already depleted from the pursuit. If a confrontation ensued, they had no chance of victory. My lady, you must flee. I will hold the Golden Soul Rat at bay, Li Dao shouted. Before Lu Yanran could react, the Golden Soul Rat charged towards them. With a furious screech, it unleashed its skill, Charge. The creature barreled forward like a tank, tumbling Li Dao aside as if he were mere parchment, crashing to the ground with blood gushing forth. This strike alone caused Li Dao to lose half of his health, his health bar nearing empty. If the Golden Soul Rat attacked again, he would surely perish. Run, my lady. Even in his weakened state, Li Dao was determined to protect Lu Yanran. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran stood frozen in terror, paralyzed and unsure of how to respond, helplessly watching as the Golden Soul Rat approached. Its razor-sharp fangs loomed above her, as if poised to rend her delicate form asunder. She could even see the blood-red gleam in its eyes. Yet at that moment, a flurry of stabs erupted from the depths of the forest, striking the Golden Soul Rat. The creature recoiled in pain, stepping back as it turned to face the origin of the attacks. Emerging from the shadows was a man clad in a black mask, flanked by a legion of insect warriors. Chapter 5, A Bounty of Spoils. This man was none other than Lin Chen. So it is the Golden Soul Rat. Ha ha ha, what unexpected fortune. Lin Chen felt an exhilarating thrill within. The Golden Soul Rat was indeed a prized possession. This ferocious beast, evolved from the gold-digging rat, was exceedingly rare. Each one could fetch a price of over 100 million at the auction house. Even the intelligence and information regarding the Golden Soul Rat could be sold for millions. While the Golden Soul Rat may not excel in combat, often deemed weak among its peers, its high market value stemmed from the fact that a slain gold-digging rat would invariably drop a hidden class template. Furthermore, the death of a Golden Soul Rat guaranteed the drop of a hidden class template of at least rare quality. According to some rumors, the legendary hidden class, Dragon Soul Warrior, associated with the current war god Gu Sha of the Dragon Kingdom, was acquired by slaying a Golden Soul Rat. Just in time, the Heart of Domination had provided him with a second-class slot, allowing Lin Chen to utilize this hidden class to conceal his true identity as the Dominator. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Charge." Instantly, the swarm of insects surged forward. After 3 hours of relentless hunting, Lin Chen now commanded a legion of 34 blade insects and 12 spiny insects. The 34 blade insects surged forth, overwhelming the Golden Soul Rat in a fierce tide. The insect creatures launched a relentless wave of assaults from a distance. In an instant, a torrent of attacks descended upon the Golden Soul Mouse. Despite the numerical advantage on this side, the mouse's high level and status as a boss meant that most of the attacks inflicted only minimal damage. In fact, many of the strikes were effortlessly nullified by the mouse's remarkable defenses. Nevertheless, Lin Chen appeared unfazed. What? Low damage? Then I shall overwhelm you with sheer numbers. With every strike causing only slight damage, he commanded 46 insects to attack simultaneously. Under the deluge of the insect swarm, the once arrogant Golden Soul Mouse began to emit pained shrieks. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood aside, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll, contentedly observing the spectacle. Being the ruler of the insect tribe was truly exhilarating. Watching this unfold, Lu Yanran and Li Dao had fallen into a state of petrification. Is this called a battle? Is this what it means to challenge a boss? It feels as though we are merely window shopping. Lu Yanran turned to Li Dao, swallowing hard. Uncle Li, are you alright? Li Dao nodded. I am fine, but this individual must be a summoner. A summoner? Lu Yanran gasped, covering her rosy lips. In this world, summoners were the most sought after of professions. It was not a singular vocation, but rather a collective term encompassing various roles. For instance, beast tamers who control ferocious beasts, necromancers who summon armies of the undead, and engineers who fabricate war machines could all be classified as summoners. The defining trait of a summoner is the ability to raise an army single-handedly. Take the war god of the Dragon Kingdom, Mo Tianliang, for example. He was a beast tamer. When his daughter was accidentally trapped in the territory of a royal-grade beast, Mo Tianliang led an endless horde of griffins into the heart of the beast's domain, slaughtering all the ferocious creatures within miles to rescue her. This illustrates the immense power of summoners. Each summoner is nurtured like a treasure by the Dragon Kingdom, making them figures that the average person seldom encounters. However, summoners are also exceedingly rare. Typically, in a small city like Jiangnan, it would be impressive to produce even one summoner in several decades. The fact that such a prominent figure stood before them was almost unbelievable to Lu Yanran. But soon after, a spark of ambition ignited in her eyes. If the Lu family could befriend such a person, their status would undoubtedly ascend several levels. At that moment, with a series of high-pitched cries, the last remnants of the Golden Soul Mouse's health were whittled away by the insect horde, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, filled with rage and unwillingness. You have slain the Golden Soul Mouse, boss, earning 300 experience points. Your level has risen to level 4, and you have gained 1 attribute point. Please allocate it. Level 4 already. Lin Chen smiled faintly. To reach this level in just a few short hours would surely leave others astounded. It is well known that for the average person to progress from level 1 to level 4, even for the scions of wealthy families in Jiangnan, would typically take 1 to 2 months. Yet Lin Chen accomplished this feat in mere hours. It was simply outrageous. Stepping forward, he collected the loot dropped by the Golden Soul Mouse. Runic Longsword, Common Strength 0. 7, Speed 0. 1, Equipment Requirement, Level 1. Deerskin Boots, Common Speed 0. 5, Equipment Requirement, Level 1. Serrated Dagger, Excellent Strength 1. 2, Speed 1. 1. Equipment Requirement, Level 2. A plethora of equipment, with the highest quality being merely excellent, appeared mundane to Lin Chen. In this world, the quality of equipment and skills is categorized into several tiers: common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, extraordinary, yellow, perfect, purple, epic, red, legendary, gold, and mythical, colorful. The vast majority of individuals wield ordinary white gear. A typical professional who can adorn themselves in rare equipment is already quite remarkable in the vicinity. As for equipment above rare, only certain minor bosses could possess such items. These were all trivialities, and Lin Chen paid them no heed. After shaking his head, he turned his attention to the last item in his hand. It was a book radiating a faint golden light. Hidden Profession Template 1. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen placed his hand upon it. Instantly, a halo flickered. Ding! You have acquired the Hidden Profession, Voidwalker, Mythical. Description: a warrior who harnesses the power of the void, adept at teleportation and spatial manipulation. Talent 1, Form of the Void. All damage received is reduced by 50. Talent 2, Void Walk. Upon activation, slice through space and leap to a target location. Immune to all damage during the jump. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Talent 3, Aspect of the Void. Upon receiving lethal damage, resurrect using the power of the void. Cooldown, 1000 hours. Voidwalker? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. This profession leaned towards defense and survival, and as the ruler of the insect tribe, he had a natural aversion to the enemy's decapitation tactics and lacked protective measures. It was as if a pillow had been placed for him to rest his head upon. With the Voidwalker profession, it would be nearly impossible to perish. Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement. The ruler of the insect tribe endowed him with unparalleled combat strength, while the Voidwalker perfectly compensated for his defensive shortcomings. It was a match made in heaven. Chapter 6, Lu Yanran. The Voidwalker was exceedingly formidable. Just the talent of all damage received reduced by 50 was enough to incite envy among all professionals, not to mention the teleportation skill and the resurrection talent. It could be said that from this point onward, it would be difficult for Lin Chen to even contemplate death. He could not afford to be careless. Taking a deep breath, he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, as though he had merely stumbled upon an ordinary piece of equipment. Furthermore, with his mask obscuring his face, his expression remained inscrutable. Turning around, Lin Chen was taken aback to see Lu Yinran approaching. It was her, Lu Yinran. The goddess known by all at Jiangnan City's third high school was also Lin Chen's classmate. In his previous life, he had endured considerable hardships for the sake of Lu Yinran. It was not that he pursued this goddess, but rather that a comment he made had been overheard by AwakenX Era, a scion from a prestigious family who was infatuated with her. From that moment on, AwakenX Era had harbored resentment, seizing every opportunity to torment Lin Chen. He even severely injured Lin Chen before the college entrance examination, nearly costing him his life. Although Lu Yinran was aware of this incident, she made no attempt to stop AwakenX Era. After all, to her, Lin Chen was merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of her concern. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Yinran's expression brightened, and she approached with a flattering smile. Thank you for your assistance. I am Lu Yinran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. May I inquire about your esteemed name, so that our Lu family may express our gratitude in the future? Lu Yinran felt a surge of excitement within. If they could befriend this powerful summoner, the Lu family's rise to prominence would be imminent. However, gazing at Lu Yinran's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Chen's heart was filled with indifference. If, in his previous life, the goddess of the third high school had approached him to initiate conversation, he would have been utterly taken aback. After all, the Lu family had been a colossal entity in his former life, and Lu Yinran was an ethereal beauty beyond reach. Yet in this life, the Lu family and Lu Yinran were of little consequence to him. As the ruler of the insect tribe, he regarded them with disdain. No need. Lin Chen responded with a faint 3 words. After saying this, he left without looking back. Watching Lin Chen's receding figure, Lu Yinran suddenly felt anxious. Wait, senior, you. However, as Lu Yinran reached out her hand, a blade insect warily blocked her path, its sharp arms seemingly poised to shred her delicate form. Miss, do not. Li Dao quickly stepped forward, pulling Lu Yinran back. At this moment, the blade insect abandoned its assault and followed Lin Chen as he departed. Regaining his composure, Li Dao sighed and advised, young miss, such a formidable being is beyond our Lu family's reach. It would be wise to abandon this pursuit. Even if we cannot forge an alliance, we should at least avoid leaving a negative impression. It was only then that Lu Yinran broke into a cold sweat. Realizing the dire consequences of offending a summoner, numerous examples existed in the world. For instance, the Wang family of Tiandu, a prestigious lineage, had its illustrious reputation tarnished when their youngest son inadvertently offended a summoner during his travels. The Wang family, relying on their status, attempted to support their son, only to enrage the summoner further. That mysterious summoner, commanding 10,000 puppets, annihilated the Wang family, turning their grand estate into ruins. Not a single powerful figure in the city dared to intervene, helplessly witnessing the summoner's slaughter before departing in tranquility. From that moment, an unspoken ironclad rule emerged. One must never provoke a summoner, for the repercussions could be catastrophic. Alas, what a pity. Today, not only was the golden soul mouse stolen, but the opportunity to befriend such a significant figure was also lost. Truly unfortunate. Lu Yinran patted her heaving chest, still feeling somewhat disheartened. Li Dao comforted her, saying, young miss, at least you remain unscathed. Let the master handle the other matters. Lu Yinran sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well, let us return for now. Jiangnan City. Early morning. After a night of fierce battles, Lin Chen had reaped considerable rewards. He patted the backpack slung over his shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The highlight of that night was attaining the Void Walker profession and reaching level 4. Of course, the equipment and materials in his backpack also constituted a significant gain. He resolved to sell these items. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen skillfully entered a shop adorned with exquisite luxury. Welcome to Lingxiao Trading Company. How may I assist you? As he stepped inside, a graceful attendant approached him with a sweet smile. I am here to sell, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. What do you wish to sell? Inquired the attendant. Lin Chen tapped on his backpack, some low-level equipment and materials from the fringe area. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in the attendant's eyes. Low-level equipment and materials from the fringe area held little value. For example, the teeth of an ironhorn ant were worth at most a few dozen credit points. As for ordinary equipment, it held slightly more worth. However, the masked figure before her likely possessed limited low-level items. Despite her thoughts, the attendant maintained her smile, saying, very well, sir, please present your items, and I shall assess their value. Here, Lin Chen asked, I have quite a few items. This space may not suffice. Not suffice. The attendant found this amusing. Doubting Lin Chen could produce many materials and pieces of equipment. It is of no concern, sir. You may place them here, she replied lightly. Lin Chen nodded and proceeded to pour the contents of his backpack onto the ground. Instantly, a cascade of materials and equipment spilled forth, covering the entrance. Passers-by and the attendant were taken aback by the sight. Goodness, so much equipment and materials. Did he empty the entire fringe area? He must have slain at least a few hundred ferocious beasts. Impressive. This guy is truly remarkable. Most of the equipment on the ground was of ordinary quality. Yet a discerning eye would spot several items radiating a green glow among the heap. Within that vast array, some pieces were of excellent quality. The attendant covered her mouth in shock, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Ordinary quality equipment was commonplace. However, excellent quality equipment was exceptionally rare. Chapter 7. Selling Equipment. For an average professional, accumulating a full set of excellent quality equipment over a lifetime was a remarkable achievement. And now, several green items lay before her. Swallowing hard, the attendant wore a rueful smile. She finally understood why Lin Chen claimed there was insufficient space here. Sir, please follow me. The attendant eagerly beckoned. I will summon the appraiser immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Leading Lin Chen into a small room, she respectfully offered him tea. Soon after, a middle-aged man approached. Good day, sir. I am the supervisor here, Zhang Shan. May I inquire about the equipment and materials you wish to sell? Lin Chen casually nodded. Indeed. What is their total value? Zhang Shan respectfully replied. I have just tallied them up. There are 5 pieces of green equipment, excellent quality, 37 pieces of white equipment, 68 bloodtooth pig tusks, and 28 iron horn ant teeth. If you sell everything to our Lingxiao Trading Company, the total value amounts to 120,000 credit points. Sir, this is the highest purchase price we can offer at Lingxiao Trading Company. I assure you, no other establishment could match this price. Zhang Shan insisted earnestly. Upon hearing this figure, even Lin Chen, who had lived a second life, felt a ripple of astonishment within him. No wonder hunting was so perilous yet so coveted. The profits were staggering. 120,000 credit points. It was common knowledge that this amount of wealth required an ordinary person a year of hard work to earn. Yet now, he had merely fought through one night to attain it. The disparity was nothing short of astronomical. Well, that sounds agreeable. Let it be this price, Lin Chen said, his tone calm behind the mask. Yes, sir. Zhang Shan did not dare to delay, promptly instructing the attendant to fetch the payment. Subsequently, he tentatively inquired. May I ask for your esteemed name, so I may better serve you in the future? Lin Chen replied coolly, I am called Dominator. Dominator? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Shan froze momentarily, clearly recognizing it as an alias. He dared not press further, aware that powerful individuals often had peculiar temperaments. At that moment, the attendant returned, holding a tray with a black card on it. Mr. Dominator, here is your credit point card, containing 120,000 credit points, Zhang Shan said respectfully. Additionally, this credit point card is a black card from our Lingxiao Trading Company. In the future, all your purchases here will be at a 10% discount. Furthermore, you will have dedicated personnel to assist you and enjoy VIP treatment. It seemed this fellow sought to curry favor with him. Lin Chen immediately perceived Zhang Shan's intentions. After all, presenting such a substantial amount of equipment and materials would naturally make anyone think he was extraordinary. All right, Lin Chen did not decline the offer, but rather, he calmly instructed, I understand, I wish to purchase some items. What would you like to buy? Zhang Shan inquired. I require a formless token and a flowing fire sword. Formless token? Flowing fire sword? Zhang Shan was taken aback. Both items were quite peculiar. The formless token served to conceal one's true profession, allowing the bearer to present themselves as a warrior, mage, archer, or other basic professions. Of course, its effectiveness diminished in the face of significant level disparities. Though such items were somewhat rare, their utility was minimal and few would bother to purchase them. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Professions are akin to garments, who would willingly conceal their splendid attire and don tattered rags, inviting disdain from others. However, since Lin Chen expressed his desire to purchase, Zhang Shan felt it inappropriate to pry further and could only cautiously advise, Sir, while the invisible token can be overlooked, the flowing flame sword comes at a steep price. Are you certain? The flowing flame sword is merely an item of superior quality, possessing no remarkable attributes, yet it commands a staggering price of 100,000 credit points. Such a sum could typically acquire 3 or 4 comparable green tier items. I want this one, Lin Chen declared coolly, his tone infused with an air of finality that brooked no dissent. Of course, Zhang Shan acquiesced, bowing his head and instructing someone to retrieve the items. Moments later, a brass token and a dark red longsword were brought forth. Invisible token, upon use, disguises profession as warrior. Confirm usage, with a simple description. Lin Chen did not hesitate, silently affirming, confirm. Instantly, the token transformed into radiant light and melded into his being. Upon reviewing his status panel, he noticed that beside Voidwalker, the suffix, replaced with warrior, had appeared. A sigh of relief escaped him, success. His gaze then shifted to the flowing flame sword. The dark red blade pulsed with veins resembling blood, glowing and dimming in a rhythmic dance, a sight to behold. Name, flowing flame sword. Quality, excellent, green. Attributes, 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 spirit. Special effects, none. A straightforward piece of equipment. Its attributes were unremarkable among green tier items. Yet its price was an astonishing 100,000 credit points. The onlookers were bewildered, but only Lin Chen understood its true significance. This flowing flame sword was, in fact, a key. In the upcoming 2 months assessment for professionals, the sudden emergence of the abyss would require this very sword to unlock it. He recalled a fortunate soul from his previous life who had used the flowing flame sword to open the abyss and ultimately acquired a weapon of extraordinary capabilities. This time, fortune would favor him. With a subtle smile, Lin Chen stowed the flowing flame sword in his backpack. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed from the Ling Xiao Trading Company. As he stepped outside, the sun had risen brilliantly, marking the hour for students and employees alike to hasten on their way. Among the hurried crowd, many were students from the 3rd high school, Lin Chen included. In this new life, he had to attend classes once more to pursue a university education. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. It was not that he yearned for solitary combat. Rather, the dangers of this world were overwhelming. Even the Zerg Overlord, with its infinite potential for evolution, could fall victim to a moment's misstep, at least in the early stages. He needed to leverage the resources of various factions to expedite his development. As Lin Chen pondered, a mocking voice suddenly pierced the air from behind him. "Hey, Lin Chen, do you dare to show your face at school?" A tall figure loomed before him, blocking his path. It was Huang Xian. In his previous life, Huang Xian had severely injured him in pursuit of Lu Yanran. "Lin Chen, I warned you. Every time I see you, I will strike. Yet you still dare to approach me. Are you itching for a beating?" Huang Xian sneered coldly. Lin Chen glanced at Huang Xian, his eyes devoid of warmth. In a past life, encountering Huang Xian would have filled him with dread, but now, he felt as if he were looking down upon an ant. "Step aside," Lin Chen uttered, the brevity of his words rendering Huang Xian momentarily speechless. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle gasped in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? What did Lin Chen just say? This is going to end badly. Huang Xian, notorious for his bullying reputation, was emboldened by his affluent lineage. As both his parents were esteemed professionals, this privilege allowed him to reign supreme within the school, unchallenged by anyone. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was merely an orphan. What audacity did he possess to demand Huang Xian to move aside? It was tantamount to courting death. "Excuse me?" Huang Xian's expression darkened, his face contorted with fury. He never expected the once timid Lin Chen, who had previously cowered under his blows, would dare to speak so defiantly today. "You're asking for trouble." With that, Huang Xian swung a powerful slap towards Lin Chen. Towering over Lin Chen, Huang Xian's robust physique promised devastating consequences for Lin Chen, who was sure to find himself sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The onlookers silently judged the outcome, deeming Lin Chen the clear underdog. Yet, the tides turned dramatically. "You are the one courting death," Lin Chen retorted with a cold laugh, retaliating with a swift strike of his own. Slap. Huang Xian's towering frame was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, observing the unfolding scene with an air of indifference, as if he were merely a spectator. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Eyes widened, mouths agape, they struggled to comprehend the astonishing spectacle before them. Am I seeing things? Did that just happen? This is unbelievable. None could fathom how Lin Chen had suddenly become so formidable. Only Lin Chen himself understood. He was no longer the same person he had been just a day prior. Now, as a level 4 Lin Chen, though all his attribute points were allocated to spirit, the Zerg Overlord's talent for backfeeding granted him additional attributes from every Zerg unit he commanded. Presently, Lin Chen's strength had soared to an impressive 25. Sending Huang Xian flying was a mere trifle. How could you be so powerful? Huang Xian stammered, fear creeping into his voice as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He merely cast a disinterested glance at Huang Xian before continuing on his way to school. To him, such insignificant characters were no more than ants beneath his feet. Were it not for their obstruction, he wouldn't even spare them a second thought. As Lin Chen walked away, Huang Xian touched his stinging cheek, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. "Lin Chen, you dare humiliate me? Just wait. I will ensure you pay for this." Classmates, soon, the time for career awakening will arrive. This is the most pivotal moment in your lives. The bald-headed homeroom teacher extolled from the podium in Class 2 of the 3rd high school. Awakening a favorable profession is tantamount to paving a broad, smooth path for oneself. And for those who do not awaken a promising profession, or perhaps do not awaken at all, do not despair. There are many tasks to be undertaken in our settlement, such as garbage collection or street sweeping. A wave of anticipation washed over the students below, though some wore expressions of concern. In Blue Star, one's profession is the very foundation of their existence. A profession directly dictates an individual's innate abilities, growth rate, and potential. For instance, if one awakens to the most basic warrior profession, it is evident that their level will forever be capped around the teens. No faction would expend precious resources to nurture a warrior to ascend. What? You think you can level up on your own? Ridiculous. The beasts lurking beyond the settlement are no trifling matter. By contrast, even the most basic of ordinary professionals could manage a relatively decent life. Those who failed to awaken a profession would be consigned to the lowest rungs of society, engaging in menial labor day after day, with no end in sight. In his previous life, Lin Chen had lived such a fate until he obtained the blood sorcerer profession. As he contemplated this, the homeroom teacher on the podium suddenly broke into a cold smirk. "Lin Chen, what are you contemplating? You, aspiring to awaken a profession? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Instantly, the surrounding classmates directed their mocking and derisive gazes at Lin Chen, erupting into laughter. Haha, Lin Chen has once again fallen into a stupor. With his frail physique and lack of intelligence, he undoubtedly lacks the potential of a professional. Indeed, I believe Huang Xian and Liu Yanran are the most likely candidates to awaken hidden professions. Yes, that is indeed the case. Those endowed with the talent for professions exhibit distinct traits from a young age. They are invariably stronger and more astute. In contrast, although Lin Chen performs adequately in examinations, he constantly appears dazed in front of his peers, leading them to perceive him as lacking in intellect. As for strength, that is hardly worth mentioning. This student, devoid of professional talent and an orphan at that, has nothing to offer, thus naturally becoming a target for teachers' disdain and classmates' bullying. In the front row, Liu Yanran held her head high and cast a disinterested glance backward, quickly losing interest. Lin Chen was merely inconsequential. He was unworthy of her concern. Her thoughts were occupied with the mysterious summoner she encountered the previous evening. Alas, if only she knew his name. Liu Yanran felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Meanwhile, Huang Xian glanced back at Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Chen, just you wait. The sounds of derision and mockery reached Lin Chen's ears. Yet his expression remained as impassive as still waters, showing no sign of concern. Chapter 9. Lin Qingxue, did you actually delete me? At the same time, in another classroom, Lin Qingxue stared at her phone, her mind in a state of agitation. How is it that a whole day has passed, and Lin Chen still hasn't come to apologize? Based on past experiences, if Lin Chen and she had a quarrel, he would typically come to her within an hour, eager to apologize and placate her, often bringing flowers or cake. Yet now, he had yet to offer any apology. What on earth is happening? Humph, if you don't contact me soon, I'll delete you. Just then, Lin Qingxue suddenly recalled that she had no money left. Last night, she had pilfered Lin Chen's wages from the previous month, inviting a group of friends for drinks, and had squandered it all. Today, she didn't even have lunch money. Fine, I'll extend an olive branch. Glancing at her contacts, Lin Qingxue hesitated momentarily before sending a message. I want cake. Buy one and bring it over. To her astonishment, a bright red symbol appeared in the chat box. Message failed. Please add the recipient as a friend first. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen, you actually deleted me? How could you do this? She felt utterly incredulous. Throughout their lives, Lin Chen had always treated her with unwavering kindness. Not once had he raised his voice or scolded her, let alone expressed anger. And now, he had the audacity to delete her? At that moment, Lin Qingxue felt an overwhelming urge to fly straight to Lin Chen's classroom and demand an explanation for his actions. Lin Chen, how could you treat me this way? Fine. If you enjoy deleting me, then don't expect me to acknowledge you again. Tears streamed down Lin Qingxue's face. Beside her, her best friend Li Qingqing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Has someone bullied you? Nothing. Lin Qingxue shook her head. By the way, do you have an extra room at home? I want to move in for a while. Move in. Li Qingqing was taken aback. What happened? Did you have a fight with Lin Chen? She felt a twinge of confusion. Don't mention him. Lin Qingxue said coldly. In her heart, unless Lin Chen came to her, begging for forgiveness, she would never acknowledge him again. In fact, as a form of punishment, Lin Qingxue resolved to move out. Let us see how Lin Chen reacts to that. Li Qingqing sighed and said, all right, I just happen to have an extra room at home, and we can catch up. By the way, the awakening ceremony is just a week away. Do you think you'll awaken a profession? Me? I really don't know. But my brother Li Kuan will definitely awaken a hidden profession. Upon mentioning Li Kuan, Lin Qingxue's face lit up with happiness. Li Kuan, a performer in the Dragon Kingdom, had captivated her heart since he was a trainee. All the pocket money Lin Chen gave her was spent on supporting Li Kuan. In her previous life, it was Li Kuan who had incited Lin Qingxue to poison Lin Chen and extract his heart. Oh, Li Kuan, he is indeed quite handsome. But awakening a hidden profession is not merely about looks, Li Qingqing remarked with clarity. How rare are hidden professions? To put it into perspective, the proportion of professionals among the entire population is merely around 20 to 30%, and hidden professions account for less than 1% of all professionals. With over 20,000 students in the school, it would be a miracle to have even 10 awaken hidden professions. What makes you think a performer would be among them? Li Qingqing, do not slander my brother. Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her temper flaring. Li Kuan is the best. He will definitely possess a powerful hidden profession. Indeed, it is futile to reason with those who idolize stars. Li Qingqing sighed and swiftly changed the topic. By the way, do you want to check out the Hunter Association after school? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. The Hunter Association? That place is meant for professionals. What would we do there? The Hunter Association is a vast organization with a presence throughout the entire Blue Star. Unlike martial arts halls, sects, or family forces, the Hunter Association is a loosely organized entity, allowing individuals to join and leave at will. It provides a platform for posting and accepting tasks, trading equipment and materials, as well as offering intelligence and supplies, making it the first choice for many freelance professionals dealing with equipment and materials. I've heard that recently, the Hunter Association has been selling numerous professional templates. Let us go and try our luck. Li Qingqing suggested. Professional templates? Can we even afford that? Lin Qingxue questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. After all, even the most basic professional templates are priced at over 2 million, not to mention the hidden professions, which cost several times more. Such exorbitant items are beyond their reach. Who cares? It's worth a look. Li Qingqing replied, undeterred. All right then, Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. At the Hunter Association, Lin Chen, wearing a black mask, approached the receptionist and stated, Hello, I would like to register as a member of the Hunter Association. Certainly, sir. What code name would you like to register? The receptionist inquired with professionalism. Without hesitation, Lin Chen replied, Overlord. Very well, Mr. Overlord. Your registration is complete. You are now a level 1 member of our association. The receptionist worked efficiently, promptly handing him a card. This card serves as Lin Chen's identification and bank card within the association. Grasping the card, Lin Chen thanked her and confidently made his way toward the task hall. In his previous life, Lin Chen had been a professional hunter and was well acquainted with the process. Inside the task hall, people looked up at the central screen, where various tasks were being posted. Harvest 2 tiger tail herbs on the wild path. Reward, 1,000 credit points. Leveling companion. Require someone to assist me in leveling from level 1 to level 2 within a month. Strong warriors only, no mages. Reward, 10,000 credit points. Equipment needed. Go to the tomb area, slay the white giant beast boss, and obtain an item called the Belt of Fate. Reward, 200,000 credit points. Observing these tasks, Lin Chen shook his head. Either time is insufficient, or the rewards are meager, rendering them unworthy of my attention. Chapter 10, The True Quantity. It appears that to swiftly ascend in levels, one must venture into the abyss. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The abyss, also referred to as the secret realm, consists of numerous independent miniature worlds. According to Lin Chen's recollections, these are essentially what one would call dungeons. However, in comparison to the real world, the monsters within the abyss are considerably more perilous. Furthermore, death in this realm is absolute, with no possibility of resurrection. Yet, the abyss is incredibly rich in resources. The equipment and materials produced therein account for a staggering 99% of all gear in the world. For this reason, despite the inherent dangers, entering the abyss is an indispensable journey for every practitioner. The abyss can manifest in any location and refreshes randomly. Some abysses, however, are permanent. For example, the Hunters Association in Jiangnan City controls one such abyss, the Blood-Soaked Forest multiplayer dungeon, levels 1 to 10. Any member of the association may enter by paying a fee of 1,000 credit points. Approaching the entrance of the abyss, a maid greeted him with a sweet smile. Good day, sir. Would you like to purchase a ticket to the abyss? Lin Chen nodded and presented his information card. I would like to purchase 10 tickets to the abyss. That will be a total of 10,000 credit points. Please keep this, the maid replied expertly. After a moment, having secured his tickets, Lin Chen made his way into the abyss hall. Looking up, he beheld a portal, shimmering like a mirror, suspended in midair. Below, a throng of individuals bustled about, many extending invitations to form teams. We still need one support, hurry. We require several mages. Our group is large, and safety is guaranteed. Is there anyone who can join as a warrior or knight? Numerous invitations to form parties filled the air. The creatures of the blood-soaked forest can reach level 10, rendering solo play equivalent to seeking death for the average practitioner. Only by teaming up can one ensure safety. As Lin Chen entered the hall, a petite girl approached him. Hello, would you like to join our team? We are in need of a warrior. Within the Hunters Association, each individual displays their profession, facilitating more efficient team formations. Thus, she was able to discern Lin Chen's class at a glance. Lin Chen shook his head. No, thank you. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Do you already have a fixed team? No, I'm going solo, Lin Chen replied coolly, then proceeded directly into the portal. The girl stood in place, bewildered. Soloing? Is he out of his mind? Her face was a mixture of shock and confusion. It should be known that, in the blood-soaked forest, unless one is a practitioner above level 15, soloing is tantamount to courting death. Even in groups, caution is paramount to avoid unforeseen mishaps. And here was Lin Chen, a mere level 4 warrior, daring to undertake the abyss alone. He must be insane. Nearby, a long-haired woman approached, patting her shoulder. Lily, I found a warrior, we can set off now. Lily nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. Let us hurry, we might be able to save that person named Dominator. Humph. Lily, why would you want to help someone so arrogant? Grumbled a bald man in the group. Exactly, that guy is far too full of himself. I'd just watch him meet his demise. Lily sighed, unable to oppose the group's sentiments, could only reply. All right then. After some preparations, the party entered the abyss. The blood-soaked forest. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. The blood-soaked forest was an endless expanse of trees, blood-red and colossal, exuding a thick, ominous aura. The entire forest was shrouded in a crimson mist, lending it an eerie quality. You have entered the blood-soaked forest. A notification echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, an enraged roar resonated from the forest's periphery. Countless ferocious beasts encircled him. Bloodfang boar, level 4. Blazing Horned Bull, level 5. Six-Eared Demon Rabbit, level 3. In an instant, 12 savage beasts surrounded him, launching their attacks. A torrent of assaults rained down upon him, fireballs, ice spikes, and charges. Even a level 10 practitioner would find themselves at a disadvantage against such a relentless barrage. However, who was Lin Chen? Void walk, he bellowed. In an instant, Lin Chen's form vanished into thin air. The next moment, he reappeared 10 meters away. The beast's attack struck nothing but air. The monsters stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they gazed into the distance, seemingly perplexed as to how a living being could disappear so abruptly. Haha, as a void walker. Truly a mythical class, this skill is incredibly useful. Lin Chen chuckled with excitement. This life-saving skill of the void walker was exceedingly overpowered. From now on, even amidst a crowd, a mere thought could transport him away. Who could possibly intercept him? Relying on sheer numbers to ambush me? Allow me to demonstrate what true quantity entails. Lin Chen gestured grandly. Come forth. Instantly, a legion of insects manifested before him, blade bugs, stabbing bugs, and brain bugs. The imposing forms of the insect race, imbued with an aura of death, completely filled the clearing. At present, Lin Chen commanded 40 blade bugs, 15 stabbing bugs, and 10 brain bugs, forming an entire insect army. While each blade bug possessed strength equivalent to that of a typical level 1 practitioner, under Lin Chen's command. These insect units exhibited an effective synergy. 1-1-2. Attack. Lin Chen commanded. The blade bugs brandished their bladed limbs and charged at a blazing horned bull. Swish. With a single swipe, the bewildered blazing horned bull was left with a gash upon its body. 14. Simultaneously, 10 brain bugs unleashed their piercing spikes. Whoosh. 21, 16, 31. Your summoned creature has slain the blazing horned bull, earning you 50 experience points. In less than 5 seconds, a level 5 blazing horned bull was annihilated by Lin Chen, and Lin Chen himself was merely at level 4. Witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly leave others astounded. The blazing horned bull was a quintessential representation of high health and robust defense. Even a team would require considerable effort to bring it down. Yet here stood Lin Chen, motionless, effortlessly dispatching it, a feat that was truly astonishing. Go, eliminate the rest. Pointing at the remaining ferocious beasts, Lin Chen issued another command. Chapter 11, Frenzied Leveling. This time, the beasts began to retaliate, directing their attacks towards the blade bugs at their side. The blade bugs nimbly evaded the beast strikes, even managing to counterattack. Coupled with the long-range assaults from the stabbing bugs and brain bugs, the remaining 11 ferocious beasts were quickly converted into experience points. Your summoned creature has slain the bloodfawn boar, earning you 50 experience points. Your summoned creature has slain the six-eared demon rabbit, earning you 30 experience points. Excellent. Another surge of experience. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. In a group, experience would be divided among all members. Soloing, while slower, also carried the risk of death. Only someone as self-assured in their abilities as Lin Chen would dare to brave the abyss alone. Advancing, Lin Chen gazed upon the multitude of equipment strewn across the ground. Within the abyss, once a beast perishes, it vanishes without leaving behind energy points. What remains of value are only these materials and equipment. Bronze short sword, 1 strength. Requirement, level 1. Wind chasing bracelet, common 1 agility, 1 strength, 1 spirit. Requirement, level 3. Dark ring, excellent 1 agility, 1 spirit. Effect, when damage is dealt. Increases spirit by 1 point, up to a maximum of 3. Requirement, level 4. The ring is quite impressive. Lin Chen nodded in approval and equipped the dark ring without hesitation. As a summoner, he belonged to a magic-oriented class. And the most vital attribute for such classes is spirit. Spirit not only enhances mana and spell potency, but also increases the critical strike chance of spells. For Lin Chen, spirit significantly boosts the defensive capabilities, speed, and overall damage of his summoned creatures. This dark ring would contribute substantially to his prowess. An increase of 4 points in spirit could augment the attributes of his current Zerg units by at least 50. Having completed these tasks, Lin Chen glanced at his status panel. Name, Lin Chen. Class, Zerg Overlord Voidwalker. Talent potential, infinite. Strength, 54. Speed, 34. Spirit, 78. Defense, 32. Health, 30. Mana, 55. This panel is extraordinary for a magic class, surpassing many strength classes that may not even possess such formidable stats. Truly, he is the infinite level Zerg Overlord. Even his mere statistics exude an intimidating presence. Lin Chen grinned widely. However, he soon shook his head. It's best to focus on leveling up first. Only strength is the foundation of his existence. Lin Chen led his swarm deeper into the forest. Despite being only level 4, the sheer power of his Zerg army prevented any nearby ferocious beasts from approaching him. The moment they drew near, they would be swiftly eliminated, transforming into experience and equipment that fell to the ground. The Zerg army moved like a bulldozer, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Meanwhile, Lin Chen strolled leisurely, whistling, and enjoying an ice cream cone, savoring the delightful treat. The sound of notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Your summoned creature has slain a blood python, gaining 30 experience. Obtained equipment, flowing cloud bracelet. Obtained equipment, diamond ring. Your summoned creature has slain a red fire ant, gaining 10 experience. Your summoned creature has slain a bloodfawn boar, gaining 60 experience. Obtained equipment, brass short staff. As the saying goes, the brother need not lift a finger, the beasts take care of themselves. Indeed, at this moment, all Lin Chen needed to do was walk, leaving everything else to his Zerg units. What a delightful and leisurely experience it was. It felt as if he were not grinding levels, but rather strolling through a garden. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. They had ventured into the blood-color forest with caution, forming teams, and being vigilant against sudden monster ambushes. They fought with extreme tension, fearful that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Yet here was Lin Chen, casually wandering about with his hands in his pockets. Even indulging in ice cream, and leveling up at a pace akin to riding in a helicopter? The disparity between people is truly staggering. Ding! Your level has risen to level 5, gaining 1 attribute point. Please select how to allocate it. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the blood-color forest indeed provided ample experience. The ticket costing 1,000 credit points was certainly worth it. At this rate, he might reach level 6 before nightfall. Lin Chen smacked his lips, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. The leveling speed was astonishing for an ordinary person, but for Lin Chen, it was still insufficient. At the forest's edge, the monsters were all below level 5, and the gains were meager. It was time to advance deeper into the forest. The interior of the blood-color forest was perilous, with monsters exceeding level 8. Rumor had it that rare beasts roamed within. Even a team of 5 at level 10 would dare not enter recklessly. However, Lin Chen felt no pressure whatsoever as he strode boldly into the depths of the blood-color forest. For he was the Zerg Overlord. Even a beast horde was merely a slightly tougher morsel in the presence of his vast Zerg slaughter machine. It was said that deep within the blood-color forest lurked a second-tier boss, the Blood Knight Abnormal Spider, which had yet to be defeated. In his previous life, this boss was vanquished by a mysterious assassin, dropping a skill book of legendary caliber. In this life, the rewards of the Blood Knight Abnormal Spider would be his. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. In the abyss, minor creatures could respawn infinitely, but bosses were singular. Once dead, they were gone forever. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen resolved to venture into the depths of the blood-color forest, not merely for leveling, but to seize the opportunity to claim the boss's defeat. Preparing for the boss encounter, Lin Chen decided to decompose all the equipment in his inventory into energy points. Ding! Decomposition complete. Remaining energy points, 552. This was yet another testament to the power of the Zerg Overlord. He could break down useless equipment into energy points. Breed 10 brain worms, 10 stabbing worms, and 20 blade worms. Lin Chen commanded. Ding! Breeding successful. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the area. The once tumultuous tide of insects swelled again, expanding like a black sea of death that engulfed Lin Chen. Now, his army had significantly strengthened, boasting 60 blade worms, 25 stabbing worms, and 20 brain worms. A truly terrifying force, capable of sweeping through the blood-color forest. Chapter 12, Boss, Blood Knight Abnormal Spider. Not good, Captain. I can't hold on any longer. The bald knight roared, drenched in sweat. Before him loomed a massive spider, its crimson body relentlessly attacking, even as a concealed class shield knight. His health had plummeted to half in mere moments. It is worth noting that the shield knight's defense was significantly higher than that of ordinary classes. Yet, before the spider, he lacked even the strength to defend himself. This monstrous beast bore the ominous title of Blood Knight Abnormal Spider. It was indeed the final boss of the blood-color forest. Damn it. We just wanted to grind some monsters at the edge. How did we encounter the final boss? Lily's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth, casting a fireball that barely grazed the spider's fur. Initially, their team had merely intended to level up at the forest's periphery. They never anticipated stumbling upon this beast general-level boss along the way. Was it bad luck, or perhaps an unexpected stroke of fortune? Beast, Blood Knight Abnormal Spider. Level, 10, second tier. Health, 470. Strength, 144. Speed, 76. Spirit, 97. Skills, Bite, Hatch, Spin Web, Spray. These attributes were nothing short of monstrous. In terms of health, speed, strength, and even spirit, it lacked no weaknesses. Furthermore, beast general level bosses possessed a 100 damage bonus. For those below level 5, a single strike from the Blood Knight Abnormal Spider could result in instant death. The Bald Knight's resistance had already become a formidable feat, Captain Lily. We can't hold on any longer. I've run out of arrows. A long-haired archer beside him wore a grim expression. They had fought for quite some time. Yet the Blood Knight Abnormal Spider had sustained no damage. Instead, they had exhausted all their resources, and their condition was dire. Was this destined to be a total annihilation? Lily's face paled, filled with despair. Just then, the Blood Knight Abnormal Spider emitted a chilling screech, and its abdomen suddenly contracted. Instantly, countless tiny spiders, the size of dinner plates, were expelled like a tidal wave, surging toward the 5 attackers. Beware, this thing is poisonous. A cry of alarm erupted, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. The entire team's health plummeted at an alarming rate, with everyone hanging by a thread. I pondered why this lily seemed so familiar. It dawned on me, it was indeed her. I hadn't recognized her at first, but now the memory surfaced. In the shadows, observing the unfolding battle, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the petite, yet astonishingly endowed woman. He was acquainted with her. This lily was a hidden-class luck mage, endowed with remarkable business acumen. In the future, leveraging her profession and talent, she would ascend to a high-ranking position within the Hunters Association. It would be wise to cultivate a connection with her. In my previous life, all the equipment and materials I had amassed were converted into credits for my sister, Lin Qingxue. This time, however, I would not bear such a burden. I intended to utilize everything to enhance my own abilities. The surplus equipment, materials, and skill books necessitated a stable sales channel, and Lily was undeniably a trustworthy individual. My objective remained the same, to vanquish the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. With that in mind, offering assistance seemed prudent. Assessing the situation, Lin Chen made a decisive thought. Attack, he commanded, and 60 blade worms split into 4 groups, surrounding the Blood Knight Abyss Spider from all sides. Concurrently, 20 stingers and 20 brain worms launched their assaults. Swish, swish, the piercing stabs and fireballs intertwined, striking the Blood Knight Abyss Spider with ferocity. A flurry of damage numbers materialized around it. In agony, the Blood Knight Abyss Spider looked around, perplexed, as to where these dark, voracious insects had emerged from. Lily and her team shared a similar bewilderment. The army of blade worms had swiftly decimated the multitude of tiny spiders, effortlessly dismantling their swarm. What are these creatures? Are they beasts? No. They must be summoned entities. Lily and her companions stared in astonishment. What astounded them further was the sheer might of this swarm. Enraged, the Blood Knight Abyss Spider lashed out at the nearby blade worms. While its attacks proved effective, claiming a few lives, the relentless barrage of needles and fireballs rained down upon it from afar. Though each strike inflicted only a few points of damage, the overwhelming numbers were insurmountable. In less than a minute, the Blood Knight Abyss Spider had lost a third of its health, roaring in fury and pain. The creature was caught in a dilemma: fight or flee. The blade worms were tearing at its limbs, rendering escape impossible. This scene left Lily and her companions dumbfounded. The formidable boss they had nearly been annihilated by was now utterly helpless against another's might. This is outrageous, they exclaimed. What a monstrous display of power. Could that be the summoner who is here to save us? Suddenly, one of them pointed toward the edge of the forest. Following the direction of his finger, they beheld a man clad in a black mask, standing leisurely, as if merely spectating the drama unfold. The master? Is that not the same individual we encountered at the portal? The group of bald men felt their cheeks flush crimson. Just moments ago, they had mocked Lin Chen for daring to solo the boss, advising Lily to ignore him. Now, however, they found themselves rescued by his intervention, an undeniable slap in the face. Realization dawned upon Lily as her eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. At that moment, Lin Chen softly uttered 3 words: blood surge, volley, resonance. The insect units on the battlefield radiated either crimson or white light, their power surging exponentially. Blood surge, a skill exclusive to blade worms, enhancing strength and speed by 50 for 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Volley, a skill exclusive to stingers, allowing them to fire 3 short spikes simultaneously, increasing damage by 30 for 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Resonance, a skill exclusive to brain worms, linking their mental energies to unleash more potent spells for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 8 hours. These were innate skills of the insect units, and once activated, their combat prowess skyrocketed. Blade worms, glowing with a sanguine light, frantically tore into the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. The stingers released 3 short spikes in unison, multiplying their damage manifold. Most terrifying of all were the brain worms. Under normal circumstances, their fireballs dealt similar damage to the stingers. However, they were slower to fire. Thus, the pricier brain worms often yielded lower output compared to their cheaper counterparts. Yet, with resonance activated, everything changed. Pairing 2 brain worms formed a powerful unit. A massive fireball, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, coalesced above the swarm of brain worms and hurtled toward the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. 134 weak point damage. This colossal fireball obliterated nearly half of the Blood Knight Abyss Spider's health. The scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Panic gripped the Blood Knight Abyss Spider, an intelligent boss that yearned to flee upon witnessing the chaos. However, Lin Chen had no intention of granting it that mercy. Attack! The insect army surged forward, relentlessly pouncing on the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. Stingers rained down their spikes, while brain worms conjured another gigantic fireball. The Blood Knight Abyss Spider roared in fury, but ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the insect horde, its body collapsing in defeat. Lily and her team watched in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. They exchanged incredulous glances between the composed Lin Chen and the struggling Blood Knight Abyss Spider. Is this truly a boss fight? It feels more like a stroll through a market. No, even battling ordinary monsters isn't this effortless. Could it be that this boss, with a third of its health drained, fell in an instant? This is utterly terrifying. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? The group swallowed hard. Their eyes fixed on Lin Chen as he approached the corpse of the Blood Knight Abyss Spider, where a plethora of loot lay scattered. Ding. Your summoned creature has slain the Blood Knight Abyss Spider, earning 650 experience points. Your level has risen to level 6, granting you 1 attribute point. Please allocate it. Another level up. Lin Chen smiled slightly. However, he had lost 12 blade worms in the process of defeating the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. Compared to the gains, he remained unperturbed. The insect units were inexpensive, akin to consumables. Losing 12 blade worms to slay the Abyss Soul boss was a worthy trade. In his past life, a mysterious assassin had obtained an immensely powerful skill book from the Blood Knight Abyss Spider. He wondered if he would have the same fortune this time. As he extended his hand, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. You have obtained equipment, Bronze Longsword. You have obtained equipment, Deerskin Short Boots. You have obtained equipment, Fire Essence Ring. You have obtained skill book, Fireball. You have obtained skill book, Ice Spike. A rare skill book, Ice Spike. Lin Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Skill books were notoriously difficult to acquire and commanded a far higher price than ordinary equipment. Not to mention, this was a rare skill book that could fetch a price of at least 200,000 credit points. However, it was not what I desired. Lin Chen continued to peruse the spoils list, ultimately fixating on a white skill book. Found you. Greed Soul 1. Name, Greed Soul. Type, passive skill. Quality, common. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirement, level 1. Effect, when slaying monsters, there is a 10 chance to acquire an additional random loot item. Indeed, this skill book was dropped by the Blood Knight Spider boss. That assassin was not deceiving me. Lin Chen's face brightened with joy, and he unhesitatingly learned the skill. In my previous life, once the effects of the Greed Soul skill book were discovered, it became the most sought-after white skill book, with every guild clamoring to acquire it specifically for lottery purposes. Its price soared to over 3 million, yet it was still more valuable than the market could bear. Eventually, high-end guilds monopolized it, prohibiting sales to independent players. Reflecting on the fervor that Greed Soul ignited in my last life, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This was the advantage of being reborn. Before the true value of Greed Soul was uncovered, he could seize the opportunity. Greed Soul, while appearing average, had the effect of providing a 10 chance for additional random loot, meaning Lin Chen would benefit 10 more than others in the long run. Most significantly, Greed Soul was an upgradable skill. With further study, its quality would elevate from common to excellent, and the probability would increase. Ultimately, the probability could reach a staggering 500. This effect was indeed extraordinary. Satisfied, Lin Chen was about to depart when a voice called out, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one." Lily exclaimed gratefully. If it weren't for Lin Chen today, their group would undoubtedly have faced annihilation here. Lin Chen glanced back without uttering a word, merely nodding slightly before continuing on his way. Had it been moments ago, the bald knight and his companions might have thought Lin Chen was merely posturing. But now, they murmured in awe. Truly a master, swift as the wind. How impressive. The summoner is incredibly powerful. Why am I not a summoner? They lamented. I never expected that our humble Jiangnan City branch would host such a formidable summoner. I must share this news with others and take pride in it. However, Lily shook her head, asserting, this matter should remain confidential. This master clearly wishes to keep his identity concealed, as evidenced by his mask. We must not reveal this. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Her words prompted nods of agreement among the others. Indeed, they decided to heed their leader's advice. Look, there is a plethora of equipment on the ground that the master has discarded. We have struck it rich. The group gazed at the ground, where a multitude of white gear lay scattered. With limited inventory space and the time-consuming process of dismantling, it would be too cumbersome for Lin Chen. The remaining equipment would be theirs for the taking. So much gear. This far exceeds what we typically loot from monsters, and the levels are quite high. They considered it a stroke of fortune. Though the equipment was merely white, its high level meant it could be sold for a handsome price. The faces of the group brightened with excitement. Chapter 14, 200,000, Take Me Leveling. Hunters Association. It was time to manage the equipment and skill books. His backpack was already full. Each professional carried a 10-slot backpack, and expanding it required a significant investment. The gear and skill books were not applicable to his profession. Dismantling them for energy points was not cost-effective. Selling them for credit points was the best option. Exiting the teleportation hall, he arrived at the free trading zone. This was commonly known as the marketplace. Many individuals felt that selling equipment and materials to the Hunters Association offered too low a price, so they set up stalls here to trade. Vendors enthusiastically called out to passersby, Come. Silver scale armor, 5,000 credit points each. Freshly crafted spider daggers, going cheap. 10 spider eyes for 1,000 credit points. No haggling. It was quite a lively scene. As Lin Chen entered the free trading zone, the high-level equipment he carried attracted considerable attention. Goodness, is that the blood spider leggings? And the blood spider chest armor and gloves? A complete set. What a master. I've been here for years and only managed to collect 2 pieces of the blood spider set. When did this expert emerge? The Dominator? That ID doesn't seem familiar. They followed closely, eager to see what a master would offer. Lin Chen walked straight to an empty spot, removing all the equipment and skill books from his backpack. He then hung a sign that read, "Equipment and Skills Clearance Sale, 1 hour only." The equipment was of decent quality and level, and 1 hour was ample time to sell it all. As soon as the stall was set up, a crowd gathered around in fascination. Wow, what a master. I've always wanted that blood spider chest armor. Is that ice spike? This skill book is incredibly rare. A throng of onlookers pointed at the stall, their eyes filled with desire and astonishment. Yet, few dared to inquire about the prices. These items were renowned for being high-grade and costly. Soon, a tall woman approached. Her elegant and aloof demeanor suggested she was quite extraordinary. Lin Chen recognized her immediately. It was Lu Yinran. Lu Yinran pointed at the skill book and asked, "How much for this ice spike?" 200,000 credit points. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Lu Yinran frowned slightly. 200,000? That's rather steep. Could you offer a discount? Lin Chen closed his eyes, uninterested in further conversation. If she found it too expensive, she could seek it elsewhere. Although the market price for ice spike was 180,000, there was no guarantee anyone would sell it to her. Such a powerful skill was typically held by large guilds, and one could only purchase it after joining a guild and making substantial contributions. Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent demeanor, Lu Yinran's large eyes reflected a hint of displeasure. However, she quickly conceded, "All right, 200,000 credit points, I'll buy it." With a sigh, Lu Yinran acknowledged, "Ice spike is a godly skill in the early stages, capable of inflicting significant damage on a single target while also applying an ice slow effect. It will greatly assist me in leveling. 200,000 is worth it." Lin Chen replied, "Very well, please transfer the funds first." Instantly, his account swelled with an additional 200,000 credit points, bringing him immense satisfaction. In his previous life, Lin Chen's monthly living expenses amounted to merely 1,000 credit points. Now, in just a few hours, he could amass hundreds of thousands of credit points. After completing the transaction, however, Lu Yinran did not leave immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at Lin Chen. "Dominator, you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Lu Yinran inquired curiously. She felt a strange sense of recognition towards this masked figure. Lin Chen simply shook his head. No, he had no intention of becoming entangled with someone like her. "Dominator, your ability to acquire such equipment and skill books indicates you are quite powerful. I have just transitioned to a new class. Would you take me leveling? I will pay you 200,000 for each level gained. 200,000 for each level." The moment these words escaped her lips, the surrounding crowd held their breath. Such a price stirred excitement in everyone present. After all, they toiled for months without earning 200,000. Now, simply by guiding someone in leveling, one could effortlessly earn what others might take a year to accumulate. However, what surprised the crowd was, Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at her and uttered a single word, "No." The crowd erupted in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Utterly unprepared for Lin Chen's outright rejection of such a lucrative opportunity, Lu Yinran furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. In her estimation, this dominant figure possessed considerable strength, yet he exhibited an excessive air of arrogance. Could it be that he recognized me and sought to attract my attention? A thought flickered in Lu Yinran's mind. She was no stranger to suitors. Many had employed various methods in their pursuit of her. Although this approach was novel, it was rather clumsy. With a cold huff, Lu Yinran cast a disdainful look at Lin Chen before striding away with purpose. Lin Chen's gaze drifted through the crowd. Lin Qingxue, what a surprise to find her in such a place. The sight of Lin Qingxue filled Lin Chen with unexpected astonishment. He had long since given up hope regarding her. Whatever her intentions or whereabouts held no relevance to him. As Lin Qingxue approached, his heart remained as indifferent as ever. "Qingqing, come look. There are so many high-tier items here," Lin Qingxue exclaimed, pulling Li Qingqing along in excitement. Chapter 15, Lin Qingxue, you shall never see me again. Gazing at the glimmering high-tier equipment on display, even Lin Qingxue and Li Qingqing, who had yet to awaken their classes, couldn't help but drool with desire. "If only I could have so many items," Lin Qingxue lamented. "Huh, each of those items is worth at least 100,000. What do you intend to use for payment?" Li Qingqing chuckled, covering her mouth. Lin Qingxue shook her head and sighed. "Humph, it's all Lin Chen's fault. If he weren't so useless, how could I be in such a pitiful state?" In Lin Qingxue's mind, despite her current state of having no worries about food and clothing, she hadn't even washed a single bowl. She still felt life was arduous. In her fantasies, she envisioned herself as a noble young lady, basking in affection with her brother Li Kuan, leading a life of luxury. Being cooped up in a cramped apartment was utterly disgraceful. Even though Lin Chen toiled from dawn till dusk, exhausting all his resources, was it not ultimately his own fault? That person. Lin Qingxue suddenly felt that the stall owner looked somewhat familiar. That physique, that stance. Lin Chen. She muttered to herself in disbelief. "What's wrong, Xiaoxue?" Li Qingqing inquired curiously. Lin Qingxue pointed toward the stall owner. "Qingqing, that person resembles Lin Chen. Look at his build and shape. It's as if Lin Chen is wearing a mask." Could it be that this person truly is Lin Chen? The thought struck her as absurd. After all, how could the useless Lin Chen possibly acquire such high-tier equipment? Yet, as she contemplated further, doubt crept in. She stepped forward and poked the stall owner. Hey, are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned his head, his expression as indifferent as ever. If you're not here to buy something, then be on your way. Humph. Although you lowered your voice, it's definitely you, Lin Chen. Lin Qingshua's eyes lit up instantly. I can tell. You are undoubtedly Lin Chen. Oh. So you're not looking for me. You're actually here. Lin Qingxua lifted her foot, intending to kick Lin Chen. In her previous life, she often expressed her annoyance and disdain for Lin Chen in this manner. Back then, Lin Chen had felt no particular way about it, even interpreting it as a sign of affection. But in this life, Lin Chen retaliated with a kick of his own. With a thud, Lin Qingxua felt a tremendous force strike her foot, sending her sprawling to the ground, her mind blank and her body aflame with pain. Little sister, if you dare to strike me again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Lin Chen said coldly. Within the Hunter Association, physical altercations were prohibited, but circumstances mattered. In this instance, as Lin Qingxua had instigated the attack, Lin Chen's response could easily be justified as self-defense. Had he been more ruthless, he could have unleashed his skills and eliminated her right there without anyone raising an eyebrow. After all, it was Lin Qingxua who had initiated the confrontation. You. How dare you, Lin Chen? You actually laid a hand on me. Lin Qingxua sat on the ground, utterly stunned. 2 streams of tears traced her cheeks. She could not comprehend why the person before her, clearly Lin Chen, was pretending not to recognize her and even resorted to violence. Xiaoxua, are you all right? Li Qingqing hurried over. Let us leave quickly. If the enforcement team arrives, we're finished. The enforcement team served as the guardians of order within the Hunter Association. Given that Lin Qingxua had been the first to strike, she would undoubtedly be deemed the instigator. The penalties could range from fines to expulsion. Realizing this, Lin Qingxua's face turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she cast one last resentful glance at Lin Chen before hissing. Humph, Lin Chen, if you refuse to acknowledge me, then from this day forth, you shall never see me again. With that, she and Li Qingqing hurriedly left the scene, looking quite disheveled. Meanwhile, Lin Chen maintained his aloof demeanor, his heart undisturbed. You think you won't see me again? Huh, I appreciate your well-wishing. A week later, at the 3rd middle school, the playground was teeming with people. Today marked the time for the awakening ceremony. This was the most significant moment in this world. Awaken a favorable profession and soar to great heights. Fail to awaken a profession, and one was doomed to a life of mediocrity. The playground was filled with faculty and students eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony, while parents with hopeful expressions gathered outside. Influential figures from martial arts schools also congregated, ready to extend offers to those with exceptional potential. Silence. A commanding voice resonated from the stage. The principal solemnly declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the awakening ceremony at Jiangnan City's 3rd middle school. As his words fell, student after student entered the job transition altar in an orderly fashion. The first to go was Lin Chen's class. The group was abuzz with excitement and trepidation as they awaited their names to be called. I wonder what profession I will awaken. Hopefully, it's a hidden class. Huh, you hoping for a hidden class? Even a basic profession would be good enough. I just want to awaken something. Only Lin Chen remained unperturbed, standing in the midst of the crowd with a serene expression, his heart devoid of any disturbance. Next, Huang Xian, his eyes brightening. Huang Xian hurriedly stepped forward to stand before the robed figure. After a series of operations, a spectrum of colors coalesced before descending upon Huang Xian, forming an emblem imprinted on his elbow. The robed priest glanced at him, his previously indifferent expression softening somewhat as he announced, Huang Xian, profession awakened, blood warrior. Blood warrior, a hidden profession. The entire school erupted in excitement. Countless teachers, parents, and influential figures turned their attention to him, their eyes filled with envy and longing. They wished they could trade places with Huang Xian. After all, this was a hidden profession. Huang Xian, upon hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. While he was pleased, he did not exhibit overwhelming excitement, for this profession template had been purchased by his father for him, and its effects were already known. Such were the advantages of wealth. His future had already been predetermined. The robed figure regarded Huang Xian with newfound warmth, nodding, well done, you may step down. Huang Xian descended with elation, basking in the envious and respectful gazes of those around him. He stood a little taller, and with a smirk, he cast a provocative glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, did you see? This is my profession. What can you, a useless one, possibly contest with me? Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, a cold laughter escaping his lips. I see you're itching for a fight. Huang Xian recalled the day he was defeated by Lin Chen in a single move, fury surging within him. Chapter 16, The Awakening Ceremony. Huang Xian grinned maliciously. Lin Chen, defeating me once was merely a stroke of luck. This awakening ceremony will undoubtedly reveal you as a waste incapable of even awakening a profession. The surrounding students observed the scene with gleeful schadenfreude. No one believed that the usually inconspicuous Lin Chen could awaken any significant profession template. Class 2 of senior year, Lin Chen. A voice rang out from the stage. calling for him. Lin Chen regarded the speaker with indifference and proceeded to the altar. Is Lin Chen really going to awaken a profession? Given his usual demeanor, what could he possibly awaken? If it were me, I would have found a place to hide. Surely he is just going up there to embarrass himself. Haha. They held little hope for Lin Chen's success. Upon entering the altar, a cascade of multicolored light enveloped him. The transmigration priest regarded the stone tablet in his hand, nodding as he declared, Lin Chen, you have awakened the profession, warrior. The students of Class 2 were taken aback. This fellow had actually succeeded in his awakening? What incredible luck. However, they quickly dismissed it as nothing more than a basic warrior class. Well, a basic profession is still commendable, though it's just sheer luck. Humph. It's nothing of great significance. Lu Yanran, upon catching sight of Lin Chen, quickly lost interest and turned her head away. A mere warrior profession was not enough to pique her curiosity. Huang Xian paused, struggling to accept this development. But soon he scoffed at Lin Chen. Even if you have awakened a profession, it's merely the most basic warrior. Compared to my blood warrior, you are leagues behind. In response to Huang Xian's provocation, Lin Chen calmly retorted, if you're so formidable, how did you end up being slapped in the face by me? Huang Xian's face turned ashen with rage, his fists clenched tightly. The onlookers regarded Lin Chen with derision, wondering if he had lost his mind. Huang Xian had awakened a hidden profession. Why did he dare to speak so boldly? This kid was likely just resigned to his fate. Humph. A blood warrior against an ordinary person likely wouldn't even need to use skills. A single basic attack would suffice. If I were Lin Chen, I would have already bowed and apologized. Perhaps then I could have spared my life. Lin Chen was doomed. A multitude of eyes regarded him as though he were already deceased. After all, in their view, a mere warrior had no chance against the possessor of a hidden profession, especially one as vindictive as Huang Xian. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, I admire your tenacity. Just remember, once you leave the city, don't blame me for being merciless. Huang Xian sneered. The Dragon Kingdom explicitly forbids mutual slaughter, yet this law was confined within the city limits. Outside the city, in the wilderness, who could investigate such matters? Huang Xian believed he had Lin Chen right where he wanted him. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially at a time when he needed to remain inconspicuous. If Huang Xian continued to provoke him, however, he would not show mercy. Gasping for breath, Huang Xian ominously warned, just wait, I won't let you off so easily. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Lin Qingshue's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually succeeded in his awakening? She couldn't fathom that Lin Chen had awakened a profession. However, she quickly scoffed, dismissing it with a huff. Humph, just a warrior. I heard my brother Li Kuan awakened a hidden profession, challenger. Hidden professions are far superior to your pathetic warrior. Lin Qingxue remained thoroughly unimpressed. Next, Lu Yanran. Upon hearing this name, the previously animated group fell silent, their gazes converging on a single direction. A girl with an aloof demeanor stepped forward. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, yet exuded a frigid elegance, akin to a snow lotus blooming amidst the desolation of Tianshan. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, her slender waist and exquisite features, combined with long legs that seemed to belong to a top model, commanded attention. Lu Yanran approached, and after a brief ceremony, the light coalesced around her. The robed man, feeling the energy she emanated, displayed a hint of astonishment, his expression shifting from indifference to profound joy. Lu Yanran, you have awakened the profession, Holy Knight. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of shock and envy. A Holy Knight. This was an exceedingly rare hidden profession, its archetype rooted in the Western concept of angels, harnessing the power of holy light. They could heal allies while boasting formidable combat capabilities. They even possess skills like the Holy Shield to protect teammates, making them invaluable companions on the battlefield, capable of both enduring blows and dealing them with unparalleled support abilities. Such a profession, with even a modicum of foresight, would be prioritized for cultivation. It was a rarity that could only emerge once in an entire city. The throng descended into a deep astonishment. Lu Yanran was not only stunningly beautiful, but had also awakened such a powerful profession. Truly remarkable. The Lu family, already a prestigious lineage, now gained an even stronger foothold with Lu Yanran's emergence, solidifying their status among the elite families. A fleeting thrill flickered across Lu Yanran's cold visage, swiftly replaced by a more subdued expression, for like Huang Xian, her profession had already been predetermined. The robed man produced a token, handing it to Lu Yanran while offering her earnest invitations to join a particular organization. As Lu Yanran descended from the stage, a throng of admirers rushed toward her, eager to entice her to their ranks. Miss Lu, we are from the Jiangnan City Extreme Guild. We welcome you to join us. Miss Lu, I hail from the neighboring Lizhu Di Xian Pavilion. Should you join our organization, our guild master will take you as a disciple. Lu Yanran, her expression icy, shook her head, rejecting all overtures, her gaze imbued with a hint of pride and aloofness. Countless students, parents, and even teachers cast envious and adoring glances toward Lu Yanran. During this awakening ceremony, among 30,000 students, only a few dozen hidden professions had been awakened, surpassing previous years by a notable margin. Among them, Lu Yinran's Holy Knight stood out as the most rare and powerful. This caused the principal's smile to stretch from ear to ear, a grin that lingered throughout the day. With the awakening ceremony concluded, the principal began his address anew. Students, the awakening ceremony has been successfully completed. Even those who did not awaken a profession should not be disheartened. After all, life offers more than one path. For those who have awakened a profession, be sure to prepare diligently for the National College Entrance Examination in 3 days. Chapter 17. The National College Entrance Examination. In 3 days, the National College Entrance Examination would commence. All examinees would enter a man-made abyss dungeon for assessment. Those who performed exceptionally well would have the privilege of selecting a prestigious university, such as the renowned Tiandu Longyuan University, the Zhanghe Academy in Magic City, or even various esteemed institutions in other countries. Only by gaining admission to a distinguished university could one access adequate resources for training and leveling up. Otherwise, even the most exceptional profession could be rendered inconsequential due to a lack of resources. Thus, the National College Entrance Examination became an event second only to the profession awakening. Of course, not everyone could participate in the National College Entrance Examination. Those who had not awakened a profession could only take cultural exams and attend cultural universities. Cultural universities, despite bearing the title of university, held a status and resources that were only marginally superior to those of an ordinary high school, incomparably inferior to the professional university. Lin Chen, I eagerly anticipate our encounter in the college entrance examination instance 3 days hence. At that moment, I shall make you aware that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Huang Xian turned his head, casting a cold smirk towards Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen retorted, "We shall see when the time comes. Do not merely boast with your words." Huang Xian narrowed his eyes. "I hope that in 3 days, your bravado will still hold." With that, he strode away, accompanied by a throng of followers. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. This Huang Xian, believing that awakening the blood warrior profession grants him the right to tread upon others, remains blissfully unaware of the truth. His opponent is none other than the ruler of the insectoid race. Should Huang Xian dare to make a move in 3 days, the insectoid army would undoubtedly relish in tearing him apart. After all, Lin Chen is not a benevolent saint. Lost in thought, he was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Before him stood a graceful silhouette. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen was astonished to find that it was Lu Yinran. Could it be that she has discerned my true identity? Lin Chen felt a surge of surprise. It is worth noting that previously, Lu Yinran and Lin Chen had scarcely any interactions. Why, then, had she sought him out now? As Lin Chen pondered this, Lu Yinran coldly spoke. "Lin Chen, if your intention to participate in the National College Entrance Examination is for my sake, I advise you to reconsider. The examination carries life-threatening risks." Lin Chen paused, then inwardly scoffed. Does Lu Yinran believe that my efforts are for her benefit? Yet, her assumption is not entirely unfounded. After all, Lu Yinran is the goddess of the entire third high school. In his previous life, Lin Chen harbored deep admiration for this celestial beauty, yet the disparity between them was insurmountable, and he dared not entertain any notions. In this life, the gulf between them has widened even further. However, this time, their positions have reversed. With the title of ruler of the insectoid race, Lin Chen is destined to ascend to the pinnacle, and Lu Yinran, at most, she is merely a prodigy within Jiangnan City. In comparison to Lin Chen, she is akin to a matchstick before the sun. "You need not concern yourself, Lu Goddess," Lin Chen replied languidly. Lu Yinran's brows knitted together, her displeasure palpable. She had come to warn him of Huang Xian's potential aggression during the examination, yet he responded with such insolence? With that thought, Lu Yinran turned to leave. She had already extended her warning. If he chose to disregard it, so be it. In her eyes, Lin Chen was merely an inconsequential character. Her only motive for cautioning him was due to Huang Xian's targeting of Lin Chen, a matter ultimately stemming from her own influence. Having issued her warning once was already more than generous. After all, she and Lin Chen were not of the same caliber. Meanwhile, onlookers who had witnessed the exchange between Lin Chen and Lu Yinran began to gossip among themselves. This Lin Chen is far too arrogant. Indeed, how dare he act so brazenly before our Lu Goddess? He deserves to be taught a lesson by Huang Xian. Let us see how he meets his demise in 3 days. Just a basic profession warrior, and yet he exudes such arrogance? Surely, he cannot believe that awakening a basic profession makes him formidable? The crowd harbored no fondness for Lin Chen. His audacity was excessive. While it was one thing to be insolent towards Huang Xian, to treat Lu Goddess with such disrespect was a complete affront to their idealized image of her. Consequently, these sycophants redirected their ire towards Lin Chen, with many secretly vowing to teach him a lesson during the National College Entrance Examination. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unfazed, departing the school amidst their judgmental gazes. 3 days later, at the site of the National College Entrance Examination, this time, the event garnered comparatively less attention than the profession awakening, yet it remained highly anticipated. Students from 3rd high school gathered in the schoolyard, gazing curiously at a massive teleportation portal. Is this the Abyss instance? How impressive. I've heard that the Abyss instances designated for the college entrance examination are artificially crafted by the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. It's truly remarkable. Creating an Abyss requires an astonishing amount of resources, if not for an event as significant as the National College Entrance Examination. The average person could not bear such an expense. Many engaged in animated discussions, their faces alight with excitement and anxiety. Only Lin Chen regarded the colossal portal with a sense of ease. Abyss, Trial Grounds, LV1, LV5, multiplayer instance. Presently, Lin Chen's level had reached 6. For an instance where the monsters predominantly ranged from levels 1 to 5, he was akin to a max-level powerhouse effortlessly dominating a novice village. Lin Chen even contemplated which prestigious university to select. Meanwhile, at another corner, Qingxue, would you like to team up with me? A pockmarked-faced boy eagerly approached Lin Qingxue. I'm a warrior, and you're a priest. We would make a perfect duo for monster hunting. Rest assured, my family bought me experience potions yesterday, and I've already leveled up to 2. I can definitely carry you. The boy patted his chest confidently, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Lin Qingxue had also awakened a profession, yet it was only the basic profession of a priest. Entering the Abyss instance as a basic profession was generally perilous. After all, the National College Entrance Examination was not an entirely safe assessment. There had been casualties in previous years. The last national examination had recorded 327 fatalities and 484 injuries among candidates. Thus, most individuals opted to form teams. While teaming up would reduce rewards and points, it provided greater safety. Lin Qingxue hesitated. Chapter 18, Trial Grounds. Very well, I will team up with you. Lin Qingxue finally nodded in agreement. Truth be told, she had little desire to ally with the pockmarked boy, as she believed only her brother Li Kuan deserved her companionship, despite the boy's previous attempts to woo her and the favors he had bestowed. He paled in comparison to her brother. Nevertheless, in order to succeed in the national examination, Lin Qingxue resolved to give the pockmarked boy a chance. Wonderful, Qingxue. You can rest easy. I will absolutely protect you. The boy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced with glee. With the pockmarked boy as her guardian, Lin Qingxue felt a modicum of safety. She then glanced towards a corner, where Lin Chen sat quietly, exuding an air of indifference. Humph, merely a basic profession. And having offended both Huang Xian and Lu Yanran, who would dare team up with you? Without a team, your entrance into the trial abyss will surely spell your doom. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation, stamping her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Huang Xian, observing Lin Chen's composed demeanor from a distance, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Lin Chen, you are finished. This time, I will not let you escape. Within the gathering, one could not make a move. Otherwise, even the Huang family would suffer repercussions. However, once inside the instance, he could act without restraint. Just then, the principal's voice echoed throughout the field. Students, the National College Entrance Examination is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. I will now announce the rules for this examination. The examination will employ a point system. Within the Abyss instance, each monster killed will yield corresponding points. As the level increases, the rarity of monsters escalates, leading to a higher accumulation of points. Naturally, those who form teams must share the points earned. Ultimately, the ranking of points will determine the standings in this national examination. Moreover, the examination is fraught with peril. Should one encounter danger, it is imperative to immediately use the teleportation scroll to exit the examination. In conclusion, I wish everyone a remarkable performance. The principal's words resonated throughout the playground, igniting fervor among countless candidates. Simultaneously, the central portal of the playground burst open, emanating waves of shimmering light. Hundreds of thousands of students, adhering to their class rankings, entered the portal in an orderly fashion. The national examination officially commenced. Is this the trial ground? Lin Chen surveyed the surrounding landscape with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had failed to awaken a profession, thus rendering him unable to participate in the examination. However, in this life, what once seemed unattainable now appeared rather trivial. Looking around, he found himself amidst an expansive plain, stretching infinitely. According to the guide distributed prior to the examination, the trial ground spans over 10,000 square kilometers, a size akin to a small city. Nevertheless, the national examination is a joint assessment, meaning that this trial instance encompasses candidates from the entirety of Jiangnan City, which boasts over 200,000 examinees. Yet, despite this vast number, aside from those in teams, candidates were randomly dispersed throughout the various corners of the map. With such a large area, encountering another candidate would prove to be a challenge. Roar! No sooner had he settled than several bloodtooth boars, brandishing their enormous tusks, charged toward him. 5 bloodtooth boars in total, with the lowest level at 3 and the highest reaching 5. If it were an ordinary student who had just arrived, such an overwhelming onslaught would surely cause immediate panic. Yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, nonchalantly raising his hand and uttering, "Come forth." Instantly, a flurry of white light flashed, and the previously barren grassland was suddenly teeming with swarms of insects radiating a dark luminescence within a radius of 100 meters. Currently, Lin Chen commanded an army of 48 blade bugs, 25 stinger bugs, and 20 brain bugs. This formidable legion fixated hungrily on the encircled bloodtooth boars. Without delay, the blade bugs sprang into action, striking fiercely. Crack! With a soft sound, the nearest bloodtooth boar collapsed, lifeless. Your summoned creature has slain a bloodtooth boar, gaining 10 experience points. The remaining bloodtooth boars, now in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but the ruthless blade bugs would not grant them such mercy. Pouncing upon them, in an instant, the bloodtooth boars fell, their forms dissolving into streams of experience amidst the bloodshed. Your summoned creature has slain a bloodtooth boar, gaining 10 experience points. TSK, the experience gained is rather paltry. After dispatching several bloodtooth boars effortlessly, Lin Chen felt a twinge of boredom. His level was simply too high, and the experience yielded from such lowly creatures was significantly diminished compared to before. However, acquiring points was still a favorable outcome. Lin Chen raised his hand to examine the token he held, upon which were inscribed several prominent characters. Candidate, Lin Chen. Points, 210. In the context of the national examination, points equate to examination scores. Slaying ferocious beasts grants points, with higher level beasts yielding greater scores. Level 1 beasts, 1 point. Level 2 beasts, 5 points. Level 3 beasts, 20 points. Level 4 beasts, 50 points. Level 5 beasts, 100 points. After 7 days, when exiting the trial ground, points will be tallied, and rankings determined from highest to lowest. Those with higher rankings will naturally demonstrate formidable professions and combat prowess, attracting the attention of admission officers from various academies, potentially even granting opportunities for direct selection. Conversely, those with lower rankings may find themselves relegated to lesser institutions, with the risk of failing altogether. In this life, I should not face failure, should I? Lin Chen smiled confidently, stepping forward to inspect the corpses of the bloodtooth boars. As he reached out, a notification sounded in his mind. Acquired equipment, flowing cloud boots, white. White equipment, utterly worthless. Lin Chen scoffed, dismissively disassembling it for energy points. Presently, Lin Chen was adorned in exquisite quality equipment, all glowing green, including 2 pieces of rare quality jewelry. A mundane white piece of equipment simply did not capture his interest. Subsequently, Lin Chen reached out towards the other bloodtooth boar corpses. As expected, they yielded only more white equipment. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a notification chimed. Ding! Greedy soul activated, obtaining additional loot. Acquired equipment, crystal of omniscience. Instantly, a golden light erupted. Lin Chen gazed at the necklace in his hand, a look of delight spreading across his face. Name, crystal of omniscience. Quality, extraordinary. Type, necklace. Requirement, level 5. Attributes, 1 spirit, 1 all attributes. Special effect, all passive effects increased by 10. Chapter 19, Tier 2 Insectoids. This piece of equipment, while seemingly average in attributes, possessed a remarkably overpowered effect. All passive effects increased by 10. This affix effectively doubles the trigger rate for Greedy Soul, elevating it to a staggering 20. Such an enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Chen could not help but grin widely. The effect of Greedy Soul had far exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated receiving such a valuable item on its first activation. After equipping the necklace, Lin Chen turned his attention to the insectoid units surrounding him. While I hold the advantage in strength, I must remain vigilant and accumulate more points. Currently, this insectoid army feels somewhat diminished. With a thought, he delved into the dominion of the insect world, casting his gaze upon the energy points inscribed upon the monument. I now possess 1570 energy points, ample for exchanging for more insectoids. However, Lin Chen shook his head, redirecting his focus upwards. Now, it is time to unlock the Tier 2 insectoids. Tier 1 insectoids consist of only 3 types: blade bugs, stinger bugs, and brain bugs. Moreover, the combat power corresponding to Tier 1 insectoids is roughly equivalent to that of human practitioners at level 23. At this stage, employing the insect swarm strategy can effortlessly dominate the trial instance. Yet, there exists a significant concern: exposure. If Lin Chen were an ordinary summoner, he would never even contemplate revealing himself. The importance of a summoner is self-evident. Any exposure would incite competition from various factions. Even the so-called top-tier Tian Du University of Long Country would extend an olive branch, offering substantial privileges. However, Lin Chen is no ordinary summoner. He is the dominator of insectoids. With a talent level dubbed Infinity, how exaggerated is that? It can be said that throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, such a phenomenon has never before occurred. If he were to expose himself without adequate strength, the risk of being stifled would far outweigh the chances of being nurtured as a key talent. After all, Blue Star is not solely inhabited by Long Country. Various nations eye each other warily, maintaining a fragile balance. Should Lin Chen's peculiar profession be discovered, The powers of other nations would undoubtedly exert every effort to eliminate this future pinnacle figure. It is precisely for this reason that, until now, Lin Chen has presented himself to the outside world merely as a novice warrior. At this moment, in order to conceal the true identity of the Zerg sovereign, Lin Chen resolved to temporarily abandon the swarm tactics and shift towards an elite strategy. Unlock second-tier Zerg. Lin Chen commanded with a firm tone. Do you confirm the expenditure of 1,000 energy points to unlock second-tier Zerg? Confirm. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Chen affirmed. Ding. Second-tier Zerg has been unlocked. Instantly, above the first-tier Zerg, cards representing the second-tier Zerg became vivid and luminous. Winged Bee. Aerial Unit. Strength. 37. Speed. 68. Spirit. 12. Skills. Speed. Aura. Flame Jet. Energy required for incubation. 50. Flameworm. Ranged Magical Unit. Strength. 08. Speed. 07. Spirit. 69. Skills. Flame Impact. Rapid Fire. Energy required for incubation. 100. Armored Blade Bug. Upgraded variant of Blade Bug. Strength. 27. Speed. 35. Spirit. 08. Skills. Blood Frenzy. Armored Shield. Energy required for incubation. 50. Incubate one each of Winged Bee, Flameworm, and Armored Blade Bug. Lin Chen commanded decisively. Ding. Incubation successful. In an instant, 3 Zerg units appeared on the field. The Winged Bee, a creature the size of a person, manifested a striking blue hue, its wings ablaze like flames, exuding an air of ferocity. At last, an aerial combat unit. Lin Chen nodded with delight, fully aware of the significance of air supremacy. Most lower-tier practitioners are limited to ground movement. However, the Winged Bee possesses the ability to soar through the skies at impressive speed while also wielding ranged attack capabilities. If their numbers were to swell, the threat to ground forces would be unimaginable. Furthermore, according to the information coursing through his mind, the Winged Bee could easily carry an adult male for short-distance flights. This meant the Winged Bee could effectively serve as a diminutive aerial transport. The Armored Blade Bug, an enhanced version of the standard Blade Bug, boasted a larger frame, with its speed and strength doubled. The Flameworm, a colossal creature measuring approximately 3 meters in length and 1 meter in height, appeared rather unremarkable. Release Flame Impact. Lin Chen pointed at a boulder over a meter high. Without a moment's hesitation, the Flameworm unleashed a torrent of fire. Boom. The sound reverberated as the massive stone shattered into countless fragments. Such exaggerated power. It felt comparable to a standard artillery shell. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. This was merely the attack of a single Flameworm. What would the scene resemble if dozens, or even hundreds, unleashed their fury? It would be akin to a fireworks display. Indeed, I find myself in need of a formidable skill, and this Flameworm is exceedingly useful to me. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Sovereign can freely utilize the skills of the Zerg units within the Sovereign's domain. In other words, Lin Chen could employ the Flameworm's Flame Impact as if it were his own skill, without others suspecting a thing. Thus, he could effectively mask his identity. Incubate 3 Flameworms. Lin Chen promptly converted all remaining energy points into Flameworms. He then commanded, all Zerg are to hunt freely. Upon receiving the order, a multitude of Zerg dispersed to seek their prey. Shortly thereafter, a series of notifications echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Your summoned creature has slain a bloodfang boar, gaining 5 experience. Your summoned creature has slain a 2-horned rabbit, gaining 3 experience. Your summoned creature has slain. Delight surged within Lin Chen as a smile graced his features. This is the advantage of a summoner, leveling up without needing to move a finger, as the summoned creatures autonomously seek and eliminate foes. Furthermore, the loot automatically accumulates in his backpack. Glancing at the sky, Lin Chen stretched languidly. After such a prolonged endeavor, it was nearly dusk. With that, he retrieved a tent from his backpack and pulled out a pre-prepared meal, devouring it heartily. After a brief wash, Lin Chen slipped into the tent, falling into a deep slumber, as though he were on a leisurely outing rather than preparing for a rigorous examination. Chapter 20. 2 Hidden Professions. Meanwhile, in an external conference room, a group of high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City gathered once more. Hee Old Wang. Your latest student is quite remarkable. The number of awakened hidden professions surpasses previous years by over a dozen, and a holy knight has emerged. A white-haired elder chuckled amiably at the person beside him. Upon hearing this, those around could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, Old Wang, you've struck gold. A holy knight is a rare quality hidden profession for our humble Jiangnan City. Having even one is a cause for celebration. I believe this Lu Yanran will surely gain admission to Tiandu University. I wonder if she can secure the top spot in this examination. The principal of Jiangnan High School, Wang Xing, displayed a hint of pride, yet humbly waved his hand, stating, alas, that may not be the case. Your school is no different. I've heard that the genius Li Yuan has also awakened the hidden profession, Thunder Mage. Should Lu Yanran and Li Yuan cross paths, it would be difficult to predict the outcome, he remarked with a chuckle. The white-haired elder smiled. Old Wang, you are too modest. Although Li Yuan's Thunder Mage is indeed a hidden profession and excels in offense, it is merely of excellent quality, How can it compare to the rare quality hidden profession? Wang Xing's smile deepened. Ah, one cannot say that. I met that young girl Lu Yanran a few days ago. Despite her profession being exceedingly rare and her current level reaching 3, she lacks practical experience and may not necessarily become the top student in Jiangnan City. Yet, despite saying this, Wang Xing's expression revealed his true belief. The disparity in profession quality cannot be compensated for by mere practical experience or levels. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Yanran would likely emerge as Jiangnan City's top student in this examination. Humph, Wang Xing, do not celebrate too soon. Suddenly, a robust man interjected with a cold laugh. Wang Xing turned, frowning slightly at the sight of the muscular figure, the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Yang Shu. Hee, Wang Xing. Do you think that with your school producing a holy knight, victory is assured? Yang Shu scoffed. Let me inform you. Your school is not the only one to awaken a rare hidden profession. We also have one in our ranks. This declaration left everyone astonished. Typically, the emergence of a rare quality hidden profession in Jiangnan City is a remarkable event, yet Yang Shu claimed they had one as well. Principal Yang, you must be jesting. Principal Yang, if you have indeed awakened a hidden profession, why not disclose it earlier? This is monumental news. Some questioned skeptically. Yang Shu smiled as he explained. What I stated is indeed true. It is merely a temporary concealment for the sake of the college entrance examination. The individual who awakened a rare hidden profession is named Li Hu, and his awakened occupation is Shadow Assassin, remarkably adept at stealth and assassination. Moreover, over the past 7 days, he has already ascended to level 4. Therefore, the question of whether this year's top scorer in the Jiangnan City College entrance examination will emerge from your school or remain an enigma is still uncertain. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xing's expression darkened. If that were indeed the case, the coveted title of top scorer could fall to anyone, leaving much to speculation. Wang Xing's face betrayed a flicker of resentment, realizing that Jiangnan City's 3 high schools had been embroiled in rivalry since their inception, due to issues with student resources. School 3 had constantly been overshadowed by schools 1 and 2, struggling to make a name for itself. Finally, this year, a student had awakened a rare hidden profession, only for it to potentially be overshadowed again. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed at the large screen, exclaiming, "Look!" Everyone turned their gaze toward the screen, which displayed various scenes from the trial grounds. These monitors served not only to prevent cheating among students, but also to ensure their safety. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared on the screen, clad in silver armor and wielding a slender sword. She bore a pair of pristine white wings, resembling a sanctified angel from the west. This was Lu Yanran. At that moment, she was confronting 3 ferocious beasts. With a graceful wave of her hand, a radiant flame erupted forth, incinerating a blood-toothed boar into ashes. This was the skill of the Holy Knight, Holy Flame. Following this, Lu Yanran flapped her wings, deftly maneuvering between the beasts, skillfully evading their attacks while occasionally countering with holy flames and her sword. Within a matter of minutes, she dispatched all 3 formidable beasts. The screen showed Lu Yanran sighing in relief as she hurriedly collected the spoils left by the vanquished creatures, prompting a wave of admiration from the high-ranking officials in the Jiangnan City conference room. Indeed, as expected of a hidden profession, truly remarkable, they praised. Facing 3 beasts with such composure, she certainly stands out as a prodigy of the younger generation. An ordinary person would likely struggle to escape, let alone eliminate them all. To single-handedly slay 3 beasts of similar levels is already quite an accomplishment, which is why these officials showered Lu Yanran with accolades. After all, even a typical profession would find it exceedingly challenging to confront a beast of equal level. One could only imagine the expressions on their faces if they knew that Lin Chen could instantaneously eliminate bosses several levels higher. What is this? Yang Shu scoffed derisively. Switch the screen to Li Hu. I shall show you what a true assassin is. Instantly, the scene shifted once more, revealing a tall, slender man clad in black, Li Hu. He cautiously concealed himself within a thicket, observing 5 ferocious beasts before him, a gleaming dagger gripped in his hand. After a moment of observation, Li Hu sprang into action, darting forth like lightning to swiftly dispatch one of the beasts. However, the remaining creatures quickly surrounded him, launching their attacks. Typically, assassins dread being encircled, yet Li Hu showed no signs of panic. Instead, he waved his hand. Whoosh! A dagger pierced the eye socket of one beast, resulting in another instant kill. With his agile movements, Li Hu effortlessly eliminated the remaining 5 beasts. How about that? Yang Shu remarked with a hint of pride. The Shadow Assassin is a profession inclined toward combat. In terms of monster hunting, it cannot be compared to the balanced and multifunctional Holy Knight. Chapter 21, Emo Homely. Wang Xing's expression turned icy, his heart filled with urgency and indignation, yet he refrained from voicing his frustration, choosing instead to remain silent. At that moment, the screen transitioned once more, now focusing on a young man. In stark contrast to the intense battles of the previous 2 prodigies, this young man appeared somewhat out of place. He was eating, and not just any meal, but a self-heating hot pot. Seated beneath a tree, he relished his hot pot, grease glistening on his lips, occasionally sipping from a nearby can of cola. His demeanor exuded sheer enjoyment, as if he were on a picnic rather than participating in a crucial examination. Laughter erupted in the conference room upon seeing this individual. Who is this? Eating and drinking during the college entrance exam? This guy is truly a character. Haha, so relaxed. Could he be a master? A master? If he were a master, I could just run him over. Over the course of the 7-day examination, abstaining from food and drink was impossible, yet most candidates would merely opt for light snacks. None would indulge in a self-heating hot pot and cola as this fellow did. Let me see. This person's name seems to be Lin Chen. Yang Shu perused the information files, soon locating the relevant details. Ah, it appears he is a student from your school 3, huh? Yang Shu's eyes sparkled as he burst into hearty laughter. The surrounding individuals cast teasing glances at Wang Xing. Old Wang, has your student given up on himself? Awakening as a basic warrior with no one to team up with. No wonder he is hiding here. Ha ha ha, it's quite understandable then. What a talent. He might as well just concede and leave. Hearing the mockery of those around him, Wang Xing's face darkened. Lin Chen. That name rang a bell. He seemed to be in the same class as Lu Yanran. Humph, this kid is so lazy during the college entrance exam. Just wait until I teach you a lesson when we return. Lin Chen had undoubtedly brought Wang Xing shame in front of the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, the very instigator of this commotion, Lin Chen, contentedly burped, wiped his mouth, and rose to his feet. Delicious. In his ears, a continuous stream of notification sounds signaled that his swarm of insects was engaged in a terrifying massacre. It was time to stretch his limbs. That peculiar phenomenon seemed to be triggered in the past few days. Stretching his back, Lin Chen thought, retrieve. Instantly, the swarm of insects, which had been rampaging around him, was drawn back into the dominion space. Lin Chen unsheathed his flame sword and strode in a specific direction. After walking for a while, a blood-toothed boar suddenly charged toward him from a nearby spot, roaring ferociously. Flame impact. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a fire beam, as thick as a bowl, materialized, instantly obliterating the level 5 blood-toothed boar. 187? You have slain a blood-toothed boar and gained 1 experience. What tremendous damage. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy as he glanced at his hands. That single flame impact seemed to rival the full-force strike of a level 10 mage. If he were to first activate the brainworm's resonance to significantly enhance his mental power, then unleash flame impact, just how terrifying would its power be? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. This so-called infinite quality of the insect overlord was indeed extraordinary, far beyond the realm of the ordinary. Even if one refrains from unleashing the Zerg units, merely employing their skills surpasses those so-called hidden professions by an immeasurable margin. Just as I was about to advance and search for the spoils, a cacophony of noise suddenly emanated from the distance. Lin Chen, filled with curiosity, stealthily approached. Concealing himself within a thicket, he peered outward. Before him stood 2 factions, tensely confronting one another. Li Tang, your greed knows no bounds. This gilded bull boss was vanquished by our 2 teams together. By what right do you claim this rare equipment for yourself? A captivating woman clad in heavy armor admonished, her delicate eyebrows knitting in displeasure. Although she was garbed in heavy armor, the exposed skin of her thighs and décolletage revealed an alluringly perfect figure. Her petite, exquisite face bore an expression of both valor and charm, yet at that moment, it was as frigid as ice as she regarded the man before her. Li Tang erupted into laughter. Mo Hongli, are you truly so naive? How many among your trio are here, and how many do we have? Our numbers are greater, naturally entitling us to a larger share. Surely you comprehend that? This crystal bracer is mine. As he spoke, the group behind Li Tang cast cold, mocking glances at her. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Mo Hongli's face, yet she felt helpless. Her team comprised merely 7 members, while Li Tang's faction boasted 12. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Even if you have more people, you could simply take a few extra pieces of equipment. Why must you seize the crystal bracer outright? According to the rules, when encountering gear that is difficult to divide, we must roll dice to determine ownership. I rolled a 99, while you rolled a mere 27. Thus, this equipment rightfully belongs to me. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Tang scoffed. Humph, what nonsense rules are these? Let me remind you. This is a trial ground, not your little sanctuary. If you don't leave, I may just eliminate you myself. At his words, Mo Hongli felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could crush her silver teeth in indignation. In the trial grounds, conflict among participants was not only permitted but often encouraged. As long as it did not result in severe injury or death, some skirmishes were in line with the rules. There even existed a stipulation. Eliminating another participant would grant one all of that contestant's points. Over the years, there had been many point hunters who thrived on eliminating others. This rule served to remind the participants that the outside world was not the gentle, idyllic realm of an ivory tower, but rather a harsh and unforgiving reality. While the struggle for survival between humanity and ferocious beasts was indeed a matter of life and death, the truly terrifying aspect lay in the conflicts between humans. Very well. I shall forego this piece of equipment, but the remaining gear is rightfully owed to my teammates. You must concede that to them, correct? Faced with the unfavorable situation, Mo Hongli had no choice but to yield. However, to her astonishment, Li Tang leered, "Want the equipment? That can certainly be arranged, Mo Hongli. But only if you agree to spend a night with me after this trial. What do you say?" Chapter 22. You wish to have me? As he spoke, Li Tang unabashedly gazed upon Mo Hongli's voluptuous figure, even the heavy armor failing to conceal her alluring curves, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Many onlookers could not help but swallow hard at the sight, their primal instincts stirred. Dream on. Mo Hongli's delicate face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. I can forfeit my share of equipment, but why would you try to hoard my teammates as well? Your faction is utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable? Li Tang burst into laughter. Mo Hongli, have you been sheltered in a greenhouse for too long, unaware of the reality outside? In this world, there is no rationale among professionals. The one with the mightier fist holds the sway. Since you seem unwilling to leave, why not stay and relinquish all your points? Li Tang sneered, then commanded, attack. In an instant, the dozen or so members of his faction sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of ferocious assaults, fireballs, ice spikes, and devastating slashes. Each formidable skill forced Mo Hongli and her companions into a hasty counterattack. Receive my strike, Li Tang bellowed, lunging toward Mo Hongli, his massive sword cleaving through the air with a terrifying ferocity. Shield. Faced with the onslaught, Mo Hongli's face drained of color as she hastily activated her skill. A white shield enveloped her, successfully blocking Li Tang's strike. Yet, the strain was evident. The skill had consumed a significant amount of her energy, and casting it again would prove challenging. Not bad, Mo Hongli. Although you awakened a hidden profession, you are merely a holy light knight, woefully unskilled in offense. Encountering me is indeed your misfortune. I advise you to surrender and hand over your points. Ha ha ha. Li Tang jeered triumphantly. Mo Hongli bit her lip, swinging her great sword to repel Li Tang, and retorted, "We are all at level 3. The outcome is far from certain. Prepare yourself." With that, she boldly launched an attack. Li Tang, seeing her move, chuckled derisively and swung his heavy sword in retaliation. The two engaged in a fierce duel. Though it was clear that Mo Hongli was at a disadvantage, after only a few exchanges, she began to show signs of fatigue, biting her lip to hold on. Meanwhile, the situation for her teammates was equally grim. Though they had not been defeated immediately, facing a team that outnumbered them several times over, their elimination was merely a matter of time. Was it possible that in this high-stakes trial, they would be eliminated with a score of 0 points? A wave of despair washed over many of them. Heavy slash. A low growl escaped Li Tang as a white light enveloped his heavy sword, descending upon Mo Hongli with ruthless intent. Not good. Mo Hongli's face turned pale as she sensed the overwhelming force behind the strike. Her mana was depleted, and even her shield was still on cooldown. If this strike landed, even if she survived, she would surely be grievously wounded. This is the price you pay for defying me. A cruel, bloodthirsty glint sparkled in Li Tang's eyes, as though he reveled in the thought of defeating a beautiful woman. Just as he believed his strike was destined to succeed. Boom. A flash of red light struck Li Tang's massive sword with pinpoint accuracy, sending him crashing to the ground. 57? You have been inflicted with a burning status, suffering fire damage every second? What? Li Tang was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that his heavy slash would be interrupted. This skill book had cost his family a staggering 50,000 credit points. Though it was merely of excellent quality, due to the hidden profession traits of his heavy armor warrior, its power rivaled that of some rare quality skills. Logically, even a ferocious beast 2 levels higher should not have been able to withstand such an attack. Who, then, possesses the capability to repel oneself with a single strike? Could it be Li Hu, or perhaps Lu Yanran has arrived? A sudden change in expression overtook Li Tang as he recalled the 2 most promising dark horse candidates in this national college entrance examination from Jiangnan City. Only these 2 could potentially defeat him in a single blow. However, when Li Tang anxiously turned his gaze toward the approaching figure by the woods, he was rather taken aback. The individual who had unleashed a fireball spell to send him reeling was neither Li Hu nor Lu Yanran, but a remarkably handsome young man. What? Li Tang was even more astonished. He considered himself to be just beneath Li Hu and Lu Yanran in terms of strength. Otherwise, he would not have been the architect of the dominant faction in this examination. Yet, this newcomer had effortlessly repelled him with a single strike. Could there be another expert among them? Who are you, and why do you assist her? Li Tang coldly demanded. None of your concern, Lin Chen replied indifferently, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. Li Tang's anger surged. He prided himself on being second only to Lu Yanran and Li Hu among the younger generation in Jiangnan City, and he found it outrageous that this unknown individual dared to utter such audacious words. This ignited a fierce rage within him. Regardless of who you are. Since you wish to intervene, do not blame me for eliminating you as well, he sneered, dismissing Lin Chen entirely. To him, Lin Chen appeared to be merely a mage. The hallmark of mages is their formidable spells, yet they are typically as fragile as glass cannons. Moreover, in the early stages, a mage's skills have lengthy cooldowns and consume considerable mana. That previous spell, while powerful, could not possibly be cast again in such a short span of time. A mage devoid of skills is no different from an ordinary person. Die. Li Tang swung his massive sword, a layer of yellow light enveloping him, his speed surging significantly as he activated a burst skill. Cross slash. The colossal sword, imbued with terrifying power, cleaved toward Lin Chen with great force. In this strike, Li Tang employed two skills, one to enhance his strength and speed, Bloodlust, and the other, slightly weaker yet swifter than Heavy Slash, was Cross Slash. Li Tang was immensely confident. With this combination, even an opponent 2 levels higher would suffer greatly, let alone this boy, who appeared to be only level 1 or 2. Lin Chen remained stationary, observing the heavy sword descending upon him, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Has he surrendered to fate? Li Tang thought with a sense of satisfaction, his bloodlust intensifying. Meanwhile, Imo Hongli, who had been watching in stunned silence, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "No, get away. Don't." Chapter 23. Does he have no skill cooldowns? Imo Hongli was perplexed as to why this individual would intervene on her behalf, but at that moment, Lin Chen was about to be cleaved in two. This thought left her mouth agape in shock. Just as everyone believed Lin Chen was doomed, he finally made his move. Void Walk. Buzz. Lin Chen's figure was enveloped by an eerie wave, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, causing Li Tang's attack to miss entirely. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen reappeared 10 meters away. What? The miss left Li Tang in utter disbelief. Was that a teleportation spell? No. That's an assassin's skill. How could a mage employ such a technique? Li Tang was thoroughly perplexed. Skill books are class restricted, unless through specific items or equipment. Skills cannot be learned across different classes. This is an unbreakable rule. Yet this fellow before him could wield both the mage's fireball spell and the assassin's teleportation skill? What on earth was happening? Enough pondering. It's time to surrender your points, Lin Chen said with a nonchalant smile, extending his hand. A red light gathered in Lin Chen's palm, which soon erupted forth. Boom. Block. Seeing this, Li Tang was horrified, refusing to underestimate the situation. He immediately raised his shield and activated his skill. Dark energy coalesced around Li Tang's shield, rendering it seemingly impervious. Yet, even so, uncertainty gnawed at him. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind that fireball that had previously repelled him. Its might rivaled that of a level 5 mage's fireball. Bang. Indeed. The fire surged against Li Tang's shield, sending it flying as if it were a mere bag of refuse tossed by a tempest, crashing violently against a large tree. 127? Just 2 skills had reduced Li Tang's already substantial health, greater than that of an ordinary warrior, down to the brink. This demonstrated the formidable nature of the fire spell. Impossible. This cannot be. Li Tang spat blood, his face a mask of confusion and shock. How could a mage possess the assassin's teleportation skill? And why was the fireball spell so devastating and yet have such a short cooldown? This defied all logic. Imo Hongli, witnessing this scene, instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. What lay before her truly shattered her understanding. While Li Tang was indeed arrogant, he possessed the strength to back it. Among the younger generation, he stood second only to Lu Yanran and Li Hu, and she could barely withstand a few of his moves. Yet this mysterious man had severely injured Li Tang with merely 2 lightweight fireball spells. Surely even Lu Yanran and Li Hu could not achieve such a feat. This was utterly inconceivable. I care not who you are. Though you are formidable, you stand alone, and you shall surely perish. Li Tang rose, swiftly retrieving 2 vials of health potions and downing them, his gaze toward Lin Chen filled with venomous intent. As the eldest son of the Li family, heir to the Li estate, who dared to lay such a vicious hand upon him? For the first time, he had been so thoroughly bested. Given Li Hu's vengeful nature, he would not let this transgression go unpunished. Everyone from the second high school, heed my command. Unleash your full assault on this man. Eliminate him. Li Tang ordered coldly. Kill. The others from the second high school exchanged reluctant glances. While brawls were permissible within the trial grounds, murder would lead to severe consequences. Otherwise, it would be a miracle if half the candidates survived the yearly college entrance examination. What is there to fear? Conflicts are inevitable during the examination. It is only natural that one might accidentally kill another. My family is the Li family of Jiangnan City. What fear is there in slaying a mere individual? Furthermore, I shall reward anyone who kills this man with a piece of Wolf Fang armor. Wolf Fang armor? At the mention of this name, the eyes of those from the second high school lit up. Although the name sounded unremarkable, it was in fact a piece of rare quality equipment. For ordinary practitioners, acquiring a full set of excellent quality green gear in a lifetime was already an achievement. Many toiled for decades and could only afford a single piece of rare quality blue gear. The allure of a blue gear was all too clear to them. Greed gleamed in their eyes, and their gazes toward Lin Chen shifted from hesitation to a burgeoning thirst for blood. Kill. A group of over a dozen individuals from Class 2 could no longer resist temptation and rushed towards Lin Chen, brandishing swords, daggers, and staves. My lord, you must leave at once. We will cover your escape. Mo Hongli exclaimed urgently, her delicate features betraying a hint of guilt. Though they were numerous, our trio was not insignificant either. Merely obstructing them was within our capacity, allowing you the perfect opportunity to flee while we hold them at bay. Otherwise, the situation could become perilous. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, a playful smile crept onto Lin Chen's face as he languidly regarded the group before him, including Li Tang. With disdain. Escape? Heh, do you truly believe these ragtag misfits are worthy of my retreat? Since you wish to engage me, I shall not hold back. With that proclamation, Lin Chen took action. With a flick of his finger, a fiery projectile surged forth, targeting the foremost warrior. Ah! The warrior cried out, grievously wounded as he collapsed to the ground. The sheer force of the strike left everyone dumbfounded. What manner of skill was this? A fireball? No. The potency of a mere fireball could not rival this. Could it be the firebolt technique reserved for high-tier mages? He can defeat but one of us at most. While this mage's skill is on cooldown, let us strike together. Indeed, let us advance. The members of Class 2, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and charged towards Lin Chen once more. For according to reason, a mage's skills typically had prolonged cooldowns, and having elapsed less than 2 minutes. His formidable spell could not possibly be ready yet. A mage devoid of spells is as vulnerable as a common man. Ah, how mistaken you are. Lin Chen grinned, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He then raised his hand once more. Flame surge. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Lin Chen unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles, striking down the advancing members of Class 2 one after another. In less than a minute, the ground was littered with the grievously injured. The once greedy faces of his assailants were now marred by pain and regret, as if lamenting their folly in provoking such a formidable being. Witnessing this scene, Li Tang, who had been hiding at the rear, stood agape, his visage a portrait of shock, his body trembling as he swallowed hard. How is this possible? How is this possible? His skills haven't cooled down, nor has he expended any mana. What unfolded before him had utterly shattered Li Tang's understanding, leaving him in utter astonishment. Chapter 24, An Infinite Barrage. What he failed to comprehend was that Lin Chen was merely employing the skills of his summoned creatures, though the cooldown for Flame Surge was indeed 3 minutes. After a night of relentless slaughter, Lin Chen had amassed a substantial 1354 energy points. He had converted all of them into flame worms. This formidable insectoid unit granted Lin Chen a terrifying offensive capability. Thus, Lin Chen now commanded a total of 17 flame worms. While Flame Surge required a lengthy cooldown of 3 minutes, the sheer number of flame worms at his disposal could easily mitigate this delay. After utilizing one flame worm's skill, Lin Chen would simply switch to another. Once the first flame worm skill had cooled down, he could unleash it once more. This resulted in a nearly infinite capacity to wield Flame Surge. It was as if he possessed boundless firepower. Gulping audibly, Li Tang stammered, "You, no matter who you are, you cannot harm me. I am the eldest son of the Li family in Jiangnan City. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will not let you go. If you have any sense, you will allow me to leave." Otherwise, yet before Li Tang could finish his threat, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind Li Tang and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Li Tang's vision blurred as he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his back, letting out a pained cry. Ah! He then collapsed, unconscious. I detest being threatened. Lin Chen observed Li Tang's fallen form, a cold smile curling his lips. The onlookers from a distance could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had witnessed Lin Chen render Li Tang unconscious with a single punch. It was worth noting that Li Tang was renowned for his defensive prowess as a heavy armor warrior, boasting a foundational defense several times greater than that of an ordinary warrior, not to mention his equipment of superior green quality. Yet Lin Chen had achieved this feat without employing any skills, merely relying on brute strength. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even an ordinary level 10 warrior would likely not match such ferocity. Amidst their shock, the crowd was filled with questions. Who was this individual? How could he simultaneously wield the devastating spells of a mage, the agility and teleportation of an assassin, and the raw strength of a warrior? Was he perhaps an individual with a hidden profession rivaling that of Liu Yanran or Li Hu? Unbeknownst to them, even a rare hidden profession could not accomplish such feats. Only the singular insectoid sovereign could manifest such an unparalleled and transcendent prowess. Thank you, fellow student, for your assistance. With all adversaries dispatched, Mo Hongli stepped forward, expressing her gratitude. I am Mo Hongli, the captain of a small team. May I inquire your name so that we might repay your kindness in the future? Lin Chen remained silent, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Mo Hongli, taking in her flawless beauty and curvaceous figure, unable to suppress a nod of satisfaction and a faint smile. His sudden intervention was not a result of some cliché heroic rescue, but rather a recognition of her. She was none other than the legendary figure destined for greatness, Mo Hongli. She was the key individual Lin Chen sought in this trial. If memory served, Mo Hongli was a support-type Holy Light Knight, and it was precisely her profession that had drawn the final boss of the trial, the Ice Golem. It was her inadvertent attraction of the Ice Golem that had led to a significant crisis during this examination, necessitating its suspension and the sealing of the entire trial area. According to certain secretive information, if the Ice Golem were slain with the Flame Sword, it could drop a legendary artifact. Whether this claim was true remained uncertain. Reflecting on the information from his past life, Lin Chen's expression grew more intense, and his gaze towards Mo Hongli became increasingly fervent. Unbeknownst to him, this intensity was misinterpreted by Mo Hongli, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, her fair neck tinged with a delicate pink, resembling a ripe peach. Fellow student, what is it that you are gazing at? Mo Hongli protested playfully, a hint of reproach in her tone. Had it been anyone else daring to look at her so, they would have faced the sharp end of her sword long ago. However, having witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying prowess, Mo Hongli dared not entertain thoughts of hostility, opting instead to use this method to caution him. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Lin Chen, uncharacteristically embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied earnestly, Miss Mo, I did not come here specifically to rescue you. Rather, I had intended to seek your assistance. Curiosity piqued, Mo Hongli inquired, assistance? You saved me just now. I would naturally not refuse to help you. But what is it that you require of me? Lin Chen opened the door and stated plainly, there is nothing particularly special I require. I merely wish to join your team and accompany you in hunting ferocious beasts, that is all. Join the team? Mo Hongli was somewhat baffled by this proposition, a hint of confusion flashing across her delicate face. It is worth noting that someone of Lin Chen's caliber would typically command a hefty sum to attract to other teams. Yet here he was, after saving them, seeking to join theirs. Despite her myriad of questions, Mo Hongli, observing Lin Chen's somewhat aloof demeanor, nodded. In that case, you are welcome to join us. My name is Lin Chen, he added. Welcome, classmate Lin Chen. Mo Hongli replied earnestly, nodding emphatically. Lin Chen finally relaxed. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the Ice Demon Golem to approach Mo Hongli. Meanwhile, approximately 300 kilometers away, a fierce battle was unfolding. 3 men and 1 woman were valiantly confronting a massive, ferocious tiger, each bearing a solemn expression, indicating the extraordinary difficulty of this encounter. With a thunderous roar, the tiger unleashed its fury, its claws shimmering ominously with a glimmer of blood as it lunged at the warrior before it. The warrior, unable to evade in time, was struck by the tiger's claws, instantly reducing his health to a precarious level, leaving him in a state of panic. Hastily, he fumbled through his backpack and gulped down 2 vials of health potions, barely managing to restore half of his vitality. At that moment, the priestess behind him frantically cast a healing spell, fully replenishing the warrior's health. Somewhat dissatisfied, the warrior could only sigh in resignation and continue to face the daunting tiger. Chapter 25. Lin Qingxue. This is true genius. Behind them, the archer and the mage desperately attacked the tiger, yet their arrows and fireballs, while accurately striking the beast, inflicted merely trivial amounts of damage. In comparison to the tiger's nearly 200 health points, their efforts seemed utterly negligible. Before long, the tiger appeared to grow impatient. With a swish of its tail, it sent the warrior flying aside and leaped away. Not good, it's trying to escape. The warrior exclaimed in astonishment. Stop it. We cannot let this level 5 sawtooth iron tiger get away. Otherwise, our hopes for the examination will be dashed, the mage urged, hastily producing a talisman and throwing it at the tiger. The talisman instantly transformed into an ice spear that hurtled toward the tiger, enveloping it in a frigid aura that slowed its movements significantly. With renewed vigor, the warrior roared and charged at the tiger, aiming to prevent its escape. However, the tiger merely flicked its whip-like tail again, sending the warrior flying once more. Subsequently, it forcefully plunged into a thicket, vanishing from sight. Damn it, the male mage cursed, frustration evident on his face. That sawtooth iron tiger is a rare level 5 beast. If we could have slain it, we would have earned at least 100 points. What a pity. Unexpectedly, the female priestess retorted without hesitation. Humph, I blame you. Your capture spell was utterly useless. If it were Brotherly Kuan, he would have immobilized that tiger long ago. The priestess, who incessantly mentioned Brotherly Kuan, was none other than Lin Qingxue. The pockmarked-faced warrior quickly approached to apologize to the mage, chuckling, Haha, my friend, I apologize. Qingxue has a bit of a temper, so please bear with her. The mage scoffed and, unwilling to argue with Lin Qingxue, stepped aside to sulk, inwardly cursing her ancestors 8 times over. This priestess, not only slow to react but also careless with her healing spells, had nearly led the team to annihilation on several occasions. What was worse, Lin Qingxue acted like a princess, barking orders at them as if they were her servants. If it weren't for his slight camaraderie with the pockmarked warrior, he would have long since gone solo. Qingxue, don't be upset. It was merely a level 5 beast. We can always hunt another next time. The pockmarked warrior consoled with a forced smile. To his surprise, Lin Qingxue completely misinterpreted the situation, directing her ire towards him instead. Zhao Lu, Did you not claim that teaming up with you would yield plenty of points and experience? It's been several days, and we each have barely over 200 points. At this rate, I want to be able to attend the same school as brotherly Kuan. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Zhao Lu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, paused before softly responding. Qingxue, we simply had a streak of bad luck these past few days. Please be patient. At least our team has a hidden class, unlike those without, who will undoubtedly earn even fewer points. With this reassurance, Lin Qingxue's anger dissipated somewhat, and she pouted, generously forgiving Zhao Lu. However, his words reminded her of someone. Indeed, those ordinary classes must be facing even greater hardships, such as Lin Chen. A slight smile graced Lin Qingxue's lips. The thought of Lin Chen's current struggles, likely tenfold more arduous than her own, elevated her spirits. Humph, this is your punishment for ignoring me. Just as Lin Qingxue indulged in her daydreams, a perplexed voice interrupted her thoughts. Lu Yanran's score has suddenly surpassed Li Hu's. How strange. Zhao Lu exclaimed, gazing at a screen in his hand with astonishment. What is going on? Lin Qingxue leaned in closer. Just moments ago, Lu Yanran's score had inexplicably surpassed Li Hu's, placing her in second position. Zhao Lu explained that the device in his possession was a score terminal distributed for this examination, allowing them to view the leaderboard at any time. Naturally, their rankings resided far beyond the top 100,000. The top 3 names on the leaderboard were as follows. Third, Li Hu. Second, Lu Yanran. First, the Dominator. It was evident that the Dominator was a pseudonym. From day one, the Dominator's score had consistently maintained a significant lead, firmly securing the top position without faltering. Countless individuals were curious about the identity of the Dominator, marveling at this mysterious figure who overshadowed both Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Some even offered 1,000,000 credit points for the Dominator's guidance through the national examination, but had yet to receive a response. Many speculated that the Dominator was possibly the true heir cultivated in secrecy by the Ma family, the foremost family in Jiangnan City, poised to make a stunning debut in this examination. Yet, these remain mere conjectures. If I recall correctly, Lu Yanran's Holy Hall Warrior class is an all-around class. Conversely, Li Hu's Shadow Assassin is a main combat class, which should, in theory, accumulate points more rapidly at the same level. The mage chimed in, unable to contain his curiosity. That is precisely why I find it odd. But what does it matter to us? Zhao Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly. We barely have 300 points and are ranked outside the top 100,000. Compared to these prodigies, we are but dust. The mage sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Only Lin Qingxue gazed enviously and reverently at the Dominator, wishing, if only I could join the Dominator's team. How wonderful it would be, now that his true genius, unbeknownst to her, the genius she so yearned to align with, had just been harshly criticized in her thoughts. On the 4th day of the national examination, within the trial grounds, on a vast expanse of grassland, a massive horn-scale bull lay languidly in the sun, basking in leisure. However, just as it prepared to doze off, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A shard of ice suddenly shot forth from a distance, striking its body and eliciting a piercing pain. The vivid crimson digits floated ominously above. The horn-scale beast, unable to contain its fury, rose to its feet and let out a thunderous roar, charging in the direction from which the icy spike had come. However, before the beast could take more than a few steps, a blaze struck, enveloping its entire form. Boom! The horn-scale beast collapsed, lifeless. At that very moment, a cacophony of cheers echoed from afar. Haha, another level 5 feral beast has been slain. Lin Chen is simply formidable. A single strike to annihilate? Lin Chen is so incredibly dashing. In the past few days, nearly all the feral beasts had fallen to Lin Chen's prowess, an astounding feat indeed. Chapter 26, The Secrets of the Trial Grounds. A group of individuals gazed at a young man draped in a black cloak with reverence and admiration. This young man was none other than Lin Chen. Over the past couple of days, Lin Chen had led this team in slaying feral beasts, enabling each member to amass over 800 points. This had left his companions elated and deeply grateful, as these points were sufficient to secure a remarkable achievement they had never dared to dream of before. All of this was thanks to Lin Chen. Without him, they would likely still be struggling for 300 or 400 points. Moreover, Lin Chen's terrifying strength displayed in recent days had caught the attention of several female professionals in the team, who found themselves casting flirtatious glances his way daily. Regrettably, Lin Chen appeared oblivious to their subtle advances, only occasionally intervening to assist the team in vanquishing exceptionally powerful feral beasts. Go gather the spoils. Lin Chen waved his hand. Yes, replied a male team member, who then approached the fallen horn-scale beast to collect the loot. Before long, he returned, beaming with a few pieces of white gear. Lin Chen exhibited no interest in dividing these items, merely stating, "You can handle it," before he began to scrutinize his surroundings intently. After a lengthy silence, he sighed deeply. Sigh, it's been 2 days. Why hasn't that ice golem shown up yet? Have I misremembered? Or was it a deliberate falsehood? Lin Chen found himself somewhat vexed. He had not once contemplated the implications of the examination results. With the Zerg army on the prowl, the points he had amassed would undoubtedly surpass those of others. Thus, his primary concern was the veracity of the rumors regarding that legendary equipment. Lost in thought, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted past him. He turned to see Mo Hongli approaching from behind, her fair visage slightly flushed as she sweetly inquired, Lin Chen, is there a feral beast approaching since you've been staring in that direction? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I was just pondering some matters. Just as Mo Hongli was about to ask further, the ground began to tremble unexpectedly, accompanied by a strange low rumble from the distance, as if the very earth were quaking in trepidation. The air had inexplicably grown colder, and flakes of snow began to drift down. The members of the team exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. Only Lin Chen's face lit up with joy as he murmured, it's here. It has finally arrived. This commotion was unmistakably characteristic of a level 10 boss making its entrance, signaling that after days of waiting, the ice golem could no longer restrain itself, and was on its way to seek out Mo Hongli. Lin Chen, what is happening? Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes widened, her voice laced with uncertainty. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she instinctively moved closer to Lin Chen, seeking the comfort of his presence as if it offered her boundless security. It's probably the boss of the trial grounds, Lin Chen replied excitedly. There's a boss in the trial grounds. Mo Hongli was taken aback. She had only known the trial grounds as a fixed instance for the national examination, unaware that this abyssal dungeon housed a boss. Indeed, every abyss contains a boss. However, the conditions to trigger the boss in the trial grounds are rather stringent. Lin Chen explained. Oh, how stringent? Mo Hongli asked, perplexed. Firstly, one must accumulate over 10,000 points within the trial grounds. Lin Chen elaborated. Over 10,000 points? How is that even possible? Mo Hongli's eyes widened in astonishment. It is common knowledge that during the 7 days in the trial grounds, a typical student would be considered exceptional if they managed to earn 500 points. Only prodigies like Liu Yanran and Li Hu could hope to obtain over 1,000 points. Yet, over 10,000 points within a mere 7 days? In that fleeting moment, it dawned on Mo Hongli, causing her to tremble with excitement. Could it be that the mysterious ruler at the top of the leaderboard is Lin Chen? Has he truly amassed 10,000 points? Otherwise, how would he possess such knowledge about this boss? While she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Chen's calm voice broke through again. The second condition is that there must be a professional classified as a Holy Light Knight present in the trial grounds. Only then will the level 10 boss, the ice golem, reveal itself to you. A level 10 boss. Mo Hongli gasped, covering her rosy lips, her body trembling slightly. You can't be joking, right? How could a level 10 boss appear in the trial grounds? It was widely recognized that the trial grounds were a synthetic abyss crafted collaboratively by the official war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically designed to create an environment that would pressure candidates without posing excessive danger. Given that candidates typically ranged from level 1 to 3, a level 10 boss would be an insurmountable mountain for them. Haha, the trial grounds are merely a replica derived from the abyss of the Empire Plains, using a unique skill to imprint it. They probably don't even realize there's a boss lurking within the trial grounds. Lin Chen chuckled. The knowledge he possessed stemmed from memories of his past life. In his previous existence, the emergence of the ice golem had been the result of an unforeseen incident. At that time, a scion from a noble family had encountered peril while adventuring in the trial grounds, and a relative of his, who happened to be an examiner, had the authority to rescue examinees. Thus, this elder rushed to save the noble, only to encounter a beast tied along the way, leading to an unintentional slaughter that skyrocketed the noble's points past 10,000. Typically, such occurrences were not unheard of in past examinations. They could simply exclude that individual when calculating scores. Coincidentally, this year's Mo Hongli was a Holy Light Knight. The convergence of two highly improbable events had ultimately led to the ice golem's emergence. Lin Chen, you seem to be quite knowledgeable. How do you know all this? Mo Hongli asked, a mixture of shock and curiosity evident in her expression. She realized that Lin Chen, who appeared ordinary, was actually shrouded in an enigmatic aura that made him inscrutable. Haha, that's not for you to worry about. Just stand back and watch the show, Lin Chen smiled, brandishing the flame sword in his hand. What? You intend to challenge that boss? Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? Mo Hongli exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief at Lin Chen's readiness to confront the impending battle. Chapter 27, the Tier 3 Boss, Ice Golem. She was well aware of Lin Chen's formidable strength, yet she could not fathom how he could possibly prevail against a level 10 boss. Lin Chen, while that ice golem has yet to approach, we must flee swiftly, otherwise, it will be too late. Mo Hongli urged anxiously, convinced that Lin Chen's actions were tantamount to seeking his own demise. There is no need for your concern. Simply observe, Lin Chen replied, undeterred. As he advanced slowly towards the impending threat, behind him, a crowd stood in stunned silence, knowing that the boss was about to arrive. Why was he practically inviting his own death? Boom. Just as their astonishment morphed into confusion, the ice golem finally revealed its true form, towering at approximately 10 meters. The stone giant emerged from the depths below, causing the ambient temperature to plummet further. This ice golem was cloaked in a deep blue hue, its surface intricately adorned with a rough yet profound array of magical symbols. Its aura was both frenzied and frigid, reminiscent of an ancient iceberg that had never melted, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld it. Beast, Ice Golem. Level, 10 Tier 3. Health, 978. Strength, 254. Speed, 146. Mentality, 157. Skills, Ice Spike, Ice Cone Spell. Ice Array, Punch, Blizzard, Ice Prison. A Tier 3 boss. Upon the first glimpse of the Ice Golem, the onlookers were left breathless. A Tier 3 boss? Goodness. If it is indeed a Tier 3 boss, then this Ice Golem is even more formidable than a typical level 15 boss. How utterly terrifying. Why would such a monstrous creature materialize in this trial ground? As panic set in, the crowd could not help but frantically reach for their terminals to call for help. Only Lin Chen remained composed, striding forward with unwavering resolve towards the Ice Golem, raising his hand to unleash a fiery assault. The flames struck the golem, momentarily stunning it, only to ignite its wrath. It had been drawn from the depths by an unusual scent, and upon its emergence, it was met with the audacity of these mere insects. With a thunderous roar, the Ice Golem launched a frenzied assault towards Lin Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magical symbols adorning the golem glimmered, and a fierce blizzard enveloped the surrounding area, unleashing a rain of ice spikes that threatened to pierce everyone in sight. Everyone retreat. Manhwaedit shouted, sensing the impending doom. She quickly retreated several hundred meters before casting a glance back at Lin Chen. There, he appeared like a nimble assassin, deftly dodging the falling ice spikes while intermittently firing bursts of flame, pushing the Ice Golem back. Crimson damage numbers floated above the golem's form. 32, 16, 17. Though the damage was modest, it was a profound insult to the Ice Golem. Clearly incensed, it raised its massive fist to strike Lin Chen, despite its colossal stature. The golem moved with an eerie swiftness, its fist descending upon Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning, as if it would obliterate this insignificant insect in the next heartbeat. No, Manhwaedit gasped in alarm. Yet, in the split second before the fist descended, Lin Chen's figure dissolved into thin air, walking through the void. Lin Chen reappeared 10 meters away, continuing to unleash a torrent of attacks upon the Ice Golem. Witnessing this, Manhwaedit exhaled in relief, though confusion lingered in her mind. Despite having recently acquired his profession, why did Lin Chen seem so adept in battle, effortlessly evading the golem's skills? What she was unaware of was that, though he appeared to be merely 18, Lin Chen had lived over 40 years in his previous life as a seasoned hunter, possessing an instinctual understanding of combat, enriched by extensive experience. To him, the Ice Golem was but a trifling opponent. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a meeting room filled with high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City held an air of casual camaraderie. Suddenly, a frantic individual burst in, exclaiming, "It's bad. A level 10 Tier 3 boss. The Ice Golem has suddenly appeared in the trial grounds." What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. An Ice Golem, level 10 Tier 3? A boss has appeared in the trial grounds? Principal Wang Xing of the 3rd High School leapt to his feet, his face a mask of shock. Are you certain? Principal Yang Shu of the 1st High School frowned, his voice laced with skepticism. There is no mistake. This information has been corroborated by numerous examinees. It cannot be wrong. The man replied, swallowing hard. Wang Xing and the others furrowed their brows in concern. After a brief deliberation, they reached a decision to immediately dispatch personnel to contain the Ice Golem and evacuate the examinees, ensuring that no one approached the vicinity. This was imperative to mitigate any disruption to the national examination. Once these measures were implemented, they turned their attention back to the screen, eager to ascertain the situation regarding the Ice Golem boss. However, as the footage shifted to the area where the boss resided, they were left utterly astonished. A familiar figure appeared on the screen, dashing around the Ice Golem, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles. The relentless assault rained down upon the golem, causing its health to dwindle with each strike. Though the golem was enraged, it could not grasp the elusive silhouette, failing to land a single blow. That figure was none other than Lin Chen. The meeting room plunged into a state of shock. The onlookers marveled at Lin Chen's uncanny agility and his intermittent teleportation, unable to suppress their astonishment. Was this the assassin's teleportation skill? Were those fire rays cast using fireball or explosive fireball? But wait, wasn't he supposed to be a warrior? How could he wield a mage's skills? My goodness, with such movement and speed, could he truly be a warrior? This prowess was utterly terrifying. Even the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City found themselves speechless, their mouths agape at Lin Chen's dexterity and the seamless integration of his skills. Just days prior, they had witnessed him in a pitiful state, enjoying hot pot and cola beneath a tree, leaving a lasting impression of incompetence. And now, the mockery they had once heaped upon him seemed to sting all the more painfully as they faced the truth. Old Wang, your student has hidden his talents quite well, one remarked with a wry smile, unable to contain his words. Chapter 28, The Collapse of Li Hu. Indeed, Old Wang, you've been rather unfair. Old Wang is clearly playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. What is this young man's profession to possess such a plethora of skills? Does his fireball have no cooldown or consumption? Or is he truly endowed with infinite power? Congratulations, Old Wang. It seems this year, the third high school will surely rise to prominence. A chorus of teasing remarks filled the room, laced with envy. After all, to cultivate a talent like Lu Yanran was already an extraordinary feat now. With Lin Chen added to the mix, the school was destined for the pinnacle of rankings. Even Yang Shu cast a glance filled with jealousy and reluctance, yet he refrained from further comment. Wang Xing could only smile wryly, his heart engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Lin Chen had clearly awakened as a warrior, and I had even perused his profile. How could a warrior possess such extraordinary strength? Could it be that he concealed his true profession? After much contemplation, Wang Xing concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. As he pondered these thoughts, a voice suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, look, Lu Yanran and Li Hu have also arrived. Two figures materialized on the scene. It was indeed Lu Yanran and Li Hu. Clearly, they had been drawn in by the tremendous commotion caused by the ice golem. Upon witnessing the attributes of the ice golem, both of their eyes sparkled with newfound desire. A level 10 third-tier boss. Defeating this boss would undoubtedly secure the title of top scorer in this year's Jiangnan Academy entrance exam. Furthermore, such a formidable boss was sure to drop remarkable equipment. Perhaps they might even obtain a rare item, ensuring a worry-free life henceforth. With this thought in mind, they exchanged glances and then turned to the battle between Lin Chen and the ice golem, deciding to intervene. However, as if aware of their intentions, Lin Chen's calm voice floated towards them. I advise you to keep your distance. This boss is far more formidable than you can imagine. A mere brush with it could result in severe injury. If you value your lives, I suggest you leave. Surprisingly, rather than quelling their fighting spirit, his words provoked a disdainful sneer from Li Hu. Humph, you are merely a basic profession warrior. How could you possibly contend with this boss? I, on the other hand, possess a rare quality, hidden profession. Do you truly believe I am inferior to you? What a joke. Although Lu Yanran remained silent, her eyes also reflected a hint of indifference, clearly dismissive of Lin Chen's warning. While she recognized Lin Chen, she merely attributed his ability to evade the ice golem's relentless attacks to luck, not strength. How about we compare our strengths? Li Hu laughed heartily. Let us see who can slay the ice golem first. I am eager to witness the prowess of a hidden profession on par with my own. Lu Yanran chuckled lightly. As you wish. With that, the two charged towards the ice golem. Divine Flame. Poison Dart. Instantly, their spells flew toward the ice golem, striking it directly. Two damage numbers appeared. They both stood frozen in shock. Why is our damage so low? This is impossible. Li Hu exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Just then, with a thunderous roar, the ice golem bellowed. Sensing the presence of these new challengers, several ice spikes materialized in the air and shot towards their location. This is bad. Li Hu and Lu Yanran gasped in horror, hastily activating their defensive skills in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, the damage from a level 10 boss was not something two mere level 4 or 5 players could possibly endure. In an instant, both were struck down by the ice spikes, left in a heavily injured state, barely clinging to consciousness. One strike, merely a single hit, had incapacitated these so-called prodigies. They hadn't even had the chance to evade before a random ice spike rendered them in such a condition. Had they not possessed some means of survival, those two attacks could have easily claimed their lives. This is impossible. Lin Chen evaded with such ease. He is merely a warrior. Why could I not escape? Li Hu screamed in rage, his eyes ablaze with confusion and fury. When Li Hu awakened his rare quality hidden profession, he had been summoned by the principal and other dignitaries, who offered him numerous words of encouragement and flattery, filling him with excitement and a sense of superiority. He now looked down upon his peers who had awakened ordinary professions. Yet, he found himself in this humiliating predicament. Casting a glance at Lin Chen, who was engaged with the ice golem, Li Hu's eyes brimmed with resentment and bitterness. Clearly, he had transferred all his frustration and anger onto Lin Chen. How could Lin Chen be so formidable? Meanwhile, Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Chen with a complex expression. Could it be that I misjudged him? Perhaps Lin Chen, despite being a warrior, possesses remarkable talent? However, shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts. What am I thinking? That is impossible. Since he awakened as an ordinary profession, he is destined to be devoid of greatness. He must have triggered some beneficial effect, or simply been lucky to evade the ice golem for so long. With this reasoning, Lu Yanran felt considerably relieved. Meanwhile, Lin Chen moved with the agility of a leopard, deftly evading the ice golem's attacks, occasionally utilizing Void Walk to reposition himself. Simultaneously, he unleashed waves of fire attacks upon the ice golem. Under the relentless barrage, the ice golem's health finally dropped to half, suggesting that it would not be long before Lin Chen whittled away its remaining vitality. Yet, Lin Chen displayed no signs of joy. He understood that as a third-tier boss, the ice golem could not possibly be limited to such abilities. Indeed, only a few minutes later, the ice golem seemed to become enraged, letting out a fierce roar before retreating a couple of steps. Immediately after, an array of cerulean halos emanated from the golem, spreading outward. This is bad. The golem is about to unleash its ultimate skill. From a distance, Imo Hongli and others gasped in alarm. Lin Chen also found himself momentarily halted, stepping back to observe the ice golem's actions. Strangely, rather than fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill at the sight of the golem preparing its skill. Finally, as the cerulean halos expanded to encompass a radius of approximately 700 to 800 meters, they abruptly condensed, transforming into solid ice blocks that rained down from the sky. The thunderous crash of these ice blocks accumulated into a cage-like structure, enveloping both Lin Chen and the ice golem within. Chapter 29. Lin Chen is the true genius. At that moment, within the conference room, damn it, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? If anything goes wrong, we will be in deep trouble here in Jiangnan City. Principal Yang Shu slammed the table, unable to contain his anxiety. Beside him, the principal of the second school attempted to console him. Old Yang, the rescue team is already on their way. You need not worry. Furthermore, this incident is not our oversight, so the higher-ups will not hold us accountable. Hearing this, Yang Shu's expression softened somewhat, though he still appeared agitated. Sigh. If it weren't for this unexpected turn of events, our Li Hu would have surely claimed the top spot. By the way, do you know who that ever-present top contender is? The group of high-ranking officials nearby could only shake their heads with wry smiles. You know, to prevent retaliatory attacks and other malicious incidents in the trial grounds, students can shield their identities and operate under code names. Even we are unable to discern the true identity of this top contender until the results are released, one person sighed. The identity of this top contender had piqued the curiosity of many in the upper echelons. After all, on just the first day, this contender had outperformed Li Hu and Lu Yanran, firmly securing the first place, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Could it be that the principals of other schools were hiding their trump cards? Principal Wang Xing of the third middle school spoke with a hint of skepticism. Yang Shu, could it be that this sovereign is one of your hidden trump cards? After all, if you manage to conceal a figure like Li Hu, hiding another sovereign would surely pose no challenge for you, would it? In response to this apparent probing, Yang Shu merely scoffed. Old Wang, have you lost your wits? My concealment of Li Hu was merely a ruse to lull your third middle school into a false sense of security. Now that the college entrance examination has entered its third day, what purpose does hiding a trump card serve? The others nodded in agreement. If that is the case, do you know who this mysterious sovereign truly is? Wang Xing surveyed the room, his voice cutting through the silence. The atmosphere promptly grew tense as the group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a voice broke the stillness. Wait, look at the screen. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned to see Li Hu and Lu Yanran engage in conversation before simultaneously charging towards the ice elemental golem. These two young individuals were indeed brimming with youthful audacity. It seemed they had placed a wager. However, this was undeniably perilous. Upon witnessing this, Yang Shu furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of disapproval, yet refraining from vocalizing his dissent. Indeed, although a mere Lin Chen could contend with the ice elemental golem, suggesting that the boss's power was not overwhelming, there remained an element of risk. If anything were to happen to these two prodigies, we would bear the burden of responsibility. Wang Xing also nodded in acknowledgement of Yang Shu's perspective. Initially, they had feared the ice elemental golem was too formidable. But now it appeared that even an ordinary class member like Lin Chen could hold his ground effortlessly, revealing the golem to be merely a facade. Consequently, their disapproval of Li Hu and Lu Yanran's recklessness was tempered by a lack of genuine concern. After all, if Lin Chen could handle the ice elemental golem with ease, how could Lu Yanran and Li Hu possibly fall short? Yet, in the next moment, the screen displayed a shocking scene. The ice elemental golem unleashed several ice spikes, swiftly incapacitating the formidable Li Hu and Lu Yanran, leaving them grievously injured on the ground. The two lay there, ensnared by a layer of frozen debuff, utterly immobilized. With a single strike, they had been vanquished. This spectacle left everyone present wide-eyed in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Yang Shu exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Li Hu possesses a rare hidden class with greater growth potential than mine. How could he be defeated in one blow? Even the typically composed Wang Xing was taken aback. His mouth agape as he stammered, Lu Yanran, defeated in a single strike? Yet Lin Chen was able to endure for so long. He is certainly not an ordinary warrior. He has concealed his true class from us. Yang Shu, regaining his composure, swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears that Lin Chen has been adept at hiding his true capabilities. He may appear to be a warrior, but is undoubtedly a concealed class. The crowd was left in a state of shock. My heavens, we have so many prodigies emerging from Jiangnan City this year. It seems that the top-ranked sovereign is none other than Lin Chen. Indeed, who else could it be? Congratulations, Principal Wang, on discovering another seed of talent. Congratulations, Principal Wang. The previously tense atmosphere in the meeting room dissipated as people flocked to Wang Xing, eager to curry favor. The remarkable achievement of producing two rare hidden classes within a single school year would undoubtedly elevate the third middle school's reputation in Jiangnan City for years to come. Soon, resources, status, wealth, and power would flow in abundance. Wang Xing's face beamed with pride as he waved his hands humbly, offering platitudes. Old Wang, it seems you just realized how remarkable Lin Chen is, huh? If I had such a prodigious student, I would nurture him diligently, not forget his name, huh? Yang Shu remarked with a teasing edge and a tinge of jealousy. He recalled how just days prior he had been furious, feeling that Lin Chen had embarrassed him, vowing to confront him after the exams. Little did he know that Lin Chen would swiftly transform into a figure of envy for both Yang Shu and the others. Wang Xing felt his face flush with embarrassment, clearing his throat. Cough, cough. I was unaware he had concealed his class. Otherwise, I would have surely cultivated his potential. After a pause, Wang Xing changed the subject. By the way, what quality class does Lin Chen possess? It must be rare too, perhaps more inclined towards speed. Allowing him to evade the ice elemental golem's attacks, Yang Shu speculated thoughtfully. I agree. It does resemble a rare hidden class like Demon Hunter. Demon Hunters also utilize fireball spells and emphasize speed, aligning well with Lin Chen's performance, someone added. Not necessarily. While Demon Hunters do possess fireball spells and agility. What about their blink ability? I believe he is more likely an elementalist, another chimed in. You are all mistaken. It must be a sword mage, someone asserted. A spirited debate ensued among the group. At that moment, Wang Xing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, commanding silence. Everyone, look. The screen revealed the ice elemental golem utilizing its ultimate skill, Ice Prison, enveloping Lin Chen within its grasp. The tension escalated. They could no longer see what was happening. What if something happens? Where's the rescue team? I cannot believe Lin Chen might perish at the hands of this boss. Anxiety gripped the crowd. They could not bear to witness the demise of a prodigy from Jiangnan City during the college entrance examination. This would be a tremendous loss for the entire city. Wang Xing's expression grew especially grave as he fixated on the screen, his heart racing with concern. Lin Chen, you must not come to harm. Chapter 30. Defeating the Ice Elemental Golem. Meanwhile, Lin Chen surveyed the towering ice walls surrounding him, devoid of any panic, instead brimming with excitement and delight. Indeed, just as I learned in my previous life, the Ice Elemental Golem possesses a degree of intelligence, capable of segmenting the battlefield to restrict my movements. Unfortunately for you, forcing me into this ice prison was precisely my plan. Lin Chen grinned widely. Close combat. Magic? Those were not his forte. He was a summoner. By compelling the Ice Elemental Golem to deploy Ice Prison, he simultaneously obscured the view of the outside world. Thus, Lin Chen could unleash his true strengths without reservation. Come forth, he commanded. Suddenly, a swarm of insectoid soldiers emerged within the confines of the ice prison. Lin Chen now commanded 17 fireworms, 48 blade bugs, 25 stingers, and 20 brain bugs. This formidable army of insects materialized on the battlefield, infusing the already frigid environment with an even more chilling aura of impending slaughter. All the insect units now fixated hungrily on the Ice Elemental Golem, their eyes brimming with a thirst for carnage. The Ice Elemental Golem, though possessing some intelligence, was thoroughly bewildered at this moment. It could only recall that it had merely ensnared the insignificant ant before it. Why were there now so many additional small insects? However, the golem's limited intellect was ill-equipped to address such complex dilemmas. All it knew was that this little ant had provoked its wrath and must be crushed. With a thunderous roar, the Ice Elemental Golem surged forward, shaking the ground with its massive fists. Lin Chen, unfazed, scoffed defiantly and gestured towards the golem. Attack with full force. The blade worms darted forth like lightning, expelling a corrosive acid capable of melting steel while bounding around the feet of the colossal statue. Although they were unable to inflict considerable damage upon the giant, their purpose was not to deal blows, but rather to restrain. Indeed, upon witnessing the bouncing blade worms at its feet, the ice giant became enraged, instinctively swinging its fist towards them. Boom! With a single punch, several blade worms were caught off guard and crushed, dissipating into a burst of white light in the air. Observing this scene, the ice giant seemed to bellow in triumphant laughter, letting out a resounding roar of satisfaction. However, before it could bask in its victory for long, a disdainful sneer escaped Lin Chen's lips. You are already dead. A glance around revealed that 20 brain worms surrounding Lin Chen had erupted in a hazy white glow, activating the skill, Resonance, connecting all their mental energies. Meanwhile, the flame worm, with its elongated mandibles, was also brewing strands of red light, clearly preparing its skill. Attack! At Lin Chen's command, a colossal fireball with a diameter of 2 meters, along with several fiery rays, surged toward the ice giant. Boom! As the fireball and rays struck the giant, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed closely by a thunderous explosion that reverberated in the air. The brilliant light flickered and vanished. Looking ahead again, the once towering giant had been reduced to a pile of rubble, completely obliterated. All that remained were scattered items on the ground. 587 weakness damage. Your summon has slain the Ice Giant, Tier 3, gaining 1000 experience. Congratulations! You have slain the Ice Giant, earning 1 reputation in the Valkyr's continent. A decisive strike. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. The combined assault of the flame worm and brain worms exceeded his expectations. Even this Tier 3 boss, with half its health remaining, had been annihilated in an instant. The ice walls are beginning to melt. Before Lin Chen could revel in his triumph, the surrounding changes heightened his alertness. The ice walls started to dissolve following the giant's demise. Without hesitation, Lin Chen recalled all his insect units back into his dominion space. The scene was suddenly left with Lin Chen alone. He had no desire for others to discover that he was the ruler of the insect race. At least until he had developed sufficient means of self-preservation, this identity needed to remain a secret, lest it attract endless calamities. Outside, countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Upon seeing Lin Chen standing solitary, their eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, the ice giant has fallen? A level 10 boss. Just like that? It can't be right. Could I be mistaken? This is too outrageous. Wait, Lin Chen is really just a mere warrior? All were left dumbfounded. Mo Hongli covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief, her breath quickening. Meanwhile, Li Hu and Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Chen with expressions that reflected not only shock, but also a tinge of jealousy and confusion. They could not comprehend why Lin Chen, an ordinary class, was able to single-handedly slay a level 10 Tier 3 boss while appearing unscathed. They knew well that this was a being capable of easily obliterating them with a single blow. Feeling the myriad of complex gazes directed at him, Lin Chen merely smirked dismissively, ignoring them entirely as he approached to inspect the spoils dropped by the ice giant. It must be said, as a Tier 3 boss, the drops from the ice giant were remarkably extravagant, covering a radius of 10 meters around him. Among them were several items emanating a faint glow, captivating the attention of those present. Goodness, I can't be mistaken. So many rare items. If these were sold, they would afford me decades of struggle. All rare gear. This is extraordinary. Look, that yellow item can't possibly be the legendary extraordinary gear, can it? Wow, I am tempted to snatch a few of those. At this moment, the area was teeming with people, no fewer than 100 gathered around. Most were adventurers leveling up nearby, drawn by the commotion. Little did they expect to witness such a spectacle upon their arrival. Many gazed greedily at the multitude of blue rare gear scattered across the ground. Blue equipment signifies rare quality, and its value is exceedingly high. Generally, even the prominent figures in Jiangnan City, such as several school principals, only adorned themselves with rare quality gear, perhaps possessing an extraordinary item or two on rare occasions. In fact, many influential individuals couldn't even muster a full set of rare gear. This underscores just how terrifyingly valuable rare quality equipment truly is. Chapter 31, Divine Equipment. Acquired Equipment, Zijing Gauntlets. Acquired Equipment, Wolfbone Plate Armor. Acquired Equipment, Flowing Cloud Sword. Acquired Equipment. As Lin Chen picked up the scattered items, he shook his head in disdain. What utter rubbish. Is this what a Tier 3 boss drops? It was essential to note that the equipment he was collecting was coveted blue rare gear for others. Just acquiring one would leave them elated for several days. Yet Lin Chen displayed an air of dismissiveness. This item seems decent. Lin Chen picked up an object, and upon inspecting its attributes, his expression brightened. Acquired Equipment, Large Storage Bag. Large Storage Bag. Expands backpack space by 30 slots. Every adventurer's backpack initially holds only 10 slots, with an additional slot unlocked for each level gained thereafter. This large storage bag directly provided 30 slots. While it may not enhance combat prowess, it was an exceedingly practical item for Lin Chen. In the future, when I encounter some exquisite gear, I won't need to break it down into energy points. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, among this pile of equipment, it seemed that only this one item bore any significant attributes. The rest were utterly lackluster in his eyes, leading him to break them all down into energy points. Presently, Lin Chen's energy point count had skyrocketed to a staggering 2,571. Whenever he wished, he could readily cultivate a force far more formidable than his current insect army. This rate of development was, one could say, astonishing. Yet Lin Chen still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Scanning the surroundings. Wasn't it said that wielding the flame sword to slay the ice giant would guarantee a drop of a legendary item? What on earth is going on? After searching for some time, Lin Chen suddenly spotted a glimmer of golden light amidst the sea of blue beams. Instantly elated, he approached and picked up the small ring. Acquired Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence. Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence. Type, Ring. Quality, Legendary. Requirements, Level 5, Strength 5. Spirit 10. Attributes, 3 Spirit, 5 Strength, 2 Agility. Effect 1, Omnipotence once equipped, can learn skills from any profession. Effect 2, Mastery once equipped. All skills 2. Upon seeing this item, Lin Chen was instantly filled with exuberance, even his breath quickening slightly. It was important to note that skills among professions cannot be learned from one another. Each profession is limited to its unique skills or universal skills. In reality, if skills can be combined, they could yield results where 1-1-2. For instance, the warrior's skill, Bloodthirst, allows the consumption of mana to restore health. Conversely, the priest possesses a skill called Sacrifice, which converts health into mana. It is conceivable that possessing both skills would enable one to leap into the heavens with a mere step, rendering the need for health and mana potions obsolete. This is merely the most fundamental application. It is essential to recognize the myriad skills present in the world. Who knows what extraordinary abilities exist that could synergize to create terrifying effects? Moreover, the final special effect of all skills, level 2, also proves to be exceptionally advantageous. One must understand that skill levels are directly linked to damage and effectiveness. To ascend 2 levels is akin to a level 3 mage wielding a level 5 fireball. The power, naturally, is magnified. No wonder that in the previous life, the ice golem dropped something, yet there was no news. It turns out it was this kind of treasure. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. If I were in an official position, I certainly wouldn't showcase such a treasure. It is akin to a national relic. The effect of the Heart of Omnipotence would undoubtedly leave even the war gods of the Dragon Kingdom astounded, prompting them to hoard it as a prized possession, a trump card to be kept hidden. Without hesitation, Lin Chen equipped the Heart of Omnipotence on his finger. Upon glancing at his panel again, he was pleased to find that the Soul of Greed had indeed leveled up. Soul of Greed, LV4 when defeating monsters. There is a 50 chance to acquire an additional random loot. A 50 chance. This implies that on average, for every 2 monsters he defeats, one will drop loot twice. This is nothing short of a divine skill. In this national college entrance examination, I must be the one reaping the greatest rewards. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. In his previous life, he hadn't even qualified to participate in the exam. But in this life, not only had he rectified that regret, but he had also gained immense benefits. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Suddenly, Lin Chen lifted his gaze, noticing the various expressions directed at him by those around. His demeanor turned cold as he surveyed the crowd and sneered. If anyone wishes to seize my treasures, now is the time to step forward. Otherwise, I shall take all this equipment for myself. The crowd shuddered, instinctively avoiding his icy glare, feeling somewhat guilty. What a jest. This individual single-handedly defeated the ice golem. Who would dare vie for equipment with this formidable figure? Just then, a voice pierced through the tension. It's you. Lin Chen. A group of individuals pushed through the throng, exuding an aggressive demeanor as they approached Lin Chen, clearly emboldened. It seems we truly are destined adversaries, Lin Chen. The leader of this group was none other than AwakenX. At that moment, AwakenX donned heavy plate armor, wielding a uniquely designed blood-red blade, casting a scornful glance at Lin Chen, as if observing a mere corpse. You actually found your way here, Lin Chen remarked, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Initially, he had dismissed AwakenX as a minor annoyance, intending merely to teach him a lesson. However, the audacity of this individual to pursue him here was unexpected. Behind AwakenX stood a dozen sturdy men clad in matching light armor, clearly resembling lackeys. The onlookers, witnessing an escalation between the two, regarded the scene with curiosity, eager for the unfolding drama. Currently, there were over 100 candidates drawn in by the commotion surrounding the ice golem. Among them, many recognized AwakenX. Isn't that AwakenX? Who is he? You don't know? He is the only son of the Huang family in Jiangnan City. The Huang family? Could it be the Huang family? One of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City? Indeed, it's him. This should be quite the spectacle, they whispered. I wonder how Lin Chen has incurred AwakenX's wrath. This will surely be entertaining. Poor Lin Chen, he is doomed. Indeed, no matter how formidable Lin Chen might be, he was merely a candidate, utterly incapable of offending a colossal entity like the Huang family. Rumor had it that the head of the Huang family was already a level 35 professional. Level 35? Goodness, achieving level 15 in my lifetime would be remarkable. Level 35 is simply astonishing. As the murmurs of the crowd reached AwakenX's ears, his vanity swelled, and he couldn't help but grin. He then addressed Lin Chen with derision. I'll offer you a chance, Lin Chen. If you kneel before me and bow twice, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Chapter 32, The Recruitment of Lu Yanran. AwakenX had no intention of letting Lin Chen off the hook. In his eyes, Lu Yanran was already his possession. Lin Chen's audacity to interfere was a capital offense. His current remarks were merely intended to humiliate. If Lin Chen were to kneel and beg for mercy, AwakenX would likely only intensify his malice. Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. I offer you a chance as well. Kneel and bow to me, and I may consider sparing your life. What? AwakenX's fury ignited. He had anticipated that Lin Chen would still dare to threaten him at this juncture. Just as he was about to teach Lin Chen a lesson, a soft, enchanting voice emerged from behind. Young Master Huang, might I ask you to spare him for my sake? Turning around, he beheld a stunning woman approaching. Addressing AwakenX without reservation, Lu Yanran. Upon seeing her, AwakenX couldn't suppress a frown. Lu Yanran, though wounded, approached gracefully. The males present nearly lost their composure, their gazes greedily sweeping over her flawless figure, their breaths quickening. Lu Yanran was the indisputable goddess of the third school. It was said that suitors for Lu Yanran could encircle Jiangnan City. Yet, she had never shown any interest in any man, not even uttering a word to them. However, today she was proactively seeking to protect Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen and Lu Yanran shared some extraordinary connection? All eyes darted between Lin Chen and Lu Yanran, exchanging puzzled glances. Lu Yanran, you wish to protect him? Huang Xian's expression turned frosty, a hint of apprehension gleaming in his eyes. Though both hailed from one of Jiangnan's four prominent families, Huang Xian did not fear Lu Yanran. Yet, one must acknowledge that Lu Yanran was a rare hidden-class professional with boundless potential, who could predict her future achievements. Hence, Huang Xian preferred to avoid antagonizing her if possible. Lin Chen is of use to me, Lu Yanran explained coolly, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. Haha. Since you wish to protect him, I shall grant you some leeway, Lu Yanran. However, remember, I will not let this brat off the hook the next time we meet. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xian smirked coldly, issuing a vicious threat before leading his entourage away. Lin Chen observed this scene, feeling a mix of confusion and amusement. Lu Yanran intervening on his behalf. What a joke. Had it not been for her interference, Huang Xian would have already been a corpse on the ground. Nevertheless, Lu Yanran's actions surely held her reasons. Indeed, once Huang Xian's figure vanished, Lu Yanran turned to Lin Chen and coldly inquired, how many blood-condensing pills do you have left? I, from the Lu family, shall take my leave. Name your price. The moment the words bloodening dawn were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, soon replaced by a look of sudden realization. Ah, so it is the bloodening dawn. I had thought this Lin Chen possessed exceptional prowess. How naive. What, pray tell, is the bloodening dawn? You are unaware? The bloodening dawn is an extraordinarily rare consumable, upon ingestion. It temporarily augments the attributes of any practitioner below level 10 by 10 levels and grants access to all fundamental skills of their class. Good heavens, how formidable. So it is that Lin Chen's prowess stems from this concoction. I see now. How could a mere unknown possibly vanquish a boss that even Lu Yanran and Li Hu could not withstand? In an instant, those who once held Lin Chen in esteem were overtaken by feelings of disdain and contempt. It is crucial to note that while the effects of the bloodening dawn are indeed remarkable, its side effects are equally vicious. After consuming the bloodening bond, although one may obtain a temporary surge of power, it is not long before a toxin known as bloodening dew accumulates within the body. Under the influence of this toxin, the practitioner will only gain 1% of experience in the future. Moreover, the most alarming aspect is that this toxin remains permanently, with no antidote available. Thus, any practitioner who has consumed the bloodening dawn faces a dismal future, where even the aspiration of leveling up becomes an extravagant wish. Do you presume I defeated the ice golem boss due to the bloodening dawn? Lin Chen regarded Lu Yanran with a hint of amusement. Lu Yanran's expression was frigid, yet her brow bore an unspoken elegance and pride. She spoke, if it were not for the bloodening dawn, how could a warrior such as yourself possess such might? Even I could not withstand a single blow from the ice golem. Yet, alas, even with the bloodening dawn, while you may unleash power beyond level 10, it is merely a case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, for you will find it impossible to level up again in the future. You must possess more than one bloodening dawn. My Lu family could greatly benefit from such a treasure. If you were to surrender it to me, I could facilitate your joining the Lu family as a guardian. What say you? Lu Yanran's demeanor was decidedly condescending, as if she were bestowing a favor. The onlookers could not help but murmur in awe. To join the Lu family? Such an opportunity is coveted by many. Lin Chen's fortune is truly remarkable. It is said that the guardians of the Lu family are all level 10 practitioners, each possessing extraordinary strength, should Lin Chen gain entry. It would indeed be a stroke of luck. How enviable. For this worthless individual who has consumed the blood to death, this offer is almost magnanimous, truly. Lu Yanran is deserving of her divine reputation. The goddess of the Lu family is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If only she could be my girlfriend, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan. Countless eyes regarded Lin Chen with envy, as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Just as everyone anticipated Lin Chen would eagerly accept the offer, he spoke, I decline. A hint of a smile graced his lips as he uttered these words. The declaration was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring immediate chaos. Did I hear that correctly? He has declined? This Lin Chen cannot possibly think himself above such an offer. Fool. If I were in his place, I would have accepted without hesitation. This fellow is utterly ungrateful. It is infuriating. Even Lu Yanran, upon hearing those words, could not suppress her frown, revealing a trace of displeasure. Lin Chen, consider this carefully. I may have intervened to protect you from Huang Xian this time, but next time, I shall not extend my hand. Chapter 33. Kicked from the party? Lu Yanran felt a surge of discontent. She instinctively believed that had she not intervened, Lin Chen would likely be lying on the ground by now. Yet this fellow displayed an attitude of ingratitude. Lu goddess, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Lin Chen said with a light chuckle. Brushing past Lu Yanran without offering her any regard, Observing Lin Chen's departing figure, Lu Yanran furrowed her brow, then shook her head. Kind words cannot persuade a stubborn ghost. I have done all I can. If you insist on this path, then it is of no concern to me. Soon after, Lu Yanran resumed her icy demeanor, glanced around, and quietly departed the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Chen strode forth amidst the scornful and hostile gazes of the crowd, approaching Mo Hongli and presenting her with a piece of equipment. This item is well suited for you. Consider it my token of gratitude. Mo Hongli hesitated as she accepted the equipment, her expression suddenly serious. Name, Wolf Spirit Boots. Type, Footwear. Quality, Rare. Requirements, Level 3, Strength 2, Spirit 3. Attributes, 1 Spirit, 2 Strength, 1 Agility. Special effect, when equipped. If you have attacked recently, movement speed increases by 5, stacking up to 5 times. While the attributes of this equipment are relatively modest, the special effect is nothing short of extraordinary. One must understand that for most classes, movement speed is a crucial attribute, on par with strength, agility, or spirit. Without sufficient speed, one cannot effectively kite or draw aggro. Certain classes, such as Lihu's Shadow Assassin or Drow Ranger, have an even greater demand for speed. A moment's delay could result in their petite forms being crushed by ferocious beasts. Thus, while this equipment is merely of rare quality, its true value far exceeds that of typical rare items. This is far too precious. I cannot accept such a gift, Mo Hongli exclaimed, flustered as she attempted to return the item. However, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Please, accept it. Your contributions in attracting the Ice Golem boss were invaluable. This item is but a small token. With the conversation reaching this juncture, further refusals would be futile. Mo Hongli bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and expressed her gratitude. Feelings of appreciation swelling within her. Truth be told, Lin Chen single-handedly defeated the Ice Golem boss. By the rules, he could have kept all the spoils without issue. Presenting such a valuable item is a testament to Lin Chen's generosity. By the way, the gazes of those around us seem rather peculiar, Missouri Hongli remarked, her brow furrowing in curiosity after glancing around. Noticing the unfriendly stares directed their way, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals wish to take action against me, yet are hesitant to do so. Most of them are sycophants of Lu Yanran. My audacity in speaking to their goddess has likely riled them, prompting thoughts of retribution. Furthermore, they are unaware of whether my bloodening S effects have expired. Should its effects still be active, they would think twice before antagonizing someone capable of single-handedly slaying the Ice Golem. Mo Hongli, partially comprehending, frowned with caution. Perhaps we should depart. The scrutiny of so many eyes is quite uncomfortable. Although Lin Chen was unafraid of these individuals, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, for the next few days, let us train in less populated areas. As Mo Hongli nodded in agreement. Just as the two were about to head in another direction, an individual with a scarred face emerged from the ranks and obstructed their path. Captain, with all due respect, I believe Lin Chen is no longer fit to remain in our team, the scarred man, Zhou Wen, declared coldly, his tone unwavering. What? Mo Hongli paused, her enchanting visage betraying a mix of astonishment and displeasure. Zhou Wen, clarify your words. What exactly do you mean? Zhou Wen scoffed. What do I mean? I have made myself exceedingly clear. Lin Chen has consumed the blood coagulation pill, and it is likely that his strength will soon plummet. How can he still be worthy of lingering in our team? Moreover, he has offended Huang Xin and Lu Yanran, which could spell disaster for us. As he spoke, several teammates nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen, how can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for Lin Chen's guidance in leveling up these past few days, how could we have amassed such a bounty of points? Mo Hongli retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Humph, so what if he helped us slay some beasts? That was merely the effect of the blood coagulation pill, not a testament to his true prowess, Zhou Wen dismissed, a sneer curling his lips. In fact, I estimate that he will soon lose all his strength, rendering him utterly useless. As the vice captain, I cannot allow anyone to jeopardize our team's safety. Thus, Lin Chen must go. Zhou Wen's gaze bore into Lin Chen, his eyes shimmering with a hint of undisguised greed. Of course, it would not be entirely impossible for Lin Chen to stay in the team, provided he shared the spoils he obtained from the ice magic golem with the rest of us. Lin Chen chuckled. He had selflessly led this group to level up, enabling them to accrue points that others could only dream of. Yet now, they sought to repay his generosity with betrayal, demanding either his departure or a share of his hard-won spoils. It was utterly ludicrous. Enough, Zhou Wen. Those spoils were earned solely by Lin Chen. They do not concern you or anyone else. You shall not harbor any unwarranted intentions. Mo Hongli admonished coldly. Indeed, while Mo Hongli exhibited a semblance of gentleness before Lin Chen, she commanded a regal authority amongst her teammates, resembling a queen issuing decrees. However, Zhou Wen contemptuously waved her off. Captain Mo, while you may be the leader of our team, you cannot unilaterally disregard the sentiments of all the members. What? Mo Hongli was taken aback, glancing at the teammates behind Zhou Wen. To her astonishment, they all averted their gazes, lowering their heads in silence. Clearly, they shared Zhou Wen's perspective. You. You. Witnessing her comrades tacitly support Zhou Wen's stance, Mo Hongli trembled with rage, rendered speechless. Ah, Captain. I must remind you, should you insist on defending Lin Chen, the others may very well cease to heed your commands. Zhou Wen smirked wickedly. Zhou Wen, I have long suspected your discontent with my ascension to captaincy. I never anticipated you would seek to usurp my position through this matter. Mo Hongli's lovely face flushed with exasperation. Zhou Wen, however, wore a self-satisfied expression. Heh, Captain Mo, since you choose to be obstinate, our team requires someone who will consider the collective good. Mo Hongli's countenance darkened, and with a resigned sigh, she cast a glance at the seemingly unperturbed Lin Chen. Gritting her teeth, you wish for Lin Chen to leave? Very well, I shall depart as well. I shall see what kind of achievements you can attain, Zhou Wen. With that, Mo Hongli turned to walk away in a determined manner. A chilling notification echoed in everyone's ears. Teammate, Mo Hongli has left Team 3 of Class 3. Lin Chen, with a frosty wave of his hand, uttered not a word and followed suit. Teammate, Lin Chen has left Team 3 of Class 3. Vice Captain Zhou, what shall we do next? Without Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, our own strength is insufficient to tackle the beasts, one member voiced with concern. Zhou Wen, however, dismissed the concerns with a wave. What is there to fear? After all, Lin Chen has already helped us accumulate enough points. Even if we do nothing now, we shall still achieve commendable results once the exams conclude. As for Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, they are so ungrateful as to reject my proposal. Haha. Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled with malice. His face contorted with a fierce expression. Once the effects of Lin Chen's blood coagulation pill wear off, he will be nothing but a liability. Even if Mo Hongli possesses a hidden profession, what of it? The two of them leveling together will likely lead them to their demise at the hands of the beasts. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, outside, what? The blood coagulation pill? Is it truly the blood coagulation pill? Goodness, I nearly fell for it myself. The blood coagulation pill? Such consumables are exceedingly rare even in the Dragon Kingdom. And he managed to obtain one. What extraordinary fortune. A group of individuals wore expressions of dismay. Their faces tinged with a mix of shame and anger as they observed the unfolding scene. Upon Lu Yanran uttering the words blood coagulation pill, they all experienced a moment of clarity, their hearts swelling with a blend of shame and fury. They, after all, were the elite of Jiangnan City. Yet they found themselves outmaneuvered by a Lin Chen who had consumed the blood coagulation pill. I thought Lin Chen was a rare talent on par with Li Hu and Lu Yanran, but it turns out he is merely this? Principal Yang Shu of Class 1 laughed heartily, casting a mocking glance at Wang Xing. Wang Xing's expression darkened, yet as he beheld Lin Chen on the screen, a flicker of confusion and doubt crossed his features. However, these emotions were fleeting, and he swiftly regained his composure, remaining silent in the face of the ridicule directed at him, as though the incident had never transpired. Our team has come up empty-handed. When we arrived, Lin Chen and the others had already departed. It seems our efforts were in vain, Wang Xing remarked blandly. Yang Shu scoffed. Had it not been for Lin Chen consuming the blood coagulation pill and wielding strength surpassing his own by 10 levels, the outcome would have been drastically different. The surrounding individuals would have likely been slain by the ice giant, and we would have been in a world of trouble. At this point, while the group felt a surge of anger, they were also somewhat relieved and apprehensive. Indeed, if so many were to perish during the exams, we, as the upper echelon of Jiangnan City, would undoubtedly face dire consequences, a burly man with a shaved head lamented. Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something and spoke up. By the way, what do you think Lin Chen found among the spoils of the ice giant? I noticed a flash of yellow light. Could it be an extraordinary quality piece of equipment? Extraordinary equipment. The mere mention of these words caused everyone's hearts to seize momentarily, for even among them, as the elite of Jiangnan City, the majority lacked extraordinary quality gear. Only Principal Yang Shu of Class 1 and Principal Wang Xing of Class 3 possessed such items, which elevated their status above their peers in Jiangnan City. Even the mayor of Jiangnan City had to treat these two with utmost respect. This underscores the significance of extraordinary equipment for professional practitioners. If Lin Chen truly acquired extraordinary equipment, it would be a tremendous boon. Our entire Jiangnan City is in dire need of a swift enhancement in strength to withstand the next wave of beast hordes. An elderly man clad in a black robe's eyes lit up with anticipation. A middle-aged woman radiated excitement. Indeed, the extraordinary equipment offers a monumental enhancement for professionals like us, elevating our combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Even Yang Shu nodded in agreement. Haha, if that's the case, we must deliberate on how to allocate this extraordinary equipment. The group nodded in consensus, endorsing Yang Shu's perspective. However, an incongruous voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Are you so certain that Lin Chen is willing to part with the extraordinary equipment? Wang Xing chuckled coldly, his expression tinged with sarcasm. What do you mean, Wang Xing? Yang Shu retorted with a sneer. You can't possibly believe that a mere Lin Chen deserves to possess equipment of such extraordinary quality, can you? Moreover, he has consumed the blood coagulation pill. He possesses no potential for future development. He continued dismissively. At most, we could offer him a few credit points, allowing him to live a tranquil life thereafter. Yang Shu's words garnered widespread agreement, with many nodding in affirmation, their expressions reflecting a sense of entitlement. Extraordinary quality equipment is far too precious for someone like Lin Chen. It is akin to a child bearing gold through a bustling market, inevitably inciting contention. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem brings guilt. They believed Lin Chen was utterly unworthy of such extraordinary equipment and too intimidated to refuse the demands of the higher-ups in Jiangnan City. After all, he was merely a warrior who had consumed the blood coagulation pill. How could he possibly turn the tides? Soon, Yang Shu and the others commenced an impassioned discussion regarding the details of allocating the extraordinary equipment. Only Wang Xing withdrew to a corner, remaining silent. Chapter 35, The Formidable Winged Bee. On the 7th day of the college entrance examination, today marked the final day of the National Professional Entrance Exam. Many began to sprint, desperately slaying beasts to maximize their points. Others entertained a different notion, resorting to robbery against fellow candidates to directly acquire their accumulated points. Regardless of the approach, candidates in the trial grounds exerted tremendous effort, scarcely daring to pause for a moment. However, amidst the edge of the trial grounds, in a small grove, a series of intermittent sounds emerged. I really can't take this anymore. A melodious female voice, seemingly pleading, mingled with hints of pain and pleasure, drifted through the air. A clear yet teasing voice responded, "Oh really? You appeared so confident just a moment ago, and now you can't handle it? Was it all just bravado?" The sultry voice seemed to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Isn't it your fault? Now you're here to chide me? Ah, wait, it's so hot." In the grove, a young man clad in a black robe sat alongside a charming young woman in red. The two were none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. Before them, a hot pot bubbled enticingly, releasing a spicy aroma that indicated they were thoroughly enjoying their meal. One must note that this was during the college entrance examination. While other candidates tirelessly battled ferocious beasts, striving for higher scores, Lin Chen and Mo Hongli had taken refuge beneath a tree to indulge in hot pot. Their demeanor exuded comfort and leisure, as if they were on vacation. Since the two had been driven away, Lin Chen had taken Mo Hongli to rest here. Her face flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the spiciness. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, exclaiming, "This hot pot is exceedingly spicy. It feels like my mouth is numb." Lin Chen, popping a piece of beef into his mouth while sipping chilled cola, remarked, "I told you the broth was mildly spicy. Who told you to be so brave and insist on the extra spicy? Who knew it would be this hot?" Mo Hongli replied, a hint of bashfulness in her tone, appearing quite adorable. "Here, I have some milk that can help alleviate the spiciness. You should drink it," Lin Chen said, rummaging through his backpack to produce a bottle of yogurt and handing it to her. "Thank you, Lin Chen." Mo Hongli accepted it, feeling somewhat shy but desperate to relieve the heat, quickly unscrewing the cap and taking a couple of sips. After drinking the yogurt, Mo Hongli felt considerably better, but Lin Chen was staring at her intently, prompting her to curiously inquire, "What's wrong?" Clearing his throat, Lin Chen awkwardly diverted his gaze. "Nothing, really." Unbeknownst to her, a remnant of yogurt lingered at the corner of Mo Hongli's mouth. The sight of her rosy lips combined with the yogurt was simply. Lin Chen, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, quickly looked away and coughed. Just as he was about to speak to ease the tension, he suddenly furrowed his brow and stood up. "What's the matter? What happened?" Seeing Lin Chen's serious demeanor, Mo Hongli also rose, concern etched on her face. Lin Chen shook his head. "It's nothing serious. A group of people is approaching us, and their numbers seem substantial." He had sensed the presence of a patrol bug knife, stationed 500 meters away, which had relayed information indicating that a group was nearing their grove. "Stay here. I'll go take a look," he instructed before summoning a winged bee. With a swift motion, he ascended into the sky, flying silently toward the other side of the grove. Witnessing this, Mo Hongli gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Is this a skill? Or some kind of equipment? Or a pet? It can actually carry someone while flying." It is worth noting that in the realm of low-level professionals, the ability to fly is exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, high strikes low, strike the foolish. Those on the ground, regardless of their prowess, could only gaze enviously at airborne entities, while those in the sky could leverage their aerial advantage for greater visibility and offensive options. Lin Chen's display genuinely astonished Mo Hongli, deepening her curiosity about his true identity. On the other side, as expected of a second-tier insect species, flying is both smooth and swift, devoid of any sound. This is a superb aerial combat unit. Lin Chen hung beneath the winged bee, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that the units bred by the insect overlord were not merely simple swarm tactics, but a perfectly synchronized war machine. Before long, Lin Chen was swiftly approaching the edge of the grove, concealed atop a massive tree towering several meters above the ground. Peering down, he was taken aback. Lin Qingxue and Huang Xian, how did they end up together? Simultaneously, Huang Xian asked Lin Qingxue, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is there really a level 5 iron-skinned pig around here?" Lin Qingxue, appearing cautious, promptly replied, "How could I possibly deceive you, Huang Ge? I passed through here 2 days ago, and there were indeed at least 3 iron-skinned pigs in the grove, all above level 5. As she spoke, Lin Qingxue exuded a sense of caution, almost ingratiating in her tone. Concealed in the tree, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk at the sight. This Lin Qingxue is so polite to others, yet she shouts at me? Truly hypocritical. When addressing him, Lin Qingxue had always been loud and abrasive, never offering a kind word. Yet, in the presence of outsiders, she was exceedingly obsequious. Humph, I doubt you would dare to lie, Huang Xian scoffed, muttering to himself. After slaying these few metal pigs, my family S points would exceed 1,000, allowing me to choose any university in the country. It is unfortunate, however, that Lu Yinran intervened to protect that Lin Chen fellow. Humph, never mind. I'll address that upon returning to the real world. At worst, I could hire a few assassins to eliminate him in the city. With this thought, Huang Xian felt considerably relieved and waved his hand, commanding, "Send a few people ahead to scout the path." Promptly, several individuals responded, swiftly disappearing into the woods. Subsequently, Huang Xian cast a peculiar smile at Lin Qingxue beside him. TSK, Lin Qingxue, is it? I've heard you are Lin Chen's sister. Do you know where he is now? Lin Chen. Humph. He is probably long dead somewhere. Lin Qingxue scoffed, her brow furrowing. Besides, he is not my brother. We are not blood related. Chapter 36. A single strike to annihilate the team. Lin Qingxue emphasized this point deliberately, wishing to sever any ties with Lin Chen. In her view, he would only constrain her freedom, even preventing her from seeing her beloved Li Kuan. She had already moved out, effectively cutting off all connections with Lin Chen. From now on, there would be no entanglements. Humph, you probably didn't expect this, Lin Chen, but I have already forged a connection with Huang Xian at school. I will undoubtedly achieve excellent results in this upcoming college entrance examination. Meanwhile, you're likely struggling in some small place, ha ha ha. Gazing at Huang Xian's exquisite equipment, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If I could obtain over 700 points, I would be able to attend the Magic Capital University, which is Li Kuan's dream. I must attend the same university as him. This way, my allegiance to Huang Xian would not be in vain. Just thinking about Li Kuan's handsome face made her heart flutter with sweetness. Just yesterday, Lin Qingxue, disregarding Zhao Lu's pitiful pleas, had directly left his team to join Huang Xian. She had said to Zhao Lu, "If you truly care for me, then do not hinder my pursuit of becoming better." With that, she joined Huang Xian's group without a backward glance. Of course, Huang Xian had permitted her to join primarily because she could provide coordinates for several level 5 ferocious beasts. Otherwise, why would he pay attention to a level 3 novice priest? Huang Xian glanced at Lin Qingxue, who was lost in her fantasies, and sneered inwardly. "Once we eliminate those level 5 beasts, I'll kick you out. Such a useless priest, unable even to heal, is merely a burden in the team. After all, we are elites." Huang Xian was exceedingly proud. Everyone in their group had been selected from his family and had undergone training. These individuals were not only loyal but also far more powerful than the average examinees. It was precisely because of them that Huang Xian maintained a position within the top 10 of the points leaderboard. Lost in his thoughts, Huang Xian suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning, why are those scouts taking so long? Could they be encountering trouble? Before he could finish speaking, piercing alert sounds echoed through the group. Ding. Teammate. Han Fei has been severely injured and is down. Teammate. Su Chong has been severely injured and is down. Teammate. What? A look of astonishment washed over Huang Xian's face, his eyes nearly bulging. He had dispatched 5 individuals, all of whom were his trusted subordinates, each at level 5. Even if they faced a level 6 beast, they should have stood a fighting chance together. Yet, these individuals were taken down almost simultaneously. Could there be a level 10 beast lurking here? A terrifying thought arose in Huang Xian's mind. Before he could devise a conclusion, a laugh emerged from the woods. Heh, I didn't expect to see you here, Huang Xian. A figure stood atop a towering tree, gazing down at their group. Seeing this person, both Lin Qingxue and Huang Xian were taken aback. Lin Chen, how did you end up here? The figure atop the tree was none other than Lin Chen. Clad in all black. I didn't expect to run into you here either. Perhaps it's fate, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Fate? Humph. I see you've walked right into a trap. Huang Xian quickly regained his composure, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Initially, I spared you for Lu Yinran's sake, but since fate has brought us together here, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Huang Xian swiftly waved his hand, commanding, everyone, lock onto Lin Chen as the target. Ensure you kill him here. Yes, came the synchronized responses from behind. Immediately, 3 mages in the group initiated their assault. Fireball spell, die, fire burst. 2 fireballs and a beam of flames sped toward Lin Chen. Too slow. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, waving his hand as a nearly 2-meter-long blue flying bee descended from the sky, effortlessly evading the 3 attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was astounded. What is this? A contracted beast? Or a mount? How can it fly? This is terrifying. A look of astonishment spread across the group. It's worth noting that flight is a rare ability exclusive to high-level professionals, quite uncommon among examinees. Any entity capable of flight possesses a significant advantage in battle. As Lin Chen circled in the air, showcasing his prowess, the majority of those below could only stare in helplessness, utterly unable to counter him. Most of them were melee classes such as warriors and knights, while priests had very few offensive capabilities. With the mage's skills on cooldown, Lin Chen found himself in an almost invincible position in the air. Huang Xin was rendered speechless. This is too unfair. He looked up at Lin Chen. His eyes filled with not just shock, but also confusion. Lu Yanran said that Lin Chen could kill the ice giant because he consumed the blood coagulation pill. But why does he also have a flying contracted beast? What on earth is going on? Grinding his teeth, Huang Xin shouted angrily, Lin Chen. Hiding up there is no real skill. If you're a man, come down and face us head on. Lin Chen disdainfully scoffed. Face you head on? Heh. Even in a direct confrontation, you are no match for me. Who is Lin Chen? The overlord of the insect tribe. Each unit of the insect tribe provides Lin Chen with a certain proportion of attributes. It can be said that Lin Chen's capabilities now rival those of some professionals at level 10 or beyond. Fighting against these examinees, who average only levels 4 to 5, is akin to Mike Tyson challenging kindergartners, utterly effortless. Everyone, why have you ceased your attacks? Heh, if you don't act. I want to be polite. Lin Chen floated in the air, laughing heartily. Then, he shouted, flame impact. Fire erupted from the sky, carrying a scorching wave of danger. Aimed at the group below. Not good. Huang Xin's heart raced with alarm as a layer of black light enveloped him. He hastily retrieved a small shield from his backpack, attempting to defend himself. However, boom. The flames plummeted, erupting like bombs, causing a series of explosive sounds to resonate from the ground. This is bad. My equipment is destroyed. I'm severely injured and down. The crowd below offered little resistance, collapsing to the ground in a state of severe injury. Their health bars, mere moments ago of vibrant green, now teetered perilously close to oblivion. In this instant, each individual was left with but a sliver of vitality. Even a mere level 1 feral beast could obliterate them entirely. With a single strike, just one strike, and Lin Chen had annihilated a formidable team of 2 to 3 dozen individuals. Chapter 37. Benevolence exhausted. Though he had not delivered a fatal blow, the outcome was scarcely different. Only 2 souls remained unscathed, standing in stunned silence, witnessing the carnage unfold before them. These were Huang Xin and Lin Qingxue. Huang Xin, engulfed by disbelief, surveyed the aftermath, unable to fathom how Lin Chen could possess such overwhelming strength. Was he not merely a desperate individual who had barely slain the frost giant thanks to a blood coagulation pill? How could he have shattered the pride of his elite team with a single blow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The effects of the blood coagulation pill were supposed to last only 2 hours. Surely that time had long elapsed. How could he still wield such power? This was inconceivable. After a prolonged silence, Huang Xin muttered to himself, as if trying to convince his own bewildered mind. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Lin Chen had been so composed when confronting him that day. The one courting death had never been Lin Chen, but rather himself. The blood coagulation pill. I have never acknowledged its use, nor have I ever claimed to have consumed such a thing. Such notions are mere figments of your imagination. Lin Chen remarked with a casual air. The idea that he had employed the blood coagulation pill was solely a presumption derived from Lu Yanran's assumptions. He had never uttered such words. Moreover, that devastating strike was not solely his doing, but rather the combined assault of 10 flame worms unleashing their skills in unison, resulting in such formidable power. Of course, while this attack was indeed potent, it had also imposed a considerable toll upon Lin Chen. First and foremost, his mana was nearly depleted, and he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over his spirit. Though the insectoid sovereign could effortlessly wield the abilities of any existing insectoid unit, it still required a modicum of mental and magical energy to guide them. The consumption of mana for a singular skill was manageable, yet employing so many abilities simultaneously was an entirely different matter. Even now, Lin Chen's mental fortitude was on the verge of collapse. It appeared that he would need to enhance his mental attributes moving forward, shaking off the discomfort that clouded his thoughts. Lin Chen turned his gaze back to Huang Xin and offered a faint smile. He then began to stride towards him. Huang Xin, it seems we must settle a score. Initially, I harbored no intent to kill you. At most, I considered you a bothersome fly. Who could have anticipated that you would seek to bring about my demise? If that is your desire, then I can hardly be blamed. I possess no fondness for pursuits that invite attention, and certain matters are best resolved swiftly. Would you not agree? Lin Chen's tone was remarkably calm. However, to Huang Xin's ears, it resonated like a death knell, instilling a deep sense of dread. Lin Chen, you cannot kill me. You cannot. He pleaded. I am of the Huang family, the eldest son. If you take my life, my father will not let you go. Lin Chen, what do you desire? Wealth? Equipment? I can offer you anything. Just spare my life. As Lin Chen approached, Huang Xin immediately fell to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. The ferocity and cruelty that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror and panic. Wealth? Equipment? Forgive my candor, but a mere Huang family is hardly worth my notice. Lin Chen appeared unfazed by the cries for mercy and threats, drawing his flame sword and thrusting it forward. Huang Xin let out a horrified scream, his eyes widening in disbelief that Lin Chen truly dared to end his life. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. Huang Xin was dead. You have slain the practitioner. Huang Xin, evil value 1. A notification echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Yet he responded with a hint of disdain. In this life, you are the first to meet your demise at my hands. However, should I wish to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, my evil value is bound to increase. After uttering these thoughts, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the figure standing nearby. Lin Qingxue. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was utterly paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with terror as she beheld Lin Chen, as if he were a demon emerging from the abyss. In her perception, Lin Chen was merely a weak and ineffectual individual, someone who had been bullied at school. Yet now, this Lin Chen had effortlessly slain those she had sought to curry favor with, including Huang Xin. The stark contrast was overwhelming, leaving Lin Qingxue's mind in a chaotic turmoil. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Qingxue, Lin Chen lost interest. He had no desire to understand how she had allied herself with Huang Xin, nor did he wish to delve into their relationship. Out of respect for his adoptive parents, Lin Chen chose not to kill Lin Qingxue. However, this decision was limited to sparing her life. He would extend no helping hand or assistance to her. In his previous life, Lin Qingxue had been a burden, hindering his advancement and preventing him from surpassing level 90. Without her, he could undoubtedly rise to greater heights. In this life, he was the insectoid sovereign. Free from the shackles of Lin Qingxue, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Given her past actions, refraining from striking against her was already a sign of extreme benevolence. Perhaps it was a way to repay the kindness shown by his adoptive parents. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly, his heart clear. After a brief glance at Lin Qingxue, he turned without hesitation, departing. Wait, Lin Chen. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's departure, Lin Qingxue panicked, extending her hand in an attempt to stop him. Lin Chen, halt, or I shall be angered. If it had been the Lin Chen of old, he would have immediately turned at such words. However, in this life, Lin Chen leapt away, disappearing into the woods in an instant. As Lin Qingxue watched Lin Chen's vanishing figure, an inexplicable sense of profound emptiness enveloped her heart, as if she had lost something of great importance. 2 streams of tears coursed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Moments later, she wiped her tears away, ceasing her weeping. A newfound resolve flickered across her previously delicate features. Lin Chen, have you obtained something so extraordinary that you no longer require me? Just wait and see. I shall prove that I am stronger than you. With those parting words, Lin Qingxue turned and strode in a determined direction. All that remained at the scene were the injured individuals sprawled upon the ground, awaiting rescue. Suddenly, someone sighed. This Lin Chen has truly killed young Master Huang? Now he is in deep trouble. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Huang family is one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City, and young Master Huang is the sole heir. I can only imagine the fury that will erupt from the family head. Yet, Lin Chen is undeniably formidable. He managed to reduce us to this state with a single strike. One individual recalled the earlier scene, his voice trembling. What does it matter how powerful he is? He merely consumed a blood coagulation pill to attain such strength. Once the Huang family retaliates, no amount of blood coagulation pills will save him. One person scoffed, exhibiting a palpable disdain. The others concurred with this sentiment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is merely the effect of a drug. Lin Chen's inherent strength is likely negligible. The Huang family will unleash their wrath. Lin Chen is finished. Chapter 38. Would you like to stay at my house? Back in the woods. What is wrong, Lin Chen? What has transpired? Upon seeing his figure, Mo Hongli rushed over. Lin Chen shook his head and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. I merely dealt with a minor inconvenience involving Huang Xin. Huang Xin? Upon hearing that name, Mo Hongli was taken aback. Have you injured him? This fellow is notoriously difficult to deal with. It is said that the head of his family is a level 30 professional, who harbors a vengeful spirit and holds grudges fiercely. Incurring the wrath of his family has never led to a favorable outcome. Lin Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. Injured him? I did not. I merely killed him. Mo Hongli's eyes widened in astonishment. You killed him? This is going to be troublesome. During the college entrance examination, although killing was strictly prohibited, it was understood that skirmishes among professionals were inevitable, and thus, with suitable justification, certain penalties could be evaded. For instance, if the adversary struck first or failed to withdraw in time, leniency might be granted. However, circumventing official punishment does not imply evading retribution from external forces. Particularly for a powerful clan like the Huang family, if Huang Xin was harmed, even if the authorities turned a blind eye, his family would undoubtedly retaliate in secret. Troublesome? The Huang family is but a minor inconvenience, Lin Chen nonchalantly remarked. For an average professional, a level 30 individual indeed exudes considerable pressure, given that the lifetime cap for an ordinary professional barely reaches the teens. To them, a level 30 professional is a figure to be revered. Yet, for Lin Chen, who harbored the power of the Swarm Sovereign. Such a being was merely a starting point. Recall that in his previous life, he was a level 90 blood sorcerer, already a pinnacle figure in Dragon Country. In this life, possessing the Swarm Sovereign grants him boundless potential. What is a mere level 30 professional to him? Lin Chen, do you truly grasp the magnitude of this situation? If the Huang family seeks vengeance, even if you were a level 20 professional, preserving your life would be exceedingly difficult. Mo Hongli expressed her concerns, her tone fraught with urgency. Lin Chen shrugged casually. It matters not. I shall be leaving Jiangnan City for university after the exams. I refuse to believe that the Huang family, despite their influence in Jiangnan, could orchestrate assassinations within the university. It is crucial to understand that the universities in this world are not akin to those in Lin Chen's homeland, though they may superficially resemble one another. Their essence is entirely different. The universities back home serve merely as educational institutions, whereas those in this world can be likened to sects of formidable power, as they not only impart cultural knowledge but also train professionals to ascend in rank. This results in each university wielding immense influence, rivaling that of high-ranking officials in significant cities. Perhaps that is for the best, Mo Hongli mused, her expression brightening. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she quietly suggested, "How about you stay at my home for a few days?" "Stay at your home?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity crossing his features. "Do not misinterpret my intentions," Mo Hongli playfully retorted, her delicate face turning crimson, her neck adorned with a blush reminiscent of a ripe peach, her eyes betraying a flicker of charm and shyness. "I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in leveling up these past few days, nothing more. After all, our Mo family is among the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City. While we may not possess the strength of the Huang family, we can offer you some protection, at least against easy assassination. If you feel indebted, you can simply train with me after the exams." Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I shall graciously accept your offer." He had been contemplating moving out of his current residence, as the house was ostensibly shared between him and Lin Qingxue. Yet he did not wish to be burdened by guilt. Finding refuge at Mo Hongli's was a viable solution. It's settled then. Mo Hongli's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The final day of the college entrance examination was particularly gruesome. Reports indicated that in a single location in Jiangnan City, 29 candidates lost their lives, with countless others injured. Many emerged from the teleportation portal bearing wounds. Those merely adorned with bloodstains or superficial injuries were considered fortunate, while numerous individuals suffered fractures or even lost limbs. Naturally, under the miraculous abilities of professionals, their injuries could be entirely healed, albeit at a substantial cost in credit points. Once all participants had gathered, the higher-ups of Jiangnan City reappeared on the playground. The principals of the 3 major high schools stood prominently on the platform, their gazes fixed intently upon a colossal stone tablet at the center of the square. This stone tablet served as the interface for the calculation of scores. The identity of this year's top scorer was about to be unveiled. "Principal Wang, who do you believe will emerge as this year's top scorer?" Principal Yang Shu of the first high school inquired. Principal Wang Xing replied nonchalantly, "Did we not observe the leaderboard? It must be the one codenamed Sovereign, Lin Chen." "Huh. Your assertion is misguided, old Wang," Yang Shu retorted with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "You know that while using drugs to enhance strength during the examination is not prohibited, it contravenes the principle of fairness. Therefore, the trial stone tablet will only register the points Lin Chen accrued before and after consuming the blood coagulation pill, excluding the effects of the drug. Without the points from the drug's efficacy, do you believe Lin Chen can still secure the top position?" Principal Wang fell silent, contemplating for a moment before gesturing dismissively. "We shall see." Yang Shu smirked. "Excluding Lin Chen, it seems that Lu Yanran and Li Hu have the highest chances of being the top scorers, with Li Hu slightly more favored. To be honest, if I hadn't lent Li Hu my cherished frost iron blade, I would be somewhat anxious as well," he added with a chuckle. At this, the surrounding higher-ups raised their eyebrows in surprise. "What? You lent your prized equipment to Li Hu? My goodness, Principal Yang. That weapon is your lifeblood. How could you part with it?" The frost iron blade was a renowned weapon affiliated with Yang Shu, although its quality was merely rare. After undergoing enhancement by certain specialized professionals, its attributes greatly exceeded those of ordinary rare equipment. One could say its attributes ranked just below those of extraordinary equipment. Consequently, Yang Shu regarded it with utmost reverence, never revealing it to others. The fact that he was willing to lend it out was a significant sacrifice. Indeed, that is why I am so confident that, apart from Lin Chen, Li Hu will undoubtedly be this year's top scorer in Jiangnan City's examination, Yang Shu declared with pride. Chapter 39, The End of the Examination. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Hu is likely to secure first place. Given that he was already inclined towards offensive professions, coupled with the frost iron blade, his ascension to the top position would not be surprising. We must extend our congratulations to Principal Yang. Principal Yang, congratulations on once again claiming the title of top scorer in our city's examination. A group of individuals began to congratulate Yang Shu. He accepted their accolades with a self-satisfied demeanor, modestly waving his hand, Oh, it is no great feat. Our first high school is indeed blessed with talent, producing several prodigies each year. Then, as if to provoke, Yang Shu turned his head and, with a smug smile, asked, "So, Old Wang, are you convinced now? It seems this year's top scorer is once again mine, even with Lu Yinran in the mix." And Li Hu having consumed the blood coagulation pill. Wang Xing's expression twitched slightly before he replied coolly, "There is no point in further discussion. We shall await the final results." Humph, one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Yang Shu shook his head, regarding Wang Xing's demeanor as mere bravado. At this very moment, a colossal stone monument on the playground suddenly erupted with beams of light, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment, their gazes converging upon it. The results are about to be revealed. I wonder what my final score will be. Where will I rank? I managed to achieve 540 points. That should be sufficient for admission to a decent school, right? I obtained 456 points, which, according to last year's cutoff, should be enough for my dream university. I wonder if there will be any changes this year. Countless individuals held their breaths, fixated on the monument. Gradually, lines of text began to materialize upon its surface. Rank 102789. Xiao Li, final score, 0. Rank 98741. Li Dao, final score, 227. Rank 78547. Lin Qingxue, final score, 326. Rank 10784. Lu Fong, final score, 578. The crowd surveyed their results. Although they possessed score terminals and had a rough idea of their scores in advance, many could not contain their excitement and leapt in jubilation. Yet, a greater number sighed in disappointment, their spirits dampened. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City were utterly indifferent to the students' joys and sorrows. Their anxious eyes were fixed upon the pinnacle of the monument, where the top 10 rankings were displayed. First place, Lin Chen, the sovereign. Final score, 24,789. Second place, Mo Hongli. Final score, 2,272. Third place, Li Hu. Final score, 1374. Fourth place, Lu Yinran. Final score, 1272. Lin Chen's name shone resplendently at the top, far ahead of the rest. As the radiant numbers of the top rank gleamed, an eerie silence enveloped the square. Everyone stared in disbelief at the monument, their eyes filled with incredulity and confusion. After a prolonged pause, the square erupted into fervent discussion. Did I see that correctly? Over 24,000 points? This can't be right. The score monument must be malfunctioning. Are you out of your mind? This stone is an extraordinary artifact, uniformly distributed by the authorities. How could it possibly be broken? 24,000 points? That is utterly outrageous. Is that Lin Chen cheating? It must be cheating. It is known that an average practitioner can attain around 500 points, which is already commendable for admission to a decent university. Even the so-called prodigies like Li Hu and Lu Yinran, who might achieve 1,000 points, would consider it their utmost effort. Who would have imagined that Lin Chen alone would garner over 20,000 points? Such a feat is astonishing beyond measure. This score, not only in Jiangnan City but across the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, is unparalleled. Among the crowd, Lu Yinran and Li Hu found themselves in secluded corners, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. How could I not even make it into the top 3? How could Lin Chen achieve such a high score? Lu Yinran thought incredulously, biting her lip in frustration. Meanwhile, Li Hu, in a fit of rage, smashed a nearby table in half. That Lin Chen. Didn't he take a blood condensation pill? Why is his score still valid? I refuse to accept this. Further away, Zhou Wen stared at the monument in utter disbelief. Wasn't Lin Chen considered useless? How could he possibly accumulate so many points? Even Mo Hongli, having amassed such a score to claim second place, was infuriated. If only we could eliminate those two, my score would have significantly improved. Zhou Wen and his teammates were engulfed in deep regret. On the platform, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City were equally stunned. The previously smug Yang Shu, upon witnessing the results, looked as if he had swallowed something bitter, his smile abruptly freezing on his face. His expression soon shifted to one of incredulity. A gathering of individuals nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. What does this mean? Over 24,000 points? Am I seeing things? This score hasn't been seen in ages. I only recall a legendary figure from 300 years ago achieving over 10,000 points. Yet, even that hero cannot compare to Lin Chen. Could it be a mistake with the monument? Impossible. This is an extraordinary artifact. The authorities haven't issued any notifications indicating an error. Is it true that Lin Chen truly scored over 20,000 points? But didn't he consume a blood condensation pill? Logically, his score shouldn't count. The crowd fell into a deep silence, grappling with the harsh reality that this was indeed true and not a mere dream. If this is the case, then Lin Chen must have single-handedly slain that ice giant, thereby earning 2,000 points. A composed gentleman suddenly spoke up. That's impossible. Perhaps he used another similar item. As such things, while rare, do exist in various forms. Immediately, someone countered, the ice giant is a level 10, tier 3 boss. Not to mention a newly awakened warrior. Even we seasoned professionals wouldn't dare claim we could defeat it effortlessly and without injury. What kind of profession possesses such power? Absolutely impossible. With a sigh, Wang Xing's eyes glimmered with a hint of relief and joy as he calmly stated, regardless, let us first conclude the examination. The others could only acquiesce. Subsequently, the three principals simultaneously moved to the platform. The hubbub among the students gradually subsided. Countless eyes, filled with awe and admiration, were fixed upon the three principals on the platform. The principals exchanged glances, then retrieved their prepared speeches, commencing their addresses. Esteemed students, the National College Entrance Examination has concluded successfully. We wish you all a prosperous future, they proclaimed in unison before exiting the stage. Applause erupted like thunder across the playground, with students cheering exuberantly. Even Lin Chen, who stood in an unremarkable corner, felt a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The examination was over. However, his journey was just beginning. Chapter 40, The Principal's Invitation. Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming this year's top scorer. A fragrant breeze wafted through as Mo Hongli, clad in a flowing red gown, approached with a gentle smile. Having shed her cumbersome armor, the graceful contours of her physique were accentuated by the elegant dress. Even the slightest movement suggested an allure that was almost palpable. Coupled with her nearly flawless, enchanting visage, the surrounding men cast fervent or envious glances her way. The admiration stemmed from her breathtaking beauty, rivaling that of Lu Yinran. Meanwhile, the envy arose from her direct approach towards a youth who, despite possessing a somewhat delicate appearance, was otherwise rather ordinary. Top scorer? Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. It's no big deal. Having lived 2 lives and once stood atop the world, Lin Chen remained unfazed. His demeanor as calm as a still pond, neither overly humble nor boastful. Merely a title of top scorer, it hardly elicited any excitement from him. However, I must thank you, Lin Chen, for helping me level up. Otherwise, I would never have achieved 2,000 points. Mo Hongli remarked with a playful smile. Weren't you the one who offered me shelter in your home? It's merely a mutual benefit, Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle. Speaking of which, here is my family's token. Mo Hongli suddenly remembered something and retrieved a token from her bag, presenting it to him. The medallion appeared to be forged from brass, exuding an exquisite charm, with the character Mo intricately engraved upon it. All right, thank you. I shall tidy up at home before heading over. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, do exercise caution. The Huang family has likely received word by now, and they typically act swiftly, Mo Hongli reminded him. Understood. Lin Chen replied with a casual smile. You should also be vigilant. After all, many have witnessed your association with me from the beginning. Mo Hongli shook her head, asserting, even if the Huang family is formidable, they wouldn't dare to strike at me lightly. Otherwise, the two families would be embroiled in a bitter feud. As their conversation unfolded, a steady voice resonated from behind them. Lin Chen, the headmasters request your presence. Please follow me. A tall, middle-aged man clad in plate armor stood behind Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, his expression grave. Behind him trailed a dozen similarly attired individuals, each boasting a minimum level of 10. The foremost among them was a towering figure of level 15, a hidden class practitioner no less. Is there something you need from me? Lin Chen inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps they wish to congratulate you. Given that you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination for Jiangnan City, potentially even the best in the nation, Mo Hongli speculated, though she too felt a hint of curiosity. However, Lin Chen's heart was laced with scorn. Congratulate me? If that were the case, they should have acknowledged me during the speech rather than seeking me out now. Clearly, there is another agenda at play, and it is undoubtedly not a favorable one. Despite his thoughts, Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotions as he stated, since the headmasters seek me, I shall accompany you. He then turned to Mo Hongli, adding, I will head to your home shortly. With that, Lin Chen clasped his hands behind his back and followed the man into a modestly sized room. Upon entering, he was met by the gazes of a dozen elegantly attired individuals, each regarding him with a variety of expressions. Some were curious, others disdainful, some with cold smirks, while a few bore a trace of pity. Yet, the prevailing sentiment was one of avarice, as if Lin Chen were not a mere individual, but rather a sumptuous morsel. Were he an ordinary student, the scrutiny of such influential figures would surely render him flustered and stammering. Yet, Lin Chen exuded an air of nonchalance as he strode confidently to the center of the room, surveying the assembly before proclaiming, esteemed guests, I am Lin Chen. What counsel do you offer? The individuals exchanged glances, a flicker of admiration evident among them. This young man was indeed extraordinary. While a commendable demeanor does not necessarily equate to formidable strength, his ability to remain composed and unassuming in such a setting indicated a maturity of mind that was rare for someone of his age. Lin Chen, first and foremost, congratulations on being the top scorer in Jiangnan City's college entrance examination. Yang Shu rose, looking down upon Lin Chen. Furthermore, we have reviewed footage of your examination. To be frank, we are quite interested in the yellow extraordinary equipment you obtained by defeating the ice golem. Name your price, we shall procure it. Yang Shu's tone bore an unmistakable undertone that brooked no dissent, as if he were issuing a command rather than making a request. Extraordinary equipment? Lin Chen's mind sharpened. They had mistaken the golden legendary item he acquired from the ice golem for an extraordinary piece? It was understandable. Had it indeed been legendary grade, they would have reported it to the authorities by now. With this thought, Lin Chen replied coolly, extraordinary equipment? Indeed, I possess such an item. As he spoke, Lin Chen waved his hand, revealing a necklace that materialized in his palm. The crystallized omniscience. The yellow glow instantly captivated the attention of all present. Their gazes were riveted upon the necklace. Extraordinary equipment. It truly is extraordinary equipment. While it may be an accessory and not a weapon or armor, it was still of extraordinary quality. Ah, this equipment suits me perfectly, Yang Shu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, a fervent expression spreading across his face. This passive ability is immensely powerful. A 10 chance increase could double the trigger rate of my primary passive skill. Bloody roar. Oh, I must have this equipment. Lin Chen observed the fervor in their eyes with a cold smirk. So that was why they had suddenly invited him. Clearly, they had set their sights on his possession. Yet, how unfortunate. Acquiring my equipment would not be as simple as they presumed. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through them. In his previous life, he might have succumbed to the might of these individuals, willingly handing over his equipment. After all, could any individual stand against a collective force? Especially one comprised of the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. However, in this life, Lin Chen was the sovereign of the insectoid clan. With the might of his insect army at his side, he possessed the strength to defy the world. Aristocratic families? Guilds? The elite? Before the army of insects, they would be reduced to mere ash. Chapter 41. What if I refuse to comply? Amidst the avaricious gazes of those present, Lin Chen coldly declared, I do indeed possess extraordinary equipment, as you have seen. However, I shall not sell it. The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere within the conference room froze. Instantly, the greedy expressions of the upper echelons transformed into ones of icy shock, tinged with a hint of murderous intent directed at Lin Chen. They found it hard to believe that a mere level 6 practitioner would dare to defy their commands. Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you fear that we cannot afford your price? Yang Shu's eyes glinted with malice, though it was quickly masked as he spoke to Lin Chen in a low tone. Name your price. As long as it is within our means, we shall not refuse. Price? Lin Chen scoffed. This exquisite extraordinary equipment is worth more than certain perfect quality items. Do you think you can afford it? Of course. If you could provide a genuine perfect quality item or 200 million credit points, I might consider selling it to you. Lin Chen, you are being exceedingly presumptuous. A burly man barked, glaring at him with fury, his aura surging forth like a tempest towards Lin Chen. This man, a level 32 warrior, exuded a terrifying presence, akin to a ferocious beast. An ordinary level 6 practitioner would surely tremble in fear, drenched in cold sweat, unable to utter a word. But who was Lin Chen? The sovereign of the insectoid clan. Faced with this man's oppressive aura, Lin Chen merely chuckled, issuing a mental command. Within the realm of the sovereign, hundreds of insects roared in unison. Even the massive stone tablet emitted a beam of light that shot toward the eyes of the burly man. Ah! The man cried out, his mind blank as if struck by a heavy blow. When he regained his senses, he felt an icy chill coursing through him, instilling a profound sense of terror. His own aura paled in comparison to that chilling presence, like a firefly against the full moon, utterly incomparable. How could this be? Was that aura emanating from Lin Chen? The burly man's heart raced with fear, and he instinctively retreated several paces. What is it, Lu Shan? The onlookers regarded the burly man with confusion, inquiring about his sudden change. Lu Shan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly shaking his head. Nothing at all. Please, continue. The others cast him a puzzled glance, but soon returned their focus to the matter at hand. Lin Chen, your demands are utterly excessive. We simply cannot accept them. Yang Shu stated bluntly, you must understand that while extraordinary equipment is seldom available for sale, the typical transaction price remains below 10 million credit points. Even though your item possesses remarkable special effects, it is far from being so outrageous. You should consider revising your terms. Then do not blame me. It is you who cannot afford it, Lin Chen retorted, his hands raised in feigned innocence, a grin adorning his face. I have presented my price. If you are unable to procure the funds, who can be blamed? Yang Shu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within, and coldly replied, Lin Chen, if this is the price you insist upon, it is not insurmountable. How about this? You transfer the equipment to us first, and we will write you an IOU, paying you in installments. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. I never engage in IOUs. What a joke. To deal with such individuals on credit and installments? They are clearly attempting to swindle me out of my equipment. I will not acquiesce to their wishes. Lin Chen, this will not do. Are you truly refusing to grant us any respect? Yang Shu's face darkened with anger as he coldly questioned. Lin Chen's repeated refusals had finally ignited his fury. In his view, As a level 33 professional and a vice principal, students usually treated him with utmost reverence. Yet here was Lin Chen, audaciously defiant. I refuse to offer you any respect. What of it? Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his tone dismissive. This declaration landed like a boulder upon a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. What did you say? You insolent brat. How dare you speak so? Lin Chen smirked. I shall remember you. The onlookers glared at Lin Chen, their faces contorted with rage, unleashing a torrent of curses upon him. Lin Chen, however, merely scoffed, esteemed leaders. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out the door. As Lin Chen's retreating figure vanished from sight, Yang Shu surveyed the room and intoned solemnly, "Everyone, please be quiet." The crowd fell silent, directing their attention toward Yang Shu. He inhaled deeply, his voice cold as he declared, "This extraordinary equipment holds immense significance for us in Jiangnan City. Thus, we shall exert every effort to acquire it. Even if Lin Chen refuses, the outcome will remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light and murderous intent flickered in the eyes of those present. Indeed, it had come to this. Only through violence could they seize the treasure. They harbored no reservations about it. After all, these individuals were not merely high-ranking officials in Jiangnan City, but also advanced professionals, each possessing more than a few lives on their hands. A mere Lin Chen was of no consequence to them. Principal Yang, our Li family will also partake in this matter. Yes, count me in. I shall dispatch assassins. One by one, the high-ranking officials hastily voiced their intentions. They recognized that to assassinate Lin Chen was paramount to securing a voice in obtaining the extraordinary equipment. In an instant, aside from a few high-ranking members such as Mo Jia and Wang Xing, nearly everyone expressed their willingness to participate in this endeavor. Very well, since everyone is so inclined. I shall speak plainly. Yang Shu nodded in satisfaction, then seemingly recalling something, added without courtesy, Mo family head, Principal Wang Xing. If you two do not wish to partake in this matter, might I kindly ask you to step outside? Mo Qingyun, the head of the Mo family, exchanged glances with Principal Wang Xing, both sharing a wry smile as they rose and exited the room. Old Wang, I never imagined you would show such disinterest in extraordinary equipment, even opting out of this operation. Once outside, Mo Qingyun probed cautiously. Mo family head. We are old acquaintances. Is it not merely your curiosity regarding Lin Chen's situation that prompts this inquiry? Wang Xing responded with a faint smile. Mo Qingyun laughed heartily, unperturbed by the probing, and continued, Principal Wang, your cleverness remains as sharp as ever. I shall not beat around the bush. I truly wish to ascertain what makes Lin Chen so formidable that you would abandon the pursuit of extraordinary equipment. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xing shook his head. It is merely a hunch. I have an inkling that Lin Chen is not as simple as he appears. Oh, are you suggesting that Lin Chen's defeat of the ice giant was not solely due to his consumption of the blood coagulation pill? Mo Qingyun was instantly intrigued, a sense of astonishment washing over him. The ice giant was a level 10, tier 3 boss. Its strength rivaled that of certain level 15 bosses. How could a mere examinee single-handedly slay such a fearsome beast? I cannot say for certain, but I have a lingering feeling that provoking Lin Chen could lead to dire consequences, Wang Xing replied, shaking his head lightly. Moreover, even if we could wrest that equipment from Lin Chen, that Yang Shu fellow is likely already determined to possess it. I have no desire to contend with such a person. As they conversed, they made their way outside. Meanwhile, within the Huang family, what? Huang Xian is dead? Who is responsible? Who did this? In the opulent living room, Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family, smashed a table with a furious slap, rising to his feet in a rage. His face was contorted with anger, veins bulging like writhing worms, a truly terrifying sight. Huang Xian was Huang Wentian's only son, whom he cherished dearly, never sparing him harsh words. Today was supposed to mark the end of the college entrance examination, and the family awaited news of Huang Xian's commendable performance. Little did they know, instead of results, they received the shocking news of his demise. Before him, several individuals clad in black knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. A master, the young master was killed during the examination, one stammered, swallowing hard. The one who killed him is named Lin Chen, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Lin Chen. Huang Wentian searched his mind for the name, then shook his head. He seems to be an unknown nobody. Humph, this person managed to take my son's life, and yet became the top scorer? That seems rather implausible. Could it be that my son died in vain? Huang Wentian's brow furrowed, his teeth gritting as if ready to crush them. The top scorer of the college entrance examination is exceedingly rare. Even someone of his stature must show deference. Do not worry, master. Although Lin Chen is the top scorer, the three principals and other high-ranking officials have not extended any offers to him. One of the black-clad figures cautiously replied. Oh, why is that? Huang Wentian inquired, perplexed. Typically, the top scorer would attract the attention of the powerful elites in Jiangnan City. After all, the potential of a genius is boundless, and even if one cannot recruit them, one should not foster enmity. The black-clad figure explained solemnly. It is because Lin Chen did not attain his score through his own abilities, but by consuming a blood coagulation pill. A blood coagulation pill, Huang Wentian suddenly realized, a sinister expression emerging on his face. So, this means Lin Chen is merely a waste of talent? Humph, if that is the case, Tian-san. Go eliminate this Lin Chen. Bring back his head to avenge my son's death. Also, see if he has any extra blood coagulation pills on him. Those are quite precious. The black-clad figure, Tian-san, trembled at the command and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Is this the Mo family? Lin Chen gazed at the grand estate before him, feeling a sense of awe. In today's world, where land is as precious as gold, this estate is indeed a pinnacle of luxury. Certainly, as a former level 90 professional, Lin Chen was no stranger to such matters and exhibited little astonishment. After presenting his token to the gatekeeper, Lin Chen strolled leisurely into the estate. Following the directions of Mo Hongli to arrive at a villa, he knocked on the door, and a petite girl dressed in casual attire, rubbing her sleepy eyes, opened it. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she curiously asked, Who are you? Knocking at someone's door so early in the morning? The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a delicate and fair complexion reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her small face bore a resemblance to Mo Hongli, and she blinked her wide eyes, curiously scrutinizing Lin Chen. Xiaolu, what is the matter? Just as Lin Chen found the situation somewhat peculiar, Missouri Hongli's voice emerged from behind him, followed by the sight of her enchanting visage. Clad in a red gown, she gracefully approached the door and, upon seeing Lin Chen, smiled radiantly. Lin Chen, you've come. Sis, is this the Lin Chen you've been incessantly mentioning? The girl paused for a moment, then regarded Lin Chen with a hint of intrigue. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Hongli's face flushed slightly as she playfully tapped the girl's head, then turned to Lin Chen with a smile. This is my sister, Mo Honglu. Please, come inside. Observing the bond between the sisters, Lin Chen shrugged and followed them into the villa. The interior was adorned with a simple elegance, contrasting sharply with the opulence outside. Yet it featured some charmingly youthful decorations. Lin Chen, you arrived rather early. I thought you wouldn't come until at least the afternoon. Mo Hongli waved her hand, summoning a maid in uniform who brought forth tea. It's nothing much, just tidying up a little, Lin Chen replied, taking a sip of tea. In his previous home, aside from essential items, most belongings were those of Lin Qingxue, posters, merchandise, dolls, and the like. His own possessions were scant, easily counted on one hand, making the tidying process quite simple. Of course, I also wish to level up quickly, which is why I invited you to conquer the trial abyss of Zhanghai University. Lin Chen continued. Zhanghai University? You intend to apply there? Mo Hongli was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, Zhanghai University. It is among the top-tier universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Alongside Qingbei University and Longshan Academy, it stands as one of the elite 3. Each year, millions aspire to gain admission for the utmost privileges and promising futures. Yet, the number of students accepted is a mere few thousand. It can be said that if the college entrance examination is akin to an army crossing a single log bridge, applying to Zhanghai University is akin to walking a tightrope, exceedingly perilous. As a top scorer in the college entrance examination, is it truly so astonishing that I would apply to Zhanghai University? Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Furthermore, your scores are sufficient for admission. Do you not wish to enter such a prestigious institution? Chapter 43, The Magnanimous Lin Qingxue. Naturally, I have an interest in Zhanghai University, Mo Hongli sighed. But although my scores are adequate, I lack confidence in overcoming the trial abyss. In the realm of Blue Star, applying to universities is no mere matter of submitting preferences. Merely achieving sufficient scores does not guarantee admission. After filling in the application, candidates must also conquer each university's trial abyss, with admissions based on performance. Unlike the large-scale multiplayer trial abyss of the college entrance examination, each university's trial abyss is a solo instance. To explain it in Lin Chen's terms, the trial abyss of the college entrance examination is a shared dungeon with monsters, where candidates may encounter one another. However, each university's instance resembles a secluded underground city, where one cannot encounter other candidates unless entering as a team. Do not fret, I can team up with you, Lin Chen said with a serene smile. You? Teaming up with me? Mo Hongli seemed incredulous. Then, as if recalling something, her face flushed, and she lightly protested. Are you harboring ulterior motives? Hee. I never said it would be free. I can guide you through Zhanghai University's trial abyss and help you achieve a commendable score. But the condition is that you must assist me with a task, one that, I suspect, only one of your 4 prominent families can accomplish. Lin Chen stated with a soft chuckle. Oh, what task? Seemingly realizing her earlier misinterpretation, Mo Hongli cleared her throat awkwardly and inquired, her blush lingering. I wish to procure some skill books. The ones I seek are exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. Lin Chen gazed at her bashful demeanor, his heart stirred. But after a sigh, he spoke earnestly. Of course, I will compensate you fairly. However, it will require considerable manpower to locate these skill books. The more I can obtain, the better. Furthermore, I wish for this matter to remain undisclosed. Understood? At present, While Lin Chen had already reached level 6 and commanded hundreds of insectoid units, he had yet to learn any skills. All his abilities were those possessed by the insectoids. This was because skill books for summoners were exceedingly scarce and seldom found in the market. Even if they were available, their acquisition would provoke a significant uproar. After all, purchasing summoner skills could very well indicate that one was a summoner, and every summoner is a coveted target for all factions. Lin Chen, not wishing to attract attention to his current strength, deemed it prudent to delegate this task to others, preferably a powerful faction, as only they would possess enough manpower to undertake it. As he spoke, Lin Chen handed over a list detailing all the skill books he wished to purchase. Upon receiving it, Manhwaedit glanced over the contents and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Summon? Spirit transmission? Summon skeleton? These are all exclusive skills of summoners. And there are even legendary summoner skills. Do you mean to say that you? Lin Chen maintained his composure and nodded lightly. Indeed, I am a summoner. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 imposing dagger beetles materialized before them. Wow! As she beheld the gleaming black creatures, akin to machines of slaughter, Manhwaedit gasped in awe. Though her curiosity had been piqued during the trial, she had not anticipated Lin Chen's true profession to be anything beyond a basic warrior. Yet, she could hardly have guessed he was a summoner. It was known that the last summoner awakened in Jiangnan City had occurred a decade prior. That summoner, albeit of the common quality as a beast tamer, had caused quite the stir, with all 3 top universities extending invitations. The summoner had since graduated and ascended to a position of power in Tiandu, illustrating the immense prestige associated with the summoner class. You truly are a summoner. Manhwaedit murmured, astonished. Now, do you believe I can guide you through the trial instance? Lin Chen asked softly, smiling. I never doubted it, Manhwaedit replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. After a moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and nodded. I will have my family members attempt to procure the skill books you seek. While I cannot guarantee that we can acquire each one, I will ensure we obtain some. Agreed. Lin Chen clapped his hands, rising to his feet with evident satisfaction. There is one more matter I wish to discuss. I hope you can keep my identity confidential, as it would be beneficial for both of us. Manhwaedit nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have just offended the Huang family. If those individuals were to discover that you are a summoner, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you before you could pose a threat to their clan. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and added, tomorrow, we shall venture into the trial abyss. Remember to rise early. With that, Lin Chen stood and proceeded towards the guest room that had been arranged for him upstairs. In Tianlong Community, Building 6, Room 125, Lin Qingxue stood hesitantly at the door, contemplating for a prolonged moment before finally opening it and stepping inside. Since you have achieved the top score in the college entrance examination, I shall reluctantly forgive you. However, if you dare to provoke my ire again, I will still consider leaving home. Lin Qingxue mused, filled with confidence as she prepared to receive Lin Chen's embrace and comforting words. After all, she had taken the initiative to apologize. What more could she ask for? Although Lin Qingxue was taken aback to learn that Lin Chen had actually become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for Jiangnan City, her momentary astonishment soon gave way to a determination to make concessions. She would move back home. Furthermore, she was exceedingly magnanimous, willing to forgive Lin Chen for ignoring her in the examination instance. The potential of a top scorer far outweighed that of the sycophants surrounding her. Just thinking of the sycophantic boys who had barely managed to score over 300 points in the examination filled her with indignation. How could these men, lacking in strength, dare to emulate others? Lost in thought, Lin Qingxue surveyed her surroundings. Lin Chen isn't home? Has he gone out? Or is he in his room? With a sense of curiosity, she opened Lin Chen's bedroom door, only to be met with an empty void. Lin Chen, has he moved out? Lin Qingxue could hardly believe her eyes. Lin Chen had left without so much as a word. Chapter 44, The Square. Standing before the door, Lin Qingxue's mind was a blank slate. After a long pause, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. What has happened to you, Lin Chen? Why the sudden change? Surely, it must be that after awakening to a rare profession, he had turned his back on her. Lin Qingxue was resolute in her belief that Lin Chen's transformation was due to his awakening of a hidden profession, causing him to abandon her. Yet she never considered that she might have erred in any way. Taking out her phone, Lin Qingxue attempted to call Lin Chen, but when the number connected, she was met with an indication that the line was inactive. Lin Chen had canceled his phone number. The thought sent her world into a dizzying spin. Initially, she had envisioned a blissful life alongside Lin Chen, the top scorer, aspiring to ascend into high society. Little did she know, Lin Chen had no intention of acknowledging her. At that moment, a text message suddenly appeared on her phone screen. Dear Ms. Lin Qingxue, your credit card bill of 50,000 credit points has been overdue for 7 days. Please make repayment today, or our company will take measures to forcibly seize your property. The money I borrowed is due already? Lin Qingxue murmured, her face paling. Recently, having left Lin Chen, she found herself devoid of a financial source. Accustomed to spending freely, she felt uncomfortable unless she purchased something each day. Thus, it was only natural for her to apply for a credit card, thinking that Lin Chen would soon coax her back and would handle the repayment. She never anticipated that Lin Chen would sever ties entirely. What am I to do now? As Lin Qingxue grappled with confusion, a sudden, forceful knocking at the door startled her. Is someone knocking? Could it be Lin Chen returning? She gasped, swiftly moving to open the door. To her surprise, the faces that greeted her were not Lin Chen's gentle and unassuming visage, but rather a group of burly, bald men with intimidating expressions. Without preamble, the leader of the group declared, "You are Lin Qingxue, correct? I am here to inform you that due to your overdue credit card payment, the bank will be seizing your property." Seizing my house. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. But I only borrowed 50,000 credit points. Where will I live without a house? That is your concern, the man snapped, waving his hand impatiently. Now get out, or we will call the police. Faced with the imposing figures of these muscular men, Lin Qingxue remained subdued. She understood that these men were not like Lin Chen, who would allow her to sulk and throw tantrums. To utter even a single word of defiance in their presence would only lead to dire consequences. With a heavy heart, she stepped out of the door, casting one last glance at the home she had inhabited for over a decade, now on the verge of being surrendered to others. Tears of despair threatened to spill over. She had lost her family, her savings, and now, even her place of residence. Since parting ways with Lin Chen, it seemed she had not experienced a single moment of peace. Yet, Lin Qingxue would not remain despondent. After a brief bout of despair, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within her. Lin Chen, this is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen to such a fate? Do not think that merely achieving some trivial top score makes you exceptional. Tomorrow, I will seek out my brother Li Kuan, who is also a top scorer from Nanpu City, far superior to you. Once I become Li Kuan's girlfriend, do not expect me to acknowledge you again. With that, wiping her tears, Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and set off in a determined direction, gradually disappearing into the night. In Jiangnan City, the trial square loomed large. Is this the trial square? There are indeed a multitude of people. Mo Honli marveled at the scene before her, reminiscent of a small town. This trial square was a collaborative endeavor of hundreds of universities throughout Long Country, with identical structures found in various urban centers. Within this vast square, there existed hundreds of abyssal portals, each representing a distinct trial abyss. Successfully navigating through these abysses would grant one the qualification to apply to a university. Consequently, the square was bustling with candidates, many entering and exiting various portals in a flurry of activity. Over there is the location for the Jianghai University trial abyss. Let us proceed. After a brief glance, Lin Chen spoke, leading Mo Honli to a portal. Before them stood 3 monumental portals, occupying hundreds of meters of space. These portals represented the pinnacle of Long Country's educational institutions, Tsinghua University, Longshan Academy, and Jianghai University. The areas surrounding these universities' trial abysses were the most crowded, with at least 1,000 individuals resting nearby. Some enterprising souls even set up stalls to sell equipment. Upon approaching the transmission stone for the Jianghai University trial instance, a prompt appeared before them. Abyss, Lost Sanctuary, Jianghai University trial instance. Difficulty, Normal, Challenge, Hard, Nightmare, Blood Moon. Level, 115. Abyss type, Solo instance, maximum team size, 5. The Lost Sanctuary. This Abyss instance is notoriously difficult. I can't believe Jianghai University would use this as a trial instance this year. Lin Chen was astounded. In the future, the Lost Sanctuary's difficulty was infamous, as the monsters within possessed a buff known as Holy Warrior, significantly enhancing their strength, spirit, and agility. This resulted in even the minor creatures within the abyss inflicting terrifying damage and speed, necessitating extreme caution in their approach. Otherwise, one could easily face defeat at the hands of these minor foes. The final boss of the Lost Temple, the Ashen Angel, has become a nightmare for countless adventurers in subsequent generations. Not only does the Ashen Angel possess the buff of the Holy Warrior, but it also enhances the effectiveness of this buff. Moreover, it wields a fiery attack known as Holy Flame, which is nearly impossible to withstand due to its vast area of effect. What is particularly exasperating is that this Holy Flame cannot be evaded, deals tremendous damage, and possesses the purifying effect of dispelling all buffs from adventurers. Furthermore, when the Ashen Angel reaches a critical health state, it can even regenerate health. Many adventurers, during their initial encounters, exerted all their strength to whittle the boss down to its last sliver of health, only to be astounded when, just as victory seemed assured, the Ashen Angel cast a healing spell, restoring its health completely. It is easy to imagine the shock and dismay that struck those players at that moment, likely leaving them on the verge of despair. Fortunately, the Ashen Angel is only level 5. Had it been any higher, it would have transformed the Lost Temple from a mere university trial dungeon into a challenge for high-ranking professionals. Chapter 45, The Lost Temple. Despite the formidable difficulty, many adventurers from later generations are irresistibly drawn to it, each aspiring to conquer this abyss. The reason for this fervent pursuit lies in the lavish rewards the Lost Temple offers. Firstly, although the monsters within are powerful, They grant experience points exceeding 3 times that of other dungeons of the same level of difficulty. Secondly, the Lost Temple drops a powerful set of armor known as the Temple Guardian, which, despite being of rare quality, can yield attributes comparable to some extraordinary equipment when a complete set is worn. This explains why the Lost Temple has garnered such acclaim among adventurers throughout the ages. However, Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The final point, the most crucial one, is that the first player to conquer the dungeon at a difficulty level above normal will receive a special limited edition piece of equipment. This item is one of the national treasures of the future. In a past life, this national treasure was claimed by a summoner from Luhu province, elevating him to one of the 12 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. In this life, however, fate has bestowed it upon me, A strange light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. This abyss is unfamiliar to me. Could it be a new one? I wonder what the difficulty will be like. As Lin Chen pondered the description of the Lost Temple, Mo Hongli could not help but voice her curiosity. Just then, a sudden hum resonated as a team staggered out of the teleportation portal. The members were drenched in blood, some even missing a leg, their gear in tatters, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. Damn, this abyss is incredibly difficult. One exclaimed, we're a level 7 team, equipped with sets. Yet we can't even clear a level 5 dungeon? These minions are terrifying. One punch took half my health. Another lamented, if we hadn't fled quickly, we might have faced total annihilation. No wonder, it seems, that not a single team has managed to clear this abyss until now. It truly is too challenging. This team grumbled, soon shaking their heads in resignation as they departed. Beside the abyss's teleportation portal stood a stone tablet, originally inscribed with the accomplishments of teams that had conquered the dungeon. However, while other tablets in front of different dungeons were filled with dense writing, this one was utterly blank, as smooth as the day it was carved. Those gathered around to witness this spectacle expressed their astonishment. No one has cleared it yet. This abyss must be exceedingly difficult. Forget about it. I just tried and was chased by minions without even catching a glimpse of the boss. Haha. It seems only geniuses like Li Hu and Lu Yanran, or others from the city, could possibly succeed here. And what about Lin Chen and Mo Hongli? Lin Chen. That guy only managed to get by through some sort of cheating with potions. How else could he have scored so highly? As for Mo Hongli, while she is indeed beautiful and capable, she merely rides on Lin Chen's coattails. Of course, Lin Chen used the blood condensation pill, which was explicitly stated by the goddess Lu Yanran. There's no mistake about it. You all know the side effects of the blood condensation pill, right? I bet Lin Chen, despite carrying the title of top scorer, will end up as a useless person. Whispers of gossip filled the air. In the face of such criticisms, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. Mo Hongli furrowed her brow, casting a concerned glance at Lin Chen. This dungeon seems quite challenging. Are you sure you want to take me along? After all, adding even one more person increases the health and attributes of all monsters by a factor of 2. Lin Chen, seemingly unconcerned, replied with interest, but at the same time, the rewards will also increase. Besides, this is our agreement. I have no habit of breaking contracts. Mo Hongli's heart warmed at his words, and she smiled sweetly. In that case, let us prepare. Should we gather a few teammates to form a full team? Though having more members increases the difficulty, the advantages of a well-rounded team outweigh the challenges posed by additional players. Lin Chen, however, shook his head decisively. No, just the 2 of us will suffice. I do not wish to share the secrets of obtaining that treasure with others. From the memories of his previous life, Lin Chen knew Mo Hongli to be a trustworthy and kind-hearted woman, unlikely to betray him, which is why he felt secure revealing these secrets to her. As for others, he trusted none of them. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand and began to touch the teleportation stone before the portal. Team, Dominators, number of members, 2. Captain, Dominator, teammate, Mo Hongli. You have selected the difficulty, hard. Do you confirm? Confirm, Lin Chen stated firmly. Hard difficulty? Mo Hongli's eyes widened in shock. It is known that even the ordinary difficulty of the Lost Temple has yet to be cleared by any candidates nationwide. Yet here was Lin Chen, opting for hard difficulty right from the start. This was utterly outrageous. At that moment, those gathered to watch also took notice, turning their attention towards them. Aren't those Lin Chen and Mo Hongli? Do they intend to apply to Zhanghai University? Just a useless person. How can he dare to dream? Wait, are they truly attempting to enter the abyss? No way. They chose hard difficulty. Have they lost their minds? Do they seek death? A crowd of onlookers cast scornful and incredulous glances their way, their faces painted with mockery. Nationwide, no team has managed to conquer the abyss, indicating its formidable difficulty. And you, Lin Chen, have chosen hard difficulty? Isn't that courting disaster? What gives you the audacity? The blood condensation pill? Lin Chen, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, simply uttered 2 words, confirm. With that, the 2 figures transformed into beams of white light and were transported inside. Did they really go in? Haha, this is going to be entertaining. I wonder what expression they'll have when they emerge, tail between their legs. He certainly puts on a brave front. But I wonder if he can even handle the minions. Just wait and see. The truth will soon unfold. The onlookers were all gathered with a sense of anticipation, coldly smirking as they awaited the unfolding drama. None believed that Lin Chen could conquer the formidable challenges of the Lost Temple. Chapter 46. Entering the Temple. At this moment, within the abyss, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. The Lost Temple was an immense complex of ancient architecture, and the towering structures, adorned yet covered in dust and sand, bore witness to its former grandeur. The Lost Temple remained unchanged. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In his previous life, like many adventurers, he had explored the Lost Temple numerous times. After all, it was universally acknowledged as one of the fastest places to level up, and the gear produced here was of considerable value. For Lin Chen, this place felt like home. He knew it like the back of his hand. Let us attempt a speed run, he declared, giving a gentle pat to the still-dazed Mo Hongli before striding forward. Mo Hongli hurried to catch up, casting a Divine Wisdom enhancement spell on Lin Chen. Divine Wisdom provides an enhancement effect to allies, increasing spirit by 2 for a duration of 2 hours. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the temple, Lin Chen suddenly halted, raising a hand. Stop. Mo Hongli obediently ceased her advance, perplexed. What is it? Bang. Before Lin Chen could respond, 2 massive stones plummeted from above, crashing down precisely where they had just stood. Mo Hongli stared in shock, her eyes wide. How could there be traps here? Had they taken another step, those stones would have fallen upon them. While it wouldn't have been fatal, it certainly would have resulted in serious injury. Lin Chen smirked coldly. The Lost Temple is rife with traps, each more malicious than the last. For first-time explorers, a price must be paid. It is inevitable. In later years, the temple garnered infamy not only for the strength of its monsters, but also for the myriad of traps that caught players unawares. First-time adventurers would undoubtedly find themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of traps. In fact, during his previous life, some players meticulously documented the triggering mechanisms and avoidance tactics for the traps within the Lost Temple, selling these insights as guides, thus creating an entire industry. Of course, for Lin Chen, these traps were easily circumvented. There's more to come. Just wait and see, he remarked, eyeing the fallen stones. Sure enough, the next moment, the stones on the ground began to tremble, transforming into 2 colossal stone giants that roared as they approached the duo. Stone Giant, level 5 strength, 12 speed, 7 spirit, 3 skills, heavy punch, stone spike, holy warrior. What astonishing attributes! Mo Hongli exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. It was known that a strength score of 12 was rare even among many level 8 adventurers, yet here it was manifested in a level 5 creature. Instantly, Mo Hongli felt a surge of tension, gripping her great sword tightly as her chest rose and fell. Lin Chen, do you need me to take the brunt of the damage? Otherwise, these 2 stone giants will be quite formidable. Not necessary, Lin Chen interrupted, waving his hand. Come forth. At once, a swarm of insectoid creatures materialized around them like a tidal wave. The sheer number encircled Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, forming an impenetrable barrier. In stark contrast, the towering stone giants, previously imposing, appeared remarkably benign before the onslaught of the monstrous swarm. I almost forgot. You are a summoner, Mo Hongli remarked, momentarily stunned. Before a wry smile crossed her lips. The title of summoner was not merely a boast. Their combat prowess was indeed unparalleled among their peers. Go, Lin Chen commanded, stepping forward. Responding to his order, the blade worms surged toward the stone giants with the swiftness of arrows from a bow, quickly surrounding them and unleashing a relentless assault. Simultaneously, the flame worms, piercing insects, and brain insects launched short spikes, fireballs, and fiery rays. In mere moments, the once menacing stone giants found themselves overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. Throughout the encounter, Lin Chen and Mo Hongli merely stood back, spectators to the spectacle. Is this the power of a summoner? It's astonishing. Mo Hongli was utterly awestruck. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. However, even for a summoner, could these summoned creatures be too numerous? Having watched combat videos online, she understood a fundamental rule. A summoner's minions had a limit. Lesser summoners could only call forth a handful of creatures, while more advanced ones might command a dozen. After all, were there no limits, the world would surely belong to summoners. Yet Lin Chen's summoned forces seemed boundless. Mo Hongli glanced around, her scalp prickling. There must be hundreds. Each one possesses at least the strength of a level 1 to 3 adventurer. This is terrifying. She clasped her small mouth, trying to suppress any sounds of astonishment. At that moment, the notifications rang in her ears. Your teammate has slain a stone giant, gaining 3,000 experience. Your teammate has slain a stone giant, gaining 3,000 experience. Before her, the 2 stone giants collapsed, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The entire encounter had lasted no more than 10 seconds. Mo Hongli stood in stunned silence. Previously, she had known that summoners were powerful, but the extent of that power had been unclear to her. Now, witnessing this scene, the reality was undeniably striking. Unbeknownst to her, generally, a typical summoner would not find such foes so easily vanquished. It was only Lin Chen, endowed with the infinite quality of insectoid Overlord, who could dispatch them with such effortless grace. What are you waiting for? Collect the loot. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, stepping forward. Mo Hongli, recovering from her astonishment, managed a wry smile and followed suit. The loot revealed several white-tier items. Neither Lin Chen nor Mo Hongli could utilize them, so they were broken down into energy points. Have we accumulated over 2,000 energy points? Lin Chen marveled at the monumental stone tablet of the Overlord world. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such a significant amount of energy points. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen converted all the energy points into additional insectoid units, further augmenting his army's size. Now, the ranks were as follows: blade worms, 200, piercing insects, 50, brain insects, 50, flame worms, 20, winged bees, 5, ironclad blade worms, 5. A veritable army of slaughter. Chapter 47, bigger than the head? After distributing the equipment, the two continued onward. Shortly thereafter, several figures descended from above. Unlike the colossal stone giants, these figures were tall and graceful. 6 angels, with resplendent white wings and adorned in exquisite light armor, their faces beautiful yet cold, descended with no warning and launched a frenzied assault. They wielded long swords and shields, and alabaster flames instantly ignited several blade worms, leaving them severely wounded. The temple guardians have finally arrived. Lin Chen squinted, his interest piqued as he regarded the formidable women. The temple guardians were among the most formidable minor foes within the depths of the Lost Temple. Name: Temple Guardian. Level: 5, First Order. Health: 300. Strength: 87. Speed: 75. Spirit: 79. Skills: Holy Warrior, Sacred Flame, Cross Slash, Holy Healing, Dive Bomb. The attributes of this Temple Guardian are astonishingly high. Upon observing its characteristics, Mo Hongli could not help but exclaim in awe. With a health of 300, it surpasses the typical level 5 bosses. Furthermore, its triad of attributes is remarkably elevated. The Temple Guardian even possesses wings, signifying its ability to fly. This results in ground attacks being utterly ineffective against them, leaving only archers and mages to contend with the threat. However, the Temple Guardian's speed is alarmingly swift, rendering standard fireball spells nearly impossible to land, necessitating a gradual approach to defeat them. Moreover, the damage inflicted by the Temple Guardian is exceptionally formidable, and their numbers are considerable, capable of unleashing Sacred Flame to dispel all beneficial effects. In later years, even an average party of 5 with a level of 10 would find themselves in a predicament when faced with a significant number of Temple Guardians. In his previous life, Lin Chen dared to challenge this abyss only after reaching a certain level. But in this life, level 6 is already sufficient. Attack. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy as he pointed unceremoniously at the Temple Guardians. Boom, boom. The flame worms exhaled streams of fiery rays, colliding with the Temple Guardians. With just the initial volley, 2 Temple Guardians were vanquished. Your teammate has slain Temple Guardian, gaining 4,000 experience. After the flame worms retreated, the Temple Guardians barely had a moment to catch their breath before 50 stingers opened their vicious maw, launching a barrage of glimmering short stingers in quick succession. Although the damage from the stingers could not compare to the fiery onslaught of the flame worms, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The short stingers flew forth, weaving into an impenetrable net that ensnared the remaining Temple Guardians, leaving them no opportunity for evasion. They could only endure the onslaught. Mo Hongli could distinctly observe the health of the remaining Temple Guardians plummet by more than half. Did these creatures perish so easily? Mo Hongli's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively covered her mouth, nearly gasping aloud. One more time. Just as Mo Hongli was still reeling from the terrifying power of these summoned creatures, Lin Chen spoke again. In the midst of Mo Hongli's astonished gaze, a group of brain worms revealed their menacing fangs. Fist-sized fireballs coalesced in the air. With a mighty breath, they formed a blazing inferno, enveloping the remaining Temple Guardians within its flames. Your teammate has slain the Temple Guardian, gaining 4,000 experience. Your level has risen to level 7, gaining 1 attribute point. Please choose how to allocate it. Instantly, several notifications echoed in Mo Hongli's mind. She found herself in a state of utter bewilderment, her expression blank. What is happening? I just leveled up? Is this it? Whose summoned creatures behave like an infinite-powered mage? Continuously casting spells? This cannot be right. Even the videos of summoners she had watched online showed their summons engaging in straightforward melee combat, not displaying such vigorous activity. Countless questions swirled in her mind, and Mo Hongli yearned to inquire of Lin Chen about the situation. However, being a discerning individual, she understood that prying into a professional's secrets was a grave taboo, so she swallowed her curiosity. Oh, this equipment is rather impressive. Lin Chen approached and discovered an item radiating a blue glow among a pile of white gear. Name: Sacred Leather Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: Rare. Requirement: Level 5, Strength 5. Spirit 3. Attributes: 2 Spirit, 1 Strength. Special effect: Compassion increases healing and shield effects by 10. This piece of equipment suits you perfectly. Consider it yours. Lin Chen directly traded the item. Manhwaedit also beheld the attributes of the armor and hesitated slightly. Although the attributes were rather average, the special effect that enhanced healing and shield effectiveness by 10 was exceptionally valuable. It is worth noting that Manhwaedit's profession is Holy Knight, a support and healing role, making equipment that boosts healing output a significant enhancement for any healing class. Therefore, despite being merely a rare item, the value of this sacred leather armor could rival that of several pieces of ordinary rare gear. This made Manhwaedit feel somewhat embarrassed to accept it. Sensing her apprehension, Lin Chen stated casually, "It's just a piece of equipment. We agreed to split the gear found in the abyss. I've already taken so many white items, so you should have one as well." Manhwaedit's cheeks flushed as she softly accepted it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Chen." She understood that Lin Chen's words were merely a pretext. After all, the value of this fine rare item could not be equated to dozens of ordinary white items. However, to refuse it further would seem rather pretentious, so Manhwaedit accepted it gracefully, silently noting this favor in her heart. Manhwaedit donned the new armor. Instantly, her figure, which had been constrained by heavy armor, was liberated by the thin leather, presenting a striking silhouette before Lin Chen. Although the leather armor was designed to be quite spacious, some individuals' physiques were simply too ample, causing the armor to stretch tightly, as if it might burst at any moment. Even a small portion of the upper curvature was exposed. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment, realizing the necessity of donning heavy armor. In this case, fabric garments would undoubtedly prove insufficient. There truly exist individuals with proportions exceeding even the head. Realizing Lin Chen's intense gaze upon her, Manhwaedit felt her cheeks flush, and she playfully scolded, "What are you staring at?" Lin Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, it's nothing. Let us proceed." With that, he hurriedly moved forward. Manhwaedit chuckled softly, pursed her lips, and quickly followed suit. Chapter 48, Ashen Angel. With the Zerg army surrounding them for protection, the journey ahead for the two was remarkably uneventful. Especially with Lin Chen's familiarity with the Lost Temple Abyss, they could almost navigate the traps with their eyes closed. Throughout the ordeal, Manhwaedit didn't need to lift a finger. She simply enjoyed the cream ice cream Lin Chen offered her while exclaiming 666 in admiration. As Manhwaedit observed Lin Chen, her astonishment and confusion only deepened. How had Lin Chen become so powerful, yet remained unnoticed before? Moreover, how did he possess such intimate knowledge of this abyss? Had he been here before? Lin Chen seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, igniting within Manhwaedit an irresistible urge to delve deeper into his secrets. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly halted. We've arrived. Lost in her thoughts, Manhwaedit accidentally bumped into Lin Chen, her soft curves pressing against him, causing a delightful squish that spread outwards. "You," Manhwaedit exclaimed, retreating a step as if jolted. Her face ablaze. "Were you doing that on purpose?" "Ahem, it was merely an accident." Recalling the softness he had just felt, Lin Chen awkwardly cleared his throat and swiftly changed the topic, pointing ahead. "Here lies the position of the boss. Shortly, you may simply stand beside me." Manhwaedit was momentarily taken aback. "Is it not barely half an hour? How could it be so swift?" Lin Chen casually nodded. "In truth, it has progressed slightly slower than I anticipated, yet there remains ample time." With that, Lin Chen turned his attention, intrigued, towards the stone statue before them. Before them stretched a vast plaza, adorned with exquisitely carved statues of temple guardians. At the center stood an enormous statue exceeding 10 meters in height. This statue resembled a legendary angel, yet its wings bore a fierce crimson hue and were in a state of disrepair. The angelic figure knelt upon the ground, its beautiful, pristine visage marred by 2 streams of blood tears cascading downwards, pooling at its feet. It grasped a long sword in its hand, its garments tattered and clinging tightly to its form, as though singed by fierce flames, presenting a strange and eerie beauty. Thus was the boss of the Lost Temple, the Ashen Angel. As Lin Chen took a step forward, the plaza trembled in response. The Ashen Angel statue at the center began to shed its stone exterior, revealing a radiant, milky white holy light. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth quaked, and an ominous fire-red moon ascended abruptly in the sky, resembling a burning eye, fixated upon the ground below. In that moment, the true form of the Ashen Angel emerged. Before them stood a shattered angel ablaze with milky white holy flames, coldly gazing towards Lin Chen and Manhwaedit's direction. Name: Ashen Angel. Level: 5, 4th tier. Health: 1457. Strength: 157. Speed: 16. Mentality: 174. Skills: Holy Warrior, Holy Flame, Profane Fire, Summon Temple Guardian, Goliath's Fist, Blink Strike. Holy Healing, Divine Shield, Incinerate, Feast of Hunger, Rebirth from Death, Scorching Strike. Description: an angel cast into the lost space for worshipping the greedy god, Devourers, possessing a dual divinity of sanctity and avarice. The Ashen Angel soared into the air, its lips slightly moving, as a foreign yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the realm. Heretic, Purification. Almost instantly, the Ashen Angel launched an attack. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended several dozen meters into the sky, then swung its long sword, unleashing a torrent of milky white holy flames that engulfed the entire plaza. You are receiving damage from Holy Flame, suffering 20 points of true damage every 5 seconds, and all beneficial effects are dispelled. A notification echoed in the ears of the two. Mo Hongli gazed, nearly dumbfounded. Is this the strength befitting a level 5 boss? This is utterly terrifying. Typically, a level 5 boss might be something akin to a goblin chief or a two-headed ogre general. Yet here, they faced an exiled angel? The disparity is simply too vast. Lin Chen raised a hand. Go. Immediately, a multitude of insectoid creatures roared forth, charging towards the Ashen Angel in the sky. The air crackled with fireballs and sharp spikes, enveloping the Ashen Angel in a tempest. In an instant, a series of crimson damage figures appeared above the Ashen Angel's head. 1, 3, 2, 1. At first glance, the damage seemed trivial, akin to a mosquito's bite. However, one must understand the principle that quantity can lead to qualitative change. Bad news, it's akin to scraping skin. Good news, it's incredibly swift. Within just one volley, the Ashen Angel's health plummeted by more than half. A flicker of human-like astonishment crossed the Ashen Angel's face, swiftly replaced by its usual cold demeanor. Heretic, your vile actions shall face purification. With that, the Ashen Angel raised a hand. A beam of milky holy light piercing into its form. In an instant, its health was fully restored. Holy healing. Mo Hongli gasped in shock. This was the most infuriating aspect of the Ashen Angel boss, its healing ability. Without a skill to inflict heavy damage within the team, it could easily lead to a total party wipe through its numerous healings. Heretic, you must be purified. The Ashen Angel swung its long sword, unleashing a deluge of milky holy flames that incinerated several insect creatures into mere ashes. Under such circumstances, one would expect panic to ensue, as the situation appeared to tilt favorably towards the Ashen Angel. Yet Lin Chen maintained a demeanor of tranquil assurance. Protect yourself, he commanded, suddenly summoning a flying wasp, which soared gracefully like a lark towards the Ashen Angel. The flying wasp moved with astonishing speed, traversing several dozen meters in mere breaths, arriving before the Ashen Angel. What is he attempting? Mo Hongli's face reflected confusion at this sight. It is important to note that Lin Chen is a summoner, akin to a fragile ranged mage. Does he intend to engage the Ashen Angel in close combat? Lin Chen, however, retrieved from his backpack a long sword of pure emerald hue, uttered a low incantation. And in an instant, his figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a series of spatial ripples. Void walking. The next moment, Lin Chen reappeared behind the Ashen Angel, his sword trailing a blend of red, white, and blue, plunging directly into its heart. Elemental Strike. 778, Weak Point Strike. The fiery blade pierced the Ashen Angel's heart, reducing its health by over half. Chapter 49. The Soul of Greed activates. Double rewards. Concurrently, arcs of electricity, shards of ice, and flames erupted from the Ashen Angel. Heretic, what have you done to me? The once indifferent visage of the Ashen Angel revealed a flicker of emotion, retreating several meters with its wings while coldly rebuking. Nothing much, merely affixed you with a plethora of anomalous effects. Heh, Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle. Internally, he nodded in satisfaction. The effects of this elemental strike are indeed formidable. It is no wonder I expended 100,000 credit points to acquire this skill. Elemental Strike. Enchant weapon, causing the next strike to inflict additional damage and apply elemental anomalies. Electrocution, ice slow, ignite. Damage scales with three-dimensional attribute values, where strength contributes fire damage, mentality contributes lightning damage, and agility contributes frost damage. For most practitioners, this skill holds little value, as the vast majority focus solely on augmenting a single attribute type, thus only inflicting one kind of damage. However, Lin Chen is distinct. Each insect creature he commands provides him with a proportional increase to his three-dimensional attributes. Consequently, Lin Chen's attributes are well-rounded, while his mentality may be higher. The other two are certainly not lacking. Thus, for him, this elemental strike can be deemed thrice as effective. The earlier strike had already reduced the Ashen Angel's health by half, a testament to its terrifying damage. Yet Lin Chen valued most the added functionality of the elemental anomalies. As the name implies, these anomalies bestow negative effects upon the monster. Among them, electrocution inflicts additional damage, ice slow reduces movement speed, including attack speed and casting speed, and ignite causes ongoing fire damage. Once these 3D buffs are applied, the Ashen Angel becomes a living target. Regardless of your antics, you shall ultimately perish. The Ashen Angel declared coldly, charging towards Lin Chen with its long sword poised to strike. Yet Lin Chen once again vanished into thin air, reappearing 100 meters away. Laughing heartily, the one in peril is not me, but you. Insect swarm, full assault. After receiving the command, the swarming insectoid army unleashed their buffs and launched a frenzied assault on the Ashen Angel. Boom, boom, whoosh. The fiery shock rays of the flame worms, The gargantuan fireballs of the brain insects, and the rain of spines from the stingers intertwined in the air, enveloping the ashen angel completely. The latter did not even utter a cry before succumbing to the onslaught, crashing heavily to the ground, and transforming back into stone, shattering into pieces. Your teammate has slain the ashen angel, gaining 310 experience points. Your level has risen to 8, and you have received 1 attribute point to allocate. You and your teammates have cleared the abyss, lost temple, hard, for the first time, earning 1 pantheon reputation. You and your teammates have cleared the abyss, lost temple, hard, for the first time, with a time of 24 minutes and 19 seconds. In an instant, a series of prompts echoed in the air. However, Mo Hongley stood rooted, her expression frozen in disbelief. How could this seemingly formidable boss be defeated so swiftly? This was highly irregular. Typically, such a boss would require a carefully coordinated effort from a party of 5 professionals, taking countless hours, even days, to conquer after enduring numerous perils. To have it eliminated in an instant was simply incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a unique prompt in his mind. You are the first professional to slay the Ashen Angel. The god of holy light blesses you, granting the reward, Kataf Inscription. Kataf Inscription? Is this the treasured artifact from the Dragon Kingdom of my past life? Lin Chen gazed curiously at the pulsating heart in his hand. Just as he intended to inspect it, another prompt sounded. Ding. The skill Greedy Soul is activated, granting an additional loot. Another item fell into Lin Chen's hand. Double rewards. A look of delight spread across Lin Chen's face. He had not anticipated that the Greedy Soul skill would activate at such a moment. Truly, fortune favored him, granting him double rewards. His heart was brimming with joy. Under normal circumstances, double rewards would suffice, but this was a unique special drop. Receiving double for such a drop indicated sheer luck. Lin Chen immediately examined the attributes of the 2 items. Name, Kataf Inscription. Type, Ring. Quality, Legendary. Requirements, Level 5, Strength 5, Spirit 10. Attributes, 1 Spirit, 2 Strength, 1 Agility. Special effect, Vision of the God of Greed. You have 4 additional equipment slots and ignore equipment types. This is utterly outrageous. Just a glance sent Lin Chen into a flurry of exclamation, his breath quickening. The effect of this equipment was truly terrifying. No wonder it was deemed one of the national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to the heart of all. It is worth noting that a typical professional has only 7 equipment slots: a weapon, armor, 2 rings, a necklace, a headpiece, and shoes. Each piece of equipment bestows significant enhancements upon the professional. However, this Kataf Inscription directly grants 4 equipment slots, occupying only 1 itself, thus leaving 3 available. Moreover, it ignores equipment types. This means the enhancement provided by this single piece of equipment could potentially double the combat prowess of many professionals. It was no wonder that in the past life, the Dragon Kingdom had directly recruited the summoner who obtained this equipment into the Heavenly Dragon Hall due to its significance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen equipped it without hesitation and then turned to the next item. Name, Seed of Sacred Flame. Quality, Perfect. Type, Profession Template. Description, upon use, gain the profession of Sacred Flame Arbiter. A profession template? Of perfect quality? Lin Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It wasn't he that the profession template lacked value. Rather, he could not utilize it. After all, his primary profession was the ruler of the insectoids. His secondary profession was akin to that of a void walker. A mere Sacred Flame Arbiter held little appeal for him. Naturally, this profession template would likely incite fierce competition among the local aristocracy if presented in the outside world, potentially leading to a bloody struggle. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed several legendary items, it felt somewhat beneath him. Suddenly, Lin Chen glanced toward Mo Hongley in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. While it may hold no value for him, it would be immensely beneficial for her. Although Mo Hongley's Holy Light Knight was also a hidden profession, its quality was merely ordinary, with potential slightly surpassing that of a basic profession. The Sacred Flame Arbiter he held was far superior to any Holy Light Knight. This is your loot. Lin Chen casually tossed the seed of Sacred Flame to Mo Hongley, as effortlessly as if he were handing her a bottle of mineral water. What is this? This is actually a perfect quality hidden profession. Mo Hongley gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Perfect quality. How rare is perfect quality equipment? To put it into perspective, even an entire Jiangnan city might possess only 2 or 3 pieces of perfect quality equipment, likely held by certain prominent families. For instance, her father, the head of the Mo family, owned a piece of perfect quality equipment, which enabled him to elevate their family to one of the 4 great families in Jiangnan City. Perfect quality professions are even rarer, as the profession fundamentally determines the upper and lower limits of a professional's potential. Under equal quality, the value of a profession template is several times that of equipment. Hence, the item Lin Chen casually tossed her had an exorbitant value, explaining Mo Hongley's astonishment. The boss dropped 2 good pieces of equipment. I took 1. And this one is for you, Lin Chen explained nonchalantly. Logically, since Lin Chen single-handedly defeated the Ashen Angel, He could have claimed all the loot without any complaint from Mo Hongli. After all, it was only natural. Yet, he had chosen to share a perfect quality profession template with her. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hongli accepted the seed of sacred flame, her expression serious as she said, Lin Chen, this item is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Lin Chen remained unfazed, focused on inspecting the remaining dropped items. Not even glancing up as he replied coolly, accept it. I've stated that during our trading period, all equipment is to be split evenly, with me holding priority in selection. If you refuse, it would imply a desire to breach our agreement. With such reasoning, any further refusal would seem pretentious. Mo Hongli bit her lip and decisively accepted the profession template, nodding earnestly as she expressed, thank you, Lin Chen. Meanwhile, heal me. I need healing. Li Hu roared, desperately evading the onslaught from above. Above him, several temple guardians with white wings were relentlessly attacking his team below. Li Hu's health had plummeted to merely 1/3 remaining. Here it comes. Beside him, Lu Yanran waved her delicate hand, a beam of pure holy light piercing into Li Hu's body, restoring his health to just above half. Barely pulling him from the brink of danger, several teammates gathered around, shielding Li Hu from further assaults. After a grueling battle, they finally succeeded in vanquishing the 4 temple guardians from the skies. Damn it, this is exceedingly perilous. Li Hu exhaled deeply, hastily retreating behind his teammate, a shiver of apprehension flickering in his eyes. These creatures are utterly terrifying, although this is merely a normal difficulty level. Their damage and defense rival those of certain abyssal bosses. Beside him, Lu Yanran nodded in agreement. I have heard that this year's trial abyss at Jianghai University has escalated in difficulty several-fold compared to previous years, making it exceedingly challenging, arguably the most arduous in history. Otherwise, the principal and the city mayor would not have permitted us to join forces to seize the first completion of the abyss. Achieving the first completion is a prestigious honor, almost guaranteeing admission to Jianghai University. It was precisely for this reason that the principals let go of their prejudices, allowing Li Hu and Lu Yanran to combine their strengths in an attempt to conquer the abyss. However, first completion? Upon hearing this, Li Hu could not help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. If we are struggling so hard against these minor foes, how can we even dare to think about the bosses? I seriously doubt if there are any candidates who can truly clear this dungeon. After all, Li Hu remarked with a hint of pride, if even the 2 of us, who are considered geniuses, cannot conquer the abyss, then surely no one in the entire Jiangnan city will be able to succeed. Just then, a notification sound suddenly echoed in their ears. Congratulations to the Dominator Squad for successfully completing the abyss. Lost Temple, hard, for the first time, in a time of 24 minutes and 19 seconds. The entire squad stood in stunned silence, shock etched on their faces. What? Someone has cleared it? And on hard difficulty? 24 minutes? Surely I did not mishear that. The expressions of the group were filled with disbelief. They had toiled tirelessly, exerting every ounce of strength just to defeat 4 minor monsters. Yet this Dominator Squad had effortlessly cleared the entire dungeon. The disparity between individuals was simply staggering. Even Li Hu and Lu Yanran were taken aback, their expressions a complicated mix of emotions. The Dominator Squad? Could it be Lin Chen? Li Hu furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Did he not consume the blood condensation pill, rendering him unable to level up? How can he be so formidable? Lu Yanran was equally astounded, exclaiming, he did indeed use the blood condensation pill. Otherwise, how could an obscure Lin Chen suddenly become so powerful? But now he has cleared the Lost Temple. Does this imply that he is genuinely strong and not merely reliant on the pill? Though reluctant to admit it, a twinge of regret surged within Lu Yanran. She lamented her previous indifference and disdain towards Lin Chen. If she had been part of Lin Chen's team, perhaps she would have been one of the members to achieve the first completion of the abyss. Meanwhile, in Longhua, at the capital city, within a towering spire that pierced the clouds, a figure clad in crimson materialized in the room. I wonder what brings you, God of War Chun, to seek me out for a chat today? The newcomer radiated an aura of divine might, enveloped in flames, exuding an overwhelming heat merely through his presence. The elderly man seated in the room, however, was dressed in simple silk, emanating an aura of tranquility and naturalness. Upon seeing the visitor, the elder chuckled reproachfully, young Firestorm. Despite being one of the 12 gods of war, should I not summon you to discuss matters concerning the fate of Longhua? Firestorm grinned widely, sitting casually before the elder. God of War Chun, let us get straight to the point. Unlike you, I have numerous responsibilities to attend to, especially regarding those youngsters at the university. Chen Yi took a deep breath, his tone serious. This matter pertains to your Jianghai University. Specifically, it concerns the young prodigies within your institution. Is it regarding the extraterrestrial battlefield? Firestorm inquired directly. Chen Yi nodded. Indeed, the extraterrestrial battlefield is a deep abyss that impacts the fortunes of a nation, and it has unfortunately appeared in unclaimed territories overseas, igniting fierce competition among countless countries. Although nations have agreed to send their younger generations to contend for it, selecting the right candidates has proven to be quite a challenge. As they discussed this issue, Firestorm's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I have also heard that a young legendary hidden class user has emerged in the United States, and an epic summoner has appeared in the island nation. It is precisely this that has emboldened these individuals to believe they have secured their advantage over us in Manhwa. Chen Yi sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. The legendary class user and the epic summoner are truly invaluable assets to a nation. While there are indeed outstanding talents among our young generation, they pale in comparison to their counterparts from the United States and the island nation. The ultimate reward within the extraterrestrial battlefield is the legendary experience Divine Stone, which grants all Longwa practitioners an additional 20 experience. Firestorm pondered. This item could indeed influence the fate of a nation, highlighting the necessity of reclaiming it. If the island and American nations grow more powerful, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to us. Chen Yi lamented. It is precisely for this reason that we urgently need to cultivate fresh talent to vie for that experienced Divine Stone. Yet, we find ourselves at an impasse. The two continued their conversation, their tones tinged with disappointment and helplessness. After all, while Longwa as a whole is formidable, the younger generation still lags behind. Suddenly, Firestorm's expression shifted as he discovered a token, revealing surprise. What is it? Chen Yi inquired. Firestorm responded. Someone has cleared the Lost Temple Abyss, and on hard difficulty. No less. What? Chen Yi's brow furrowed in disbelief. The Lost Temple Abyss was constructed through the combined efforts of several of our war gods. Its difficulty comparable to certain level 15 abysses. It is unfathomable that it could be cleared so easily. Who is this person? After scrutinizing the details, Firestorm replied. A certain Lin Chen, identified as a warrior. A warrior? Heh, he must be concealing his true profession. Chen Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed. He is also the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City, having amassed over 10,000 points. He is certainly not a mere warrior, Firestorm acknowledged. His excitement palpable. To clear the Lost Temple in such a short span undoubtedly indicates he is at least an epic-level hidden class user, although his exact profession remains unknown. Such talent must be recruited at Jianghai University. An epic-level user is exceedingly rare. Even at the renowned Jianghai University, they are as scarce as phoenix feathers. Which explains Firestorm's keen interest. An epic-level user? Chen Yi's interest was piqued. If that is the case, Lin Chen could indeed join our Longshan Academy. God of War Chen. That individual belongs to Jianghai University. Are you not attempting to poach our talent? Firestorm rolled his eyes in mild annoyance. Chen Yi laughed. Such an exceptional student. I cannot afford to overlook him. Moreover, although Lin Chen desires to enroll in Jianghai University, he has yet to make a final decision. If Longshan Academy offers better terms, would he not be tempted? Well then, we shall see, Firestorm said with a huff, rising and turning to leave. After exiting the room, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly moved to a secluded spot, producing a crystal and whispering into it. Immediately arrange for several individuals to head to Jiangnan City to assist me in recruiting someone. Remember, only success is permitted, failure is not an option. Jiangnan City. Atop the trial square, a throng of people found themselves ensnared in a state of collective petrification. Just moments ago, they had been fervently discussing how long it would take for Lin Chen's Dominator team to flee in disgrace, when suddenly, an alert resonated in their ears. Congratulations to the Dominator team for successfully clearing the Abyss. Lost Temple, hard, for the first time, in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. Lin Chen cleared it, and in less than half an hour, no less, on hard mode. Everyone stood frozen in place, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. It is worth noting that at this time, across the nation, no one had achieved any results in the Abyss of the Lost Temple. This meant that Lin Chen's Dominator team was the first in the entire country to conquer the Abyss. Many felt a burning sensation on their cheeks, as if they had been slapped. How humiliating it was. Just moments ago, they had mocked him for his overconfidence. And now it seemed the true fool was none other than themselves. At that instant, a hum reverberated from the teleportation portal, and two figures materialized on the square. It was none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. As the two appeared, the crowd surged towards them as if they had spotted extraterrestrial beings. Lin Chen, big shot. Oh, great one, take me along. Could you guide me through the Lost Temple? I can pay you. May I join your team? I may not have money, but I can accompany you. Oh, great one. I can shout 666 for you, and I can help with your needs. A swarm of individuals buzzed around Lin Chen like flies, with some even unzipping their coats to flaunt their ample assets. However, Lin Chen simply ignored them all and, with a stride through the void, appeared 100 meters away. Ridiculous. Why would he entertain such a notion? As for Mo Hongli, having transitioned to a Holy Flame arbitrator, she was surrounded by a halo of Holy Flame shields, and no one dared to venture within half a meter of her. Once out of the throng's encirclement, Lin Chen casually sent a message to Mo Hongli and then departed from the square. After winding through various alleys and confirming that no one was tailing him, he donned a black robe and a mask, feeling secure to enter a trading establishment. This shop was none other than the Lingxiao Trading Company. Welcome to Lingxiao Trading Company. How may I assist you? Upon entering, a beautiful attendant approached with a sweet inquiry. I am looking for Zhang Shun, Lin Chen replied. Master Zhang is currently attending to a guest, and may not have time, the attendant said, momentarily taken aback, then apologetically added. Of course, this was merely a pretext. As the attendant could not ascertain Lin Chen's identity and wished to avoid disturbing Zhang Shan. This is my black card, Lin Chen stated succinctly, handing over a black card. Chapter 52, Significant Advancement. The attendant was taken aback and immediately adopted a highly respectful demeanor. Oh, it is you, Mr. Dominator. Please follow me. I will fetch Master Zhang at once. After leading Lin Chen to a serene and elegant room, the attendant hurriedly exited. A few minutes later, Zhang Shan entered the room. Smiling broadly. Ah, Mr. Dominator, it has been some time. I wonder what treasures you bring this time. This Dominator had left a profound impression on Zhang Shan, having previously sold goods that yielded him a nice profit. Thus his attitude was notably amiable. I wish to sell some items, but first, I would like to acquire some skill books, Lin Chen stated directly, bypassing pleasantries. Skill books? Absolutely no problem, Mr. Dominator. Our Lingxiao Trading Company is one of the top trading firms in the southern region of Longhua. We have every kind of skill book you could desire. Zhang Shan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before thumping his chest. I wish to purchase a skill called Soul of Greed. How many do you have? Lin Chen inquired directly. The skill of Soul of Greed was the one Lin Chen was most eager to enhance. After defeating the Ashen Angel and receiving double loot, Lin Chen understood the potential of this skill. This skill could be upgraded in quality and level with further study, making the acquisition of skill books all the more vital. In the later stages, once others recognized the value of the Soul of Greed and began to hoard it, acquiring it would become increasingly challenging. Soul of Greed? Zhang Shan paused, contemplating before replying, please hold on a moment, Mr. Dominator. I will arrange for someone to investigate. Within minutes, the attendant returned with news. Mr. Dominator, we possess 3 skill books of Soul of Greed in our company, though the price is somewhat steep at 100,000 credit points each, Zhang Shan informed. 3. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Very well, I will take all 3. With all due respect, Mr. Dominator. The Soul of Greed only marginally increases loot rewards and occupies a skill slot. Are you certain you wish to spend so much credit on it? Zhang Shan hesitated, cautioning him. It is important to note that every practitioner has a total of only 12 skill slots, making each skill exceedingly precious and necessitating careful consideration. The passive skills also occupy skill slots. To allocate a precious skill slot to a passive skill that does not enhance combat power? Was this Dominator out of his mind? That was Zhang Shan's thought process. Yet Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, you need not concern yourself with that. Are you worried I cannot afford it? With no other option, Zhang Shan instructed the attendant to proceed with the transaction. Soon, the attendant presented the 3 skill books to Lin Chen. Indeed, it was Soul of Greed. Lin Chen eagerly examined them and was overjoyed, promptly absorbing all the skill books. You have learned the skill, Soul of Greed. Your Soul of Greed skill quality has been enhanced. 3 consecutive prompts followed. Upon reviewing it again, the effects of Soul of Greed had transformed remarkably. Name, Soul of Greed. Type, passive skill. Quality, extraordinary. Level, 6. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirement, level 1. Effect, when defeating monsters and acquiring loot. There is a 100 chance to obtain additional random loot. 100% chance to gain extra loot. Moreover, this additional loot would activate even if it were a special limited drop. Lin Chen was immensely excited. Had there not been others present, he might have leaped in celebration. However, cloaked in his black robe and mask, he maintained an air of calm, leaving Zhang Shan somewhat perplexed. Very well, Lin Chen spoke. I require a substantial quantity of the Soul of Greed skill books. Should your company acquire more, I am willing to purchase each at the price of 150,000 credit points. Zhang Shan's expression brightened. 150,000 credit points? Excellent. From today onward, I will instruct my staff to keep a lookout. The price of 150,000 credit points was sufficient to procure some rare equipment. Many regarded this skill book as an ordinary skill and sold it for merely 1 or 2,000. Zhang Shan was naturally eager to act as the intermediary, reaping more than tenfold profit. Furthermore, I require several other skills. Here is a list for you to review what your company has available. Lin Chen directly handed over a list. Zhang Shan's face registered immense surprise as he perused it. Group Frenzy? This skill is essential for summoners, enabling their summoned creatures to double their damage for a short duration. Could it be that this mysterious Dominator is a summoner? Yet, as he continued to read, Zhang Shan shook his head, dismissing his own speculation, for the list contained skills not limited to those of summoners. There are numerous skill books for various professions, including mages, warriors, archers, and more. If this enigmatic sovereign happens to be a summoner, why would he require skills from other professions? It is indeed impossible for different professions to learn skills from one another. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shan glanced at his inventory and addressed Lin Chen, Honorable Sovereign. Most of the skills here are rather ordinary. We happen to have a few skill books for sale, namely, Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Chain Lightning, and Mage's Hand. Would you like to acquire all of them? Indeed, I desire them all, Lin Chen replied, a hint of delight in his tone. He was pleasantly surprised by the ample reserves of the Lingxiao Trading Company, capable of replenishing so many skills at once, a delightful windfall indeed. Moments later, the maid brought forth all the skill books, and Lin Chen unceremoniously placed them into his backpack. Observing this, Zhang Shun wore a cheerful expression and remarked, "Hee hee, honorable sovereign. The total for these skill books amounts to 870,000 credit points. How do you intend to make the payment?" 870,000 credit points? Lin Chen winced at the thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Being a professional truly drains one's finances. Just like that, hundreds of thousands vanish. Nevertheless, it seemed worth it. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen stated, "I must admit, I do not possess such a sum." Zhang Shun grew anxious, chuckling awkwardly. "Honorable sovereign, you cannot be jesting, can you?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, retrieving an item from his backpack and gently placing it on the table, saying nonchalantly, "I am certainly not joking. While I lack sufficient credit points, I do possess an item I wish to auction through your establishment." Chapter 53, Brother-in-Law? An equipment? Zhang Shun was momentarily taken aback, but as his gaze fell upon the item radiating a faint yellow light, his breath quickened. A yellow piece of equipment? Could it be of extraordinary quality? That seemed improbable. Such precious items were typically reserved for the elite of Jiangnan City. The prospect of auctioning such a treasure before him was astonishing. Cautiously lifting the equipment, Zhang Shun examined it. Name, Sunfire chestplate. Type, armor. Quality, extraordinary. Requirements, level 1, strength 2, spirit 2. Attributes, 1 strength, 1 spirit, 2 agility. Special effect, burn in combat. Inflicts a burning effect on a random enemy within range every second, dealing continuous fire damage. It truly was extraordinary equipment. Zhang Shun swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with excitement. Though it was merely a level 1 item, its extraordinary status made its effects remarkably powerful. Zhang Shun felt his breath quicken as he turned to Lin Chen. His demeanor tinged with newfound respect. If Lin Chen could produce a collection of rare and superior quality items, it would evoke joy in Zhang Shun. However, a single extraordinary piece of equipment was enough to instill in him a sense of reverence. After all, someone capable of presenting extraordinary equipment for auction undoubtedly possessed more than one such item. The mysterious forces behind them were certainly beyond the reach of a mere appraiser like himself. "What price can your trading company offer for this equipment?" Lin Chen inquired. Sipping his tea casually, Zhang Shun hesitated, then replied earnestly, "To be frank, honorable sovereign, if we had sufficient funds, we would certainly purchase this extraordinary item outright. However, most of our finances have recently been allocated for expansion, and we are unable to produce the necessary funds in the short term." With a look of regret, Zhang Shun continued, "Thus, honorable sovereign, it would be best for you to place this item in the auction scheduled for 2 days hence. You shall likely obtain a handsome price, and many others will present valuable items, perhaps affording you the opportunity to acquire those precious skill books you seek." "An auction?" Lin Chen nodded. "Very well, let it be so. I shall also attend this auction in 2 days. As for this equipment, I shall leave it in your care for the time being." Lin Chen appeared unconcerned. This equipment had dropped from the Ashen Angel he had defeated, and he had 4 or 5 similar extraordinary items in his possession. "Thank you, honorable sovereign," Zhang Shun expressed with deep respect. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Chen exited the Lingxiao Trading Company and returned to the Mo residence. Upon entering the villa, he did not see Mo Hongli, but he found Mo Honglu, the young girl, lounging on the sofa, swinging her delicate long legs, munching on fruit while watching television, appearing quite content. Upon spotting Lin Chen, she greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Brother-in-law, you've finally returned." Sister has been beside herself with worry. "Brother-in-law?" Lin Chen was instantly taken aback. When had he become Mo Hongli's husband? "Ahem, I have a friendship with your sister, not what you imply," Lin Chen felt it necessary to clarify. To his surprise, the little girl bounced over, giggling. "Come on, brother-in-law, my sister looks at you with such longing. Is there really any need to elaborate? And do you dare say you have no feelings for my sister?" Longing? What an absurd expression. Inhaling the faint fragrance of purity emanating from Mo Honglu, Lin Chen felt his heart flutter. Before he could respond, a shrill voice came from the side. "Xiaolu, what are you saying?" Mo Hongli, dressed in casual attire, rushed over with a flushed face, hastily covering her sister's mouth. Glancing at Lin Chen, the blush on her cheeks deepened. "Lin Chen, don't take this child's words to heart. She tends to speak without thinking." Lin Chen shrugged. "It's nothing. Children speak their minds." Yet Mo Honglu indignantly protested, waving her tiny fists. "I'm already 16, not a child. Besides, sister, you clearly like brother-in-law. How could I not know?" "Xiaolu." Mo Hongli stomped her foot in embarrassment, whimpering as she retreated to her room. "Hee, brother-in-law, see? I wasn't he wrong." Mo Honglu puffed up her small chest, her face bursting with pride. "Sister is the easiest to embarrass, but she truly likes you." Lin Chen sighed, gently tapping the little girl's head. "You're too young. Don't go around talking about love." With that, he left behind a pouting Mo Honglu and returned to his room. From his backpack, he laid out the skill books before him. After a brief glance, he proceeded to learn them all. Instantly, You have learned the skill, undead summoning. You have learned the skill, soul beast summoning. You have learned the skill, chain lightning. You have learned the skill, mage's hand. Among these skills, 2 were summoner skills. The summoner skills would allow Lin Chen to disguise his profession, masquerading as an ordinary summoner, thus concealing any hints of his identity as the Zerg sovereign. The 2 mage skills provided practical area control and damage, alongside the mage's hand, which enabled telekinetic manipulation of objects. With a low incantation, Lin Chen summoned an utterly decrepit skeleton before him. You have summoned a low-tier skeleton? What is this nonsense? Lin Chen couldn't help but express his disappointment. Undead summoning was a skill unique to the subprofession of a summoner known as the necromancer. Its effect was to randomly summon the undead, which meant it could call forth skeletal warriors, skeletal archers, and other low-tier undead, but it could also potentially summon higher-tier undead, such as necromancers or bone dragons. However, the probability, more treacherous than the lottery of certain games, thus even some necromancers refrain from considering the summoning of skeletons as their primary skill. However, for Lin Chen, it was of little consequence, as it merely served to conceal his true identity. Soul Beast Summoning Technique. With another low incantation, a majestic tiger, shimmering with a faint azure glow, materialized before him. You have summoned the Azure Wind Tiger? Quite impressive, Lin Chen remarked, nodding in approval. The Azure Wind Tiger, a level 5 ferocious beast, is renowned for its astonishing speed, presenting a considerable challenge for novices. Chapter 54, The Abyss Efficiency Team? Although the combat prowess of these 2 summoning techniques is not overwhelmingly formidable, it suffices for Lin Chen's purpose of maintaining his disguise. He nodded, thoroughly satisfied. While he was uncertain whether anyone besides himself was aware of the existence of the insectoid overlord profession, he understood the importance of caution. His current strength was inadequate to ensure his survival in the presence of those at the pinnacle of power, necessitating a careful approach to his actions. Should the information regarding the insectoid overlord leak, while the situation in the Dragon Kingdom might be ambiguous, the formidable individuals from the island nation and the United States would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. To endure in silence was not an act of cowardice, but a strategic choice for better development. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute, his tone steady and imbued with conviction. In time, I shall ensure that the name Overlord resonates throughout the entire Blue Star. As dawn broke, Lin Chen, still drowsy, opened his bedroom door, yawning as he instinctively made his way to the bathroom. The previous night, he had been preoccupied with adjusting his skill combinations and planning for future developments, not managing to fall asleep until the early hours. Consequently, he awoke with a foggy mind, his thoughts swirling like a thick paste. Drip, drip. What was that sound? Lin Chen vaguely perceived the sound of water, but his groggy mind paid it little heed as he pushed open the bathroom door. To his astonishment, a piercing scream erupted, jolting him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the scene before him, mouth agape. There stood Mo Hongli, unclad and showering, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger as she hurriedly covered herself. What are you staring at? Get out now. Mo Hongli's face was flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, and seeing Lin Chen's dazed expression, she couldn't help but exclaim, her voice laced with panic. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Chen swallowed hard, stepping back 2 paces before exiting the bathroom. Though Mo Hongli swiftly covered her vital areas, Lin Chen's gaze had caught a glimpse of her nearly flawless figure. The thought of her flat abdomen, porcelain skin, and long, shapely legs ignited a warmth within him. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed remarkable self-control. After a deep breath, he managed to quell the burgeoning thoughts. Descending the stairs, he found the young girl, Mo Honglu, enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she curiously inquired, "Good morning, brother-in-law. What happened just now? I thought I heard a scream." "Ahem, it's nothing. Just a misunderstanding," Lin Chen replied, his cheeks reddening as he scrambled for an excuse. However, Mo Honglu, the spirited little girl, blinked her bright eyes, clearly unconvinced. Just as she was about to press further, Mo Hongli appeared at the top of the stairs, her cheeks still tinged with a residual blush, causing Mo Honglu to suddenly become compliant, focusing intently on her plate of bacon and eggs. "Ahem, are you all right?" Lin Chen asked awkwardly. Mo Hongli bit her lip and shook her head. "I'm fine. Hurry and eat. We need to head to the trial square soon." According to their agreement, Lin Chen was to guide Mo Hongli through 3 consecutive days of trials in the abyss, and yesterday had merely marked the first day. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he nodded. All right. With that, they commenced their breakfast. After finishing their meal, Mo Honglu set off for school alone, while Lin Chen and Mo Hongli proceeded to the trial square. The moment they arrived, they attracted considerable attention. Is that Lin Chen? It truly is. They cleared the abyss yesterday, causing a nationwide stir. What are they doing here today? Who would have thought Lin Chen possessed such abilities? Wasn't he rendered useless after consuming the blood-condensing pill? Is he relying on Mo Hongli, living off her success? My stomach isn't well. I'd like to live off someone too. The crowd regarded Lin Chen with a mix of envy and jealousy, yet none dared to approach. Especially after witnessing the formidable holy flame shield surrounding Mo Hongli the previous day, They had no desire to be scorched by that milky white flame. However, while they hesitated, Lin Chen cleared his throat and boldly proclaimed, "Looking for a guide through the abyss? The efficiency team is here." The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. A guide through the abyss? Such services were not unheard of, and even the trial grounds did not prohibit this phenomenon. After all, fairness was a mere illusion in this world. What truly mattered was strength. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the Lost Sanctuary dungeon was notoriously difficult, exclusively open to this year's candidates. For them, merely clearing a single dungeon was a monumental task, let alone bringing along additional participants. This was sheer folly. Nonetheless, while skepticism lingered, a few individuals approached to inquire. "What is the price per person?" asked a voluptuous sorceress, her attire alluring as she coyly smiled at Lin Chen, sending him flirtatious glances. "For ordinary difficulty, it's 1 million credit points per person or items of interest. For challenging difficulty, 3 million. For hard difficulty, 7 million. Lin Chen replied languidly. "What? 1 million per person?" The sorceress's flirtatious smile froze on her face. "Are you made of gold or silver? Why is it so expensive to take someone along? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, don't block the way for others." Lin Chen retorted without hesitation. "What? Think it's too pricey? Well, you can certainly opt out. After all, I'm not forcing you. Besides, it seems no one else can offer a guide through the abyss." The sorceress hesitated for a moment before suddenly leaning in closer, her ample bosom brushing against Lin Chen's arm as she pouted. "Oh, dear brother. Can't you give me a discount? I don't have that much money on me. How about I accompany you for a night?" While the sorceress was not as breathtaking as Mo Hongli, her alluring attire and figure were undeniably captivating, a style that could be a knockout for some. Mo Hongli glanced nervously at Lin Chen, her breath quickening. Yet, Lin Chen simply waved her away, pushing the sorceress back. "If you're not buying, get lost." The sorceress, caught off guard by Lin Chen's blatant rejection, could only leave in a huff, cursing under her breath. The crowd watched, pointing and murmuring about Lin Chen, yet no one dared to approach again. After all, not everyone could afford the hefty price of 1 million per person. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, pulling 2 chairs from his backpack and sitting down leisurely in front of the gathering crowd, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chapter 55, 10 million received. The sight of this left the onlookers nearly speechless. He had chairs in his backpack? What sorcery was this? Truly, he was quite the character. One must understand. For an average individual, backpack space was usually quite limited, filled to the brim with gear, health potions, and other essentials. Who can match Lin Chen's ability to squeeze in a few extra chairs? The next scene left everyone utterly astonished. Lin Chen suddenly pulled out a small refrigerator from his backpack and retrieved 2 bottles of cola, handing one to Mo Hongli before indulging in one himself. Goodness! He even has cola? Are you here to conquer the abyss or to vacation? Just then, 2 figures approached Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. One was clad in plate armor, enveloped in a thick halo of holy light, while the other donned a black hood, exuding a faint aura of death. Upon seeing these 2, the crowd gasped. "Li Hu? Lu Yanran? They actually came? Unbelievable. How intriguing. Just yesterday, the 2 of them had teamed up, spending 17 hours and utilizing several key items to clear the Lost Temple on normal difficulty. While that achievement was commendable in Jiangnan City, it was merely average across the entire Dragon Country. They still needed a bit more to qualify for Zhanghai University. Could it be that they wished to enlist Lin Chen's assistance for a better score? Speculations began to arise. Although Lu Yanran and Li Hu were indeed top talents in Jiangnan City, they were relatively inconsequential on a national scale. For Zhanghai University, which only admitted extraordinarily gifted individuals, both Lu Yanran and Li Hu had merely met the threshold for admission, but whether they would be accepted ultimately depended on their final scores. Li Hu regarded Lin Chen with a complex expression and said solemnly, "Lin Chen, how many credit points do you charge per person?" Lin Chen replied with a smile. "For normal difficulty, it's 3 million credit points per person, or something that piques my interest. For challenge difficulty, it's 5 million, and for hard difficulty, 10 million. Which would you prefer?" Lu Yanran immediately retorted, "What? Didn't you just say that challenge difficulty costs only 3 million? Why has the price increased for us?" Lin Chen chuckled, "You are you, and they are they. One cannot generalize. Besides, if you find it too expensive, you are welcome to clear it on your own without seeking my help." Internally, Lin Chen scoffed, unwilling to concede even a little. Although Lu Yanran and Li Hu had not truly challenged him, he harbored a strong distaste for the 2. They were both exceedingly proud, acting as if they were doing him a favor while clearly seeking his assistance, as though he owed them something. Lu Yanran's lovely face turned frosty with anger. It is worth noting that she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, having displayed remarkable talent from a young age, coupled with near-perfect beauty, making her stand out like a phoenix among chickens among her peers. Throughout her life, Lu Yanran had grown accustomed to the admiration and adulation of those around her. She had never encountered someone with Lin Chen's shameless demeanor. "Miss Lu, if you are unwilling, you may leave. I have not compelled you to seek me," Lin Chen said languidly, his tone laced with mockery. Does this Lu Yanran believe that all men must bow before her and submit to her whims? While she certainly possessed some beauty, what of it? Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen's will was as unyielding as steel, no matter how beautiful a woman might be. It would only stir his heart momentarily, never leading him to act against his own interests. As the saying goes, a woman only affects the speed at which I draw my sword. All right, Lin Chen, Li Hu finally spoke up. I understand that we offended you in the trial grounds. However, this time we are willing to apologize, provided you can lead us through the Lost Temple on challenge difficulty, ensuring we achieve sufficient scores for admission to Zhanghai University. 5 million it is. This is my money, Li Hu stated, handing over a card. After a brief examination, Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, it is 5 million. This money must have been provided by your principal. Huh? Haha, he truly went to great lengths for you. Li Hu's expression darkened. That has nothing to do with you. Lin Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and promptly sent out a team invitation. You have sent a team invitation. Member, Li Hu has joined your team. Lin Chen then turned to Lu Yanran. Goddess Lu, what do you say? A look of hesitation crossed Lu Yanran's face. She could certainly afford the 5 million credit points, but her pride was at stake. After all, it was she who had spread the news of Lin Chen's impending downfall after using the blood-condensing pill. Previously, she had treated Lin Chen with an air of condescension, yet now he was the key to her admission into Zhanghai University. This immense disparity left Lu Yanran feeling humiliated and unable to accept it. Gritting her teeth, she finally nodded. Lin Chen, I will join. This is my money. A very wise decision, Lin Chen chuckled, taking the money without hesitation. After confirming the amount, he sent out another invitation. You have sent a team invitation. Member, Lu Yanran has joined your team. Ah, the money of the wealthy is easy to earn. I just made 10 million effortlessly. Lin Chen grinned as he glanced at the balance on the card. After a moment, he composed himself and pointed to the teleportation stone before them. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. He approached the stone and touched it, causing the figures of the group to dissipate from the square. After a brief moment of dizziness, they looked around to find themselves in a desolate landscape. The Lost Temple. The entire team has entered the abyss. Lost Temple Challenge. Once they stabilized, Lu Yanran began. Allow me to introduce myself. My profession is Holy Knight, capable of serving versatile roles in combat. If you have any shortcomings, I can. This was a customary self-introduction for newcomers to a team, analyzing their profession and skills to ensure mutual cooperation and responsibility during combat. After all, while it was ostensibly Lin Chen leading them through the abyss, Lu Yanran did not believe that he could single-handedly guide them through the Lost Temple. No need for that. You all can just observe, Lin Chen interjected, waving his hand and cutting off Lu Yanran's words. I said I would take you through the abyss, so you will not need to intervene. Just watch. Chapter 56, Mo Hongli's Hostility. Lin Chen, you must be joking. Li Hu frowned, instinctively feeling that Lin Chen was exaggerating. After all, unless one had an overwhelming level advantage, it was nearly impossible to lead peers through the abyss alone. Lu Yanran also wore a puzzled expression. Only Mo Hongli beside them seemed indifferent, yet she continually cast glances at Lu Yanran, her eyes harboring a hint of hostility. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just watch me perform. He then raised his hand, and a swarm of summons instantly filled the surrounding space. Most of these summons were lowly skeleton warriors, but they also included some skeleton archers and mages. Additionally, there were several azure wind tigers, each radiating a menacing aura. A summoner? You are a summoner? Lu Yanran exclaimed in astonishment. The renowned reputation of summoners was something that nearly every citizen of Blue Star had heard of since childhood. In fact, some powerful summoners could even converse on equal footing with nations, enjoying an immensely elevated status. Li Hu's eyes reflected his shock as well. Lin Chen, you've concealed your profession. You are a summoner? As both individuals were taken aback, a torrent of intricate emotions surged within them. Initially, there was a dawning realization. After all, the reason behind Lin Chen's formidable prowess had finally come to light. He was, after all, a summoner, making his remarkable abilities entirely reasonable. However, this was soon followed by a sense of humiliation akin to a slap in the face. The Lin Chen they had so recently dismissed was now transformed into a summoner brimming with limitless potential. This stark contrast left both of them feeling quite unsettled. Even the proud Lu Yanran, under the weight of this harsh reality, found herself bowing her head in humility. Suddenly, Lu Yanran seemed to recall something and tentatively inquired. Lin Chen, have you encountered a Golden Soul Mouse boss recently? Although the probability was slim, she wished to test whether Lin Chen was indeed the summoner who had vanquished the Golden Soul Mouse and rescued her some time ago. After all, the aura of that summoner had left a profound impression on Lu Yanran, to the extent that she had found herself entwined in dreams about him during the past days. Lin Chen, without a moment's hesitation, replied nonchalantly, I do not know what you are referring to. Lu Yanran instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's nothing. Just a casual question, she retorted. Thankfully, Lin Chen was not that illustrious summoner. Otherwise, she would have been sorely disappointed. After all, in Lu Yanran's imagination, that summoner, despite wearing a mask, must possess a visage that was undeniably handsome and charming, akin to a dashing prince. Although Lin Chen was not unattractive, he paled in comparison to such a figure. It was also true that the summoner had commanded a creature resembling a bug, whereas Lin Chen's summon was merely the most common skeleton. Naturally, she concluded that he could not possibly measure up to that esteemed individual. Lin Chen, aware of Lu Yanran's thoughts, could not be bothered to engage with her. He simply forged ahead. Suddenly, two massive boulders plummeted from the sky, transforming into stone giants. Lin Chen dodged the falling boulders with practiced ease and waved his hand. An army of countless skeletons surged forth toward the stone giants. Amongst this skeletal horde, a few fireworms and stingers stealthily blended in, concealed by the enormous skeletons. Unless one was Lin Chen himself, no one could detect their presence. After a barrage of flame, the two stone giants crashed to the ground. This scene left Lu Yanran and Li Hu utterly astonished. They had struggled for half an hour to defeat two stone giants in their previous encounter. Was this the true power of a summoner? In their astonishment, Li Hu and Lu Yanran cast bitter glances at Lin Chen, who stood calmly beside them, their eyes tinged with envy and jealousy. What they did not realize was that even an ordinary summoner could not achieve such feats. The skeletons summoned by necromancy, while numerous, were significantly weaker than an average person, effectively crumbling upon impact. Thus, regardless of their numbers, they could not inflict damage upon the stone giants. Conversely, a mere stomp from the giants could annihilate countless skeletons. It was solely Lin Chen's formidable insectoids that enabled the execution of such a swarm tactic. Particularly, the fireworms served as magical artillery. Their single skill, Flame Surge, could inflict damage greater than that of some level 5 mages' full-powered strikes. Let us proceed, Lin Chen commanded casually after effortlessly dispatching the two stone giants, unceremoniously collecting the dropped loot. The others promptly followed suit. Under Lin Chen's leadership, the challenging Lost Temple was traversed with ease, as if walking on level ground. Lin Chen and his companions merely needed to remain sheltered behind their summons and engage in casual conversation. You are the renowned Lu Yanran from the 3rd High School? Mo Hongli initiated, her tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of hostility. Lu Yanran paused momentarily but then nodded affirmatively. I am Lu Yanran. Miss Mo? We met once at a charity gala a year ago, if I recall correctly, attended by the 4 major families. Regrettably, I did not have the chance to speak with you. As a member of one of the 4 families, Lu Yanran recognized Mo Hongli, although they had no significant interactions. In response to this polite exchange, Mo Hongli coolly remarked, perhaps it is for the best that we did not converse, as our families are in competition with one another. Now more than ever. Huh, what competition? Lu Yanran queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Cough, I said nothing, Mo Hongli stammered, her cheeks flushing as she realized she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts. Under Lin Chen's guidance, within a mere 20 minutes, the Ashen Angel lay defeated before him, having dropped a plethora of equipment. Thanks to the effect of Greedy Soul, Lin Chen was guaranteed to receive double the loot. Among the fallen items, several gleamed with a yellow light, indicating that they possessed extraordinary quality. Lin Chen stepped forward to collect all the equipment, offering a selection suitable for Mo Hongli. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Li Hu could only stare at the radiant items, swallowing their envy. After all, they had only paid for the passage through, and the loot bore no relation to them. Wait, is that piece of equipment Holy Morning? Lu Yanran suddenly approached, pointing at an item. In Lin Chen's hand, he held a necklace radiating a yellow glow. Indeed, this is Holy Morning, Lin Chen nodded casually. Name, Holy Morning. Type, necklace. Quality, extraordinary. Requirements, level 5, strength 4. Spirit 6, attributes, 1 spirit, 3 strength, 2 agility. Special effect, increases the effects of all holy skills by an additional 10. The special effect of this equipment was remarkably practical, enhancing the efficacy of any holy skill. Combat skills would see a 10 increase in damage, while healing skills would provide an additional 10 healing. Moreover, methods and skills would translate into enhanced shields, armor, and various effects. Truly, this item was nothing short of a divine artifact for someone like Lu Yanran, who embodied a balance of offense, defense, and support. Lin Chen, I want this piece of equipment. Name your price, Lu Yanran declared, her eyes filled with desire as she gazed at the necklace. Price? I'm afraid I must decline. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, firmly refusing her request. He had already promised to share this item with Mo Hongli, no matter how much Lu Yanran offered. He would not sell it to her. I'll offer 5 million credit points. Lu Yanran blurted, her mouth agape. The price of 5 million was, to be candid, already beyond the typical value of extraordinary equipment. Generally, such items range from 3 to 4 million. Only an item like Holy Morning, which was a prized possession for Lu Yanran, could command such a high price. 5 million. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, chuckling to himself inwardly. This young lady's family must be quite wealthy. Perhaps their fortune exceeds hundreds of millions. However, Lin Chen retorted with a cold smile, Miss Lu, surely you understand that extraordinary equipment cannot simply be acquired with wealth alone, or else such items would not be so rare and precious. In general terms, While the value of extraordinary equipment often hovered around 3 to 4 million, it was not so simple to procure. Though Jiangnan City is a modest locale, the 4 prominent families therein casually boast fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions. One would reasonably expect that their members would be adorned with an array of extraordinary gear. Yet, in truth, among the 4 families, only a select few core figures possess even a couple of pieces of such remarkable equipment. This scarcity arises from the stringent regulation surrounding equipment of extraordinary quality and above. These regulations, however, are not official edicts from the Dragon Kingdom, but rather a result of stockpiling by various guilds and powers. To draw upon Lin Chen's understanding from a prior life, equipment of superior quality is akin to precious metals like gold. Its production is exceedingly rare, and its utility immense. Although it cannot be controlled in terms of circulation, it is instead hoarded through acquisition. Should the Dragon Kingdom engage in warfare with certain nations, such equipment would serve as a strategic resource on par with food and oil in Lin Chen's previous existence. Other nations operate under similar principles. Thus, in a place like Jiangnan City, extraordinary equipment is remarkably scarce, with even billionaires possessing only 1 or 2 pieces. For instance, in Lin Chen's distant past, even a tycoon like Old Ma, with assets in the hundreds of billions, could not simply purchase 1,000 tons of gold. Lin Chen, this equipment is of significant importance to me. I can increase my offer. How does 10 million sound? Lu Yanran clenched her teeth, proposing a rather lofty price. Even as the heir of the Lu family, mobilizing a sum of 10 million credit points was no trifling matter for her. Were it not for the immense significance this equipment held for her, Lu Yanran would not have been so willing to part with such a substantial amount. 10 million? That's quite a generous offer, Lin Chen replied with a smile, then turned to Mo Hongli beside him. What do you think? This is your equipment. If you wish to sell it, I will not stand in your way. Mo Hongli was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lin Chen's response. After a brief pause and a glance at Lu Yanran, who wore an eager expression, she indignantly shook her head. I want to sell it, humph. Lin Chen shrugged. You heard her? The owner of the equipment has declined to sell it to you, so I am powerless to assist. Lu Yanran bit her lip. Lin Chen, this equipment is crucial for me. Can you please sell it to me? I will agree to any terms you propose. As she spoke, a hint of pleading crept into her voice, her demeanor exuding vulnerability. Combined with her voluptuous figure and angelic visage, it was likely that many men would immediately capitulate. Even Li, who nearby appeared parched, unable to resist licking his lips. It is worth noting that Lu Yanran's image at the 3rd high school and throughout Jiangnan City is that of an aloof goddess. Witnessing such a high and mighty figure resort to desperate pleas would surely stir the hearts of most men. Alas, Lin Chen was an exception. With his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he had encountered a myriad of women and held little regard for merely one Lu Yanran. Anything can be offered? Lin Chen appraised Lu Yanran with a discerning gaze, his voice cool and detached. Aye. Lu Yanran suddenly realized she might have misspoken, her face flushing crimson. She awkwardly brought her long legs together, fidgeting as if struck by an electric jolt, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Before Lin Chen could decline, Mo Hongli interjected. Lin Chen, please don't agree to her. I can offer you anything she can. Mo Hongli abruptly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, rubbing against him while adopting a plaintive tone, her face filled with desperation. Look, I'm not inferior to Lu Yanran in any way. You can't let that wicked woman entice you away. Wicked woman? Anything can be offered? What audacious words. Lin Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. While he was aware of Mo Hongli's affections, he had never taken them to heart, his current pursuit being to grow stronger. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that the previously shy Mo Hongli would boldly make such suggestive remarks in front of others. It seemed he would need to reassess Mo Hongli's feelings in the future, as he felt the smooth softness of her arm. Lin Chen took a deep breath and softly replied, Rest assured, I had no intention of agreeing. Mo Hongli finally felt a measure of relief, though she still clung to Lin Chen, as if fearing that releasing her hold would allow him to be swayed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yanran abruptly comprehended that Mo Hongli's inexplicable animosity towards her was not merely due to rivalry between their families, but stemmed from her feelings for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, if you sell me this piece of equipment, I can offer you something truly valuable, guaranteed to pique the interest of a powerful individual like you. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, her expression complex as she regarded Lin Chen, who was embraced by Mo Hongli, and spoke slowly. What is it? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. In truth, at his level of power, ordinary wealth held little allure for him. Only legendary, or even mythic equipment would truly capture his interest. Yet, it was evident that the Lu family, being a modest faction, could not possibly present such high-tier items. Otherwise, they would not be so desperately pursuing a piece of extraordinary gear. This item, Lu Yanran waved her delicate hand, presenting a small object. Chapter 58, The Abyss Key. Name, Ancient Bastion, LV-15. Description, upon use, opens 5 portals to the abyss. The portals vanish after 1 use or 48 hours and must be utilized on a map device. The Ancient Bastion? This is an abyss key. Lin Chen took it and examined it. After a moment of confusion, he inwardly exclaimed in delight. The Abyss Key, as the name suggests, is a tool for opening a passage to the abyss. However, the instances it creates are temporary and can only be traversed once. Once the time expires or the dungeon is completed, it disappears. Yet, compared to the conventional repeatable abyss dungeons, the loot from a one-time abyss run is typically more abundant, potentially yielding more unique and precious items. However, the difficulty of these one-time abysses is significantly greater, often accompanied by random map affixes. For example, monsters within the area could reflect 100 of elemental damage back to players, increase their health by 200, prevent players from recovering health, or reduce critical hit rates by an additional 100, among other formidable attributes. Consequently, most adventurers choose to sell these abyss keys rather than attempt the dungeons themselves. While some affixes are manageable, the mere presence of a damage reflection can deter the vast majority of classes. After all, many classes operate like glass cannons, their offensive capabilities vastly outweighing their defenses. One misstep, and they might perish alongside their foes. Yet Lin Chen wore a look of exhilaration. Why? He was a summoner, entirely unaffected by damage reflection. The damage reflected to me by my summoned creatures? What significance does that hold for me? I am impervious to such trivialities. Summoned creatures, the damage reflected back to Lin Chen? What relevance does that have for us? It is inconsequential. It is akin to stepping on one's own foot. Summoners can seamlessly evade this damage reflection. As for other affixes, such as increasing monster health by 200, it merely means a slightly slower completion time. Nothing to fret over. Ancient Bastion. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Impressive. I hadn't anticipated that your Lu family possessed such a treasure. Very well, I shall accept this trade. Lin Chen nonchalantly extracted a sacred morning from his backpack and directly traded it to Lu Yanran. The other one was bestowed upon Mo Hongli. Li Hu and the others were left utterly astounded by this spectacle, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What? You possess another sacred morning? This single boss dropped 2 identical extraordinary pieces of equipment? Lin Chen merely smiled, exhibiting no desire to elaborate. It's the double reward from the soul of greed. My friend, of course, while double rewards are indeed possible, encountering 2 identical pieces of equipment is exceedingly rare. The additional rewards from the soul of greed are entirely random. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lu Yanran accepted the necklace with a complex expression, subsequently transferring the payment to him. Li Hu also had his sights set on a rare quality assassin weapon in Lin Chen's possession. After some haggling, he purchased it for 140,000 credit points. Within the trial square, the portal shimmered momentarily. Soon after, the figures of the group emerged. Li Hu said little as he hurriedly departed from the team, likely to report back to his principal. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran glanced at the rankings inscribed on the stone tablet. Team ranking, 1 Dominator Squad. Hard difficulty. Time, 24 minutes 19 seconds. Total evaluation score, 54, 714. Team ranking, 2 Dominator Squad. Challenge difficulty. Time, 25 minutes 47 seconds. Total evaluation score, 25, 439. Team ranking, 3 Crimson Squad. Normal difficulty. Time, 4 hours 35 minutes 33 seconds. Total evaluation score, 5, 436. This list represents the entire Dragon Nation. The total evaluation score is a composite of the number of participants, completion time, difficulty, and other factors. A higher score signifies a stronger team or individual. Lin Chen's Dominator Squad had secured the top 2 rankings in team performance. This was merely due to Lin Chen having entered the Lost Temple twice. Otherwise, he could easily dominate the top 10 rankings if he so desired. Thank you once again, Lin Chen. Lu Yanran expressed her gratitude anew, her tone imbued with a hint of solemnity. Having cast aside her previous disdainful and cold demeanor towards Lin Chen, she now regarded him with a semblance of respect and admiration. After all, Lu Yanran was fundamentally a woman who admired strength, indifferent to the weak, yet filled with boundless awe for the strong. In her heart, the one most worthy of her association was the mysterious summoner who had rescued her from the clutches of the Golden Soul Mouse. Furthermore, Lin Chen's prowess had left a profound impression on her. If given the opportunity, Lu Yanran felt inclined to forge a connection with Lin Chen, hence her demeanor softened significantly, her gaze even betraying a hint of flattery. This transformation did not go unnoticed by Mo Hongli, who stared in disbelief, casting a look of disdain toward her. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed by Lu Yanran's overtures, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Indeed, the inclination to admire strength is inherent in many individuals, a trait beyond reproach. Yet, Lin Chen found it distasteful. In his previous life, when Lin Chen was inconspicuous, Lu Yanran had shown no inclination to engage with him. Where had the esteemed Miss Lu been during those times? Now that he had ascended to power, she sought to approach him with eager intent? Such naivety was laughable. Reality and materialism are not flaws within human nature, yet double standards certainly are. Lin Chen's frosty attitude left Lu Yanran somewhat disheartened, yet she still maintained a gentle approach. Lin Chen, there will be an auction at the Lingxiao Commerce tomorrow, and I will be attending. Would you care to accompany me? Not interested, Lin Chen curtly declined, promptly departing the trial square with Mo homely. As he walked away, Lu Yinren shook her head in disappointment, letting out a sigh, regretting her past indifference. If only she had shown him even a modicum of kindness during their high school days. Perhaps Lin Chen's demeanor towards her would not be so frigid today. The following day at Lingxiao Commerce, Lin Chen, clad in a black robe and mask, made his entrance. Within minutes, he was approached by Zhang Shun, who greeted him with a bow and a smile. Mr. Dominator, the auction is about to commence. You have arrived just in time. Please, follow me. Much obliged, Lin Chen replied coolly, following Zhang Shun into a designated room. After navigating through a maze of corridors, they arrived at a spacious auction hall. Mr. Dominator, I have prepared a private room for you. You may participate in the auction from here. Zhang Shun said with utmost respect. Very considerate, Lin Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, stepping into the private box. Upon entering, he was greeted by an elegantly attired waitress in a qipao, who presented tea, fruit, and pastries. One of the waitresses even settled beside Lin Chen, her fragrant presence enveloping him as she leaned in, softly explaining the various rules of the auction. Though Lin Chen was not particularly fond of such behavior, he refrained from pushing the waitress away to avoid offending Zhang Shun, merely shifting slightly to the side. Noticing Lin Chen's subtle movement, the waitress cast a forlorn glance at him, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Lin Chen, however, remained nonchalant, directing his gaze towards the auction hall. He was situated in one of the 10 private boxes above, affording him a panoramic view of the proceedings. Aside from the private boxes, the other seating arrangements were merely individual spots. Scanning the room, he noted that there were over 400 or 500 seats, all filled to capacity, with many attendees animatedly conversing amongst themselves. Did you hear? This auction features an entire set of rare equipment for bidding. Is it true? Haha, not only that. I've heard the finale will include an extraordinary piece of equipment. I sold my house and gathered 4 million credits, hoping to secure it. 4 million? Haha, you're dreaming. Who knows what type of extraordinary equipment it is? If someone has their eye on it, 4 million might not even be close. It could go for tens of millions. Indeed, while all extraordinary equipment is valuable, there are tiers, and the price can vary dramatically. I've heard that the principals from the 3 major high schools, as well as the city's leaders and heads of the 4 great families, are all attending this auction. I wonder who will ultimately claim that extraordinary piece of equipment. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices tinged with eagerness. Just how precious is extraordinary equipment? Even the elite of Jiangnan City congregated here to vie for it, underscoring its rarity. Amidst the lively chatter, a stunning woman clad in a light blue gown gracefully stepped onto the stage. With a gentle smile, she bowed and announced, "Welcome, everyone, to the annual auction at the Jiangnan branch of Lingxiao Commerce. I am Lily." This individual was none other than the Lily whom Lin Chen had rescued that day. I had heard in my past life that Lily, despite her high-ranking position in the Hunters Association, had connections with Lingxiao Commerce, the Dragon Nation's authorities, and the God of War Alliance. But I didn't expect it to be true. Lin Chen murmured softly. Lily's profession was that of a fortune mage, capable of enhancing trading and luck, hidden attributes, thus making her a significant figure in the business world and highly sought after by major organizations in the Dragon Nation. However, as of now, she remains merely an ordinary professional in Jiangnan City, with no signs of her true potential yet revealed. Without further ado, let us commence the auction for our first item, Lily announced with a gentle smile. Instantly, a piece of exhibit materialized upon the display stand. Upon sighting this item, many in attendance displayed expressions of astonishment. There lay a delicate necklace, quietly resting within the glass case. A throng of onlookers directed their probing spells towards it, revealing the necklace's information. Name, thorn necklace, corrupted. Type, necklace. Quality, rare. Requirements, level 5, strength 1, spirit 2. Attributes, 3 spirit, 3 strength, 3 agility. Special effect, corrupted grants additional chaotic damage, equivalent to 10 of non-chaotic damage. It is a piece of corrupted equipment. The attributes are quite impressive. The first item up for auction is a rather exquisite piece of gear. Goodness, this equipment is perfect for me. The crowd erupted in excitement. In the private box, Lin Chen also wore a look of mild surprise. A corrupted piece of equipment? And the corruption suffix appears rather promising. It seems the strength of the Lingxiao Trading Company exceeds my expectations. Corrupted equipment refers to an ordinary item that has been transformed through a unique consumable, the vow orb. The vow orb can alter an item, bestowing it with special suffix effects. For instance, this thorn necklace's special effect grants additional chaotic damage, which is a type of corruption suffix. Such transformations allow an originally mundane item to gain extra suffixes, multiplying its value by several times, even dozens of times. A top-tier corrupted piece of equipment, boasting notably high attributes, starts at a base price of 500,000 credit points, with each subsequent bid not lower than 100,000 credit points. Let the bidding commence, Lily recited swiftly. No sooner had she finished speaking than the bids began to echo throughout the hall. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 100,000. In mere moments, the price soared to an astonishing 500,000. Ultimately, the item was secured by a slender assassin clad in gray leather armor, who hastily paid and departed, as if fearful of drawing attention. The auction of the first item incited a wave of fervor, and the atmosphere became electrifying. Lily beamed at the unfolding scene, nodding in approval before continuing. Now, we present the second item for auction. In the next instant, a stone emanating a gentle glow appeared before the audience. Name, Fire Crystal Forged Steel. Type, Material. Quality, Rare. Description, one of the materials used for crafting fire attribute equipment. Radiating a warm heat. It is indeed Fire Crystal Forged Steel. Fire Crystal Forged Steel? I recall that this is one of the materials required for the Forgemaster set, which is exceedingly rare. Could it be that set renowned for significantly augmenting fire damage? That is regarded as second only to extraordinary equipment. What a remarkable find. A crowd of people gazed in astonishment at the crystal-clear material, which shimmered with a metallic luster. A single piece of Fire Crystal Forged Steel starts at a base price of 200,000 credit points, with each subsequent bid not lower than 50,000 credit points. Let the bidding begin. Another fervent contest ensued. Ultimately, the Fire Crystal Forged Steel was acquired for 580,000. One item after another was auctioned off like a flowing stream, with many attendees feeling exhilarated and animated. After all, such an auction is a rarity, showcasing numerous items that are typically unavailable in the trading company. Yet Lin Chen remained indifferent. With his discerning eye, he found little appeal in these items. After all, each item he possessed could cause a sensation throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. These items were of little consequence. Not only Lin Chen, but even the other esteemed guests in the 10 private boxes showed no inclination to bid. Just as Lin Chen began to doubt the merit of his attendance, Lily mysteriously smiled and announced, "Next, we shall present the penultimate item for auction. This is an exceptionally peculiar artifact." Chapter 60, Essence of the Undead. As Lily spoke, the surrounding crowd began to stir. I had long heard that the highlight of this auction would be the final two items. The 10 esteemed guests above had yet to make a move, likely awaiting the last items. What could they possibly be? Rumor has it there are extraordinary items. Extraordinary items. I have only seen them on television. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, a display stand finally materialized before them. A chest piece surrounded by countless flames, radiating intense heat, was revealed. The pale yellow glow emitted from it sent the crowd into a frenzy. It is indeed extraordinary equipment. The Sunfire chestplate. The attributes of this equipment are astounding. This piece is perfectly suited for tank classes and could potentially allow one to solo an entire abyss. Absolutely incredible. Even the esteemed guests within the 10 private boxes above found their breaths quickening, their eyes wide with desire and greed as they fixated on the Sunfire chestplate. This equipment shall be mine. Huh. If I can eliminate that foolish Lin Chen, I will acquire another piece of extraordinary equipment. And then the entirety of Jiangnan City will be my domain. In one of the boxes, Yang Shu's gaze was fixed intently upon the equipment below, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Extraordinary equipment? Although this piece may not be perfectly suited for me, its attributes and effects would far surpass my current armor. I must secure it. In another box, Lu Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with tension and excitement. Extraordinary equipment? If I were to obtain this item and present it to the higher-ups at Zhanghai University, it could smooth the path for Hong Li's future studies. The head of the Mo family, Mo Qingyun, observed the extraordinary equipment below with a contemplative expression. After a moment of deliberation, the atmosphere of the auction hall had become intensely heated. Seeing this, Lily quickly resumed her introduction. An extraordinary piece of equipment. Its value requires no elaboration. Starting price, 5,000,000 credit points, with each subsequent bid not less than 200,000. Let the bidding commence. As her words echoed, bids surged forth in a cacophony. 500,000. 700,000. I bid 6,000,000. A bunch of lunatics. I bid 7,000,000. Haha, young principal, you dare to call out a mere 7,000,000. I bid 8,000,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Sunfire chestplate soared into the millions, showing no signs of abating. While it is generally acknowledged that the price of extraordinary equipment falls between 3,000,000 and 4,000,000, this is merely an official figure. The equipment sold by major factions carry such a price tag. However, the price tag does not imply that one can genuinely acquire extraordinary equipment for such a sum. If you wish to purchase it, I'm afraid not. First, please become a member of our faction. Then, only with sufficient points and credit can one make a purchase. This is why extraordinary equipment circulating in the market is so exorbitantly priced and rare. It is a mechanism employed by powerful factions to control talent. Desire fine equipment? Then join our faction. For those like Yang Shu and the upper echelons of Jiangnan City, who are already part of the Dragon Kingdom's official ranks, They may hold official titles, yet points must be earned through tasks, and their salaries consist solely of credit points. They can only covet extraordinary equipment from afar. The auction hall was on the verge of chaos. The individuals below dared not place a bid, merely watching helplessly as the 10 private boxes above took turns making offers, some even laced with veiled threats. Ultimately, after half an hour of fierce bidding, this extraordinary piece of equipment was acquired for the sum of 23 million by a high-ranking official from Jiangnan City. This outcome was due to the deliberate price control exerted by Lingxiao Trading Company, which intervened at just the right moment. Otherwise, the final price could have escalated even further. The rationale behind Lingxiao Trading's price regulation was not due to a lack of acumen or desire for profit. Rather, it was a measure to ensure that even extraordinary equipment in circulation remained under the regulatory purview of the authorities and powerful factions, a practice known as market regulation. This approach was designed to maintain a favorable equilibrium and circulation of extraordinary equipment between the public and the influential powers. Damn it. That piece of equipment was snatched away by that fellow. I should have raised my bid to 30 million. Sighing, I realized my plans had been dashed. It seemed prudent to offer something else to Hongli. Was extraordinary equipment forever beyond my reach? That piece of equipment should have been mine. Inside the box, the expressions of many varied. Some lamented, others seethed with rage, and others resigned themselves to fate. Only Lin Chen maintained a serene demeanor, though inwardly he felt a flicker of joy. 23 million? Huh. Even after deducting the handling fees, I will still pocket over 20 million. Quite satisfactory. Lin Chen nodded contentedly. At Zhanghai University, an extraordinary piece of equipment would typically only fetch around 3 to 4 million. It is only in such resource-scarce locales that its value could soar to such heights. The rarity of the item indeed elevates its worth. Breathing in the delicate fragrance wafting from the maid beside him, Lin Chen continued to observe. Throughout the regular auction, he had not made a single bid. He wondered if the final treasure would bring him any surprises. Otherwise, today would be a wasted endeavor. After a brief exchange of murmurs, the hall fell silent once more. Then, with a cheerful smile, Lily announced, "Next, we come to the final item of our auction. Please take a look." Before the audience lay a black crystal, exuding an eerie aura of death. What is this? Is it the essence of the undead? I have never heard of such a thing. The crowd was puzzled, gazing at the crystal, unsure of its origin. Perhaps a material used by sorcerers or necromancers. Name, essence of the undead. Type, material, quality, extraordinary. Description, a crystal that concentrates the power of the undead, possessing very unique properties. Most present had never even heard of such a material. Given the countless abysses and the vast array of equipment and materials in Blue Star, it was nearly impossible for anyone to fully catalog the sheer number of items available. However, curiosity was piqued. Although this essence of the undead was of extraordinary quality, its applications remained uncertain. Why, then, was Lingxiao Trading presenting it as the piece de resistance of the auction? It is essential to note that materials and equipment are not synonymous. The value of a slab of iron might be a few coins, yet once forged into a firearm, its worth could multiply exponentially. Furthermore, crafting a material into genuine equipment on Blue Star was a convoluted process, fraught with the potential for failure. Thus, most attendees expressed little interest in this material, lacking any impulse to bid. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable silence enveloping the room. Lily's heart sank as she sensed the shift, yet she mustered a strained smile, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, while you may be unfamiliar with the illustrious name of this essence of the undead, the equipment it can produce is well known. Indeed, the true purpose of the essence of the undead is to create the perfectly crafted item, the staff of the undead. Perfectly crafted equipment." Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively held their breath. While they might aspire to extraordinary equipment, the majority could only gaze in awe at the prospect of perfect quality items. It was no wonder this extraordinary material had been elevated to the final auction piece. Just as excitement surged and bidders prepared to raise their paddles, a cold chuckle echoed from one of the boxes. "Heh, you Lingxiao Trading Company certainly know how to boast. The essence of the undead is merely one of the essential materials required to forge this staff of the undead, and a total of 10 pieces are needed, in addition to other rare materials. Moreover, the probability of successfully crafting the staff of the undead was not guaranteed. If luck did not favor the endeavor, one might end up with nothing, losing both the so-called epic equipment and the materials involved." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those below shifted dramatically. Such a reality? Lingxiao Trading was not being entirely forthright. "Thank goodness I didn't bid. I would have been in a dire situation." Understanding the atmosphere had turned frigid, worry crept into Lily's expression. As the host of the auction, if she failed to sell all items, she would incur losses. Although displeased with the interruption, she could not voice her frustrations to the distinguished guest in the box, so she forced a smile and explained, "Regardless, this essence of the undead still possesses substantial value, as it is also a vital component for crafting other equipment. The opening bid for one piece of essence of the undead is set at 3 million credit points, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. As Lily's voice faded, not a single bid was made. Many in the audience exchanged knowing glances, as if observing a fool. Though this item is indeed rare, it is useless. Indeed, does Ling Xiao Trading believe they can simply demand money? I'm no fool. 3 million? If it were a zero less, perhaps I would consider it, but at this price. Count me out. Minutes passed, and still, no one dared to bid. Just as Lily was on the verge of despair, believing this item would go unsold, a voice lazily chimed in, 310 million. The sound resonated from one of the boxes, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. A private box? Who was the audacious individual willing to purchase such a thing? They probably intend to collect it, someone chuckled. The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. The voice was unfamiliar, youthful even. Who could it be? Meanwhile, within the confines of his box, Lin Chen stood, his gaze fixed intently on the essence of the undead. Excitement bubbling within him. Just moments ago, a prompt had echoed in his mind. Beep. Special template detected, capable of fusion evolution with specific insect species. Fusion evolution. Had it not been for this prompt, Lin Chen might have forgotten his insect sovereign class and its unique abilities. Talent 2. Infinite evolution. You may infinitely evolve a specific insect unit, choosing among evolution, fusion, or mutation. Through days of exploration into his class, Lin Chen had gained a thorough understanding of these functionalities. Among them, evolution required the expenditure of energy points to comprehensively enhance the attributes of a specific insect. Akin to leveling up. Fusion, on the other hand, involved merging a special item with a specific insect to endow it with abilities akin to that of the item. Mutation bore similarities to fusion, but its defining characteristic was that the results of evolution and fusion could be anticipated, while the outcomes of mutation remained unpredictable. In other words, mutation could yield an insect unit that was either stronger or weaker, or even produce results entirely unrelated to the fusion item. Before Lin Chen lay the essence of the undead, a most peculiar artifact. Initially, he believed his journey to the auction would be in vain. Yet he unexpectedly stumbled upon such a remarkable treasure. Lin Chen was visibly exhilarated. After all, most of the insectoid units he currently possessed were rather mediocre in individual strength, primarily relying on sheer numbers to secure victory. However, as a race of killing machines, how could the insectoids be limited to mere swarm tactics? The innate talent for fusion evolution was specifically designed to cultivate elite insectoid warriors. When that time came, a combination of swarming tactics and elite insectoids would create an unparalleled force. This gentleman bids 1 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Lily's expression brightened as she eagerly inquired. If there were no further bids, she would announce the ownership of the essence of the undead. Just as Lily prepared to bring down the gavel, a voice resonated from another box. To me, this essence of the undead is merely a trinket. I bid 5 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes toward one of the boxes. Was that voice Yang Shu? Indeed, it was none other than the principal of the second high school, Yang Shu. Well, I did not expect it to be him, they murmured. In Jiangnan City, aside from the mayor and the 4 prominent families, the most influential figures were undoubtedly the principals of the 3 major high schools. In a particular box, Yang Shu observed the scene below with an unusual glimmer in his eye. Simultaneously, a spark of brilliance shot from his gaze. That voice just now must belong to Lin Chen. Although it had undergone vocal modulation, under my soul perception, I have an 80% certainty that this individual is Lin Chen. I never anticipated that this young man would grace us with his presence. I had intended to wait until he departed Jiangnan City to take action, but it seems there is no need for that now. That extraordinary piece of equipment of yours shall belong to me. With this thought, Yang Shu grinned malevolently and retrieved a communicator, dialing several numbers. Hello? Lin Chen is with me. Immediately dispatch your guards to take action against him. Indeed, I have managed to stall him. As soon as he leaves the Ling Xiao Trading Company, we can proceed. Chapter 62. Fusion Evolution, the Deathwing Mantis. That voice belonged to Yang Shu. Lin Chen frowned. What on earth does this man intend to do? Ever since he had directly rebuffed Yang Shu, Lin Chen had remained vigilant. He did not believe that Yang Shu and his ilk were magnanimous individuals who would not act against him in secrecy. They were simply waiting for the right moment. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge that Yang Shu likely harbored ill intentions, Lin Chen was unwilling to relinquish the essence of the undead without a fight, and thus he boldly declared. For million, Yang Shu was not to be outdone. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. After a fierce bidding war, the attendees were left in a state of astonishment. The value of the essence of the undead was at most between 3 to 4 million, and it was highly probable that it would turn out to be a worthless piece of junk. Who could have predicted that the distinguished guests from the 2 boxes would engage in such fierce competition? What was going on? 11 million, Yang Shu announced. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he promptly raised the bid. 12 million. Just as Lin Chen assumed Yang Shu would continue bidding, Yang Shu chuckled lightly and smugly stated, Lin Chen, you've won. This item is yours, hee. Lin Chen. The utterance of his name caused a stir. This name was well known among the people of Jiangnan. Lin Chen, also known as the Sovereign, was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He had even become the first to unlock the Lost Temple. Yet, for reasons unknown, the local elite, who typically sought to curry favor with top scorers, exhibited unusual indifference towards him this year, even displaying a hint of hostility. What could be the reason for this? The reactions among the guests in the boxes varied. He has come to this auction as well. Lu Yanran furrowed her brow. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun chuckled with interest. So this is the Lin Chen my precious daughter has been so enamored with? TSK, he truly is brimming with youthful exuberance. Principal Yang, with just a few bids, has compelled me to spend several million more. What a crafty maneuver. Realizing his identity had been uncovered, Lin Chen ceased to conceal himself and let out a cold chuckle. Haha, Lin Chen, while your potential for development is considerable, you must understand one fundamental truth. Yang Shu laughed heartily. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses. There are many talented individuals, but even more who fall by the wayside. Thus, I advise you to awaken to reality sooner rather than later. The ominous undertone of his words was unmistakable. Lin Chen sneered and chose to disregard him, exiting the box. Sovereign, this is your auction item. Upon arriving at the lounge, a maid approached Lin Chen, holding the essence of the undead. He reached out, grasping the black crystal that emanated a chilling aura of death. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was impressive. He then produced a card and handed it to the maid. This contains the final payment for my auction item, along with any deducted credit points. Yes, sir. The maid accepted the black card and respectfully exited the lounge. Seizing this precious moment, Lin Chen focused his thoughts and materialized in the sovereign world. With a gesture, he lifted the essence of the undead and sent it soaring toward the colossal stone tablet. Ding! Special item detected. Please select your desired operation. Before him appeared three options: evolution, fusion, mutation. Casting a brief glance at his stock of energy points, Lin Chen began to deliberate. Evolution required a substantial expenditure of energy points, yet his current reserve stood at a mere 3,574, far too scant for multiple evolutions. The outcome of mutation was unpredictable. Given that this essence of the undead was a hard-earned prize, it should not be squandered. It was evident that there was only one choice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen selected fusion. Please select the insectoid unit for fusion. Without hesitation, Lin Chen designated a steel-armored bladeworm. The bladeworm represented the most balanced option among Lin Chen's insectoid units, and this steel-armored bladeworm served as its superior alternative. Thus, it was his first choice. Are you sure you want to fuse the two? Confirm. With a low exclamation, the steel-armored bladeworm before him radiated a dazzling light. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing the newly evolved steel-armored bladeworm. Name: Deathwing Mantis. Rank: Tier 2 Insectoid. Agility: 13. Strength: 15. Mentality: 9. Skills: Scythe Claws, Wing Flap, Bone Spike Eruption, Desecration Aura, Necromantic Gathering, Soul Shield. The Deathwing Mantis resembled an oversized steel-armored bladeworm, measuring over a meter in length. Its entire form was shrouded in an intense aura of death, and anyone with weak willpower would tremble at the mere sight. Moreover, jagged, sharp bone spikes protruded from various joints, seemingly hinting at its inherent propensity for slaughter. Most notably, its scythe-like arms were not the typical pitch-black hue of ordinary bladeworms or steel-armored bladeworms. Instead, they exhibited a bone-white appearance, as if crafted from actual bones. What delighted Lin Chen the most was that the Deathwing Mantis lived up to its name, sporting a pair of wings as delicate as those of a cicada. This indicated that it was not merely a terrestrial melee unit, but also an aerial combatant. Excellent. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting aside everything else, the mere appearance of the Deathwing Mantis was truly awe-inspiring. What was that saying? Beauty is indeed a form of combat power. The dimensional attributes are rather exaggerated, aren't they? Lin Chen cast a glance at the stats of the Deathwing Mantis, and a wave of dread washed over him. It is worth noting that these dimensional attributes are only slightly inferior to those of the Ashen Angel endowed with the Holy Warrior buff. In essence, Lin Chen had inadvertently nurtured a boss to accompany him, coupled with the relentless swarm of Zerg, who could truly be deemed the boss. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lin Chen exited the Dominator space. After a brief, perfunctory exchange with Zhang Shan, he accepted the card and glanced at the remaining 7-figure balance within before striding out of the Lingxiao Trading Company. However, instead of returning to the Mo family, he chose to venture beyond the city, heading straight to the outskirts. He pressed deeper into the wilderness, stepping into a dense forest. No sooner had he entered than a bloodtooth boar detected his presence and charged at him with a furious roar. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Chen dispatched the creature effortlessly. He then halted his steps abruptly and, with a hint of mockery in his voice, addressed the shadows lurking behind him. My dear companions, you have followed me for quite some time, from the city to the outskirts and into the wild. Whatever your intentions may be, the time to act is now. Is it not? Chapter 63, The Ferocious Deathwing Mantis. As his words faded, the space behind him suddenly warped, and a group of individuals materialized before him. Seemingly out of thin air, there were at least 40 or 50 of them. Their attire varied, yet each bore an unmistakable aura of malice, hinting at hands stained with blood. The leader, a gaunt man clad in leather armor and wielding a dagger, emitted a chilling laugh. Heh, I didn't expect you to uncover my mist of deception. Your mental acuity among your peers is indeed commendable, Lin Chen. Alas, the thought of extinguishing such a talent fills me with regret. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Was it Yang Shu who sent you to kill me? He must think highly of me to dispatch such a number of assassins. Before him stood a formidable contingent, the majority of whom were around level 10. In Jiangnan City, this constituted a terrifying force. Thus, Lin Chen could easily deduce who wished him harm. Indeed, Lin Chen, your intellect serves you well. However, you have erred in one aspect. It is not merely Principal Yang who commands us. We are under the directives of other high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City. The gaunt man chuckled sinisterly, seemingly relishing the thought of Lin Chen's impending demise, and continued to divulge his thoughts. Do you truly believe that one Yang Shu could orchestrate such a large-scale operation? A chill ran through Lin Chen. Not just Yang Shu. He had not realized in his previous life that these individuals could be so ruthless, willing to resort to such extremes for the sake of an extraordinary piece of equipment. In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's gaze. In his heart, the high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City and Yang Shu had already ascended to his list of targets for annihilation. Lin Chen, if you know what is good for you, hand over the equipment willingly, the gaunt man sneered, twirling his dagger. The others behind him cast scornful and mocking glances, akin to hunters eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. After all, in their view, Lin Chen, despite being a top scorer in the college entrance examination, had only been a professional for less than 2 months and was at most level 5 or 6. Faced with their seasoned ranks, all above level 10, and their overwhelming numbers, did he truly expect to resist? Leave my corpse intact. Lin Chen laughed. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you such courtesy. The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically. Arrogant. This brat truly believed himself exceptional merely due to his academic prowess? Seeking death. The gaunt man's fury ignited, his face contorting with murderous intent. Humph, if you seek death, then do not blame me. With that, he lunged forward, his form a blur akin to lightning as he raced toward Lin Chen. Shadow slash. Clang. The gaunt man had expected the shadow slash to effortlessly cleave through Lin Chen's body. To his astonishment, however, he found a figure emanating an aura of death standing before him. The dagger struck, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. What? Pain surged through his hand, and the gaunt man gazed in horror at the figure before him, his face a mask of fear. There stood a creature resembling a mantis, effortlessly blocking his attack. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a thirst for blood, fixated upon him. What is this? A ferocious beast? No. What on earth is this creature? Deathwing mantis, eliminate them all, leave not a single soul behind. Lin Chen commanded coldly. Upon receiving the order, the Deathwing mantis gracefully flapped its wings, its hind legs propelling it forward in a flurry of afterimages toward the gaunt man. Quick, too fast. This singular thought consumed the gaunt man's mind. He barely registered the mantis's movements before his throat was slit, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. One strike, and he was dead. He hadn't even had the chance to call for help. As he fell, confusion and disbelief etched across his face, as if questioning who had slain him. Your summon has slain the professional, Lu Xing, gaining 1100 experience, sin value 1. What? Lu Xing has been killed? What manner of monster is this? Chaos erupted among the remaining individuals. Lu Xing, a level 12 assassin clad in rare gear, could not be felled in a single encounter. They were stunned beyond measure, yet there was no time to ponder an explanation. For the Deathwing mantis, having dispatched the gaunt man, took flight once more toward the remaining adversaries. The speed of the Deathwing mantis was simply unparalleled, so swift that many of the professionals hardly had time to react before they were cleaved in twain by its glistening, ivory blades. Those who did manage to react activated various shields and skills in a futile attempt to retaliate. Yet, against the ferocity of the Deathwing mantis, they possessed no capacity for resistance, swiftly becoming mere heaps of flesh. Your summon has slain the professional, Zhou Qing, gaining 1100 experience, sin value 1. Your summon has slain the professional, Bai Huachun, gaining 1100 experience, sin value 1. Your summon has slain the professional, Long Yu, gaining 1100 experience, sin value 1. Your summon has slain the professional. Lin Chen stood unmoving, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he observed the Deathwing mantis unleash its carnage. The constant notifications echoed in his ears, while the sounds of screams reverberated around him. Ah, it hurts. Help me. Lin Chen, spare me, I am. Run, run. In mere minutes, the once formidable group of 40 or 50 had been decimated, leaving only a scant few survivors. These few, displaying remarkable intelligence, chose to scatter in flight, for they believed that Lin Chen and the Deathwing mantis could not pursue them all. However, do you truly think you can escape? A cold smile flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he summoned forth the Zerg army, which materialized and swiftly filled the forest. Eliminate every last one of them. Leave not a single soul behind. Lin Chen issued his command resolutely. Upon receiving the command, a swarm of blade insects scattered in every direction. Moments later, Lin Chen's ears were once again filled with the sounds of multiple death notifications. After executing this grim task, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with a scene drenched in blood, severed limbs, and disemboweled entrails strewn across the ground, resembling a hellish nightmare. With even the air heavy with a sweet, metallic scent. Yangshu, and those fellows from Jiangnan City, how amusing. Since you seek to take my life, I shall show no mercy in return. With a cold chuckle, Lin Chen leaped onto the back of the death-winged mantis. With a powerful flap of its wings, the creature soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the urban heart of Jiangnan City. In the stillness of the night, it was eerily silent, akin to the presence of death itself. Chapter 64, The First Head Delivered. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion within Jiangnan City, an extravagant banquet was underway. Elegantly dressed men and women exchanged toasts, reveling in opulence. Many wore insincere smiles, engaging in a dance of mutual benefit. For today marked the 65th birthday of Yangshu, the principal of Jiangnan City No. 1 High School. It could be said that a significant portion of Jiangnan City's elite had gathered to celebrate this occasion, creating a scene of great festivity. At that moment, in a secluded room at the back of the banquet hall, a group of individuals convened for a discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the 50 assassins we dispatched have exited the city and are expected to deliver good news shortly. Today, we shall divide that extraordinary equipment among ourselves. Yangshu proclaimed, his face radiating joy. The high-ranking officials of Jiangnan City present were equally elated at his words. Is that so? If true, that would be splendid. That Lin Chen fellow, for some reason, has ventured outside the city, sparing us the trouble of acting within it. One remarked, eyes gleaming with greed. That extraordinary equipment. If it were to fall into my hands, how delightful that would be. Seeing the avaricious expressions on the faces of those gathered, Yangshu's eyes flashed with displeasure. Though he swiftly concealed it, clearing his throat, he spoke in a grave tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we may now deliberate on the ownership of this extraordinary equipment. I understand that everyone desires it greatly. How about we temporarily store the equipment with me, and then conduct an auction? Each of us will contribute funds, and the highest bidder shall claim it, with the remaining individuals sharing the proceeds. What do you think? Stored with you? The highest bidder wins? The assembly erupted in disdainful laughter. How conveniently spoken. Should this extraordinary equipment truly fall into Yangshu's possession, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. It may be easy for the equipment to reach him, but retrieving it would be another matter entirely. After all, this transaction is clandestine. Even if Yangshu were to swallow it whole, none of us would dare to speak out. Immediately, one individual rejected the proposal. Principal Yang, I believe it would be better if the equipment were entrusted to me. My family, the Huang family, is vast and prosperous, lacking not for a place to conceal valuable items. What do you mean by that, head of the Huang family? Yangshu frowned, his irritation palpable. You know precisely what I mean, Huang Wentian replied coldly. Half of the assassins dispatched were my family's guards. Not only to seize Lin Chen's treasures, but also to avenge my son Huang Xian's death. Since I contributed half the manpower, it is only right that I should safeguard the equipment. Yangshu immediately countered. Head of the Huang family, you seek both revenge and the equipment. Do you wish to have your cake and eat it too? Such opportunities do not exist. The two men argued fiercely, each unwilling to concede. After all, the matter at hand concerned the fate of extraordinary equipment, and neither was inclined to yield. Just then, a maid entered, bowing respectfully. Head, the guests have arrived. You may proceed to greet them. Yangshu finally halted, rising and speaking solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, let us first attend to my banquet. We shall revisit this matter later. With that, everyone ceased their disputes and followed him outside. Upon seeing Yangshu's figure emerge, a throng of guests encircled him, showering him with flattery. Head Yang, you are as vigorous as ever. Indeed, it is rare to see Head Yang looking so well. They hastily offered their congratulations. The Zhao family presented a rare set of armor. The Li family offered a mount, congratulating the elderly Yang on his birthday. The Wu family gifted a property, wishing the Yang family patriarch a long life. The Jin family bestowed a rejuvenating elixir, hoping for Head Yang's longevity to match that of the heavens. Yangshu listened to the well wishes and gifts with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, his eyes gleaming with pride. At that moment, however, a thunderous voice echoed from the skies above. Lin Chen, the first head delivered. As the crowd looked up, they were met with a breathtaking sight. A young man stood atop a fearsome beast, coldly observing the scene below, a smirk adorning his face. Upon recognizing him, many gasped in disbelief. Is that Lin Chen? It really is Lin Chen. What is that creature? Is it a flying mount? Aren't flying mounts supposed to be rare? How did Lin Chen acquire one? What could he possibly want? While the guests were astonished, their curiosity was piqued, leaving them puzzled as to why Lin Chen had suddenly appeared. Yet, those led by Yangshu were engulfed in sheer shock. Lin Chen, he hasn't perished? Wasn't he besieged by assassins? How could he have escaped? This is inconceivable. Where are my guards? This is bad. I can't contact them. Yang Shu and the others felt a chill creeping into their hearts, as if Lin Chen before them posed an immense threat. Nonetheless, despite the gravity of the situation, Yang Shu, as a figure of power, steadied himself and coldly inquired, Lin Chen, are you here to congratulate me on my birthday, or to seek atonement? Congratulate. Atone? Lin Chen seemed to find this notion absurd, erupting into laughter. His gaze then sharpened. You dispatched assassins to kill me and seize my treasures. Today, I have come to collect your life. With this declaration, it was as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest. Was Lin Chen truly mad? What nonsense is he spouting? Ha! This fool must think that just because he aced the college entrance examination, he can stand against Principal Yang. Such youthful arrogance. Many scoffed and shook their heads, judging Lin Chen. They considered him nothing more than a fool courting death. After all, Yang Shu was no feeble old man. He was a bona fide level 30 professional. In contrast, Lin Chen had only just barely reached level 8 a few days prior, a staggering 22 levels apart. Lin Chen, even if you have lost your mind, I shall not show you mercy. Yang Shu sneered. You have repeatedly offended me, and today you dare disrupt my birthday banquet without cause. It appears I need not endure any longer, lest others think I, Yang Shu, am easy to bully. Though the Dragon Kingdom prohibits violence within the city, you have intruded upon my domain, so my actions do not contravene the law. Chapter 65, The Fierce Battle with Yang Shu. With that, Yang Shu's aura surged. No longer concealed, a blue light flashed, revealing a suit of light armor adorning his form, and a magical staff materialized in his hand. Powerful bolts of lightning crackled around him, enveloping his presence. Yang Shu, level 30 hidden profession, Thunder Mage. The aura of a level 30 professional was unmistakable, rendering those around him momentarily breathless. Principal Yang, are you prepared to unleash your full power? Truly worthy of being the head of a school, your presence is simply overwhelming. Principal Yang's profession is that of a Thunder Mage, renowned for his prowess in combat. I doubt that Lin Chen could withstand even a single blow. After all, who dared to provoke Principal Yang? He is simply courting death. Many spectators gasped in awe, casting reverent glances at Yang Shu. With a level 30 strength, he commands the admiration of the vast majority. After all, in Blue Star, level 10 serves as a critical threshold. Levels below 10 are relatively easy to ascend. With sufficient resources and talent, one could rise from level 1 to level 10 in just a month or two. However, the experience required to progress beyond level 10 is monumental. For instance, the experience needed to reach level 11 far exceeds the cumulative experience from level 1 to level 10. Consequently, most professionals find themselves stagnating in the low teens throughout their lives, struggling to advance further. Thus, a level 30 professional can be deemed one of the elite in Jiangnan City. Lin Chen, I shall allow you to strike first, lest you claim I am bullying you. Yang Shu declared haughtily, his hands clasped behind his back. Having just employed a detection spell, he noted that Lin Chen was merely at level 8. Even with him standing there, Lin Chen's attack could not possibly breach his protective shield. This way, he could also project an air of superiority. You wish for me to initiate? Lin Chen chuckled. Very well, I shall oblige. With a soft smile, he raised his hand. Fire impact. Instantaneously, a fireball the width of a bowl surged forth, targeting Yang Shu with unrelenting force. This is not good. As he sensed that formidable energy, the disdain and indifference on Yang Shu's face transformed into shock and caution. What a potent aura. This strike cannot be taken head-on. Lightning shield. A pale blue barrier materialized around Yang Shu, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Lightning shield creates a shield that absorbs incoming damage until it dissipates, with a capacity equivalent to 20 of maximum health and mental correction value. Logically, as a level 30 Thunder Mage, even Lin Chen's full force attack should barely scratch the surface of the shield's effectiveness. However, boom. The fireball struck, resulting in a violent explosion. Those within dozens of meters felt a wave of scorching heat wash over them. Is this Lin Chen's attack? He is not a warrior, is he? Why does he possess a mage's skill? What exactly is his profession? Such a powerful strike. Hiss, Lin Chen is only level 8, yet he is so formidable? Everyone was astounded, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen in the sky. At that moment, amidst the epicenter of the explosion, Yang Shu's figure emerged. Although his armor remained intact, the pale blue shield had shattered violently. This meant that Lin Chen's previous attack had obliterated over 20 of his maximum health. How is this possible? Yang Shu was filled with bewilderment. It should be known that level suppression on Blue Star is exceptionally severe. Each level increase represents a comprehensive enhancement. Logically, even if Yang Shu stood still for Lin Chen to strike, the latter would need to exert considerable effort. Not to mention, he had activated a shield. What he was unaware of was that although Lin Chen's level was low, he possessed the unique talent skill of Rebirth. Every surviving Zerg unit would grant him a certain percentage of agility, mental acuity, strength, and other attributes. Currently, Lin Chen's attributes had reached an astonishing level. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Zerg Sovereign. Level, 7, Strength, 23. Agility, 224. Mentality, 307. Health, 387. Mana, 122. Skills, Chain Lightning, Undead Summon, Soul Beast Summon, Mage's Hand, Greed Soul. Equipment, Heart of All, Katafu Inscription, Flowing Fire Sword, Crystal Omniscience, Blood Spider Armor, Flowing Cloud Boots, Blood Mask Helmet, Yellow Amber Ring, Blue Diamond Ring, Alchemist's Belt, Blood of Soph. With 11 equipment slots, each item provided Lin Chen with terrifying attributes. Coupled with the attributes derived from the Zerg's rebirth, Lin Chen's profile rivaled that of many professionals in their 20s. Moreover, Fire Impact is a skill of the fireworm. When Lin Chen utilized it, he not only unleashed the inherent damage of the fireworm, but also amplified it with his mental attributes. This was the reason behind Lin Chen's overwhelming power. Lin Chen, very well, I concede you are a genius. Gritting his teeth, Yang Shu's murderous intent surged palpably. However, today, even if you are the greatest genius, I shall see you slain. At merely level 8, his attack could inflict injury upon me. Furthermore, he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, the first in the nation to conquer the Lost Sanctuary. Such a talent, with limitless potential for future development. Rather than allow an imposing foe to emerge in the future, it is better to eliminate him today. Resolute in his decision, Yang Shu made his move. Lightning Storm. With a swift gesture, a dark cloud materialized in the sky, hurtling towards Lin Chen at an alarming pace, a massive surge of lightning erupting from within. Kid, this is my signature move. To perish beneath it would be an honor in itself, Yang Shu declared coldly with a sneer. Yang Shu was supremely confident that this strike, even if it did not annihilate Lin Chen, would at the very least severely injure him. After all, the Thunder Mage specializes in offense. And this, Lightning Storm, is his most powerful skill. Even a level 30 boss would lose a significant portion of health after taking one of his spells. Unexpectedly, while its power was indeed commendable, Lin Chen gazed at the thunderous cloud with a hint of derision. Alas, the speed is far too slow. Before his words faded, Void Walk. The space around Lin Chen rippled like water, and his figure vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he reappeared several dozen meters away. Go. The Deathwing Mantis soaring above took to the air, transforming into a blur as it charged towards Yang Shu with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, from another angle, shouted, Resonance. Fireball. Fire Impact. Suddenly, a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters manifested in the air, radiating an aura akin to a miniature sun, exuding terrifying heat. Several fire rays materialized around Lin Chen, their numbers at least a dozen. The next second, die, with a low shout. The colossal fireball and the fire rays surged towards Yang Shu. Chapter 66, A Single Strike to Slay. Boom. As those attacks struck Yang Shu, they erupted in a cacophony of explosive sound. The courtyard was engulfed in flames, the ground trembling violently. Is this Lin Chen's power? It cannot be. He is merely level 8. He is just level 8. Good. I think it might be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. However, one cannot help but wonder if Principal Yang can survive such an onslaught. It's hard to say. The crowd, wearing expressions of astonishment, retreated several hundred meters to the edge of the estate, where they began to discuss among themselves. At that moment, the smoke finally cleared, revealing a body that had been reduced to charred remains. Judging by its form and features, it was indeed Yang Shu. Although Yang Shu's equipment remained intact, his entire being had turned to ash, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief and terror, as if questioning the source of Lin Chen's formidable strength. Little did he know that under the combined resonance ability of 50 brain bugs, the damage inflicted by their collective fireball had reached an appalling level. Not to mention the simultaneous assault from 20 fireworms. The scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. Countless individuals swallowed hard, gasping in shock as they beheld the sight before them, their hearts overwhelmed with disbelief. Lin Chen had killed Principal Yang? How could this possibly be true? Am I hallucinating? Many rubbed their eyes, questioning their own senses as if caught in a dream. With a soft huff, Lin Chen executed a graceful flip, landing silently on the ground. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the guests nearby. Upon feeling his gaze, the guests shivered, instinctively retracting their necks and bowing their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Only a few exceptions remained. In one corner, Lu Yinran, clad in a flowing white gown, looked at Lin Chen with a face full of shock, brimming with awe and disbelief. After a long pause, she could only manage a bitter smile and a shake of her head, her lovely face etched with helplessness and sorrow. Originally, she had thought that there was a vast chasm between her and him, believing they would never intersect in this lifetime. Yet, it seemed she had been mistaken. She was merely the dirt beneath his feet. Previously, Lu Yinran had looked down upon Lin Chen, convinced that he must have consumed a blood coagulation pill to possess such extraordinary power. Now, it appeared she was the fool. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyun was filled with unrestrained joy as he gazed at Lin Chen, his heart soaring. I was worried that Hong Li girl had misjudged character and brought a wolf into the fold. Now, it seems that Hong Li's discernment surpasses that of this old man. With such a son-in-law, I can rest easy, ha ha ha. The crowd regarded Lin Chen with a myriad of expressions. Lin Chen, maintaining an impassive facade, finally spoke. Who among you participated in sending assassins? Although Lin Chen was not a senseless killer, nor one driven by bloodlust, it did not imply that he was weak or would allow himself to be bullied. These individuals sought to harm him, to slay and plunder. Should he simply forgive them? However, after Lin Chen uttered these words, not a single person dared to respond. What a joke. This was a man capable of killing Yang Shu with a single blow. To be the first to speak now would be akin to courting death. Lin Chen, noticing the silence, cast a cold smile towards a middle-aged man. What do you say, Huang family head? This man was none other than Huang Wentian, the patriarch of the Huang family. In his previous life, Lin Chen was well aware that Huang Wentian was not a magnanimous individual. Having slain his son, Lin Chen anticipated that Huang Wentian would undoubtedly plot something behind the scenes, but given the constraints of the city, it would be challenging. Lin Chen, you are exceedingly bold. Huang Wentian faltered for a moment, fear creeping into his heart, yet he steeled himself and threatened. This is the urban area of Jiangnan City. Do you not realize that violence here incurs severe penalties? Humph, the garrison will arrive shortly. If you surrender now, I might still speak on your behalf. Otherwise, prepare to face harsh consequences. Lin Chen scoffed. You think you can intimidate me with official threats? I despise being coerced. You may as well perish. With a mere gesture, a searing ray of flame erupted forth. Huang Wentian barely had time to react before he was grievously injured, his body charred beyond recognition. How could Lin Chen dare? This is utterly arrogant. The crowd was taken aback. They never anticipated that Lin Chen would be so ruthless, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Lin Chen's expression was icy as he advanced towards the fallen Huang Wentian, who lay on the ground, nearly unconscious. Although severely injured, Huang Wentian's consciousness remained intact, and he widened his eyes in terror, calling out in desperation. Lin Chen, you cannot kill me. What do you want? Money? Equipment? Women? I can provide anything. Just spare my life. Huang Wentian begged, his tone pitifully desperate, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant, cold demeanor. The spectators were struck by the absurdity of the scene. Was this truly Huang Wentian, the head of one of the four great families? He was renowned for his arrogance and disdain, even for the city leaders. Yet now, he knelt before Lin Chen, begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Were we dreaming? Or was reality simply too surreal? Money, women, equipment. I will acquire these by my own hand. Lin Chen approached Huang Wentian, his voice calm and detached. As for you, you merely need to die. With that, Lin Chen raised his hand, a wave of intense heat gathering in his palm, poised to unleash at any moment. Just then, a voice thundered from afar. Stop. A figure rushed towards them, tall and imposing, clad in a full suit of crimson armor, exuding an aura of authority. He glared at the unfolding scene, his fierce eyes ablaze with anger. Trailing behind him was a contingent of heavily armored warriors wielding long spears. Upon recognizing him, the crowd gasped in unison. It was Han Chong, the leader of the Tiger Ben army of Jiangnan City. Han Chong, he has come personally? This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. I am terrified. Now that Lord Han Chong has arrived, Lin Chen's fate is sealed. Indeed, to dare act in the city. Lin Chen is finished. Though formidable, Lin Chen pales in comparison to Lord Han Chong. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Chen, halt at once. Han Chong commanded, his voice cold as he raced towards them. You dare to strike within Jiangnan City? Surrender immediately. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. You think I will stop just because you say so? That would be terribly embarrassing for me. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen summoned a burst of flame, unleashing a radiant beam that obliterated Huang Wentian's head in an instant. That audacious brat, Han Chong, witnessing the scene, was consumed by rage. Charging into the estate like a cannonball, his expression menacing as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. You insolent wretch, I commanded you to cease. Yet you dared to slay Huang Wentian. Do you wish to provoke me? Han Chang's voice was cold as he glanced at the lifeless body on the ground. And if I did? Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor languid. In this second life, I act according to my conscience. As long as I am guiltless, why should I be bound by the constraints of others? Humph. Regardless of your excuses, you have murdered Yang Shu and Huang Wentian, and many have witnessed it. Surrender and accompany me quietly, Han Chong said, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, yet he maintained his icy tone. As he spoke, a set of iron chains materialized in his hands, inciting gasps from the onlookers. It is the evil suppression chains. Indeed, a rare consumable of extraordinary quality, murmured the crowd, their expressions filled with schadenfreude. Rumor has it that such an item is valued as highly as some complete sets of equipment. It is said that only the higher-ups of the Tiger Ben army possess it, and once deployed, even a level 30 player would be ensnared and silenced, unable to escape. Huh, it seems Lin Chen is doomed. The assembly looked at Lin Chen with gleeful malice. They were convinced that once Han Chong made his move, Lin Chen would be left with no avenue of escape. Are you not going to investigate the circumstances before deciding to take me down? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His actions against Yang Shu and Huang Wentian were not born of bloodlust, but rather a response to their attempts on his life, an effort to murder and seize his treasures. Humph, all I see is you senselessly slaughtering official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom. Were I not present, the others here would undoubtedly have suffered your treachery. Han Chang retorted coldly, offering no room for debate as he labeled Lin Chen a criminal. Submit and be captured, Lin Chen. Otherwise, I have the authority to execute you on the spot, Han Chang declared, his expression hardening as he advanced toward Lin Chen, brandishing the chains with a menacing intent to apprehend him and deliver a swift judgment. To be honest, had Han Chang truly intended to conduct a thorough investigation and adhere to formal procedures, Lin Chen might have acquiesced, for according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, he had a valid defense. Yet, Han Chang eschewed all dialogue and sought to declare him guilty without due process, even if Lin Chen wished to evade this confrontation. Facing an adversary over 30 levels above him was not an option he would consider lightly. Do you still wish to strike? Han Chang observed Lin Chen's demeanor and could not suppress a mocking laugh. I am unaware of how you dispatched Yang Shu and Huang Wentian. But you do not assume I am as incompetent as those two, do you? If so, I shall execute you right here. With that, Han Chang sneered and unleashed a torrent of red light from his heavy armor. Die! With a swift motion, he sent a razor-sharp wave of energy hurtling toward Lin Chen. Void Walk. Lin Chen, fully aware of the peril posed by his opponent, vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Han Chang in the next instant. Deathwing Mantis, arise. The form of the Deathwing Mantis materialized, launching itself aggressively at Han Chang. Simultaneously, Lin Chen unleashed another fiery ray. Flame Impact. With the force of dual assaults, Han Chang stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground, his composure shattered. Damn it, he barked, genuine fury igniting within him. He had presumed that a mere Lin Chen would succumb effortlessly to his might. To his astonishment, Lin Chen possessed a skill akin to blink, evading his assault and countering with a strike that nearly unseated him. This unexpected turn incited a wave of humiliation and anger within the typically arrogant Han Chang. Lin Chen, you have brought this upon yourself. He seethed through clenched teeth. If you wish to experience the power of the evil suppression chains, I shall oblige. With a flick of his wrist, the chains sprang to life in his grasp. Upon witnessing the evil suppression chains, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that his situation had grown dire. However, he was unafraid of death, thanks to the influence of the Zerg's first innate ability, Heart of the Overlord. As long as he possessed a Zerg, he could resurrect infinitely. This meant he would not truly perish here. The concern lay with his equipment, which would undoubtedly be left behind. Each piece held extraordinary attributes and effects, and the thought of losing them stung deeply. Yet, they were merely possessions, external items. He had acquired them once and could obtain them anew. As long as I remain alive, I need not fear the loss of materials, he thought, allowing calm to wash over him. The glint in his eyes hardened as he regarded Han Chang. Since you are intent on my demise, you will become one of my foes from this day forth. This grudge shall be repaid in due time. Lin Chen closed his eyes, embracing his fate with courage. Han Chang erupted in wild laughter. These evil suppression chains are designed for compulsory targeting. Even if you possess some form of teleportation skill, you will find no escape unless you have a superior control immunity to counter it. I shall see who can rescue you today. However, before Han Chang's words could fully resonate, an icy yet authoritative voice echoed from the heavens. What if I were to save Lin Chen? Chapter 68. The Two Inspectors. What? The crowd gasped in shock, raising their eyes to the sky. There, hovering several hundred meters above, were two figures, one male and one female, radiating a presence as formidable as the blazing sun. The man, in his 40s, possessed a fierce visage akin to a human beast, while the woman, a stunning beauty, donned revealing attire that accentuated her striking features, captivating all men who beheld her. The voice that had spoken belonged to the man, whose words, though softly spoken, resonated throughout the estate as if amplified, reaching the ears of every onlooker. As the crowd beheld the pair, they stood agape, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, someone finally stammered, "Why, you can fly? Are they level 60 players? Look, they are soaring through the sky without any mounts. Surely they are level 60. Good heavens, 2 level 60 players? Have they come to apprehend Lin Chen?" The assembly buzzed with excitement. Level 60 represented a significant threshold for players on Blue Star. Upon reaching this level, a player's three-dimensional attributes, including defense and health, would double. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult for players below level 60 to defeat those above this threshold. The disparity was akin to a chasm. Moreover, achieving flight capability became a hallmark of those who surpassed level 60. What esteemed individuals are they? Even the typically arrogant Han Chang adopted a more respectful demeanor, bowing slightly with caution as he inquired. "I am Inspector Song Chi." With a light scoff, the man leaped down alongside the woman, landing beside Lin Chen and Han Chang. "This gentleman is the inspector, Hua Wuk." Immediately, a look of reverence washed over Han Chang's face as he hastily bowed in greeting. The inspector is a uniquely esteemed position in the Dragon Kingdom, reserved exclusively for individuals of level 60 and above. Consequently, the number of inspectors is exceedingly rare. with only a few hundred across the entire nation. The primary duty of an inspector is akin to that of an imperial envoy from ancient times, endowed with substantial privileges. When assigned a task, even the highest local authority must adhere to their commands. It is precisely for this reason that when an inspector arrives in a given locale, the local leaders and dignitaries extend utmost courtesy, daring not to offend in the slightest. The first reason lies in the extraordinary strength of the inspectors, while the second is the official backing of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they possessed 100-fold courage, they would not dare to defy the Dragon Kingdom's authority. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival, esteemed inspectors. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Han Chang spoke cautiously. We are here to escort Lin Chen. The alluring woman, Hua Wuk, finally interjected, her bright phoenix eyes fixated on Lin Chen, sizing him up with evident interest. Escort Lin Chen. Han Chang was momentarily taken aback. What merit does Lin Chen possess to warrant the attention and rescue of two inspectors? Could it be that Lin Chen is not merely an orphan, but rather the illegitimate child of a significant figure? The thought of having potentially overstepped his bounds drained the color from Han Chang's face, contrasting starkly with his previous arrogant demeanor. Lin Chen, I come on behalf of the Dragon God Academy to extend an invitation for you to join us, the imposing man, Song Qi, proclaimed. Should you choose to enroll in our Dragon God Academy, we are prepared to offer you an annual scholarship of 1 million credit points, alongside a zero-interest credit line of 30 million. Additionally, you will receive 50,000 Academy points and the opportunity to select a rare set of equipment or an extraordinary item. These incentives were merely the introductory benefits. Should you excel within the Academy, further Academy points could be awarded. With sufficient points, even legendary equipment could be exchanged. As Song Qi spoke, a cascade of enticing offers flowed forth. Those present could not help but swallow in awe. Good heavens! The inspectors from the Dragon God Academy have personally come to recruit? Lin Chen must possess quite the connections. The prospect of a scholarship alone was staggering, but the fact that a rare set of gear or extraordinary equipment was also on the table. The Dragon God Academy's power is indeed formidable. How fortunate it would be if I were the one being recruited. The crowd brimmed with envy, wishing they could take Lin Chen's place. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. So it is. I initially thought these two had discovered my secret and were here to interrogate me, he mused, relieved to find that was not the case. Just as he exhaled in relief, the enchanting woman, Hua Wuk, spoke again, her voice sweet and melodious. Little brother Lin Chen, do not be hasty in your acceptance. I too represent Jianghai University in extending a special invitation for you to join us. The benefits we offer are equally compelling. An annual scholarship of 3 million credit points, a zero-interest credit line of 30 million, and 50,000 Academy points. Additionally, you will receive a rare set of equipment or an extraordinary item, or the option to convert it into 100,000 Academy points. However, Hua Wuk continued, suddenly licking her ruby lips and casting a playful glance at Lin Chen. If you feel that is insufficient, I would not mind putting myself on the line. What do you think? Her words carried a provocative undertone, causing many in the vicinity to feel a surge of heat, nearly embarrassing themselves. If memory serves, Hua Wuk is the renowned teacher from Jianghai University, is she not? It is said that she is a dragon sparrow illusionist, exceptionally skilled in illusions, and possesses an innate charm that captivates attention with every move. Feeling her suggestive gaze, Lin Chen's heart stirred, but he quickly suppressed any wayward thoughts. In his past life, Jianghai University, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom, sought to win her hand in marriage. However, her lofty aspirations had kept her distant from all men. Reflecting on the memories of his previous life, Lin Chen's eyes regained their clarity. Chapter 69, Inspector Hua Wuk. For Lin Chen, women were merely embellishments in his journey. What mattered most was the pursuit of strength. How about it, Lin Chen? If you choose to join the Dragon God Academy, we are open to enhancing our scholarship offer, Song Qi interjected, noting Lin Chen's indecision. An annual scholarship of 5 million credit points, a zero-interest credit line of 50 million, and 100,000 Academy points. Moreover, if you are willing, we can provide you with 2 extraordinary items, all of considerable value. What say you? Before he could finish, Hua Wuk chimed in with a playful laugh. Inspector Song, as a senior instructor and inspector of the Dragon God Academy, how can you be so stingy? Jianghai University is willing to double all conditions. Thus, they proposed an annual scholarship of 6 million credit points, a zero-interest credit line of 60 million, and 100,000 Academy points. Moreover, rewards would include 2 rare sets of equipment or 2 extraordinary items, or the option to convert them into 200,000 Academy points. Song Qi huffed in displeasure. Hua Inspector, I've heard that your Jianghai University has suffered significant losses since the last beast siege. How can you still afford such offers? The Dragon God Academy will add 100,000 credit points, 50,000 points, and 1 extraordinary item on top of your current benefits. Watching the heated exchange between Hua Wuk and Song Qi, the crowd was left astonished. These were 2 inspectors. Furthermore, they held the dual roles of esteemed educators from the nation's top universities. Such figures are at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet here they were, bickering in front of everyone to recruit Lin Chen. It was utterly outrageous. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Yanran felt a deep sense of bitterness. They had only just realized that their so-called genius status was confined to the small city of Jiangnan. In contrast, Lin Chen's talents were such that he attracted the attention of two elite institutions. Lin Chen, we have laid out our respective offers. The choice of whom to join ultimately lies with you, Song Qi stated, taking a deep breath. Little brother Lin Chen, think carefully. The trial you conquered, the abyss of trials, is the lost temple of our Jianghai University, indicating that you originally intended to apply to us, right? Hua Wux's bright phoenix eyes sparkled with allure. With that, both fell silent, turning their attention to Lin Chen, awaiting his decision. I choose Jianghai University, Lin Chen declared calmly. Although Jianghai University may not boast the strongest capabilities or the most abundant resources among the three institutions, Lin Chen chose this university because he knew that certain elements within it could exponentially accelerate his growth. A radiant smile graced Hua Wux's enchanting face. Congratulations, little brother Lin Chen. You have made the correct choice. However, Song Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. After letting out a sigh, he refrained from saying much more. As this outcome was anticipated from the moment he arrived, he could only mutter, I told you, he originally intended to apply to Jianghai University. Chen Zhanshin insisted I come here, and now it seems I've made a fruitless trip. Nevertheless, after his complaints, Song Qi still nodded at Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, first and foremost, congratulations on your admission to Jianghai University. Secondly, it appears we have acquainted ourselves today. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I cannot promise to resolve every matter, but here, Song Qi suddenly surveyed the room, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the affluent individuals from Jiangnan City with a cold smirk. If any of these fellows dares to make things difficult for you, I shall not hold back. He concluded, directing his final gaze at Han Chong. What say you, esteemed Lord of the Tiger Ben Army? With just a glance, Han Chong felt an icy chill race down his spine, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss on this sweltering day. Master, I would never dare to offend you. Please rest assured, Han Chong stammered, bowing repeatedly in a display of utmost sincerity and humility. Humph, as long as you understand. Song Qi replied with a cold snort, before softening his expression and nodding at Lin Chen, ultimately departing the scene. Observing Song Qi's retreating figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This fellow seeks to win me over? Perhaps he has recognized my potential for growth. It is well known that anyone who garners the attention and recruitment of both the principals of Longshan Academy and Jianghai University is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although Song Qi occupies a high position, seeking to forge amicable relations is a perfectly natural endeavor. All right, little brother, here is your admission notification from Jianghai University. Once school starts, do remember to look for your sister. Hua Wuke giggled, suddenly producing a jade slip from her bosom and handing it to Lin Chen, before vanishing in a flash of azure light. The jade slip still bore a trace of warmth and fragrance. After accepting it, Lin Chen did not examine it immediately, but instead stowed it away in his backpack. He then turned his curious gaze towards Han Chong. Leader Han, do you still wish to take action against me? A flicker of cold light passed through Han Chang's eyes, quickly masked by a smile. Young brother Lin Chen, why did you not mention your acquaintance with two inspectors earlier? In that case, our misunderstanding is resolved, haha. You won't hold my earlier rashness against me, will you? It was simply my duty that led to my haste. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Chen scoffed. Misunderstanding? Heh, Leader Han speaks so lightly of it. Today's grudge, I shall repay in the future. He then summoned the Deathwing Mantis, soaring out of the manor and disappearing before the crowd. As they watched Lin Chen's departing figure, the onlookers were filled with awe. This Lin Chen had brazenly slain a principal and the head of one of the four great families within their presence. Moreover, he had departed unscathed under the Lord of the Tiger Ben Army, boldly proclaiming his intent for revenge in the future. Such a feat could only be described as defying the heavens. Lin Chen, this could spell trouble. He had inadvertently entangled himself with such formidable figures. What should he do now? Han Chong appeared particularly bitter. Originally, he had thought Lin Chen merely a minor character, someone he could easily eliminate to sate his bloodlust. Little did he know that even inspectors sought to win Lin Chen over, openly displaying their camaraderie. Now, it seemed he was doomed. No, he couldn't just sit back and wait for his fate. It appeared he would have to concede to their demands. With a sigh, Han Chong's eyes suddenly took on a malevolent glint. Chapter 70, Mo Qin Yun, the Mo family. Brother-in-law, you really got admitted to Jianghai University? Mo Honglu blinked her sparkling eyes in astonishment. Beside her, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, casually popping a grape into his mouth, replying somewhat indistinctly, given my scores. It's only natural that I would be among the top 3 in the Lost Shrine Team's clearance record. Wasn't my admission to be expected? However, there is still a month until the semester begins, so I need to prepare. Prepare for what? Mo Honglu asked, her curiosity piqued. The little girl clung to Lin Chen, her small chest brushing against his arm, a sweet fragrance wafting over that made Lin Chen unwittingly react. Ahem, although Jianghai University has admitted me, according to regulations, I must reach level 10 before the semester starts, or I will be turned away at the gates, Lin Chen explained. 1 month to reach level 10? That sounds incredibly difficult, Mo Honglu exclaimed, her mouth agape. After all, they had only awakened their professions 2 to 3 months ago. To ascend from level 1 to level 10 in such a short span? For many, that was an unfathomable speed. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Do you see why Jianghai University only enrolls so few students each year? Just this requirement alone likely eliminates a significant number of candidates. Jianghai University, being one of the most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, had a remarkably high threshold. Merely achieving the level 10 requirement within months would daunt many, let alone the other criteria. For Lin Chen, reaching level 10 in a month was a trivial task. In fact, he needed to deliberately suppress his growth to avoid drawing undue attention. Just then, 2 individuals entered the room, a man and a woman. The woman was Mo Hongli, while the man appeared middle-aged, of average height, yet exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing him, Mo Honglu sprang to her feet. Dad, what brings you here? This man was none other than Mo Qingyun, the head of the Mo family. Given his status, Lin Chen, residing under the Mo family's roof, couldn't he afford to be disrespectful? He promptly stood and nodded. Master Mo, it is an honor to meet you. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard tales regarding Mo Qingyun. Although his abilities were rather ordinary, he had, through sheer determination, established the Mo family as one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City within a mere 30 years. There's no need for such formality. We've met before. You simply did not notice me, Mo Qingyun said warmly, waving Lin Chen to sit. At the commencement ceremony, during the auction, and in the recent sensational event regarding the slaying of Yang Shu and Huang Wentian, Mo Qingyun had seen Lin Chen multiple times but had lacked the opportunity to greet him. Now, standing before Lin Chen, he couldn't help but scrutinize him with visible satisfaction. After a long while, Mo Qingyun turned to his daughter, smiling broadly. Hongli, you have good taste. Lin Chen is indeed a remarkable young man, with impressive strength and potential. I can rest easy in trusting you to him. This statement rendered Mo Hongli's cheeks a bright crimson. Dad, what are you saying? Hongli, are you implying that you do not like Lin Chen? Mo Qingyun, well aware of his daughter's feelings, teased her with a knowing smile. I'm not talking to you anymore. Mo Hongli, blushing fiercely, could not retort. So she stomped her foot in frustration and dashed away. Watching Mo Hongli's retreating figure, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. If he claimed to harbor no feelings for Mo Hongli, that would be a blatant lie. Yet, it remained merely a thought for now. His current priority was to focus on enhancing his strength. In his past life, Lin Chen, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the world, found himself devoid of any female companionship. This was primarily due to Lin Qingshua's assertion that she had no desire for a sister-in-law, despite her never truly regarding him as an elder brother. Nonetheless, this did not deter Lin Qingxue from relishing Lin Chen's care while simultaneously presenting him with an array of unreasonable, even absurd demands. In this lifetime, free from the burdens posed by Lin Qingxue, he could pursue his emotions without restraint. Yet, he deemed such pursuits unnecessary. His focus remained steadfastly on enhancing his strength. Power. Only power could govern all. Lin Chen's mind was remarkably clear, devoid of any distractions. Master Mo, your visit today surely transcends merely wishing to see me. He spoke with an air of calm. He harbored little belief that Mo Qingyun summoned him solely to facilitate a connection with Mo Hongli. My young friend Lin, you are indeed forthright. Mo Qingyun chuckled lightly. Indeed, my purpose for coming is to deliver the skill books you requested. With that, he opened his backpack, producing several skill books that radiated a myriad of colors, placing them upon the table before Lin Chen. This skill Lin Chen's attention was immediately captured by one particular skill. Upon closer inspection, a wave of delight surged through him. Summon low-tier elements, soulfire, and telekinesis. These skills were precisely what he required. Lin Chen was elated. Although he currently possessed formidable strength, his repertoire of skills was rather limited, with most being merely transitional. It is essential for a practitioner to finalize all their skills before reaching level 10. Any modifications thereafter require careful consideration. Each skill, aside from its quality, is also categorized by level. The higher the skill's level, the greater its damage and effects. However, while most skills cap at level 20, the difficulty of upgrading them often surpasses that of leveling up. In most cases, even practitioners at level 60 find their skills hovering around level 10. Nonetheless, each incremental level significantly enhances damage and effects, which explains why the majority of practitioners finalize their core skills before level 10. A slight deficiency in the level of core skills can adversely impact overall strength. Mo Hongli informed me of the transaction between you two, Mo Qingyun stated earnestly. These skills are all on your list, serving as remuneration for your ability to bring Hongli into Jianghai University. I hope you will not decline. Lin Chen, without hesitation, gathered all the skill books, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, these are precisely what I need. Chapter 71, The Summoner's Divine Skill, Soulfire. For Lin Chen, who currently lacked skills, each of these was of paramount importance. Not to mention, The mere presence of soulfire was enough to elate him. Name, soulfire. Type, active skill. Quality, rare. Level, 1. Consumption, 1 of maximum mana per second. Range, 50 meters. Effect, releases soulfire to cause damage. For each summoned entity you possess, the skill's damage will increase by a certain percentage. To an ordinary summoner, this skill might seem rather trivial, with few opting to carry it. After all, the typical summoner can summon only a handful, perhaps a dozen, beings. The characteristic of soulfire is that the more summoned entities one possesses, the higher the damage output, which offers only a negligible enhancement to most. However, for Lin Chen, the Swarm Master, who possesses an unlimited capacity for summoned entities and the potential for rapid summoning, this rare skill could yield effects akin to legendary abilities. Master Mo, if you have something to say, please be straightforward, Lin Chen remarked coolly. I find it hard to believe that you summoned me solely for conversation and the delivery of skill books. If it were simply about the books, Mo Hongli could have come herself without troubling you to make the journey. Ah, Lin, you are indeed astute. Mo Qingyun chuckled, unperturbed by being seen through. Ahem. The transaction between you and Hongli has concluded, and I wish to propose another deal. I wonder if you would be interested? Go on, Lin Chen replied noncommittally, not immediately agreeing. I would like you to assist in bringing Hongli to level 10 before Jianghai University. In return, I will provide you with the location of a level 4, 10-level boss. A level 4 boss? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Every creature possesses a tier classification. Under equal levels, a higher tier denotes greater power, akin to the quality of equipment and skills. Moreover, higher tier beasts yield superior loot. Although this level 4 boss is merely level 10, it poses no significant challenge for him at this moment. Additionally, under the influence of Greedy Soul, he would secure loot twice over. This effectively equates to facing 2 level 4 bosses. Lin Chen weighed the pros and cons briefly before nodding with excitement. This deal was indeed worthwhile. Very well, I accept your proposal. Here are the coordinates of that monster. Mo Qingyun's face brightened as he handed over a token. However, this boss resides deep within the wilderness, so exercise caution. Understood. Lin Chen nodded, unfazed. The wilderness is a region beyond the gathering place, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with danger. Typically, practitioners only dare to enter the wilderness in groups, and even then, they seldom venture too deep. Yet for Lin Chen, it was but a slight escalation from his abyssal challenges. After perusing the information on the token, Lin Chen left a message to wait for his return before departing. Observing Lin Chen's retreating figure, Mo Qingyun wore a satisfied smile. Now, you'll be spending a month with Hongli. It will be difficult not to develop feelings. The opportunity is yours to seize, Hongli. Soaring through the sky atop the Deathwing Mantis, Lin Chen gazed down upon the forest below. Is this the Darklands? In his previous life, he had not had the chance to explore this area before departing from Jiangnan City. The level 4 boss, the Magma Giant, was once a formidable entity, requiring considerable effort and resources from the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan City to defeat. He had not anticipated that in this life, Mo Qingyun would provide him with the coordinates of this boss, a most unexpected boon. The forest beneath was dense and verdant, yet it bore an ominous aura. The Darklands. This region lay far from the gathering place, replete with peril. Merely passing through, Lin Chen noticed numerous ferocious beasts glaring up at him, emitting threatening growls. It was evident that without the flight capabilities of his winged bees and Deathwing Mantis, he would encounter significant trouble along the way. No wonder everyone yearns for flying mounts. The terrain advantage is overwhelmingly substantial. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he reveled in this realization, a swarm of figures suddenly appeared before him, launching a fierce assault without warning. Iron-beaked cranes. Their attack power is not particularly formidable, yet their defense is exceptional, and they are exceedingly swift. Typically, they travel in packs, making them quite troublesome. Lin Chen swiftly assessed the group of beasts before him. Around 30 iron-beaked cranes had surrounded him and the Deathwing Mantis, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Although this group of iron-beaked cranes predominantly resides at levels 5 to 6, the Deathwinged Mantis can effortlessly mow them down, annihilating them in an instant. However, their sheer numbers, compounded by the presence of Lin Chen, who finds himself constrained and forced into a defensive posture, renders the situation quite vexing. Cease at once. Let me take over, Lin Chen commanded, instructing the Deathwinged Mantis to halt its attack. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a sphere of black flame that materialized abruptly in the air. The flames resembled a dark inferno, exuding an aura of death so potent that merely gazing upon it felt as if one's very soul might be drawn into its depths. This skill was none other than Soul Fire, which Lin Chen had recently acquired. Go, he murmured softly, and the black soul fire coalesced into a fiery orb that hurtled towards the nearest iron-beaked crane. With a sizzle, the orb detonated, engulfing the unsuspecting cranes in a conflagration. You have slain Iron-beaked Crane 10, earning 5,000 experience points. The diminutive fireball exploded before him, instantly enveloping a throng of iron-beaked cranes, consuming them whole. Impressive. Lin Chen could not help but nod in satisfaction. The Soul Fire, while linked to the damage and number of summoned entities, possessed an additional hidden characteristic. It could be shaped into various forms, each inflicting different levels of damage. For instance, merely wrapping an enemy in soul fire to scorch them would yield only the base damage of the soul fire itself. However, if it were molded into a fireball, the damage would increase by 10%. If shaped into a flame ray, the damage would escalate by 15%. A flame chain would enhance the damage by 20%. And if one were to manifest it as a fire phoenix, or even mimic a fire dragon, the damage could reach terrifying heights. In essence, the more complex the form, the greater the damage. Chapter 72. A fusion once more, molten fire insect. However, similarly, the complexity of manipulating the soul fire into intricate shapes demanded higher mental power and level. Currently, Lin Chen could only transform it into basic shapes like fireballs, firewalls, and fire chains. Yet, as his mental power and level increased, so too would the variety of forms he could command. With a casual flick, he unleashed several fireballs, effortlessly dispatching the remaining iron-beaked cranes, collecting a bounty of experience before converting their corpses into energy points, nodding in satisfaction. The damage of the soul fire was indeed formidable, yet it consumed mana at an alarming rate. Lin Chen glanced at his mana bar. After less than a minute of wielding the soul fire, his mana had diminished by more than half. Alas, soul fire consumed mana as a percentage, rendering even the most abundant mana reserves insufficient without an adequate recovery rate. If only he had a piece of equipment that could significantly enhance mana recovery. Otherwise, he would have to rely on mana potions. Pondering this, Lin Chen retrieved a bottle of blue potion from his backpack and consumed it. Mana potion restores 20 of maximum mana within 5 seconds. Effects do not stack. The mana potion, colloquially known as the blue bottle, was counterpart by the life potion, referred to as the red bottle. Almost every practitioner would stash several sets of red and blue bottles in their inventory, as most classes either struggled with mana or lacked means for health recovery, or both. However, equipment that restored mana was exceedingly rare. Lin Chen merely mused about it, shaking his head before directing the death-winged mantis onward. After nearly half an hour of flight, Lin Chen was elated to finally behold a volcano spewing molten lava, a sight that heralded his arrival at last. This was the infamous Molten Fire Fortress, a location once overlooked by all. Though devoid of ferocious beasts, it was infested with volatile earth and fire elementals. These creatures, typically around level 8, were astonishingly numerous. A single skirmish would attract throngs of them. Furthermore, the loot they dropped was notoriously scant, with one notable item being the molten core, a material of rare quality, the purpose of which remained an enigma to this day. Consequently, this place had gradually fallen into desolation, seldom visited by adventurers seeking both difficulty and paltry rewards. Until now, it became evident that by sequentially activating 5 runes surrounding the Molten Fire Fortress, one could summon the 4th-tier boss, the Molten Giant. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully at the information relayed to him via his tablet, and without hesitation, he leaped down to the ground. The moment his feet touched the land of the Molten Fire Fortress, a horde of monsters converged upon him. Name: Fire Elemental. Level: 8. Health: 240. Strength: 7. Agility: 67. Mentality: 92. Skills: Fireball, Ignite, Lava Shield, Melt Ground. The fire elemental was a pure elemental being, its form entirely enveloped in lava and flames, lacking legs. Instead, floating in the air. Fire elementals were innate fire mages, possessing little intellect, driven solely by instinct. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's descent, they launched a frenzied assault without hesitation. Death-winged mantis, eliminate them, Lin Chen commanded indifferently. With a powerful flap of its wings, the death-winged mantis shot forth like a black lightning bolt, cleaving a fire elemental in two. Subsequently, it rampaged through the fire elementals, dispatching them with the ease of harvesting crops. For other practitioners, the congregation of fire elementals might pose a significant challenge. Yet for Lin Chen, they were a bountiful source of experience. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, earning 500 experience. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, earning 500 experience. Your summoned creature has slain a fire elemental, earning 500 experience. In no time, under the relentless slaughter of the death-winged mantis, the fire elementals fell in heaps, transforming into Lin Chen's experience. What is this? As he prepared to head towards the first rune, Lin Chen stumbled upon a gemstone amidst a pile of white equipment. Picking it up, he read, Name: Molten Core. Type: Material. Quality: Rare. Description: The essence of underground magma, brimming with surging fire attribute energy. So, this was the Molten Core, Lin Chen realized. In his previous life, he had heard of this seemingly worthless material, though he had never encountered it personally. The Molten Core was indeed aptly dubbed as such. The residents of Jiangnan City had scoured every recipe, yet none could ascertain its purpose. Consequently, the Molten Core had become a mere trinket hoarded by merchants. As it was utterly unsellable, with a slight grimace, Lin Chen contemplated discarding it. However, just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Special template detected. capable of fusion evolution with specific insect species? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This molten core was, astonishingly, a special template? What a windfall. Without delay, he entered the Dominion world and placed the molten core before the stone tablet. Instantaneously, ding! Special item detected. Please select your desired operation. Fusion. Lin Chen did not hesitate. Fusion. Please select the insect unit for fusion. Lin Chen pondered. Knifeworm. I already possess the death-winged mantis. Even if I were to fuse, the functions would overlap. As for the stinger insect and brain insect, they are ranged units, and my firepower is already sufficient. I shall choose the winged bee. Nodding decisively, he selected to fuse with the winged bee. Are you certain you wish to fuse the two? Confirm. With a low exclamation, a winged bee before him erupted in radiant light. Suddenly, a colossal, menacing, fire-red insectoid creature materialized before him. Name, Molten Flame Insect. Rank, Level 2 Insectoid. Agility, 92. Strength, 85. Spirit, 95. Skills, Lava Breath, Molten Bomb, Dive Bombardment, Lava Shield, Molten Aura, Fire, and Wind Flash. The Molten Flame Insect measured approximately 3 meters in length, with a wingspan reaching a staggering 5 meters. Its overall appearance resembled a fusion of a western dragon and some form of insectoid, rendering it remarkably agile and lithe. However, this amalgamation did not appear grotesque. Rather, it imparted an air of coldness and ruthlessness, lacking the overwhelming dominance and majesty typically associated with dragonkind. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the attributes of the molten flame insect seemed inferior compared to the similarly evolved deathwing mantis, it was crucial to note that the molten core was merely a rare quality drop, easily obtainable from fire elementals. This meant that the molten flame insect could indeed be mass-produced. Chapter 73, Surge of Forces, Power Amplified. Splendid. This bounty was indeed substantial. Lin Chen nodded in delight. Initially, he had anticipated only a single boss reward, but unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. First, he would clear this area of fire elementals. With a thought, the insectoid army materialized around him, filling the surrounding space with hundreds of insects. Go, eliminate all the fire elementals in the vicinity and bring back the equipment. Lin Chen commanded decisively. Upon receiving the order, the insectoid army dispersed like a tidal wave, heading to slay the distant fire and earth elementals. Moments later, a series of notification sounds filled the air. Your summoned creatures have slain a fire elemental, earning 500 experience. Your summoned creatures have slain a fire elemental, earning 500 experience. Ah, how delightful it is to receive experience while reclining. Surely, only I could achieve such a feat, Lin Chen thought, as he retrieved a lounge chair from his bag, comfortably settling into it while activating a fan, feeling quite pleased. Ordinary adventurers would avoid those fire elementals at all costs, maintaining a safe distance. Only he could view this place as a treasure trove for gaining experience and molten cores. Lin Chen yawned, commanded the deathwing mantis to guard him, and promptly fell asleep in the lounge chair. He slept soundly for over 2 hours until a notification roused him. Ding! Your level has risen to level 9. Earning 1 attribute point. Please select your allocation. Opening his eyes and rubbing them, Lin Chen was astonished. Had he truly reached level 9 so swiftly? He had intended to moderate his leveling pace. It seemed he would need to exercise restraint moving forward. Although the entrance requirement for Jianghai University was level 10, a threshold that typically demanded considerable effort and resources from standard adventurers, Lin Chen needed to be mindful of his leveling speed to avoid drawing undue attention. After all, should he decide to fully commit to leveling, with a modicum of effort, reaching level 10, or even level 15, within a month would be entirely feasible. But Lin Chen could not afford to do so. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities, he preferred not to attract excessive scrutiny within Jianghai University. Moreover, gaining 1 or 2 levels offered minimal enhancement for him. His strength was fundamentally reliant on the quantity and quality of his forces. Levels merely granted a few attribute points. After casually allocating his attribute point to spirit, Lin Chen stood, stretching and yawning. A glance at his inventory revealed his pleasant surprise. He had amassed 34 molten cores. This meant he could potentially fuse 34 molten flame insects. However, just as he was about to proceed, Lin Chen was taken aback. Insufficient energy points? He had over 10,000 energy points. How could that be insufficient? Standing before the Dominator Monument, he attempted to initiate the fusion, only to be met with the notification indicating a lack of energy points. Ah, so that's how it is. Lin Chen sighed in realization. It turned out that fusing an insectoid required 3,000 energy points each, and that was merely the basic requirement. For instance, fusing a deathwing mantis demanded a staggering 5,000 energy points. Lin Chen had been preoccupied with other matters recently, neglecting to monitor his energy points closely. Now, he found himself in dire need of energy points. Shaking his head, he felt a pang of frustration. When he first acquired the Insectoid Dominator ability, he had assumed energy points were solely for nurturing insectoids, not realizing their extensive utility across various domains. he would need to pay closer attention moving forward. However, how could he amass energy points in abundance? Lin Chen pondered. Theoretically, any item rich in energy could be decomposed into energy points. For example, the corpses of ferocious beasts and various materials. Naturally, equipment could also suffice. Overall, decomposing white-grade equipment appeared to be the most cost-effective avenue for acquiring energy points. Lin Chen sighed, resolving to purchase white-grade equipment in bulk for decomposition into energy points. With determination, he glanced at his remaining energy points, performed a brief calculation, and proceeded to fuse the remaining 4-winged bees into molten flame insects. Though the numbers had dwindled, it was time to bolster his forces. Contemplating his remaining energy points, Lin Chen stroked his chin, deciding to initiate a surge in troop production. Nurture 100 blade bugs, 50 stingers, 50 brain bugs, and 10 flame worms. Ding. Total energy point consumption, 3750. Do you confirm? Confirm. Nurturing successful. Instantly, a swarm of newly hatched insectoids emerged around him, further augmenting Lin Chen's army. His current forces included blade bugs, 300, stingers, 100, brain bugs, 100, flame worms, 30, ironclad blade bugs, 4, molten flame insects, 5, deathwing mantis, 1. Although still a far cry from overwhelming numbers, his forces had begun to take shape. Excellent. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the increase in summoned creatures, his attributes surged as well. Despite currently being only level 9, his strength had soared to an astonishing 254. This stat was already comparable to some level 20 adventurers. The more summoned creatures he had, the stronger his attributes became. And this was merely a modest insect horde of fewer than 600. He could scarcely imagine how formidable he would become with 1,000,000, or even 1,000,000,000, insects at his command. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. In his previous life, although he had been a figure at the pinnacle of the world, he had still needed to bow before colossal powers like the Dragon Kingdom and the United States. However, in this life, if he could rise to prominence, he might even compel the world to bow before him. Just then, a series of notifications interrupted his thoughts. Your summoned creature, Blade Bug, has been slain. Your summoned creature, Blade Bug, has been slain. Your summoned creature, Blade Bug, has been slain. A barrage of notifications rang in his ears, indicating the loss of over 10 blade bugs in a single instant. The sudden turn of events caused Lin Chen to furrow his brow, a mix of surprise and confusion washing over him. What is happening? My blade bugs are being killed? It's worth noting that while these fire elementals are high level and possess considerable damage, they lack any intelligence. Against the relentless assault of the blade bugs, they should have been merely fodder for slaughter. Could it be that they have encountered some formidable foe? Had he encountered other players once more? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, discerning the direction before leaping onto the back of the deathwing mantis, gliding silently towards a certain location. Chapter 74, The Conspiracy of the Islanders. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the molten fortress, a group of over 50 individuals stood before a lake of lava. Each was adorned in traditional attire from the islands. Leading the group were an elderly man and a young warrior. Fujimoto Harukuin, your II/ has reached level 3, significantly increasing your damage output. Ha! Exclaimed a diminutive, wiry old man clad in traditional island garb, showering praise upon the man before him. The young man, Fujimoto Haru, donned the attire of a so-called island samurai. Yet the outfit appeared somewhat incongruous on him, rendering a rather comical sight. Haru could not suppress a proud smile at the compliment. Akita Kena-san. This is all thanks to your excellent support. Without your Amaterasu aura, my damage wouldn't be so formidable, capable of slaying these monstrous insects in a single strike. Not at all, the gaunt old man Akita humbly replied. By the way, Akita Kenta's eyes glinted with realization as he glanced at the insect corpses on the ground. These creatures yield no experience upon being slain, and my detection skills prove ineffective. Are they some sort of special monsters? Such details are of little consequence. Fujimoto Haru waved his hand dismissively. Kenta-san, let us not forget that our fathers dispatched us to the Dragon Kingdom with the intent of sowing chaos. Only through such acts can we avenge the death of my grandfather at the hands of those accursed Dragon Kingdom denizens. My grandfather merely killed a few ignorant commoners within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and yet the official decree was a death sentence. Fujimoto Haru's voice brimmed with indignation. In their islands, a practitioner could slay commoners by merely paying a fine. Even noble practitioners could murder their peers on the streets for sport without provoking any uproar. Who would have imagined that in the Dragon Kingdom, taking a few lives on a whim would result in a death sentence, with no recourse for the island's officials to intervene? Fujimoto Haru's lips parted to utter words that would undoubtedly astonish outsiders. Now that we have learned that activating the molten fortress will trigger a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entirety of Jiangnan City, let us proceed. This is the price you pay for daring to slay our islanders. Akita Kenta nodded in agreement, then turned to inquire. Han Chong, is it true that the ruins of the molten fortress are nearby? One from the crowd stepped forward, wearing the uniform of the Tiger Ben army, his expression dark and foreboding. It was none other than Han Chong, the the leader of Jiangnan City's Tiger Ben army. Ironically, just a few months prior, these islanders had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom under the guise of tourism. Upon their arrival, they had ingratiated themselves with the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. While most of the officials were amenable, Han Chang was a man who would stop at nothing for power and survival. Coincidentally, the islanders often gifted him equipment and consumables, fostering a close relationship between them. Through their interactions, the islanders discerned that Han Chang was a man driven solely by profit, ruthless in his pursuits. Consequently, they proposed a plan to create widespread chaos in the Dragon Kingdom as an act of vengeance. However, Han Chang, though cruel and unscrupulous, was not devoid of intelligence. While it was easy to compel him to eliminate a specific individual, orchestrating mass chaos would inevitably draw the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's war god. He did not believe he could evade scrutiny under such circumstances. Thus, he flatly rejected the islanders' request. It was only when Lin Chen vowed to seek revenge that Han Chang felt a twinge of fear. Indeed, faced with certain death either way, he thought it prudent to eliminate Lin Chen first and then follow the islanders back to their homeland. Without hesitation, Han Chang acquiesced to Fujimoto Haru's request and divulged the secrets he had guarded for years. Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Akita, I assure you, I once stumbled upon an item years ago that revealed the method to activate the Molten Fortress and summon the hidden boss. But my lack of strength prevented me from doing so. Now, I present it to you. Simply eliminate Lin Chen when he arrives. As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes at the mere mention of Lin Chen's name. Lin Chen. Hee. You previously mentioned that the terms of our collaboration necessitated killing this fellow, Fujimoto Haru remarked with intrigue. Rest assured, once the volcano erupts, Jiangnan City will descend into chaos. At that point, I shall strike and eliminate Lin Chen. Assassination is, after all, the forte of our noble island ninjas, hee. Han Chang cautioned, Mr. Fujimoto, please be wary. This Lin Chen is no ordinary practitioner. Exercise utmost caution. He understood that Lin Chen was someone capable of exchanging blows with him. Had it not been for the evil binding chains in his possession, it would have taken considerable effort to subdue him. Hee. I am a level 20 practitioner, equipped with several extraordinary items. Even among the youth of my family, my prowess is unmatched. Fujimoto Haru retorted irritably, dealing with a mere level 8 triviality? Surely, I won't falter. I harbor no doubts about your capabilities. However, I cannot be present at the scene. I shall take my leave now. Remember to compensate me later and grant me citizenship of the island nation, Han Chang sighed, casually remarking. Were it not for his desire to avoid leaving traces that would lead back to him, he might have acted himself rather than seeking the assistance of Fujimoto Haru and his ilk. Shaking his head, Han Chang divulged the method to activate the Molten Fortress and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, behind a massive boulder, Lin Chen held a crystal of imagery, unable to suppress his surprise. This crystal, a consumable, functioned much like a camera, capturing images and sounds. This Han Chang, attempting to collude with the islanders to incite chaos in his homeland, the Dragon Kingdom? I initially thought him merely a bloodthirsty brute. I never imagined he could descend to such depths of inhumanity. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, surveying the scene below. Hee islanders, since you've come here, you might as well leave your lives behind. With a cold chuckle, Lin Chen patted the Deathwing mantis beneath him, soaring stealthily towards a designated location. Chapter 75. Are the bosses of the Dragon Kingdom this formidable? Approximately 2 hours later, Fujimoto Haru and his group, after tremendous effort, successfully activated all the ruins. In an instant, the vast molten fortress erupted, spewing forth countless rivers of lava that blotted out the sun. At the volcano's mouth, a massive figure exceeding 10 meters in height materialized, the boss of the molten fortress, the lava giant. The lava giant was a gigantic fire elemental, wielding a colossal axe and clad in impenetrable armor, its lower body ensconced in swirling lava, continuously drawing energy from the earth. This was one reason why the lava giant, despite being merely level 10, had inflicted such grievous losses on the practitioners of Jiangnan City in the ages to come. As long as the volcano remained active, it would regenerate at an alarming rate. According to some statistics from future practitioners, the regeneration rate of the magma giant is approximately 50 of its maximum health per second. Even with wounded, the healing amount of this formidable boss can only be reduced by half, resulting in a recovery of 25 per second. However, despite this limitation as a 4th-tier boss, the magma giant boasts a staggering health pool of 150,000, recovering around 3,750 health points every second. It appears that as long as the damage per second exceeds 3,750, it might be feasible to gradually whittle down the magma giant's health. Yet, in reality, the magma giant, being situated within a volcano, can harness the volcanic power to unleash lava shockwaves and summon an endless array of fire elementals to aid in battle. Consequently, when the magma giant first emerged in the past, numerous adventurers perished at its hands, and it wreaked havoc for over a month before its weaknesses were discovered. At this moment, is this the magma giant? Fujimoto Haru gazed at the colossal fire elemental, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. According to Han Chang, Defeating this boss would unlock the final rune, granting them control over the entire volcano. Without further ado, let us make our move, he urged. Akita Kinta nodded in agreement, his anticipation palpable. The thought of slaying a dragon from the kingdom of Long made both their hearts race with excitement. Witness my draw slash. Fujimoto Haru scoffed, unsheathing his katana. A sudden flash of cold light erupted as the sword's aura surged toward the enormous lava giant. Draw slash. Rare, unsheath your weapon to inflict area damage. Damage coefficient is related to proficiency. Proficiency is a unique talent of Fujimoto Haru's class, Island Samurai, Craftsman's Spirit. The more frequently a skill is utilized, the higher its proficiency becomes, ultimately reaching the level of a master. Although his draw slash had yet to attain the mastery of a legendary swordsman, it was nearing that pinnacle, coupled with the attributes of his 3 extraordinary pieces of equipment and his level 22 status. Effortlessly defeating a level 10 boss should be a walk in the park, he thought smugly. However, the anticipated scenario of the magma giant collapsing did not materialize. Instead, a fully healthy boss, adorned with a hint of mockery, gazed down upon the diminutive islanders. With a thunderous roar, the magma giant unleashed a column of lava that obliterated 3 of the island's guards in an instant. What? Fujimoto Haru exclaimed in shock. He had never imagined that his strike would not only fail to fell the magma giant, but would scarcely even scratch its health. How is this possible? I am the strongest among the younger generation of my family. How could I fail to inflict even a sliver of damage on a level 10 boss? This cannot be. As Fujimoto Haru stood in disbelief, the magma giant roared once more, spewing forth a rain of lava from the volcano's mouth, drenching the platform before the fortress. This was the infamous lava rain that would later become a bane for adventurers in Jiangnan City. This skill not only dealt immense damage, but was also exceedingly challenging to evade, falling like real raindrops. Any ordinary adventurer caught in its path would suffer significant fire damage and be afflicted with the Ember-entangled debuff, reducing their movement speed by 30, making it even more difficult to dodge the fiery downpour. Only certain tank classes could barely withstand this skill, though their health would plummet by over half. Fujimoto Haru was completely dumbfounded. Is this truly a level 10 boss? Are the bosses of the Kingdom of Long this formidable? Even level 20 bosses from the islands are rarely so powerful. No wonder the Kingdom of Long produces such exceptional talent. Their monsters are incredibly strong. As he frantically sought to evade the falling lava rain, he shouted, "Everyone, disperse." Akita Kenta, flustered, directed the others, "Be mindful of the attacks. I'll provide healing. Do not scatter." Yet, the guards who had once followed Fujimoto Haru were now in utter disarray, heedless of his commands, desperately dodging the boss's onslaught. Many were incinerated to ashes upon contact with the lava, illustrating the terrifying damage of the magma giant. "Young master, perhaps we should retreat? While avenging the Kingdom of Long is paramount, your safety is of utmost importance," Akita Kenta suggested, swallowing hard at the sight of the chaos. "Agreed," Fujimoto Haru replied without hesitation. This boss had nearly wiped them out with merely 2 skills. Who could predict if it would enter a berserk state or transition to a second phase? Even with double their numbers, they might face total annihilation. As Fujimoto Haru turned to flee, his eyes fell upon a terrifying sight. A multitude of grotesque insectoid creatures had inexplicably surrounded them, covering the mountainside. A young man stood upon one of the flying beasts, arms crossed, observing them with keen interest. It was Lin Chen. Upon noticing Fujimoto Haru's turn, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for drawing out the magma giant's lava rain. Otherwise, I would have found it quite challenging to engage this boss. However, your usefulness has now been exhausted. As the saying goes, only the deceased islanders are good islanders. Allow me to send you on your way." Fujimoto Haru's eyes widened in shock. "Who are you? How long have you been following us?" "The dead have no need for such knowledge," Lin Chen replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Attack." Instantly, 100 stingers and 100 brain bugs launched their assault, unleashing a storm of projectiles and fireballs. "This is bad," Fujimoto Haru cried out in alarm, hastily shouting, "Spirit Guardian Shield." Suddenly, a semi-transparent, menacing creature manifested before Fujimoto Haru and Akita Kenta, its presence rippling as the stingers and fireballs struck, absorbing the incoming damage. "What? Just one attack, and my Spirit Guardian Shield has lost over half its charge?" Fujimoto Haru's eyes widened in terror, his breathing quickening, his heart racing. This was an extraordinary piece of equipment bestowed by his father. Even a mage of the same level would struggle to breach such a shield. Why is this person so powerful? He is a summoner. Yet even the summoners of our islands are not this formidable. As he beheld the swarming insectoids, many of which had yet to engage, clearly holding back their strength, Fujimoto Haru could not suppress his gulp of dread. Trembling, he said, "Esteemed sir, I am the young master of the Fujimoto family from the islands. No matter who you are, I implore you to spare us for the time being. I shall repay your mercy." On the surface, Fujimoto Haru appeared to plead earnestly, but internally he seethed with rage, vowing to inform his father of this affront and ensure the perpetrator faced relentless torment. The Fujimoto family? Lin Chen paused at the mention of the name. Currently, it was a rather obscure family, merely a minor entity among the islands. Yet, in the future, the Fujimoto family would rise rapidly, transforming from a negligible family into one of the foremost clans in the islands within a few years. The reasons behind this are known to few. However, Lin Chen, having once stood at the pinnacle of the world, was privy to some of the hidden truths. It is said that in a previous life, the Fujimoto family possessed a key to the abyss. After expending considerable effort to unlock its secrets, they acquired a divine artifact that elevated their entire clan to heights of prosperity. Lin Chen squinted thoughtfully, pondering the true nature and effects of that artifact. He chuckled softly, realizing that now that he had knowledge of it in this life, it would be best for him to claim that equipment. Weighing the pros and cons internally, his expression remained unperturbed. Then, he spoke with nonchalance. The Fujimoto family? I have never heard of them. Perhaps it would be better for you to perish. With that, several molten fire insects behind him roared in unison and opened their fearsome jaws, unleashing a terrifying torrent of searing flames. Lava breath. You despicable denizens of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you ambush us? Fujimoto Haru and Akita Kinta were utterly unprepared for Lin Chen's sudden assault and could only hastily summon the Shikigami shield to feebly resist. However, even extraordinary equipment has its limits of resistance. Lin Chen sneered at the unfolding scene. As expected, under the relentless assault of 5 molten fire insects, Fujimoto Haru and Akita Kinta watched in despair as the Shikigami shield shattered with a resounding crash. The lava breath engulfed them, and their health plummeted drastically. Ah, curse you, Dragon Kingdom scum. You will pay for this. My father will not spare you. Fujimoto Haru, engulfed in flames, could not help but howl in agony. A pitiful sight indeed. Akita Kinta joined in the cries, pleading for mercy, hoping Lin Chen might spare them. Yet Lin Chen merely observed the scene with indifference, showing no sign of compassion. Spare them? What a jest. In a past life, while these individuals did not fully trigger the eruption of the volcano to obliterate the entirety of Jiangnan City, they did activate part of its power, leading to the untimely deaths of many adventurers training in the wilderness of Jiangnan. Furthermore, the enmity between the island nation and the Dragon Kingdom runs deep. In the face of such adversaries, Lin Chen knew nothing of leniency. Your summoned creature has slain the adventurer, Fujimoto Haru, gaining 1100 experience and 1 sin value. Your summoned creature has slain the adventurer, Akita Kinta, gaining 1100 experience and 1 sin value. Moments later, 2 notifications chimed in his ears. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, stepping forward to collect the equipment that had dropped from the 2. Oh, it seems Fujimoto Haru was quite affluent, possessing 3 pieces of extraordinary equipment. Lin Chen marveled. It is rare for an ordinary level 20 adventurer to own extraordinary gear. Only the young masters of such minor families could boast such lavish possessions. Among these extraordinary items was the Shikigami shield he had just utilized, though it now displayed that it had exhausted its charge. He wondered how it could be recharged. The other 2 items included a katana and a stone-like object. Teleportation stone. Upon consumption, instantly transports you to the location recorded by another teleportation stone. Current record point: Blue Star, Island Nation, Fujimoto Family Shrine. A teleportation stone? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. I was concerned about how I would travel to the island nation in the future, and now fortune smiles upon me. However, he reminded himself that this was not the time to dwell on it. He would save it for later use. After collecting the teleportation stone and several pieces of equipment, Lin Chen turned his attention to the boss before him, the Molten Giant. At this moment, the Molten Giant had decimated the so-called ninjas from the island nation, now directing its fury towards Lin Chen with a thunderous roar. Humph, without the lava rain, I have no fear of you, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Healing? High damage? Lin Chen was unconcerned, for he had his methods of counteraction. It was simple: strike swiftly. With a command, the swarm of hundreds behind him began their frenzied assault. Resonance, giant fireball, barrage, lava breath. Even the Deathwing Mantis joined the fray, unleashing a corrosive spray that inflicted the severely injured status on the Molten Giant. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest of projectiles. The Molten Giant's health plummeted as if descending in an elevator, dropping by half. Though it restored 25 of its health within a second, a significant portion of its health bar remained empty. Again, Lin Chen commanded once more. The second wave of attacks followed swiftly. This time, even with its remarkable recovery, the Molten Giant's health was reduced to half. Continue. Lin Chen urged for a third round. Just as the boss's health dipped below 20, the Molten Giant roared in rage, summoning countless fire elements from the depths of the Molten Fortress. This was the boss's ultimate ability, sacrifice. Should the fire elements reach its vicinity, the Molten Giant would regain health relentlessly, restoring it to full strength. In the previous life, the adventurers of Jiangnan had devised a strategy of deploying numerous low-level adventurers to form a human barricade. But for Lin Chen, such complications were unnecessary. Now, Lin Chen commanded. Countless observing blade insects brandished their razor-like limbs, effortlessly intercepting the fire elements from all directions. This was the advantage of having so many insects. What once required the coordinated effort of hundreds of adventurers, Lin Chen could now accomplish with ease. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the molten giant, which was left with but a sliver of health. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward, traversing the void to stand before its head, brandishing the flowing flame sword for a decisive strike. Elemental strike. Soul fire. Fireball spell. Perish. Chapter 77. The Molten Lair. Roaring in response to the powerful attacks bearing down upon it, the molten giant's gruesome visage briefly displayed an expression of human-like terror and confusion. It could not fathom how mere moments ago it reveled in slaughter, satisfying its bloodthirst, only to find itself on the brink of being hunted. However, Lin Chen had no intention of addressing its bewilderment, and he swung the flowing flame sword directly. With a soft sound, the molten giant's head was cleaved open, nearly severed in half. 1458, weak point damage. You have slain the molten giant, gaining 50,000 experience. Greed soul activated, gaining additional items. You have slain the molten giant. Acquiring the molten scepter. Please check. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Chen's ears. A key-shaped object landed in his hand. What is this? In my past life, I never heard of such a thing dropping after defeating the molten giant. Lin Chen, intrigued, examined it closely. Name, Molten Scepter. Quality, perfect. Description, grants control over the molten lair upon use. Non-transferable, non-sellable, non-discardable. A lair indeed. Lin Chen gazed at the key in his hand, filled with delight, particularly since it was of perfect quality. A lair, akin to the caves of ancient Dragon Kingdom culture, could serve as a residence and possess numerous other functionalities. It is important to note that in today's Blue Star, even skyscrapers made of reinforced concrete can be easily ravaged by high-level beasts. Only special locations like lairs can withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts and rival adventurers due to their defensive enchantments. Moreover, lairs offer additional benefits, such as the ability to invite NPCs into the lair, unlocking special features like forging, equipment upgrading, enhancement, and black market merchants. Countless possibilities. One could say that possessing a lair is nearly a fundamental prerequisite for a large guild. For instance, the main campus of Jianhai University serves as an expansive refuge, sprawling over an area exceeding 200,000 square kilometers. A refuge? In my previous life, I possessed several sanctuaries, albeit of rather mundane quality, with most being merely rare, and only one of exceptional caliber. This, of course, was largely due to my considerable strength at the time, as well as my lack of intention to establish an organization. This sanctuary of impeccable quality is immensely beneficial for my current situation. Lin Chen nodded with delight. It is essential to note that Lin Chen's development has been significantly hindered, primarily due to his reliance on others and the constant fear of his trump cards being exposed. Now, with a sanctuary of his own, he has a secure place for future endeavors, whether it be amassing troops or assimilating equipment. In this haven, he enjoys absolute privacy, free from the prying eyes of others. Resolute, Lin Chen activated the item. You have acquired a sanctuary, Molten Fire Sanctuary. With a mere thought, Lin Chen's figure transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. This is one of the abilities granted to the owner of the sanctuary, the capacity to teleport within 100 meters surrounding the sanctuary. As his surroundings shimmered, a magnificent temple emerged before him. This grand edifice is constructed within a volcano, with a tumultuous lava lake lying just beneath the stone slabs at its base. Yet, despite such proximity to molten rock, the ambient temperature remains surprisingly mild, devoid of the searing sensation one might expect. Gazing upward, one can observe the volcano's opening, revealing that this temple constitutes the very core of the volcano itself. Although the temple is vast, as the master of the sanctuary, Lin Chen is aware that the usable area is not particularly extensive. When fully accounted for, the usable space is merely around 200 acres, comparable to that of a sizable secondary school. Of course, this perspective is derived from the viewpoint of developing a faction, considering the necessity to accommodate numerous individuals. However, for Lin Chen, such space is far more than he requires, as he harbors no intentions of fostering a faction. Living alone is more than sufficient. With the sanctuary in place, any equipment or skill books that are no longer needed can be temporarily stored here, eliminating the need for immediate utilization. In the future, he plans to arrange for 2 insectoid creatures to reside here, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they can be swiftly revived within these walls, allowing for a rapid recovery of strength. There appears to be a magical array present. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he gazed ahead. In the corners, several arrays emitted a faint glow. Damaged lava conversion array absorbs underground lava to provide operational energy for the entire sanctuary. When in surplus, it can store excess energy as energy points or experience. Current array is damaged. Sanctuary functionality is impaired. Please repair. The prospect of self-sufficiency is exhilarating. It is noteworthy that other sanctuaries require one to supply operational energy to maintain various functions, such as protective arrays, akin to charging a mobile phone or refueling a car, necessitating regular replenishment of materials. However, This molten fire sanctuary operates independently, freeing Lin Chen from such burdensome tasks. Not to mention, if the lava conversion array generates surplus energy, it could even be stored as energy points or experience, allowing him to gain experience and nurture insectoid creatures while seated comfortably at home. Repairing this array will require numerous rare materials, which poses a challenge. After a cursory examination of the array's condition, Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Although the array's capabilities are formidable, he currently lacks the means to fully utilize it, so he must set it aside for the time being. Next, Lin Chen turned his attention to a magical array in the corner of the temple, radiating a gentle blue light, and smiled. This is the true focal point of the sanctuary, the teleportation array. Would you like to activate the teleportation array? Without hesitation, Lin Chen confirmed activation. Instantly, a resonating hum reverberated as the teleportation array burst forth with a brilliant azure light, successfully activated. Excellent. Henceforth, he can teleport into the sanctuary with ease. Lin Chen exhaled in relief. The teleportation array enables him to return to the sanctuary from any other teleportation array. Thankfully, this particular array remains undamaged. Otherwise, returning home would necessitate traversing hundreds of miles from Jiangnan City. The sanctuary boasts a total of 462 rooms. As the master, Lin Chen naturally selected the room with the best view, setting up a cozy little space with a mattress and other essentials from his backpack, thus establishing his new home. However, after completing this task, Lin Chen did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, he eagerly opened his backpack to unveil a plethora of equipment. In his earlier haste to enter the sanctuary, he had not taken the time to inspect the gear dropped by the molten fire giant. Now, he could finally take a closer look. Chapter 78, A Frenzied Troop Surge. After a thorough examination, 2 pieces emanating a yellow glow and 1 radiating purple light were laid before Lin Chen, who scrutinized them intently. 2 extraordinary pieces of equipment, alongside 1 perfect item. Thorn Dagger, Extraordinary 5 Strength, 9 Agility, 3 Spirit. Special Effect, Thorned Entanglement upon equipping, inflicts 50 points of true damage per second when damaging an enemy. Applies double this damage for 5 seconds. This effect can stack up to 10 layers on the enemy. An assassin's artifact. Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. This dagger not only grants a significant 9 to agility, which is immensely formidable for an agility-based assassin, but its special effect is equally extraordinary. If fully stacked, it can deal a staggering 1,000 points of true damage per second to enemies. For bosses below level 20, this effect would likely result in a swift demise, unless they possess regenerative capabilities akin to the molten fire giant. Alas, Lin Chen is not an assassin. After a fleeting glance at the dagger, he stored it in his backpack, intending to sell it later. The second extraordinary piece is a pair of boots. Butcher's Iron Nail Boots, 3 Strength, 1 Agility, 2 Spirit. Special Effect, Butcher grants 10 life steal. Mediocre. Lin Chen promptly lost interest and discarded them. Finally, he cast an expectant gaze upon the last piece of equipment. It would not do for the perfect item to disappoint. The attributes of the final piece unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes. Name, Undead Commander. Type, Weapon. Quality, Perfect. Requirements, Level 10, 1 Strength, 18 Spirit, Summoner Class. Attributes, 2 Spirit, 1 Strength, 2 Agility. Special Effect 1, Undead Overlord grants skill, Advanced Undead Summoning. Special Effect 2, Undead Army increases summoned creature damage by 30, increases summon limit by 1. This equipment is perfectly tailored for me. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This item is essentially designed for summoners. First and foremost, it grants an immediate skill, Advanced Undead Summoning. This skill serves as an upgraded version of Lin Chen's Undead Summoning, with effects that randomly summon undead creatures. However, Advanced Undead Summoning boasts a higher probability of calling forth higher-level undead. Most importantly, since this skill is provided by the equipment, it does not occupy any of the 12 skill slots. The second effect is precisely what I need. Lin Chen nodded in approval as he scrutinized the attributes. The increase in summon limit is a substantial enhancement for other summoners, as typically, a summoner at level 10 possesses only 3 or 4 summon creatures. Having an additional summon translates to a notable boost in power. However, for Lin Chen, this does not hold much significance, as he was the overlord of the insectoid race. His summoning abilities were boundless. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that the summoned creature bore a suffix that increased its damage by 30. It is noteworthy that while the primary attribute of a summoner is indeed spirit, certain equipment featuring suffixes that enhance spell damage do not affect the damage output of summoned creatures. Each point of damage enhancement for summoned entities significantly bolstered the overall prowess of the summoner. Regrettably, such enhancements required a level of 10 to equip, and he was currently only at level 9. Lin Chen sighed. It seemed he could no longer suppress his leveling and must first focus on advancing. Resolute, he left behind 10-blade worms in his hideout and, with a thought, appeared outside the volcano, riding the Deathwing Mantis towards Jiangnan City. The choice not to utilize the teleportation array was influenced by 2 primary reasons. First, Teleportation arrays necessitate the recording of locations or specific coordinates to facilitate travel between two arrays. This meant that Lin Chen would need to teleport from Jiangnan City to his hideout once before he could teleport freely between the two locations. The second reason was that teleportation requires a currency, which Lin Chen currently lacked. This currency was not credit points, but a material known as chaos stones, a fundamental currency circulating among professionals post-level 10. As for credit points, they primarily circulated among lower-level professionals and the common populace. After a considerable flight, Lin Chen finally returned to Jiangnan City. As agreed, he had naturally brought Mo Hongli along during his leveling sessions. After sweeping through the major abysses in Jiangnan City, both of their levels swiftly reached 10. Remarkably, this achievement took merely 2.5 days. This pace was several times, if not dozens of times, faster than those self-proclaimed geniuses among professionals. Moreover, this was the result of Lin Chen's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, he could have easily accomplished this feat in a single day, merely standing aside to observe the unfolding events. Upon completing these tasks, Lin Chen began to gather the molten fire cores, a material deemed worthless by others. After visiting several merchants and posting acquisition notices within the Hunters Association, he astonishingly amassed a total of 27 molten fire cores over the course of a month. Upon inquiring with Zhang Shun, he discovered that there was an impressive stock of 12 cores available, which filled Lin Chen with elation, prompting him to purchase them all. Nevertheless, the look Zhang Shun cast upon Lin Chen was quite riveting. After all, why would someone so eagerly acquire materials deemed useless? Was he perhaps not in his right mind? Yet, Lin Chen paid no heed. Through a month of diligent collection, he ultimately possessed 44 molten fire cores, with energy points soaring to 87,547. With these energy points, Lin Chen expanded his army once more, this time integrating 20 molten fireflies. The formidable offensive capabilities of this insectoid species had already been hinted at during their confrontation with the Vine-born original. A mere handful could swiftly render even extraordinary equipment ineffective. Now, Lin Chen's army could be described as lavish. 450 blade worms, 200 stinger worms, 150 brain worms, 30 flame worms, 200 ironclad blade worms, 25 molten fireflies, and a solitary deathwing mantis. With the expansion of his forces, his attributes surged dramatically. Name: Lin Chen. Profession: Overlord of the insectoid race. Level: 10. Strength: 27. Agility: 304. Mentality: 373. Health: 1047. Mana: 300. Skills: Chain Lightning, Advanced Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning. Mage's Hand, Greedy Soul, Soul Fire. Equipment: Heart of Omnipotence, Kitifer Inscription, Undead Commander, Crystal Omniscience, Blood Spider Chestplate, Flowing Cloud Boots, Blood Face Helmet, Yellow Jade Ring, Blue Diamond Band, Alchemist's Belt. A month swiftly passed, and tomorrow marked the commencement of classes at Jianghai University. Chapter 79, Jianghai University, Opening Day? Jiangha City. As a major metropolis in Dragon Country, second only to Tiandu and Modu, far surpassed the modest Jiangnan City in prosperity. Lin Chen and Mo Hongli strolled through the streets, their eyes wandering in awe. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, each more breathtaking than the last, while high-rises were not particularly novel, as they could be constructed with a mere expenditure of credit points. What astonished them was that each edifice was, in fact, a hideout of superlative quality. In Jiangnan City, there existed only 2 or 3 hideout buildings, with most being of ordinary or rare quality, rendering those who possessed them the envy of the local elite. In contrast, Jiangha City had so many that they were nearly uncountable. Mo Hongli was particularly taken aback by a magnificent structure towering over 1,000 meters near the city center. Upon using her probing technique, she discerned that it was an epic-grade hideout. The Sacred Radiance Hideout? I've heard of it. It seems to belong to the Apocalypse Guild, one of the 10 major powers in Dragon Country. So, their headquarters is located here. Mo Hongli exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with wonder. Lin Chen chuckled softly. The Sacred Radiance Hideout is not the actual headquarters of the Apocalypse Guild. Their true headquarters lies in the Oblivion Hideout of Tiandu, a legendary grade hideout. However, that place is only open to their internal high-ranking members, and the majority of their members indeed operate from here. Oh, Mo Hongli was somewhat surprised. These details seem elusive on the internet. How do you know? In his previous life, Lin Chen, as a level 90 powerhouse, had indeed been invited to the Oblivion Hideout, thus gaining insight into the might of a legendary grade hideout and the secrets of the Apocalypse Guild. However, Lin Chen had no intention of revealing these secrets. Can you guess? Lin Chen replied with a slight smile, evading a direct answer. Mo Hongli pouted, ready to express her dissatisfaction, when Lin Chen interjected, "We have arrived." As she looked ahead, Mo Hongli beheld an ancient, yet grand entrance unfolding before them. Although the door's height paled in comparison to the surrounding skyscrapers, its quaint and natural aura rendered it extraordinarily transcendent, rivaling even the epic-grade hideout. Above the door were inscribed 4 large characters, Jianghai University. Is this Jianghai University? Mo Hongli murmured, somewhat entranced. Let us proceed. Lin Chen casually nodded, taking Mo Honglei's hand as they approached the entrance. However, as they drew near, a formidable repulsive force surged forth, pushing them back. This is a defensive array. We must present the identity tokens issued to us in order to gain entry. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling this detail. Jianghai University, in essence, was an epic-grade hideout, and thus the presence of a defensive array was entirely normal. Without the owner's permission, entry would be impossible unless one resorted to violent means. This permission was represented by the identity tokens distributed to all faculty and students of Jianghai University. Only with these could one freely enter and exit. After retrieving their tokens, they approached once more. Indeed, this time Jianghai University offered no resistance, allowing them to enter with ease. As they walked along a broad avenue, they beheld the surrounding scenery. Amidst the scenery, a plethora of exotic beasts, statues, and ancient trees emerge in an endless display of beauty, evoking the surreal sensation that one is no longer on Blue Star. Merely from these embellishments, one can glean the profound foundation of Jianghai University. Naturally, numerous students, adorned in diverse outfits, hurry past, exuding an air of busyness. Many newcomers, akin to them, curiously survey their surroundings, marveling at the enchanting vistas and exclaiming in admiration. After walking a few more kilometers, we shall arrive at the residential area, where staff will be waiting to receive us. Lin Chen indicated ahead. Do we really have to walk a few more kilometers? Are there no vehicles around here? Mo Honglei's face scrunched up adorably. For them, practitioners endowed with extraordinary physical capabilities, a few kilometers posed no challenge. Yet, as a newcomer eager to explore her new environment, she was reluctant to waste time on foot. Ordinarily, Lin Chen could summon a few winged bees to swiftly carry them to their destination. However, within Jianghai University, flying was strictly prohibited. Only practitioners above level 60 were granted the privilege to soar through the skies and traverse freely. Not keen on walking? Hee. I see there's a teleportation array over there that can whisk us directly to the residential area, though I fear you may not have the funds, Lin Chen chuckled. I'm not foolish enough to squander money on teleportation just to save a little time. Mo Honglei pouted, her cuteness radiating further. As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, a sudden explosion reverberated from the horizon. A fiery figure hurtled through the sky, landing beside them in a flurry of smoke and dust. Before the astonished Lin Chen and Mo Honglei could utter a word, a soft, alluring giggle emerged from the haze. Hee, little brother, you've finally arrived. I've missed you so much this past month. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a nearly perfect figure clad in a striking red qipao. Her radiant and exquisite visage bore a semblance of springtime warmth as she gazed at Lin Chen. This enchanting woman was none other than Huawak. Surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, craning their necks in curiosity and bewilderment. Who is she? How can she fly within Jianghai University? She is so beautiful, and her figure is stunning. Shoo, if she hears you, you're done for. She's teacher Huawak, the most formidable instructor in the mage department. It's said that the last wealthy scion who dared to flirt with her ended up severely injured, with the place reduced to ashes. Such a beauty is beyond my reach. I'd best keep my distance. Wait, why does teacher Hua seem so familiar with that guy? Indeed, the crowd's intrigue towards Lin Chen intensified, especially given Huawak's affectionate demeanor, which sparked considerable animosity among many. After all, this stunning instructor was immensely popular among the students at Jianghai University. Not only male students, but even some female students found themselves captivated by her allure. Had Lin Chen been aware that he had already stirred up a host of enemies before even commencing his studies, he would likely find it both amusing and exasperating. Teacher Hua, Lin Chen nodded, clearing his throat. I intended to visit after registration, but I didn't expect you to come proactively. Huawak's phoenix-like eyes scrutinized Lin Chen before she nodded. The moment you entered the school, I sensed your presence. The principal instructed me to familiarize you with the campus. Hence my haste. Turning to Mo Honglei, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with a playful laugh. Oh, is this your little girlfriend? She is indeed a beauty. No wonder you're not particularly warm towards your sister. Chapter 80. The subtle strife between two women. So you prefer women with a fuller figure? Fortunately, I am not lacking in that regard, am I? Huawak provocatively shook her bosom, casting a challenging glance at Mo Honglei. As their gazes clashed, an electric tension ignited in the air. Animosity. Mo Honglei's face brimmed with wariness and hostility, her instincts ringing alarm bells. She sensed that Huawak was not to be trifled with. Thank you for taking care of Lin Chen, Teacher Hua, Mo Honglei said, her smile masking her vigilance as she asserted her claim. Oh, no worries, you might end up calling me sister in the future. And then I'll have even more to take care of, Huawak replied nonchalantly, her eyes twinkling mischievously. This blatant insinuation flushed Mo Honglei's cheeks with indignation, leaving her at a loss for words, as she glared at Lin Chen in vexation. What does this have to do with me? Lin Chen thought, feeling the prickling sensation of unease at Mo Honglei's gaze. Why was there such palpable tension between these two women after just a few exchanged words? Little did he know, this spectacle was met with overwhelming envy from the onlookers. Who is this guy? How can he provoke such a scene? Is that really Teacher Huawak? Why is she so close to him? Oh my goddess, why must you treat me this way? Could he be some second-generation heir from Tian-du or Mo-du? But he doesn't seem particularly strong. Indeed, I can't fathom what these two beauties see in him. Perhaps he possesses some unique talent? Talent? What talent? Lin Chen coughed lightly. Teacher Hua, perhaps we should proceed with the campus tour. Huawok smiled radiantly. Of course. With that, she led the two onward, disappearing amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Before long, the residential area came into view. As they walked, Huawok elaborated on the various regulations and layout of Jianghai University. Under her guidance, the two gained a deeper understanding of the institution. For instance, the common currency within Jianghai University was not credit points, but rather points. Almost every university or faction implemented a point system internally. Points could be earned based on contributions and utilized as currency within the institution or exchanged for valuable skill books, equipment, and more. Nearly all services and goods were linked to point transactions. For example, the dormitories at Jianghai University charged points as rent. The accommodations were divided into 4 tiers: quadruple rooms, double rooms, single rooms, and independent villas. Huawok cheerfully explained. The quadruple room offers only basic living facilities and costs 500 points per month. That's quite expensive. Mo Hongley exclaimed in astonishment. It was worth noting that prior to this, she had researched and discovered that students at Jianghai University, aside from studying, earn points through various tasks, with most averaging around 2,000 to 300 points monthly. To have rent consume a quarter of their income was daunting. How can one practice and level up? Huawok replied nonchalantly. The double room comes with additional benefits. It boasts significantly improved living conditions, a meditation room, and access to the gravity training room for 50 hours annually. However, the cost rises to 2,000 points per month. A single room costs 5,000 points per month, offering a plethora of additional perks beyond the double room. And as for the independent villa, here, Huawok's tone took on a peculiar quality, hinting at the wealth of benefits it provided. Not only is the location closest to the Academy's teaching center, but the environment is also significantly superior. Furthermore, it encompasses all the associated benefits. However, none of this truly matters. The most crucial aspect is that the standalone villa possesses a unique privilege that others cannot enjoy, the double experience stone. Upon hearing this, even Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The double experience stone? Is it not the treasured gem of Jianghai University? Indeed, it is the very item that grants a double experience buff for 1 hour. Huawok nodded in affirmation. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. I initially believed that Jianghai University, being one of the top powers, was already impressive enough. I never expected its foundations to be so profound. The double experience stone. Even in my previous life, I had merely heard of it. This item is not equipment, but rather a hidden area item, intended solely for use within a refuge. Its effect, once placed, allows a set number of individuals to receive double experience for 1 hour each day. It is well known that what matters most to professionals is, of course, their level. The allure of double experience draws countless individuals to it. The monthly rental fee for the standalone villa is 30,000. This figure essentially represents the annual income of most students. Haha, Huawok chuckled, before inquiring, what type of dormitory do you choose? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen resolutely declared, I choose the standalone villa. Are you truly opting for the standalone villa? Huawok expressed surprise. I know you just received a scholarship and are relatively well off, but is such extravagance necessary? It's fine. I will choose this one, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the living environment. However, he was determined not to miss out on the daily hour of double experience. Thus, securing this standalone villa was imperative. Points? They are merely external possessions. Very well, I shall not dissuade you further. Huawok conceded with a hint of resignation, refraining from pressing the matter. After exchanging a few more words, Huawok gracefully departed, teasing Lin Chen one last time, which incited Mo Hongley's ire, nearly leading her to confront her. Soon after, Lin Chen completed the necessary procedures for moving into the villa, settling the fees, and was guided by the staff to the front of the standalone villa. Is this the villa? Lin Chen gazed at the 2-story building before him, complete with a swimming pool and a small garden, nodding in appreciation. It must be said, the expenditure of points here was justified. Setting aside everything else, the environment and atmosphere far surpassed that of a cramped, suffocating 4-person dormitory. Chapter 81. The Student Council? Mere nonsense. Upon stepping inside, Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. The decor was exquisite, but it held little significance for him. Were it not for the double experience stone, he would not squander points on such a place. After familiarizing himself with the villa, Lin Chen took out his phone to check his schedule. Tomorrow, he had classes on classification of abyssal creatures and history of class development. After those 2 classes, he would have the afternoon free. Lin Chen held no interest in these courses. After all, in his previous life, he had been a level 90 blood sorcerer. What creatures and classes had he not encountered? Had it not been for the risk of failing due to skipping classes, he would have been disinclined to attend at all. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone. Notice, all freshmen are required to gather at Jianghai Square before 8 o'clock p.m. Absence is unacceptable. Jianghai University Student Council. The tone of the message was exceedingly arrogant and brusque, resembling a command issued by the president of Jianghai University. Yet upon seeing the signature, Student Council, what is that? Lin Chen sneered and chose to ignore it. The so-called Student Council was merely a service organization that managed student affairs. In other words, they wielded no power whatsoever. They often presented themselves with an air of superiority, boasting of their significance. Dismissing this matter from his mind, Lin Chen continued to familiarize himself with the various organizations and functions of Jianghai University, immersing himself in the exploration, nodding in understanding. So, there is even a magic array? Indeed, there are a total of 10 abysses for leveling up. Jianghai University is quite affluent. Meanwhile, at Jianghai Square, a throng of freshmen gathered, filled with awe and curiosity as they gazed at a high platform where several figures stood proudly. Have all the newcomers arrived? Allow me to introduce myself. The foremost figure finally spoke after a considerable pause. I am your senior and the president of the Jianghai University Student Council, Manhwaedit. I am a level 29 extraordinary hidden profession, elementalist. Upon hearing this, the freshmen below could not contain their astonishment. An extraordinary hidden profession? And soon to be level 30? Such power is truly formidable. This strength rivals that of the mayor of our city. Jianghai University indeed harbors hidden talents. It is no wonder he has risen to the position of student council president. Sensing the reverence directed at him, Manhwaedit could not suppress a fleeting smile of pride, evidently relishing the adulation. Yet, after a brief moment, he masked it and resumed his authoritative demeanor. The purpose of this freshman assembly is to protect you, to shield you from the dangers posed by ferocious beasts and monsters, and in accordance with our mission to support new students. The Jianghai University Student Council has decided to offer you a benefit. That benefit is free assistance. In simpler terms, you will contribute a portion of your points, and we will aid you in leveling up and other services. As Manhwaedit spoke, some individuals began distributing pamphlets. When the freshmen opened the pamphlets, their expressions turned to frowns. How exploitative. What kind of unilateral terms are these? Something feels amiss. This is nothing short of a protection fee. The pamphlet outlined the specifics of this so-called benefit. In short, freshmen were required to pay 1/10 of their total points income. And then, that would be all. Indeed, there would be no services rendered. The so-called assistance depended solely on the whims of these seniors, with the possibility of additional charges. It was outrageous. What, are you unwilling? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Manhwaedit barked, unleashing the aura of a level 29 professional, which swept through the assembly. Most of the freshmen turned pale, obediently shutting their mouths. If you are unwilling, you may leave, Manhwaedit sneered. But I cannot guarantee what you may encounter at Jianghai University in the future. Think carefully for yourselves. The faces of the freshmen below were etched with bitterness and helplessness. It was evident this was a threat. If they dared to refuse to pay this protection fee, the student council would do everything in their power to ostracize them. While it might be manageable for the sophomores and juniors, these were merely newly admitted freshmen. How could they expect to thrive under the student council's scrutiny? Some might wonder why they did not report this to the school. This is a university for professionals, not an ivory tower. The conflicts among professionals are rife with bloodshed and violence, far from mere child's play. Furthermore, the academy encourages competition among students, fostering a culture of martial prowess. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly intervene in matters like this? You were extorted? That's your fate. This is the first lesson for you freshmen. Strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you are destined to be sheared. Those willing can leave once they sign the contract. As for the unwilling, I doubt you have the courage to defy me, Manhwaedit said with a smug expression. Indeed, under the authority of the student council, the vast majority of freshmen obediently signed the contract. A small number of the more obstinate individuals chose to depart immediately, but the student council was unfazed, promptly noting their names and reporting them to Manhwaedit. Just a bunch of insignificant characters. With a little pressure, they will soon realize their errors. Manhwaedit glanced at the list and coldly scoffed, showing not a hint of concern. There had been similar incidents in the past, and without exception, they had all been brought to heel, begging for forgiveness. These individuals would be no different. President, there's another matter. 2 individuals have not arrived, a bald man respectfully reported. What? Who are these 2? Manhwaedit furrowed his brow. One is named Lin Chen, and the other seems to be his girlfriend, named Mo Hongli. The bald man quickly elaborated. I have investigated their backgrounds. They come from a small place and have no significant connections. No connections? These 2 have some audacity to defy my orders. Manhwaedit sneered. Go, arrange for 2 senior students to teach him a lesson. I want him to kneel before me and apologize. The bald man promptly responded, Understood, President. With that, he departed with several others. Meanwhile, Manhwaedit cast a cold glance at the names on the list and waved his sleeve dismissively. Then, as if murmuring to himself, he spoke softly, I just need 100,000 points to acquire the frost cloak, and then that boss will be easy prey. The thought of his plan nearing fruition filled Manhwaedit with delight, and he left the place with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling. Chapter 82, Rankings and Assessments. After resting for a day in the villa, Lin Chen felt invigorated. He casually ate something before heading out to the classroom. The villa district was quite close to the teaching area, and within just a few minutes, Lin Chen arrived before a towering edifice. This was the teaching area where thousands of students at Jianghai University engaged in theoretical studies. Upon entering his classroom, Lin Chen noticed that several students were already waiting inside. After surveying the room, he chose a seat towards the back. Before long, the majority of the class had entered, and only when the class bell rang did the sound of high heels clicking echo from a distance. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a red qipao. Her voluptuous, mature curves were enveloped in sheer black stockings that accentuated her long, shapely legs, and her exquisitely alluring face radiated an unmatched charm. From her very entrance, she captivated the attention of all the males present, as well as some of the females, with their eyes brimming with fervor and longing. This person was none other than Manhwaaudibook. Greetings, everyone. I will be your advisor for Class 4 of the Mage Department, and also the main instructor for the course Practical Application of Functional Spells. My name is Manhwaaudibook. With a graceful step, she ascended the podium, smiling gently at the audience. Instantly, the classroom erupted in excitement, with most students visibly thrilled. It's Teacher Hua? Wow, that is amazing. How fortunate we are to have Teacher Hua as our advisor. Am I dreaming? Oh my goodness, it's the renowned Teacher Hua. Manhwaaudibook's reputation extended even beyond Jianghai University, with a considerable following online. However, she seldom engaged in online interactions and showed little interest in her fans. As for someone of her caliber, strength was the only thing of significance. Fans. Such trivialities mattered only to those like Li Kuan, the weaklings. Manhwaaudibook. Is this coincidence or intentional? Lin Chen pondered from his seat in the back row, his thoughts mature and cautious from his past experiences. Thus, he was not naive enough to believe that Manhwaaudibook's warm demeanor towards him was genuine affection. After all, there were countless handsome men in this world. And with her power and status, she could have anyone she desired. Why would she choose to pursue him? Perhaps there is something about me that attracts her. Lin Chen mused, remaining remarkably composed, his face betraying no emotion. Nevertheless, he was certain she bore no ill intentions. It seemed her interest in him was not for equipment or anything of that sort, which suggested she sought to ally with him for other reasons. I shall observe the situation for now. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen continued to watch Manhwaaudibook. Seemingly noticing his gaze, Manhwaaudibook flashed a flirtatious smile, her eyes casting a subtle yet enchanting glance that caused a stir among the unsuspecting students, their breaths quickening. Lin Chen chose to ignore it. During the first class, Manhwaaudibook merely covered some essential guidelines and rules before commencing the lecture. However, Lin Chen found himself absorbing none of the content, as he was already well versed in these matters. Yet, as the class neared its end, Manhwaaudibook suddenly announced, the freshman assessment will commence in 3 days. Please make sure to find your teammates during this time. With that, she nodded and declared the class dismissed. The freshman assessment? Lin Chen was taken aback, recalling the significance of this event. The so-called freshman assessment was essentially an examination to determine the rankings of new students within the school. Most universities worldwide implemented a ranking system, ordering all students based on their strength. Different ranks naturally came with varying benefits. For instance, at Jianghai University, students ranked between 50-01 and 10-000 received 500 points monthly, along with 1 double experience stone. Those ranked between 50-100 and 30-01 received 1,000 points and 3 double experience stones, while students ranked from 30-100 to 1001 received 2,000 points and 5 double experience stones. Students ranked between 1000 and 501 received 3,000 points and 10 double experience stones. As for those ranked above 500, the rewards were unique to each individual, with no fixed offerings. In conclusion, the higher the rank, the better the benefits, and one's status would naturally rise accordingly. It could be said that within every university, ranking was the ultimate testament to one's strength. There were various ways to achieve a rank. The first was, of course, through challenges. Jianghai University had hundreds of assessment trials to evaluate student strengths based on their performance. The second method involved combat. Conflicts were inevitable among practitioners. However, Jianghai University prohibited physical confrontations, leading to the emergence of competitive arenas to resolve disputes that words could not settle. Moreover, the university stipulated that if a challenge was arranged, the losing party would automatically cede their ranking to the victor if the latter ranked higher. Consequently, many students engaged in duels to secure better rankings. Do I need to form a small team for this Abyss trial? Lin Chen frowned at the notification on his phone. The current Abyss trial required a 5-person team for collaboration, as mandated by the school. This dashed Lin Chen's hopes of soloing the challenge. Never mind. My identity as a summoner is already public, so I can lead them through the trial, he thought, nodding in agreement. Back in Jiangnan City, he lacked the capability to protect himself and thus opted to disguise his identity as a warrior. However, now, in this epic-level hideout, he had no need to conceal his identity and promptly registered himself as a summoner. However, the occupation he filled in was not, Zerg Overlord, but rather that of a necromancer, a relatively common summoner profession of ordinary quality. Therefore, his identity did not attract much attention. After all, in other places, a summoner might be pursued and envied by countless individuals. Yet, this was Jianghai University. Although summoners remained rare, akin to the proverbial phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, they were not so scarce as to be considered a once-in-a-century phenomenon. At least, the teachers responsible for admissions had seen their fair share. With only one class for the day, Lin Chen sighed and decided to pay a visit to Mo Homely. Rising from his seat, he departed from the premises. As he strolled along the street, lost in thought, a furious voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Are you blind? You bumped into me and still want to escape? Shortly thereafter, several professionals darted in front of Lin Chen, effectively blocking his path. Chapter 83. The Student Council Takes Action? Huh. Is this a case of extortion or mere provocation? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, maintaining an air of calmness. Although he was preoccupied with his thoughts, he was certain he had not come into contact with anyone moments prior. A dignified level 10 professional should certainly possess the discernment to recognize such trivialities. Thus, he could ascertain that the individuals before him harbored ulterior motives. However, Lin Chen refrained from voicing these suspicions, instead adopting a placid expression as he regarded the group coldly. Hey, you bumped into me, so what are you going to do about it? The leader of the group, a bald man exuding menace, declared. He did not conceal his level or profession, allowing others to see his true nature at a glance. This imposing figure, known as Lu Chong, was a level 14 rare hidden class, shield warrior. Oh, what do you propose? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, not outright denying the accusation. At this juncture, refuting the claim would only entrap him further in their scheme. What? You didn't bump into me? What evidence do you have to prove otherwise? Consequently, Lin Chen, disinterested in engaging in such a trivial game, retorted with a single question. Lu Chong paused, evidently taken aback by Lin Chen's composed demeanor for a newcomer, but quickly regained his menacing tone. Humph, you admit it? Then you owe me 500,000 points in mental distress compensation. Or else we'll settle this in the arena with our fists. At this moment, a crowd began to gather, drawn in by the spectacle. Upon recognizing Lu Chong's presence, murmurs of gossip erupted. It's Lu Chong. That second-year bully is at it again, preying on freshmen. He's just a lackey for the student council. Isn't. Looks like this freshman has crossed paths with the council. That poor freshman is in for it. This is their usual tactic, stirring up trouble with newcomers, then dragging them to the arena for a brutal thrashing, all while raking in points. TSK, after a few rounds. Anyone would capitulate. How despicable. I'm glad I didn't attract their attention during my freshman year. That newcomer is doomed. The crowd directed their gazes towards Lin Chen. Their expressions a mix of sympathy, derision, and sheer schadenfreude. Many eagerly awaited the unfolding drama, for once a duel was proposed. Any individual with a shred of pride would not cower before an audience. And who would prevail between a level 14 second year and a mere level 10 freshman? It was a foregone conclusion. Realizing this was the student council's doing, Lin Chen felt a wry smile form in his heart. So, because I skipped a meeting yesterday, they decided to teach me a lesson? How amusing. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, Lin Chen replied, Oh, you wish to enter the arena? That can be arranged. But with one condition. Upon hearing Lin Chen's surprisingly agreeable response, Lu Chang's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? What is your condition? Speak freely. The condition is simple. The wager for this duel will be 10,000 points. How does that sound? Lin Chen smiled. 10,000 points? Lu Chang was taken aback. Not only was he shocked, but the surrounding spectators also widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this freshman out of his mind? 10,000 points? Has he lost his sanity? I've never seen someone so eager to hand over money. Is he from some small place? Thinking he is a genius? Genius? Huh. Jianghai University is filled with them. The crowd sighed and shook their heads. 10,000 points? Lu Chang's eyes gleamed, but soon suspicion crept in. You're just a freshman. Do you even have that many points? Lin Chen merely smiled, offering no verbal response. Instead, he produced a stone and retrieved his identification token, swiping it across. The stone, known as a betting stone, was a common item frequently utilized in duels. Its function was straightforward. Both parties would deposit their points within it, and upon determining a victor, the points would automatically transfer to the winner. As Lin Chen's stone displayed the number 10,000, it indicated he had indeed deposited that amount into the betting stone. This kid really possesses 10,000 points? Lu Chang was astounded. To put things into perspective, he had spent an entire year at Jianghai University and had only accumulated approximately 3,000 points. How could a freshman possibly have a full 10,000 points? Yet, Lu Chang's confusion quickly morphed into elation and greed. Haha, you really dared to propose such a high wager? All right, I'm certain to win those 10,000 points today. Lu Chang's eyes sparkled as he began to dance with excitement. Quick, I need to borrow some points. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Saying this, Lu Chang grabbed his phone and started calling one person after another to borrow money. In the end, it was that so-called president of the student council who reluctantly lent him 7,000 points, demanding Lu Chang return 8,000 points later. With this arrangement, Lu Chang sneered. Thanks for your points, kid. I'll make sure you learn the consequences of defiance. Lin Chen could hardly be bothered to engage with Lu Chang, merely glancing at the number on the betting stone before nodding. All right, let us head to the arena. The two, each wearing a different expression, made their way towards the arena, followed by a majority of the onlookers, eager to witness how this audacious freshman would meet his downfall and lose 10,000 points. Before long, they entered an arena. The decor was quite simple. Apart from the essential furnishings, there were a series of square platforms resembling fighting rings. However, these were not ordinary arenas. They were protected by special magical formations and employed spatial magic to expand their internal dimensions. Though they appeared small externally, the interiors were vast enough to accommodate 10 football fields and were impervious to damage, allowing most professionals to engage in combat without restraint. At that moment, on the platform, Lin Chen and Lu Chang exchanged distant glances. Kid, if you have any sense, you should just concede now. Given that you've generously offered me so many points, I won't make it too hard on you. Surrender now, and I might let you off easy. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. In the face of Lu Chang's threats, most freshmen would be understandably anxious. Yet, Lin Chen remained remarkably unfazed, even nonchalantly digging in his ears as he coolly replied, I return your words. If you concede now, I might let you off easy. Chapter 84. You are a summoner? At this pronouncement, the crowd below erupted as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. What? Did I hear correctly? This young man possesses an astonishingly resilient tongue. Does he truly believe he can triumph over an opponent 4 levels his superior? Perhaps he enjoys a modicum of fame in his hometown, which fuels his arrogance. Yet he forgets that this is Jianghai University, where no one is inferior to him. Moreover, one must not overlook that Lu Chang's profession is that of a shield warrior, which bestows him a significant advantage in one-on-one combat. Indeed, while Lu Chang's overall strength may not be particularly impressive, in the arena, it is exceedingly challenging for any combatant 3 levels above him to secure a victory. A group of onlookers gazed at Lin Chen with derision, their voices and expressions brimming with mockery. None believed Lin Chen could emerge victorious from this confrontation. Although Lu Chang might be deemed the weakest among the sophomore students, he stands as a level 14 warrior, 4 levels above Lin Chen. Furthermore, the shield warrior class boasts remarkable damage reduction and protective capabilities, particularly with a skill that can be considered a rather unscrupulous advantage in one-on-one encounters. Heavy defense. Lock onto a target, reducing the damage they inflict upon you by 30. And restoring 5 of your maximum health with each instance of damage received. Lu Chang, being inherently a tank class, possesses formidable damage mitigation, and with heavy defense, his durability against a single adversary becomes terrifyingly formidable. Even when facing opponents of slightly lower levels, Lu Chang could potentially avoid damage altogether and instead heal himself. This very skill allows Lu Chang, despite his lower level and lesser strength, to become a source of great vexation for those even 3 levels above him, dissuading them from engaging in combat. This is the foundation of Lu Chang's audacious bravado. Very well, young Lin Chen, you have successfully provoked my ire. Lu Chang licked his lips and retrieved a shield from his backpack, grinning maliciously as he declared, I'll see if your bones are as tough as your tongue. When I fracture your legs, I hope you can still utter those words. With that, Lu Chang activated his skill, heavy defense. Instantly, a shield-like icon appeared above Lin Chen's head. Go ahead and strike first. Don't say I'm bullying you, Lu Chang proclaimed with pride. Lin Chen grinned. Are you certain you want me to attack first? Even if I stood here and allowed you to strike, you likely wouldn't breach my defenses. What difference does it make if you let me go first? Lu Chang boasted with arrogance. Well then, I shall not refuse your invitation. With that, Lin Chen bellowed, go. In an instant, the fearsome Deathwing Mantis materialized before the crowd. A summoner. The spectators and Lu Chang alike widened their eyes in astonishment. This Lin Chen is actually a summoner. No wonder he exudes such confidence. It is now understandable. However, even as a summoner, he remains a concern only if he has matured sufficiently. Indeed, summoners are notoriously weak in the arena, making it a fitting opportunity to teach this young lad a lesson that, while they may be formidable, they are not invincible. The audience, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure, shaking their heads in disbelief. Even now, no one believed Lin Chen could secure a victory. This skepticism stemmed from the arena's regulations, which imposed limitations on many classes to ensure fairness. For summoners, the restriction is the ability to summon only 3 creatures. It is essential to realize that summoners typically rely on overwhelming numbers. Limiting them to 3 summons is akin to crippling them. So, you are a summoner? But it makes no difference. You still cannot defeat me, Lu Chang remarked, his eyes briefly flashing with surprise before settling back into a sneer. He was well aware of the disadvantages summoners faced in the arena. If this were a wild or abyssal setting, he would not dare provoke a summoner. But this is the arena. Moreover, He had the backing of the student council, which rendered him fearless. There is a cap of 3 summoned creatures within the arena. I refuse to believe that a mere 3 summons can best me, Lu Chang declared with pride. Oh, is that so? Lin Chen chuckled. To defeat you, just 1 summoned creature will suffice. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen pointed forward. Attack. In that moment, the Deathwing Mantis spread its wings and lunged forward like a harbinger of death. Swish. Clang. Lu Chang felt a blur before his eyes, followed by an overwhelming force striking against his shield, nearly dislodging it from his grasp. What? Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. It is worth noting that he was a shield warrior specializing in strength, boasting a staggering 24 points of power. With such strength, not only could he easily handle a shield, but he could also push a small car with ease. Yet, this summoned creature's singular strike nearly caused him to lose control of his shield. Just how strong could this creature be? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. So fast. What manner of summoned creature is this? It's incredibly powerful. Many spectators struggled to believe their eyes. Did that summoned creature just push Lu Chang back? Is this truly a creature of a level 10 warrior? The scene before them was simply unfathomable. Only Lin Chen, standing calmly with a faint smile, hands tucked in his pockets, exuded an air of nonchalance. The Deathwing Mantis was not inherently this formidable. However, over the past month, Lin Chen had harnessed his infinite evolution talent, consuming nearly 10,000 energy points, allowing it to evolve 3 times. After 3 evolutions, while the Deathwing Mantis did not gain new traits or skills, its base attributes had surged tremendously. Currently, the Deathwing Mantis possessed an impressive strength of 31 points. With a single strike, it easily sent Lu Chang reeling. With a roar, the Deathwing Mantis took to the air once more, charging at Lu Chang. This is bad. Lu Chang's heart raced with alarm, and in his fear, he attempted to retreat. However, the Deathwing Mantis had no intention of granting him such mercy. It sprang forward, unleashing a corrosive spray while simultaneously slashing with its blade-like arms. Boom. Your equipment, crystal steel shield, has been damaged. The moment the acidic spray made contact with Lu Chang's shield, it shattered. What manner of skill is this? Lu Chang was on the verge of tears. As a shield warrior, both his offense and defense depended on his shield, and now that it lay in ruins, he was effectively left defenseless. I concede. Lu Chang cried out in desperation. The Deathwing Mantis halted immediately, and it was evident that had Lu Chang not been so quick to surrender, the creature would have followed Lin Chen's command and taken his legs. Chapter 85. The freshman assessment commences. The victor has been determined. As soon as Lu Chang's words fell, the arena promptly teleported both competitors off the stage. The spectators below were engulfed in a profound silence, all staring in astonishment at the unfolding events, unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. A single summoned creature had effortlessly vanquished an opponent 4 levels its superior? Had Lu Chang not conceded so swiftly, he might have found himself in a far graver predicament. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Chang had not even managed to counterattack. What kind of summoned creature is this? It is utterly remarkable. You surrendered? Huh. It's truly a pity I couldn't break your legs, Lin Chen mused, clicking his tongue in disappointment, a sigh escaping his lips. It appears that the Deathwing Mantis, having evolved merely twice, remains somewhat inadequate. If the average attributes are to reach 40 points, one might estimate that this creature wouldn't even have the time to react, would it? If others were to uncover its intentions, they would undoubtedly be enraged to the point of spitting blood. A mere 10-level summoner's summon, capable of defeating a profession 4 levels higher in just 2 moves, and yet you deem it weak? What then of the summons of other summoners? Are they all mere weaklings? Nevertheless, the acquisition of 10,000 points is a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen glanced at his account, and indeed, noticed that it had quietly increased by 10,000 points, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Points are of utmost importance. The more, the better. Lu Chang took a deep breath and approached, casting a venomous glare in his direction. Return my 10,000 points, or this will escalate. Lin Chen chuckled coldly. Return them? I have not heard of such a rule. I won the wager and have no obligation to return it. Humph, Lin Chen. Those points were lent to me by our president. Do you dare to swallow the president's points? Lu Chang retorted coldly, invoking the support behind him. It is worth noting that he had borrowed 7,000 points, and combined with his entire fortune, barely managed to assemble the wager. He had initially approached this with the confidence of a guaranteed victory, only to encounter Lin Chen, an individual whose strength and level were utterly mismatched. Let your president come and claim his points. I would welcome him anytime. Lin Chen scoffed, striding out of the arena without concern for the onlookers. Just wait, Lin Chen. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's retreating figure, Lu Chang gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Hello? President, there's trouble. You must listen to me. That Lin Chen. The news of Lin Chen's victory over Lu Chang spread like wildfire, circulating among the freshman community overnight. Many newcomers, upon hearing this news, were left astounded. After all, they were aware of the remarkable strength of the upperclassmen, most of whom were around level 15, possessing extraordinary abilities. Soon after, A wave of exhilaration washed over them, akin to sipping a cold cola on a sweltering summer day. Haha, let's see how these upperclassmen can continue to strut around. Indeed, Lin Chen has truly brought us honor. Haha, Lin Chen, you are my idol. Most freshmen expressed their support for Lin Chen's actions. However, a small faction of dissenters began to murmur with a tinge of sarcasm. He must have cheated. Surely, if it weren't for cheating, how could Lin Chen possibly defeat an upperclassman? I advise everyone to surrender their points. The upperclassmen are too formidable for us to resist. So what if Lin Chen defeated Lu Chang? Just wait until the true experts from the student council take action. He will be doomed. How presumptuous of him to seek the limelight. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of importance? Meanwhile, on the student council side, what? You lost all my 7,000 points? Meng Lianyun slammed his hand on the table, leaping up in a fit of rage as he shouted into the phone. That's 7,000 points. 7,000. You fool. How could you lose to a freshman? Beside him, several of Meng Lianyun's loyal subordinates trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe loudly. On the other end, Lu Chang was drenched in sweat, hurriedly attempting to explain. President, please calm down. That Lin Chen must have used some form of cheating to win against me. Before Lu Chang could finish his explanation, Meng Lianyun unleashed a torrent of wrath. Incompetent. To be defeated by a freshman. How dare you even attempt to explain yourself? Listen here, Lu Chang. Regardless of how long you have been with me, you must repay my 7,000 points within a month, or face the consequences. Meng Lianyun declared, abruptly ending the call, leaving no room for Lu Chang to defend himself. After hanging up, Meng Lianyun remained seething with rage, his once handsome visage now contorted with fury, presenting a fearsome countenance. After a prolonged silence, as if struck by a thought, he sneered softly, speaking to himself. Very well, Lin Chen. I did not anticipate you had such a card up your sleeve. But mark my words, my points shall not be easily acquired. Next time, I shall make you pay tenfold. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, he spent the following days primarily within his villa, familiarizing himself with the various rules and intricacies of Jianghai University, aside from attending classes. It became apparent that this assessment was fundamentally a team-based challenge, consisting of groups of 5 racing through the abyss. There are a total of 9 depths to this abyss, each varying in difficulty. Generally, the later challenges are more formidable. The team must strive to conquer the higher difficulty abysses within 3 days to achieve results, with rankings determined by their overall performance. Lin Chen perused the rule explanation on his phone, gaining clarity on the situation. This rule was decidedly unfavorable for him, as it meant he would be burdened by 4 teammates. Nonetheless, even with the weight of these companions, Lin Chen remained confident in his ability to secure first place. The team achieving the top rank would be rewarded with 5 double experience stones and a set of rare equipment. How splendid. This made the pursuit of first place imperative. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. For him, double experience stones were invaluable. Unlike other professions, as a tyrant of the insectoid race, Lin Chen required tenfold, or even dozens of times more experience to level up. This disparity caused his progression to slow considerably, despite his formidable strength. Thus, double experience stones held paramount importance for him. This was also the reason Lin Chen had expended such a significant sum to acquire the rights to reside in a villa, not for luxury, but for the double experience stones. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone, signaling the commencement of the assessment. Lin Chen lifted his gaze and exited his home. Today marked the opening day of the Abyss assessment. Chapter 86. Lin Chen, are you deliberately provoking me? Upon arriving at the assessment venue, Lin Chen swiftly located his team amidst the throngs of people. It was a 4-person squad consisting of 2 men and 2 women, who appeared to be familiar with one another, currently regarding him with cold, disdainful glares. Greetings, I am Lin Chen, a level 10 summoner. Despite the seemingly predatory gazes directed at him, Lin Chen spoke without an ounce of pressure. Oof, what is there to greet? Being in the same team as you is truly unfortunate. One of the tall, slightly aloof female mages crossed her arms, snorting dismissively. So you're Lin Chen? I advise you to withdraw from the team before you cause us trouble. We cannot afford to offend the student council. A towering knight shook his head, his tone dripping with indifference. The remaining female priest and a bald warrior, though silent, openly displayed their disdain and impatience. The rejection was unmistakable. Realizing they were from the student council, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, detecting the underlying fear in their words. These individuals were evidently wary of retaliation from the student council, hence their strong aversion towards him. However, this was entirely understandable. The influence of the student council loomed over these newcomers like an insurmountable mountain. Having offended the student council, it was only natural for them to seek self-preservation. Lin Chen, if you possess any self-awareness, you should withdraw from the team, the icy beauty of the mage declared, her tone arrogant, as if bestowing a favor upon him. Moreover, while you may be a summoner, you are still only at level 10. It is common knowledge that summoners below level 30 are notoriously weak. Your presence in our team would only serve as a burden. Summoners are remarkably powerful. This is the collective understanding of all individuals on Blue Star. However, Only a select few are truly aware of this principle, and it is limited to summoners who have reached level 30. Summoners below level 30 possess a certain degree of combat power, yet, overall, they are merely regarded as ordinary practitioners. This is largely due to their limited ability to preserve their own lives before reaching level 30, making them susceptible to being dispatched by monsters or other practitioners employing decapitation tactics. It is only after reaching level 30 that summoners can genuinely embody their role, becoming formidable entities capable of facing 10 foes at once. But prior to that, a summoner is simply an average spellcasting profession. Indeed, due to Lin Chen's ordinary classification, his combat strength is somewhat inferior compared to those who generally belong to rarer or even superior tier professions. Undoubtedly, summoners possess great power, but that is a matter for the future. Do you wish to expel me from the team? Lin Chen spoke calmly. That is not out of the question, provided there is a condition. Upon hearing this, the female mage's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and she hurriedly inquired, "What is your condition?" Lin Chen replied with a sardonic smile, "The condition is quite simple. Clear the abyss just once. Once we successfully navigate through it, I shall voluntarily withdraw from the team." According to the assessment regulations, individuals may form teams independently, but the prerequisite is having a record of having cleared the abyss. This means he must achieve success within the designated 5-member team before being eligible to establish his own team and undertake solo missions. Otherwise, given Lin Chen's disposition, he would likely not even bother to utter a word to the female mage and would simply turn to leave. Clear it once. The female mage bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "All right, but if we clear it just once, you must actively resign from the team." "Let us begin," Lin Chen said indifferently, exhibiting little interest in further conversation. "Let's start at the lowest difficulty. After all, we are all uncertain about the intensity of the assessment abyss." The female mage, evidently the captain of this team, spoke decisively. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement amongst the group. "Indeed, let us proceed as such." They did not seek Lin Chen's opinion and collectively approached the portal to the first abyss, stepping inside. Following his earlier inquiry on his phone, he was now aware of the names of all individuals in his team. For instance, the proud female mage, named Mu Shanshan, is an 11th level frost mage of rare grade. However, Lin Chen was indifferent to such classifications, letting out a cold chuckle as he followed suit. "You have entered the assessment abyss. Necromancer S Manor, LV10. Difficulty, normal." After a brief sensation of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself in a foreboding manor shrouded in deathly energy. The female mage spoke. "I checked the strategies on the school forum, and they mentioned that this abyss is not particularly difficult. However, the key challenge lies in the relentless waves of undead, which will test our output capabilities. When the battle commences, Shaoli, you need to utilize the Holy Light spell to suppress the undead. Dachuan, focus on defense and don't let the undead slip past. Zhao Tai, simply output your best while keeping an eye on your health, always prepared to retreat. As for you, Lin Chen." The female mage cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, sneering, "You may just wait here. We certainly do not require your output." "Suit yourself," Lin Chen shrugged, appearing exceedingly nonchalant. After all, he did not care about the outcome of this endeavor. Not having to lift a finger was precisely what he relished. "Go ahead and aggro the monsters." Once the female mage had arranged everything, she nodded, signaling the knight Dachuan to trigger the monsters. Upon receiving the command, Dachuan stepped into the manor, and a multitude of undead creatures erupted from the ground. Zombies, skeletons, wraiths, and even ghouls. Countless undead beings charged towards them with ferocious roars. Instantly, spells such as Holy Light, Shield Strike, Blood Slash, and Ice Spike were unleashed. One by one, the undead fell before them. Most of these undead creatures were between levels 3 and 5, rendering them exceedingly fragile. Even the female priest effortlessly dispatched the undead with her Holy Light spell, showcasing her prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, standing at the back, could not suppress a yawn, stretching lazily as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a reclining chair from his backpack and comfortably settled into it, exuding an air of utter contentment. Mu Shanshan glanced back at him, nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood. "Good heavens, we are here fighting tooth and nail against these monsters, and you choose to revel in leisure? Furthermore, how on earth do you have a reclining chair in your backpack? Is this even appropriate to carry?" Seemingly sensing Mu Shanshan's displeasure, Lin Chen cheerfully extracted a bottle of cola from his backpack and took a hearty swig, followed by a satisfied belch. "Ah, delightful. You." Mu Shanshan was so furious she nearly stomped her foot, almost forgetting to cast her spells. "Lin Chen, are you doing this on purpose to irritate me?" Chapter 87. The Undead Archmage. While they toiled away defeating monsters, this fellow appeared to be relishing himself. "Wasn't this infuriating? You said I didn't need to lift a finger, so why do you concern yourself with my actions?" Lin Chen replied languidly. "You." Mu Shanshan was on the verge of losing her composure, but bit down on her silver teeth, unwilling to say more. As it was her own words that had put her in this predicament, she could only suppress her irritation, turning back to unleash a flurry of ice spikes upon the undead before her. What a waste. One who nitpicks with women will never achieve greatness. The bald warrior Zhao Tai glanced disdainfully at the comfortable Lin Chen, his eyes betraying his scorn. He wielded his great sword, smashing through the bones and remnants of the undead with remarkable valor, especially in stark contrast to Lin Chen, who appeared weak by comparison. He had now concluded that Lin Chen was merely a cowardly opportunist with little strength, far removed from a true man like himself. What were summoners, after all? Just a bunch of inept individuals hiding behind their summoned creatures, nowhere near the visceral thrill of a warrior's blade meeting flesh. As if consumed by jealousy, Zhao Tai muttered in a tone laced with envy. An hour swiftly passed. We are about to clear it. Mu Shanshan gazed at the visibly dwindling undead and finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that within half an hour, they would successfully navigate this abyss. The older students were indeed correct. The difficulty of this first abyss was not particularly high, just a bit tedious. Mu Shanshan smiled brightly, causing the surrounding males to involuntarily gulp. Only Lin Chen, reclining in his chair, bore a faint, cold smile. This Mu Shanshan must have procured her intelligence from the student council. They likely provided only the first half of the information to retaliate against me, concealing the latter half. Indeed, while the Necromancer's Manor Abyss is not overly challenging, requiring only the endurance against endless undead, they failed to disclose the most crucial detail, that a powerful undead archmage boss would emerge in the final phase of the abyss. Lin Chen meticulously recalled the news he had encountered on the school's website. The undead archmage was not particularly formidable. He merely possessed the ability to summon more undead. However, his health pool was impressively thick, boasting a staggering 8,000 health points, coupled with an alarmingly high defense. The most critical aspect was that if they did not eliminate this undead archmage at the earliest opportunity, as time progresses, the Lich Master grows increasingly formidable, his vitality swelling with each passing moment. He can even summon an incessant tide of undead minions. The greater the number of undead, the more challenging it becomes for the adventurers to contend with the boss. Conversely, the more powerful the boss, the more undead he can conjure. This vicious cycle can leave many novice adventuring parties, encountering this boss for the first time, utterly despondent. Thus, this abyss within Shanghai University has garnered a reputation as a notorious DPS tester. Failing to eliminate the Lich Master promptly essentially renders the efforts of the previous hours futile. However, Lin Chen had no intention of graciously sharing this revelation. He merely observed coolly from the sidelines. As anticipated, an eerie voice resounded from the depths of the estate. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Almost immediately, a shadowy aura enveloped a towering figure. It was a humanoid creature, approximately 3 meters tall, shrouded in a black robe, revealing only 2 bony white hands clutching a staff wreathed in ghostly blue flames. This was none other than the final boss, the Lich Master. Damn humans! You dare trespass in my territory, he thundered, prepared to embrace death. The Lich Master appeared exceedingly incensed. Witnessing this, the other 4 members of the team stood in shock. What? There's a boss? This abyss has a boss. This wasn't team mentioned in the intel. My goodness, this boss looks incredibly strong. Mu Shanshan expressed her surprise, but quickly commanded, do not worry. The preceding encounters were quite simple. This boss likely won't be too formidable either. Let us engage him using our usual tactics. The knight will take the front, and we'll provide support from the back. The team nodded in agreement, promptly following Mu Shanshan's instructions. Meanwhile, the Lich Master seized this moment to summon a veritable tide of undead. This is bad. These undead are of a significantly higher level. Zhao Tai exclaimed as he cast a detection spell, his expression shifting drastically. These undead were not the lowly 3 or 4 level creatures they had encountered earlier. Each undead creature now boasted levels exceeding 7. Moreover, their types had escalated from mere skeletons, zombies, and specters to formidable entities such as headless horsemen, skeletal mages, and banshees. The situation plunged into dire straits. The knight struggled valiantly at the front. Captain, these monsters are dealing too much damage. I can't hold on, he shouted urgently. Even the healing priestess was sweating profusely, exclaiming, Captain, I can't keep up with the healing. These undead are imbued with grievous wound affixes. Should we retreat? Retreat? Mu Shanshan surveyed the undead army before her, her heart filled with reluctance. If they withdrew now, wouldn't the past couple of hours be in vain? Additionally, failing their first foray into the abyss would surely diminish her score over the last 3 days. Let us give it a try first. Mu Shanshan gritted her teeth and commanded. We must attempt to press on. Failing our first abyss run, especially at the lowest difficulty, would be a laughingstock. The teammates sighed, equally unwilling to surrender so easily, and rallied to attack once more. Ice Storm. Mu Shanshan chanted a spell, unleashing her most potent incantation. Instantly, the temperature in the air dropped noticeably, and a mass of translucent blue ice coalesced above the Lich Master, plunging downward with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spikes were fearsome, seemingly capable of piercing the Lich Master's frail form with ease. However, the Lich Master scoffed coldly, a trivial trick, humans. He allowed the ice spikes to strike him, resulting in a few inconsequential damage numbers floating above his head. What? Mu Shanshan gasped in horror. She was an 11-level frost mage, wielding her most formidable skill. Typically, even a level 15 boss would suffer a significant loss of health from it, alongside an added ice slow status. Yet, this Lich Master seemed utterly unscathed. Was he merely a level 10 boss? No, something was amiss. His attributes, health, and defenses were continuously escalating. Mu Shanshan cast a detection spell and quickly discerned the issue, exclaiming in shock. The Lich Master's attributes surged dramatically every half-minute, reaching an absurd level. Name: Lich Master Hedrick. Level: 10, first stage. Health: 8,967, increases by 20 every 10 seconds. Strength: 34, increases by 20 every 10 seconds. Agility: 16, increases by 20 every 10 seconds. Mentality: 33, increases by 20 every 10 seconds. Skills: Advanced Undead Summoning. Summon Headless Horseman, Summon Banshee, Summon Skeletal Mage, Summon Skeletal Warrior, Undead Shield, Mass Frenzy, Malefic Binding. Description: one of the 4 great lords of the underworld. This panel, let alone being a level 10 boss, would boast attributes that many level 20 bosses might not even possess. Furthermore, his attributes were escalating wildly, making him increasingly difficult to defeat. Humans, while my current power is but a fraction of my peak strength, it is not something you can dare to provoke. The Lich Master cackled ominously, then suddenly waved a hand, summoning a bone prison that engulfed several of the adventurers. Malefic Binding. It was over. Mu Shanshan's face turned ashen. To her shock, she noticed several negative effects had appeared on her status panel. Imprisoned, silenced. This meant she was not only immobilized, but also incapable of casting any spells. Now, not only was defeating the Lich Master impossible, but even retreating was out of the question. Exiting the abyss required activating a teleportation stone, but under the silenced effect, they were barred from using any items or skills. Were they truly destined to perish here? Despair washed over Mu Shanshan, her once graceful visage now pale and filled with reluctance. The other teammates trembled, their faces ashen, their hearts sinking into despair. Why was this boss so overwhelmingly powerful? Wasn't he merely a level 10 boss? It was over. The Lich Master raised his hand, declaring, "To perish at my hands is your honor. Die." A headless horseman raised its spear and lunged forward. Mu Shanshan closed her eyes in hopeless resignation. Yet, a second passed, then another, and the anticipated agony of death did not arrive. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a torrent of flames erupting from behind, fiercely striking the Lich Master. The once indomitable necromancer, upon being struck by the searing rays of flame, appeared utterly wretched, crying out in agony. What are these things? It hurts so much. Who lit the fire? Come out. Before him, the necromancer's health bar plummeted like an elevator in freefall. 647 weakness damage, 845 weakness damage, 1058 weakness damage. In less than 10 seconds, the necromancer's health was reduced to less than half. Finally, a fireball, approximately 3 meters in diameter, coalesced in the air, delivering the final blow to the necromancer. You have completed the abyss. Necromancer's Manor, LV10. Difficulty: normal. Time taken: 2 hours 34 minutes. Chapter 88. Epic Mount, Chatty Bone Dragon. This abyss evaluation score: 3,541. Obtained team experience: 6,000. Your team has been teleported? A notification echoed in their minds. In the next moment, the entire party was transported to a plaza. A group of individuals stood there, utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did the boss suddenly perish? Who struck the final blow? Could it be a bug? A flurry of questions swirled in the minds of Mu Shanshan and her companions, leaving them both elated and perplexed. Their joy stemmed from the miraculous escape with their lives intact, yet they were confounded by the identity of the mysterious assailant responsible for the fiery onslaught. After all, this was a solo dungeon, accessible only to individuals or small teams, with each abyss being a distinct entity. No one else could possibly intrude. Suddenly, Mu Shanshan's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, who appeared utterly relaxed, even stifling a yawn as if just awakening from slumber. Could it be he who intervened? Yet, a second later, Mu Shanshan shook her head, dismissing her own thoughts. Impossible. The assault that annihilated the necromancer in mere seconds could not have been executed by a level 10 summoner. Moreover, those skills must have been spells, utterly beyond Lin Chen's capabilities. It was likely some hidden mechanism at play, akin to a scripted event. Otherwise, it would be entirely unreasonable to pit such a formidable boss against a level 10 assessment dungeon. Mu Shanshan nodded in agreement with her reasoning. Then, with a frosty demeanor, she spoke. Lin Chen, we have completed the abyss. You should withdraw from the team. As for your participation in this run, we shall not charge you a fee. Consider it a gift. Mu Shanshan's tone was cold, akin to tossing a bun to a beggar, replete with an air of condescension. After all, from her perspective, Lin Chen had not contributed at all. It was her party that had vanquished the boss. The experience he gained was merely a boon granted by their efforts. Oh, should I thank you then? Lin Chen replied with a smile. No need for gratitude. You should just leave the team quickly. A female priest interjected, her face twisted in disdain. If it weren't for you, this abyss wouldn't have been so arduous. You're a waste. The warrior scoffed. Lin Chen, if you wish to find another team next time, it certainly won't be for free, huh? Oh, and I almost forgot. You might not even find another team, huh? In the face of their derision, Lin Chen remained unmoved, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He was no altruist, indifferent to the malice of others. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson to these individuals. Of course, not now, after all. Physical altercations were strictly prohibited within the campus. Team member, Lin Chen has exited the team. He withdrew from the group with a decisive finality, uttering not a word, and retreated to a corner to meditate. Finally, that useless fool is gone. Now we can breathe easy, the female priest remarked, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. Mu Shanshan nodded in agreement. Let us find a strong ally. We need not worry about being targeted now. Observing Lin Chen seated in a chair with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but smirk derisively. Resting? This person is beyond saving. In these 3 days, which newcomer hasn't he been desperate enough to forego sleep, grinding dungeons for evaluation points? And yet, this fellow chooses to rest? With such a wretched disposition, it's no wonder he has been targeted by the student council. The group exchanged glances, unable to suppress their disdainful head shakes, as if they were witnessing a futile endeavor, before promptly vacating the area, as though fleeing from a plague. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen was not in fact meditating. Instead, he had plunged his consciousness into the Dominator world. Within the Dominator world, Lin Chen sat beneath a stone tablet, producing a length of rope from his possession, his expression somewhat peculiar. Having slain this boss, he unexpectedly received a rope? What was this? The demise of the necromancer had indeed been orchestrated by Lin Chen himself. He had anticipated the encounter, strategically deploying fireworms and brainworms to ambush from a location unseen by his teammates. At the climactic moment, he had struck down the necromancer. However, he had not anticipated the boss dropping a rope. Name, Rope of the Necromancer Heidic. Quality, Epic. Description, upon consumption, gain mount, Necromancer Heidic. On Blue Star. Mounts were certainly diverse and extraordinary, encompassing a wide array of creatures. The majority were horses, griffins, donkeys, and the like, with a few being bats or birds. Yet, it was unheard of to possess a humanoid mount. What on earth was this? Regardless, he decided to use it without further ado. Lin Chen activated the rope. You have used the Rope of the Necromancer Heidic, acquiring a mount. Instantly, a dark light flashed. A colossal skeletal dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters and a length of around 10 meters, materialized before Lin Chen. The bone dragon appeared severely damaged. Yet faint traces of azure hue shimmered around its wings. 2 points of ethereal blue flame blazed within its eye sockets, and its robust, luminescent bones conveyed an unmistakable aura of terrifying power, even in the absence of flesh and blood. Who dares disturb Lord Heidic, master of the underworld and sovereign of all laws? As the bone dragon emerged, it let out a thunderous roar. The surrounding armies of insectoid creatures, blade worms, fireworms, brainworms, swiftly converged. Haha, I'm just joking. I've been dead for countless years. I am no longer the sovereign of all laws. Heidic chuckled nervously upon sensing a hint of danger emanating from the insectoids. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, leaning his massive head closer for a closer inspection. Ah, you are the little fellow from that party in the abyss, aren't you? Did you bring me out of that dreadful place? But that is for the best. I was nearly suffocated in there, forced to play charades, and being killed time and again. How utterly absurd. Oh, by the way, who are you? Lin Chen gazed at the colossal skeletal dragon, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. It turned out that the true form of that so-called grand mage was none other than a bone dragon. No wonder it could serve as his mount. However, this bone dragon had once belonged to the ancient dragon race of the West, a lineage of nobility. Why, then, did it seem so loquacious? I am your future master. My name is Lin Chen, he stated with a calm demeanor. Master? Black Dick had anticipated this, yet he could not suppress a smirk. All right. I never intended to resist when I was captured. But master doesn't sound quite right. Let's go with boss, shall we? What do you think, boss? Black Dick looked at Lin Chen with a hint of excitement, his demeanor almost euphoric. Boss, could you possibly procure me a couple of female dragons? I've been pinned up for centuries. If female dragons aren't feasible, something else would suffice as long as it has a hole. Lin Chen felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily interrupted Black Dick's brazen comments. Hold on. What do you mean by female dragons? You, a mere skeleton, think you can indulge in such pursuits? Do you even possess the capability? Black Dick immediately realized, right, I'm a skeleton now. In other words, my 18-meter-long weapon is nowhere to be found. He looked down and, indeed, found only a stark, empty skeleton beneath him. I forgot, I'm a eunuch now. Black Dick lamented, unable to suppress a mournful wail directed at the heavens. Enough of this nonsense. Come over here and let me see your attributes. Lin Chen barked with irritation. Name, Necromancer Black Dick. Type, Mount. Quality, Epic. Level, 10. Strength, 21. Agility, 225. Mentality, 273. Talent 1. Sky Sovereign when activated as a mount. Flight speed is increased by 360. Talent 2, Dragon Kin physical damage taken is reduced by an additional 20, and magical damage taken is reduced by an additional 30. Talent 3, Master of the Undead all undead skills are at level 2. Talent 4, Heart of the Blue Dragon mana recovery speed is increased by 300. Skills, Starfire, Mana Burst, Spring, Advanced Undead Summoning, Summon Headless Horseman, Summon Banshee, Summon Skeleton Mage, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Undead Shield, Mass Frenzy, Curse of Omen. Upon reviewing the attributes, Lin Chen could not help but nod in approval. Truly, as an epic mount, its attributes were astonishingly powerful, almost rivaling his own. And this was merely at level 10. He could only imagine how formidable it would become in the future. With this mount, traveling would be much more convenient. Even though flying was prohibited within the campus, the Abyss was not bound by such restrictions. Moreover, one must remember that mounts are also a form of summoning. A smile crept across Lin Chen's face. Henceforth, he had gained another elite summon, significantly enhancing his power. Whoa, boss, you're a summoner, right? Are all these critters your summons? That's incredible, Black Dick exclaimed, glancing around at the swarming insects, his skin prickling with both awe and trepidation. Aren't you capable of summoning that many creatures as well? I observed you summon a number of undead in the Abyss, which was no less than mine, Lin Chen replied. His tone calm and measured. That was the system aiding me in surpassing the summoning limit. Otherwise, even when I was alive, I couldn't have been this strong. Black Dick shook his head, recalling his days in the Abyss with a mixture of fear and disdain. System? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Earlier, you mentioned being captured and confined in the Abyss as a boss. What transpired? Chapter 89. The Abyss of Highest Difficulty, The Dismal Ruins. Black Dick fell silent, pondering for a long moment before finally admitting, I can't recall the specifics. One day I was simply dragged into the Abyss, and a system transmitted information to me, instructing me to take on the role of a boss. This system also taught me the language of your blue star, enabling me to communicate. Then you arrived, boss. Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply. In his previous life, as one at the pinnacle of the world, he had sensed fragments of the truth surrounding Blue Star. Yet, even with his former strength and status, his knowledge was limited, and he had barely begun to investigate before being betrayed by Lin Qingshuo. Forget it. That's not my immediate concern, Lin Chen resolved, casting those thoughts aside. What mattered most now was to regain his strength and reclaim his former glory. Everything else could wait. Your name is Black Dick? Lin Chen scrutinized the skeletal dragon before him. What do you think of this name? In our Usak language, it signifies supreme of all laws. Black Dick paused, puffing out his chest with pride, his tail held high. That name is too lengthy and cumbersome. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. Lin Chen proclaimed with a grand gesture. What? Little Black? No. Absolutely not. How could the supreme of all laws bear a name fit for a dog? Black Dick vehemently shook his head, refusing without a second thought. Having been imbued with human language and culture by the system, he understood that Little Black was a name most commonly associated with dogs. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, the horde of insects behind him surged forward, their gazes sharp and predatory. Thank you for the name, boss. Black Dick, ever adaptable, forced a laugh and accepted the moniker. I knew it. The boss's naming skills are unparalleled. Little Black is both regal and imposing, perfectly suited for a high-caliber being like me. No, a dragon. However, boss, could we negotiate on one matter? Black Dick cautiously inched closer, rubbing his massive bony head against Lin Chen, his demeanor ingratiating. What is it? Lin Chen replied coolly. Could you refrain from calling me Little Black in front of others, especially the female dragons? Black Dick rubbed his bony claws together, chuckling nervously. That depends on the situation. Lin Chen responded nonchalantly. Boss, this can't be situational. My reputation is on the line. Boss. In the square, Lin Chen opened his eyes and rose to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion. This action drew considerable attention, with many gazes cast upon him, filled with mockery and derision. Look, isn't that Lin Chen? Indeed. This guy just slept for half an hour and has finally awakened. What does he intend to do now, pretending to be some grand figure? Though he is a summoner, he has offended the student council. There's no way he won't be kicked from the team, right? Which group would dare to take him? Summoners may be powerful, but he's only level 10. There's no way he can solo the Abyss, right? Look, he's actually striding toward the Abyss. People were astonished. After all, Lin Chen was alone. Did he actually think he could take on the challenge solo? It should be noted that while these assessments of the Abyss were nominally for solo adventurers, their actual difficulty was tailored for a 5-person team. Even for second and third year students, soloing the Abyss was nearly impossible. Therefore, everyone watching Lin Chen's actions found it utterly incomprehensible. Has this guy lost his mind? I think he's just giving up. Exactly, he is probably just putting on a show. If he can solo the Abyss, I'll eat my own hat upside down. A collective expression of disdain spread across the faces of the onlookers. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's actions nearly left them agape with astonishment. He approached the final abyssal portal without the slightest hesitation, touched the teleportation stone, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked. What? Was he truly attempting to solo the most challenging abyss of the Dark Ruins? Historically, very few rookie teams had managed to conquer this dungeon. And he dared to take it on alone? This lad was far too arrogant. Even if he sought to attract attention, there must be limits to such audacity, right? The crowd exchanged knowing smirks as they watched Lin Chen's disappearing silhouette, convinced that he would never emerge victorious from this abyss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Shanshan and her companions also witnessed this spectacle. Hee, look at Sister Shanshan, that Lin Chen we kicked out. Has he gone mad, daring to challenge the Dark Ruins? The female priest chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. The bald warrior scoffed. This Lin Chen probably aims to prove something to us. But he is merely overestimating his own strength, a complete buffoon. Mu Shanshan maintained an indifferent demeanor, yet inwardly, her opinion of Lin Chen plummeted further. To think he would try to impress us? How foolish. To venture into the Dark Ruins without any power was akin to courting death. At this age, to be so impulsive. Clearly, my decision was justified. Even if the student council exerted no pressure, I must expel him from the team. With such thoughts, Mu Shanshan nodded, seemingly affirming her choice, and led her team back into the necromancer's manor. You have entered the abyss, Dark Ruins. Upon entering the abyss, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings and swiftly summoned the Deathwing Mantis and Black Dick, then leaped onto the back of the skeletal dragon. In the next moment, the skeletal dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. With a powerful flap of Black Dick's wings, a violent gust of wind swept through the vicinity, sending several low-level beasts that had been lurking around flying away. Soon after, Black Dick ascended to several hundred meters high. Indeed, it was significantly faster than the Deathwing Mantis. Standing atop Black Dick, Lin Chen gazed down at the Dark Ruins, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. Truly, it was a dragon, even in its skeletal form. It remained the sovereign of the skies. Once in the air, Lin Chen spotted a cave deep within the Dark Ruins. According to the intel he had purchased, this should be the lair of the boss, the Poison Cat King. The difficulty of this boss was not overly high. The challenge of this abyss lay in the multitude of traps along the path to the boss. Poison traps, spikes, magical traps, and even ambushes from monsters. All these obstacles hindered the progress of most adventurers. However, Lin Chen smiled confidently, as he could simply bypass them all. Chapter 90. 2 minutes and 34 seconds to clear the highest difficulty abyss? Why? The answer was simple. Lin Chen possessed a flying mount, allowing him to completely disregard these traps and approach the boss directly. The design of this abyss evidently lacked anti-air defenses, enabling Lin Chen to boldly fly to the boss's lair atop Black Dick. It should be noted that prior to level 60, means of flight were exceedingly rare, with only certain flying mounts and pets providing aerial capabilities to adventurers. Acquiring a flying mount was a formidable challenge. To put it in perspective, among many level 60 or 70 adventurers, it was unlikely that even 1 in 1,000 possessed a flying mount, let alone those who were merely around level 10. Go Black! Lin Chen commanded, tapping the back of the skeletal dragon. All right, Black Dick exclaimed enthusiastically, soaring towards the boss. Lin Chen held tightly onto the protruding bone spikes on Black Dick's back, feeling as if he might be blown away by the sheer speed. This velocity was astonishing. Lin Chen wore an exhilarated expression. This pace was incomparable to the low-tier insectoids like the Deathwing Mantis or the Flying Wing Bees. In a mere matter of moments, Black Dick brought Lin Chen before the boss. At that moment, the Poison Cat King languidly rested outside the cave, dozing off. Surrounding it were a host of night cat demons patrolling. Should they detect any movement, they would sound an alarm, summoning nearby beasts to protect their leader. According to Lin Chen's intel, even when reaching the final stage, the traps had been thoroughly investigated, yet the gathering of night cat demons remained a headache. Their sheer numbers posed a significant threat, even if their average level hovered around 5. Once, a team attempted to bypass these cat demons using a group invisibility item called Mist of Deception to directly assault the boss. However, they were caught off guard when the night cat demons, while lacking individual strength, possessed the anti-invisibility ability, easily piercing through their stealth. Consequently, adventurers abandoned the notion of sneaking past, resigned to navigating the traps, and gradually being worn down by the throngs of night cat demons. Thus, compared to other challenging abysses, the Dark Ruins became notorious as the most difficult and time-consuming, with a clearing rate of less than 1%. Even if one managed to clear it, the duration exceeded 20 hours. In fact, there was a year when a team spent nearly 40 hours just to conquer this abyss. However, the rewards were substantial. A successful completion of the Dark Ruins typically yielded an average score above 300,000, though this score would be divided among 5 team members. Each would still receive at least 60,000 points. It is worth noting that most freshmen could only accumulate around 6,000 to 7,000 points within 3 days. Such a score would already surpass the majority of newcomers. The Poison Cat King, still dozing at the cave's entrance, lazily stretched, appearing completely unguarded. After all, its minions were stationed outside, leaving it with no cause for concern. Yet, at that very moment, whoosh, A piercing whistle erupted in the air. The Poison Cat King instantly became alert, opening its eyes and rising to scan the surroundings. However, there was no sign of any enemy in sight. What was happening? The Poison Cat King was baffled. Had it misheard? Just then, a second whistle resounded from the sky. A massive skeletal dragon, akin to a mountain, hurtled down from hundreds of meters above, engulfed in black flames, directly targeting it with a fierce descent. Here comes the little flying stick, it called out with a laugh. The Poison Cat King was immediately struck with terror. It attempted to flee, but the skeletal dragon's speed was overwhelming. Before it could take a single step, the dragon's talons pierced through its chest. The Poison Cat King was slain. Ding! Your summon has slain the boss, Poison Cat King, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Greedy Soul activated, gaining additional items. You have cleared the abyss. Dark Ruins, LV10, difficulty, hard, time taken, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. This abyss evaluation score, 303. 214. A series of notification chimes rang in Lin Chen's ears. He glanced at the completion time and frowned. Why is this evaluation score so low? Could it be because I soloed it? Generally speaking, at this moment, Heidik was busy clearing the surroundings as the Dark Knight Cat demons, driven into a frenzy by the death of the poisonous Cat King, swarmed about. With a cheerful grin, he turned to Lin Chen and exclaimed, boss, how about that? Am I quick or what? Quite impressive, Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. A time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds is commendable. However, I feel it could be further optimized. Upon hearing this, Heidik's mood soured, his skeletal dragon visage contorting with dissatisfaction as he muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. 2.5 minutes ISNT good enough? What about the other teams that take 20 or 30 hours? Would they not be driven to despair? The boss is too harsh. Is this how one treats their subordinates? I am a dragon with feelings too. As he grumbled, Heidik effortlessly dispatched the encroaching Dark Knight Cat demons with a flick of his bony claws, akin to swatting flies. To be frank, these demons could hardly even scratch his defenses, barely causing him a tickle, and Heidik didn't need to employ any skills. A mere flick was sufficient to leave them lifeless. All right, let us depart, Lin Chen remarked after inspecting the loot dropped by the poisonous Cat King, cursing under his breath at the lack of any extraordinary equipment before giving Heidik a pat. Instantly, the duo vanished into the abyss. Meanwhile, within the Necromancer's manor, Mu Shanshan, her face a mask of frost, fervently recited incantations, obliterating the undead army before her. In her midst, a cloaked assassin unleashed a torrent of damage, causing low-tier undead creatures to fall one after another. Witnessing this scene, Mu Shanshan couldn't help but nod in approval, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. My choice was indeed wise. After kicking that Lin Chen out, my team has become remarkably strong. I believe we will conquer this abyss with ease. She was not alone in her thoughts. Her teammates also wore expressions of satisfaction. Hee, without that useless one holding us back, we are indeed much more at ease. The priestess chuckled. The bald warrior nodded in agreement. Indeed, we now understand that we simply need to focus our fire on the Lich during the final phase, significantly reducing the challenge. We can finally clear it now. The knight sneered. If it weren't for Lin Chen dragging us down with his inadequate output, we would not have nearly faced disaster last time. It's all his fault. The group exchanged words, casting all blame upon Lin Chen. The mere thought of Lin Chen struggling for survival in the shadowed ruins brought them a sense of delight. Haha, I wonder how that guy is faring now. Does he really think he can survive in the shadowed ruins? What a joke. Hee, let us see if he has already slinked away in defeat, they mused, anticipation dancing in their voices. However, amidst their banter, a notification suddenly rang in their ears. Beep. System notification. Player Lin Chen has successfully cleared the abyss shadowed ruins in a time of 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Chapter 91. Regretful Mu Shanshan. As this announcement echoed in their ears, the group froze in place, akin to wooden statues. Their faces were etched with incredulity, as if they had just heard something utterly unfathomable. Some jaws nearly dropped, their eyes wide with shock. It was not until one of the undead lunged at them that they snapped back to reality, re-engaging in battle. Yet, that notification reverberated in their minds like thunder, exploding with disbelief. Lin Chen, had he truly soloed the shadowed ruins? This is impossible. How could this be? Is there a bug? Soloing the shadowed ruins? I've never heard of such a feat in my life. Wait, what was the time? 2.5 minutes? This has to be cheating. The bald warrior, the priestess, and the others erupted in furious disbelief. They simply could not accept that a so-called useless player they had expelled could exhibit such terrifying prowess after leaving their team. Even Mu Shanshan's expression turned complex. Lin Chen, he could actually solo the shadowed ruins? Could it be that he has been concealing his strength all along? If that is the case, then he was indeed the one who contributed in our previous dungeon run. We completely misjudged him. At this moment, Mu Shanshan was engulfed in a profound sense of regret. Had Lin Chen been part of their team, even a casual effort from him could have propelled them to unimaginable scores. How foolish she had been to cast out someone capable of soloing the shadowed ruins. Now, all that remained to describe her was a single word: Foolish. Simultaneously, in the square. Upon hearing the notification, the crowd fell into a collective silence. For a moment, the only sounds that filled the air were the heartbeats and heavy breaths of the astonished onlookers, their faces a canvas of shock and disbelief. After a lengthy pause, someone finally broke the silence. This can't be right, can it? Soloing the shadowed ruins? Since the founding of Zhonghai University, there has never been such a formidable player. Did you not notice the time? 2.5 minutes is the crux of the matter. Typically, the clearing time for the shadowed ruins is over 20 hours, and that's for a team. Is Lin Chen a cheater or the principal's illegitimate child? How could he clear it in 2.5 minutes? Some were excited, others baffled, while many felt a burning shame. As if they had just been slapped in the face. They had previously mocked Lin Chen, adamantly insisting he would never clear the shadowed ruins. Yet here he was, not only having cleared it, but setting a historic record. In that moment, they realized that the true fool was themselves. No wonder Lin Chen dared to stand against the student council. His strength was formidable. Rumor had it that even the principal, during his freshman year, took 15 hours to clear the shadowed ruins. Could it be that Lin Chen surpassed even him? What was the student council in comparison? Lin Chen would henceforth be my elder brother. Elder brother? Huh. You may wish to be his little brother, but he must also be willing to accept you. Look over there. Isn't that Lin Chen? Suddenly, the crowd turned towards the teleportation portal, and indeed, Lin Chen's figure materialized before them. Excitedly, they surged forward, vying for his attention with extravagant displays of flattery. Lin Chen, great deity. I want to be your little brother. Get lost, little brother. Lin Chen, you shall be my esteemed elder from now on. Great deity Lin, would you like a drink before diving into more dungeons? I hear she is 3060. Lin Chen, I may be younger, but my figure is also commendable. I can do all sorts of tricks. Care to consider? Observing their sycophantic antics, Lin Chen frowned, executing a swift evasive maneuver to distance himself from the throng by 10 meters. Then, with a swift motion, he set off in a particular direction, swiftly vanishing from the square, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Where did the great deity Lin go? He was just here. Did that busty girl whisk him away? Where is he? 100,000 evaluation points? That should be enough to secure first place, right? If so, I need not undertake another run. Lin Chen mused to himself. Instead of returning directly to the villa, he chose to meander through the campus, finally donning a mask in the shadowy realms to conceal his identity. Only then did Lin Chen arrive at the most prosperous area of Zhonghai City, casually surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was watching him, he stepped into a commercial establishment. This was none other than the headquarters of Lingxiao Commercial. Lingxiao Commerce, as one of the prominent trading firms in the Dragon Kingdom, merely operates a branch in Jiangnan City. The headquarters of Lingxiao Commerce is a flawlessly designed sanctuary known as the Dried Leaf Hideout. Upon stepping into this edifice, Lin Chen keenly perceived that the interior space was, in fact, exponentially larger than the exterior. It was evident that an array of spatial artifacts had been employed to expand this refuge to such an extent. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A beautiful attendant clad in a cerulean qipao approached Lin Chen with poise and courtesy. I seek to consult with the steward, as I require assistance with the sale of certain equipment and the procurement of various items. Lin Chen replied in a deep, resonant voice. A steward? The attendant's brows furrowed slightly, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. I apologize, sir, but all our stewards are currently preoccupied. If you wish to sell equipment, we can certainly handle that on your behalf. It was clear that the attendant deemed Lin Chen's standing insufficient to warrant the attention of a steward. After all, while a steward at Lingxiao Commerce may not be a high-ranking official, they certainly belong to an elite echelon. Moreover, the stewards at the headquarters number only 36, primarily serving the needs of high-ranking dignitaries by managing and appraising their equipment. If everyone sought the services of a steward, how could Lingxiao Commerce continue to function? Naturally, the attendant could not voice these thoughts, opting instead to use the excuse of being busy to deflect him. This is my identification, Lin Chen stated succinctly. Producing a black card, his tone resolute. The attendant gasped in surprise, taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly unremarkable individual, a mere level 10, possessed a black card from Lingxiao Commerce. Although it was not as prestigious as a gold or diamond card, it nonetheless signified that he was a valued guest. Generally, a level 10 practitioner, lacking a notable background or sufficient prowess, would find it impossible to acquire such a card. Realizing this, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Esteemed sir, while you are indeed a distinguished guest of our establishment, I regret to inform you that our stewards are occupied with a meeting and thus unable to attend to you. Unless what? Lin Chen's brow furrowed. He had no intention of making things difficult for anyone. He simply needed matters attended to that were beyond the purview of a mere attendant. At the very least, a steward was required. Unless you present sufficient offerings, the attendant clarified. Chapter 92, Chaos Stone. Evidently, a black card alone did not suffice to incite the attention of a steward. After all, the black card represented merely the lowest tier of esteemed clientele within Lingxiao Commerce. While it warranted the attendant's genuine consideration, it fell short when faced with the stewards. Sufficient offerings? Lin Chen smiled faintly before gesturing with his hand. A dozen pieces of equipment, each distinct in form, levitated around him. The yellow glow emanating from these items signified that they were all of extraordinary quality. Extraordinary equipment. And he produced over a dozen pieces at once. The attendant gasped, her rosy lips parted in astonishment, her heart racing with a profound sense of awe. Extraordinary equipment. While not as coveted in Jianghe City as it might be in smaller locales like Jiangnan City, was certainly not commonplace. In the course of her career, encountering a sale of extraordinary equipment even once a month was considered fortunate. Yet, a customer presenting over a dozen pieces of extraordinary equipment was unprecedented in her experience. Sir. Esteemed sir. The attendant's cheeks flushed, her breath coming in rapid bursts as she exclaimed, "Are you truly intending to sell these items? If so, I shall immediately contact a steward to assist you." It was no wonder the attendant was so exhilarated. By facilitating the introduction of a steward, she stood to earn a commission on each item sold. The commission from a single piece of extraordinary equipment could equate to 1 or 2 months of her salary. And the thought of commissions from a dozen pieces was beyond her wildest dreams. "Of course, do you think I jest?" Lin Chen replied coolly. This display piqued the curiosity of several onlookers, who turned to gaze at him. Witnessing Lin Chen unveil such a quantity of extraordinary equipment left them wide-eyed in disbelief. Many cast avaricious glances, as if yearning to claim these treasures for themselves. Sensing their covetous stares, Lin Chen scoffed softly, retracting the equipment with a wave of his hand. "So, do I now possess sufficient credentials? Please follow me, esteemed sir." The attendant dared not utter a word of dissent, hastily guiding Lin Chen to a secluded chamber, where she served tea and pastries. Shortly thereafter, a woman draped in white gauze entered the room, following the attendant. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she smiled and nodded. "You must be the esteemed sir? Greetings, I am Bai Wan, a steward of Lingxiao Commerce. May I inquire whether you wish to sell your equipment?" Bai Wan, adorned in flowing white gauze, exuded an air of grace and elegance. Though her figure was enveloped in layers of fabric, one could discern the voluptuous contours beneath. What captivated most was her ageless visage, radiating a cool charm. Lin Chen, however, was no naive youth. After a moment of mild surprise, he regained his composure and nodded. "Indeed, I wish to sell 11 pieces of extraordinary equipment. Could you kindly assess their value?" With that, he gestured, and a collection of equipment was placed upon the table. All of these are of extraordinary quality. Upon merely glancing at the items, Bai Wan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Upon receiving the attendant's earlier message, she had assumed it was an exaggeration. After all, a transaction involving over 10 pieces of extraordinary quality equipment was not unheard of at Lingxiao Commerce. But such dealings typically involved established clients from larger factions. It was rare for an individual to arrive with such an impressive array of high-quality gear. Yet, upon witnessing the multitude of items radiating yellow light before her, Bai Wan quickly realized how mistaken her initial assumptions had been. Regaining her composure, Bai Wan meticulously began her appraisal. Moments later, she addressed Lin Chen with utmost seriousness. "Esteemed sir, the total value of your equipment amounts to approximately 36.87 million credit points, or it can be exchanged for 5,000 points in our establishment's credit system, or for 5,000 chaos stones. How would you like to proceed with the transaction?" Generally speaking, the currencies circulating among the various trading firms on Blue Star include not only the official credit points, but also the firm's own points and chaos stones. The firm's points function similarly to the point systems of various prestigious academies, enabling exchanges for high-end equipment and skill books that credit points cannot procure. Chaos stones, on the other hand, are a unique form of universal currency, circulated among practitioners above level 10. Primarily, chaos stones can be obtained from any abyssal or wilderness beasts of level 10 or above. They serve numerous purposes, such as altering all affixes of an item below extraordinary quality. For instance, an item with attributes of Strength 2, Agility 1, Spirit 3, could potentially transform into Strength 1, Agility 3, Spirit 4, through the refining process involving chaos stones. The changes in attributes are entirely random, yet they remain consistent with the item's quality and level, ensuring no outrageous disparities. The chaos stone possesses the potential to bestow a random special effect upon an otherwise unremarkable piece of pure stat equipment. However, the probability of this occurring can only be described as exceedingly dismal, even more so than in certain notorious games. Consequently, the chaos stone is seldom utilized for such purposes. Its true significance lies elsewhere. Upon usage, it grants an additional day of life. Indeed, this pertains to one's lifespan. In the realm of Blue Star, once a practitioner reaches level 15, they can clearly perceive their remaining lifespan. The Chaos Stone, when employed, directly extends this lifespan by a day. Beyond this, the Chaos Stone serves various other functions. For instance, it is a requisite material for the use of teleportation arrays. Thus, it has become the most fundamental currency circulating among practitioners, and the Lingxiao Trading Company is no exception. "Let us convert everything into Chaos Stones," Lin Chen declared solemnly. subsequently presenting a list. I also require some additional items and wish to inquire if your establishment has them. In truth, enlisting the steward's assistance in procuring supplies was Lin Chen's primary objective. Otherwise, selling his equipment to the academy would be far more lucrative, as it could be directly exchanged for academy points. Within Zhanghai University, the value of academy points surpasses that of chaos stones. Oh, these items. Baiwan took the list and immediately felt a sense of trepidation. It was not that the items were particularly rare or valuable, but rather that they were exceedingly obscure. The fire core? I have not even heard of this material. What is it? As for the undead essence, I seem to recall a vague familiarity, but I cannot be certain of its existence. The soul of greed? We do have a limited stock of this skill, yet it is not substantial, after all. The drop rate is notoriously low, and its utility is rather meager. Many individuals do not even bother to pick it up. This list details the items that Lin Chen urgently requires, including the fire core from the fusion of fireflies, the undead essence from the fusion of deathwing mantis, and the greed skill. This skill is currently Lin Chen's most coveted acquisition, for double drops are simply irresistible. Baiwan examined the list, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Dominator, I will do my utmost to assist you in acquiring these items. I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Please rest assured. Very well, here's my contact information. Lin Chen smiled slightly upon hearing her words, handing over his contact details. At that moment, a maid approached, presenting a small pouch filled to the brim with chaos stones. Here are your belongings. Please take care of them, the maid said demurely. Lin Chen accepted the pouch, weighing it briefly before stowing it in his backpack. He exchanged a casual farewell and departed from the Lingxiao Trading Company. As Baiwan watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, a hint of seriousness flickered in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she sighed and instructed the maid, please investigate this dominator's background. He is no ordinary individual. Upon returning to the campus, Lin Chen had scarcely settled in when he received a communication from Mo Hongli. Hee. Congratulations on achieving the best score among the new students, Lin Chen. Mo Hongli teased, her tone tinged with surprise. She had not anticipated that Lin Chen could conquer the Dark Ruins in such a short time. It was worth noting that, within her own academy of the functional system, no team had yet cleared the Dark Ruins. Not to mention that Lin Chen had done so solo. Just average. Lin Chen replied with a smile. By the way, how are things on your end? Do you need me to assist you? Mo Hongli pouted. I already have a team, and we just cleared the Necromancer's Manor with decent results. Suit yourself, Lin Chen said. The two conversed briefly before ending the communication. Just as Lin Chen prepared to freshen up and rest, a sultry voice drifted from outside the villa. Little brother Lin, your sister has come to see you, quickly. Open the door. Peering out, he beheld Hua Wuqiao, elegantly clad in a fitted qipao and high-heeled stockings, standing at the entrance. A shiver ran down Lin Chen's spine as he obediently opened the door. Hua Wuqiao glided inside, surveying her surroundings before chuckling softly. Well, it is quite tidy in here. Lin Chen cleared his throat and addressed her directly. Teacher Hua, what brings you here? Is it forbidden for me to visit you without a reason? Hua Wuqiao pouted playfully, her expression laced with a hint of coquetry. The mature allure she exuded could easily ensnare any other man, igniting a fervor within him. However, having lived 3 lifetimes, Lin Chen was not one to succumb easily to temptation. After a brief internal struggle, he suppressed his wandering thoughts and maintained an unwavering composure. Teacher Hua, if you have something to discuss, please be direct, Lin Chen stated. What is the matter? I came to congratulate you on achieving first place among this year's new students. Surely that warrants a visit? Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent demeanor, Hua Wuqiao seemed taken aback, but soon stifled a laugh, raising one leg with a playful flare. In that instant, the already high slit of her qipao revealed a breathtaking vista. A glimpse of flawless ivory graced his view, complemented by its supple and elastic texture. One word encapsulated it all. Exquisite. Ahem. Teacher, I have matters to attend to shortly. If there is nothing urgent, I cannot keep you. Lin Chen coughed, finding himself somewhat overwhelmed. His steadfast determination was indeed commendable, yet he was still an 18-year-old man, brimming with vitality at the peak of his youth. How could he possibly ignore such an enticing display? Enough teasing. Hua Wuqiao's eyes twinkled with mischief, as though relishing in a successful prank. But I did come to request something of you. What is it? Lin Chen inquired, slightly surprised that Hua Wuqiao had a genuine matter to discuss with him. This task is neither trivial nor monumental, Hua Wuqiao contemplated. Are you aware of a place known as the Bloody Garden, situated approximately 300 kilometers from the Zhanghai City gathering point? The Bloody Garden? Lin Chen's brow furrowed, and a flicker of realization crossed his face. Is it not the area overrun by plant-based monsters, perpetually expanding its territory? Hua Wuqiao nodded. Precisely. This region poses a severe threat to the safety of Zhanghai City, necessitating someone to eradicate it. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this task. I wonder if you would be willing to undertake this journey? Lin Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar, but he promptly posed the most critical question. What is the reward? He was no naive young man, swayed by mere flattery from a woman. Do you truly expect a reward for assisting me, dear? Hua Wuqiao feigned reproach, her ample bosom swaying like waves in the ocean. Without rewards, so be it. I am quite occupied. Lin Chen, entirely unconvinced, languidly declined. How about rewarding me with a sweet kiss instead? Hua Wuke licked her luscious, rosy lips and cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. No discussion. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of temptation, yet he firmly rejected her proposal. Ridiculous. My time is far too precious. After the task is accomplished, I shall reward you with 10,000 credit points. Is that agreeable? Seeing her charm fail utterly, Hua Wuke sulkily stamped her foot and exclaimed, That sounds acceptable. Lin Chen nodded, assuring her that he would take care of the matter. Chapter 94. Journey to the Bloodstained Garden. Ultimately, under Hua Wuke's melancholic gaze, Lin Chen readily agreed to handle the task. After bidding her farewell, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The Bloodstained Garden? Is this a test for me? It seems my formidable prowess has caught the attention of certain individuals. To be candid, while the monsters in the Bloodstained Garden are numerous, most linger around level 10. Even with such abundance, who among the strong like Hua Wuke could not effortlessly obliterate them? It is undoubtedly the higher echelons of the school who have recognized my potential and wish to assess my worth for cultivation. However, even if you were to prevent me, I shall not miss this Bloodstained Garden. A mysterious smile played upon Lin Chen's lips. When Hua Wuke first mentioned the Bloodstained Garden, he recalled a significant event from his previous life. A team had been commissioned to cleanse the Bloodstained Garden, only to discover a burgeoning 4th-tier boss on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. This boss, later infamous as the Withering Bloodflower, had claimed nearly 200 practitioners in Jiangha City. It was not that the Withering Bloodflower was exceptionally powerful. Rather, the environment surrounding it was highly toxic. Each second spent within inflicted toxic damage equivalent to 30 of the maximum health. Some individuals, upon entering the domain of the Withering Bloodflower, perished before they could even react. It was only the timely intervention of higher-tier practitioners that swiftly annihilated it, thus halting the massacre. Nevertheless, the Withering Bloodflower had still caused over 200 casualties among practitioners. Of course, in the grand scope of Blue Star, such losses are not particularly significant. What truly catapulted the Withering Bloodflower to notoriety was a unique item it dropped. This truly presents a double opportunity. Lin Chen felt elated. After casually glancing at the unfolding events, he exited the villa. Upon leaving the campus and reaching the outskirts of Jiangha City, Lin Chen summoned Haidike and leapt onto its back. Boss, where to? Haidike wagged its tail, brimming with excitement. The sky, the clouds, Blue Star is truly beautiful. No less than the world I knew before my demise. Yet, that world of insects you spoke of was utterly lacking in aesthetics, filled with foolish bugs. If I were to renovate it, raising a few female dragons, wouldn't that be delightful? As Haidike rambled on, it was evident that its time as a boss in the abyss had left it quite pent up. Ahem, quiet down. Lin Chen delivered a swift smack to its head, instructing, Fly east. Boss, you truly know how to exploit a dragon. Don't you have any dragon rights? Haidike, feeling slightly wronged from the slap, complied obediently, flapping its wings to take to the sky. Witnessing this, nearby novice practitioners training could not help but exclaim in awe, casting envious glances at the dragon soaring above. What is this? A beast attacking the city? You don't know? That is a flying mount. Wow, a flying mount. How rare. I wonder which esteemed individual is out on business. How enviable. If only I had a flying mount. What good is envy? Those who acquire flying mounts are typically of high status. You, a mere nobody, should focus on slaying your bloodfawn boars instead. Lin Chen paid no heed to their chatter. Entirely indifferent. High above in the sky, he surveyed the minuscule buildings below. With clouds rapidly retreating, his spirits lifted. I must say, Little Black, your speed is quite impressive. Lin Chen remarked, genuinely impressed. Haidike beamed. This is nothing. My current speed pales in comparison to my peak. What was that saying? A man must be swift. And I am the swiftest of them all, the dragon. Lin Chen could not help but roll his eyes, gently patting Haidike's head. Little Black. Such words are best left unsaid. Never mind. Conversing with a dragon lacking any semblance of dignity is akin to discussing brothels with a eunuch. Lin Chen opted to spare the unfortunate dragon. After nearly an hour of flight, Lin Chen finally spotted a blood-red swampy area. From a distance, it appeared as if a scar on Blue Star was oozing blood profusely. Is this the Bloodstained Garden? Quite a notorious location, indeed. Upon nearing the Bloodstained Garden, a few hundred meters away, Lin Chen commanded Haidike to halt and maneuvered into a thicket. Before him, a party was intently engaged in combating some botanical beasts. This must be the team that discovered the Withering Bloodflower in the previous life. Lin Chen confirmed their identity with a glance. However, he was taken aback to see that this team was not entirely composed of individuals from the Dragon Nation. Among them was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man wielding a firearm, unmistakably foreign in appearance. This piece of information had not been disclosed by the authorities in his previous life. Let me observe further. Lin Chen refrained from alarming them. Instead, he summoned the Deathwing Mantis, mounting it to silently hover above their heads, concealed by dense foliage. Damn, Are the beasts of the Dragon Nation this challenging to defeat? The blonde man, an 11-level hidden class, gunslinger, complained as he fired away. The health of these corrupted withering vines is absurdly high. I've shot 10 rounds without bringing one down. My bullets are quite expensive. The blonde man grumbled as the nearby warrior tanking damage and the mage beside him furrowed their brows, displaying signs of dissatisfaction, though they remained silent. Yet a rather short and plump female priest gasped, appearing flustered, and began to apologize profusely to the blonde man. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Smith. This is our fault. I am so sorry for your unpleasant experience. I will make amends. Seeing the female priest's demeanor, the nearby mage could not help but interject. Chai Huan. We are offering him free leveling assistance. Why does he act like a lord, complaining incessantly? And why do you adopt such an attitude? Are you giving him face? Chapter 95. Have I forgiven you? The mage, named Lu Han, was the leader of a small guild in Jianghe City. The others, aside from the foreigner, were all members of his guild. Recently, they had set their sights on the Bloodstained Garden, not far from Jianghe City, hoping to level up in this area rife with high-level beasts. After all, this place had yet to be exploited. Who knows what treasures might emerge? However, just as they were about to set off, the female priest, Chai Huan, unexpectedly returned with a foreigner in tow. She insisted on showcasing the grandeur of their great nation and the grace of a land of etiquette, offering to guide this foreigner for free. Grandeur of a great nation? A land of etiquette? Lu Han could hardly contain his incredulity. He was aware that Chai Huan had a penchant for idolizing the West, often extolling the virtues of the free United States and proclaiming that foreign men were the epitome of masculinity. Yet, he never anticipated that she would go so far as to bring back an actual foreigner. Was there any difference between this and a forced invitation? Lu Han found himself powerless. Their small guild consisted of only a handful of members, and it was unthinkable to simply expel the priest from the team. Thus, they had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation. To their dismay, the foreigner, Smith, treated them like naive fools, constantly grumbling as if he were of a superior standing. Chai Huan, in turn, eagerly chimed in, displaying an obsequiousness akin to that of a servant. Terrified of failing to serve him properly, what was the meaning of this? Chai Huan interjected, hands on hips, her tone imperious. What's wrong with our esteemed guest from America expressing a few grievances? Can't we be a bit more magnanimous? You talk of being a land of etiquette, yet when a foreigner voices a complaint, it's unacceptable? Aren't you being a bit too sensitive? A land of etiquette? Overly sensitive? Lu Han could only inwardly exclaim in disbelief. So it turned out that offering to assist Smith in his leveling constituted a fault on their part? Was the foreigner so exalted that they were obliged to heed his every word? Chai Huan's absurdity was beyond comprehension. The others in the group exchanged glances, their displeasure evident, clearly sharing Lu Han's sentiments. Just then, Smith suddenly spoke up, shaking his head with an air of disappointment. Huan, don't be upset. I have already forgiven them. It's not your fault. Forgiven us? Lu Han and the others nearly had their eyes pop out at this proclamation. What was happening? He had condescended to forgive them? Chai Huan gazed at Smith with admiration. Mr. Smith, you are truly magnanimous. You exemplify the civility of Americans, unlike these barbaric citizens of the Dragon Country. As she spoke, she cast disdainful glances at Lu Han and his companions. Lu Han's anger flared, ready to retort. But at that moment, a sudden hiss filled the air. A stream of venom erupted from the depths of the bloodied garden. Bad news. Prepare for battle. In an instant, Lu Han set aside his frustration, shouting commands as he swiftly chanted a spell, launching an ice spear into the bloodied garden. The rest of the team, alert, readied themselves for combat. Before long, the silhouettes of a dozen vine monsters materialized before them. Corrupted Withering Vine, LV 12 health, 3478, strength, 15, agility, 117, spirit, 173, skills, whip, seed sowing, blood-sucking aura, corruption spread, acidic venom. Another corrupted Withering Vine. The group's faces drained of color. This creature was a first-tier monster. While its damage was relatively low compared to ordinary ferocious beasts, its health and defense had escalated significantly, not to mention its skill, corruption spread, which could inflict the entire team with a poison debuff, making combat exceedingly difficult and risking total annihilation with a single misstep. Just one corrupted Withering Vine was enough to give them headaches, and now there were over 10 before them? Their expressions turned grave. Retreat quickly. Lu Han, as the captain, recognized the danger and issued a command to fall back. However, at that moment, more than a dozen corrupted Withering Vines emerged from behind and the sides, encircling them. What? They could employ encirclement tactics? Lu Han was taken aback. Typically, low-level beasts lacked intelligence. Only higher-tier beasts could communicate and possess reasoning akin to humans. Yet these corrupted Withering Vines displayed an understanding of coordinated attacks. They had no escape route left. What should we do, Captain? The warrior asked Lu Han, swallowing hard. It's all your fault. I warned you that if anything happened to Mr. Smith, it would provoke a diplomatic incident. Chai Huan, though visibly frightened, still mustered the courage to chastise Lu Han and the others. Even at this critical juncture, she remained intent on defending the foreigner, displaying heartfelt sincerity. Yet Smith was having none of it. In a fit of rage, he shoved Chai Huan aside. Fuck. It's your fault, you dragon country bitch. If you hadn't clung to me in the street, trying to curry favor, I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Fuck. I should never have trusted you lowly citizens of the dragon country. Once I return to the consulate, I will lodge a formal complaint against all of you. As they exchanged words, nearly 50 corrupted withering vines had already mobilized, extending their vine-like tendrils towards them and swiftly sending the foremost warrior flying. Following that, they unleashed a frenzied assault on the remaining members. The tendrils lashed out like impenetrable whips, leaving Lu Han and the others in disarray. The situation took a dire turn. It appeared that within mere minutes, they would meet their demise here. Despair filled their hearts. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The group looked up in astonishment. As they gazed skyward, their eyes widened in shock. They beheld several crimson beasts descending from above, spewing flames and ruthlessly slaughtering the corrupted withering vines below. The once formidable corrupted withering vines, which had seemed so threatening, were reduced to mere rubble beneath the onslaught of these beasts' flames. The battlefield quickly transformed into a one-sided massacre. The corrupted withering vines shrieked in panic, attempting to flee. But their speed was laughably inadequate against the airborne predators, who swiftly caught up and dispatched them. In a mere 3 minutes, the very creatures that had threatened their lives were entirely obliterated, reduced to mere ash. The group stood rooted in place, dumbfounded as they witnessed this astonishing turn of events.